Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Junior Sister. The most powerful master-brother system activated. In the realm of Tianxuan, at the Duxian sect, Li Xian languidly reclined beneath a grand tree, observing the gentle dance of clouds above while a blade of dogtail grass hung from his lips. Beside him rested a gourd of wine, epitomizing leisure and tranquility. Above him, figures streaked across the sky like meteors, some soared upon swords, while others rode majestic cranes, all embodying an ethereal grace and spirited vigor. This stood in stark contrast to Li Xian's languorous demeanor. Some onlookers noticed the indolent figure below and could not help but shake their heads in dismay. How can it be that our esteemed Duxian sect, a premier sect within the Tianxuan Continent, has accepted such a slothful individual? Li Xian was none other than the eldest disciple of the Tianxuan Peak, one of the 7 peaks of the Duxian sect. Unfortunately, as the sole disciple of Tianxuan Peak, he was by default the master brother. His master, Lu Tianxian, the revered leader of Tianxuan Peak, was renowned as the most beautiful woman within the Duxian sect and a formidable figure, possessing strength that approached the level of a supreme being. However, Lu Tianxian was known for her eccentric temperament. Despite her beauty and exceptional skill, she had few friends, though many harbored enmity towards her. 3 years prior, she had brought Li Xian back from the outside world, taking him as her personal disciple. Initially, many believed Li Xian to be an extraordinary talent, a prodigy with an unparalleled physique that had captivated the attention of the normally indifferent Lu Tianxian. Yet, as time passed, it became evident that they were mistaken. He was not a genius at all. In fact, he possessed no remarkable physique whatsoever. Instead, he was an ordinary body and unexceptional mortal. After 3 years of diligent practice, he had yet to even enter the realm of true essence. In the martial world, physique is of utmost importance. A powerful physique often signifies a higher realm and greater potential. Typically, various sects would assess a candidate's physique before accepting them as disciples. Those with an ordinary body would be summarily dismissed. An ordinary body is the lowest tier of physique. While it is still possible to cultivate, the efficiency is abysmally poor, leading to minimal achievements. Even the most mundane spiritual body would outstrip him by leaps and bounds. In the martial world, realms are categorized into 11 stages: Qi refinement, true essence, spirit sea, golden core, profound understanding, void exploration, primordial spirit, battle king, supreme, saint, and emperor. Though the path becomes increasingly arduous, after 3 years of practice, especially as the master brother of Tianxuan Peak, to not have even entered the true essence stage, his talent was undoubtedly at the very bottom within the Duxian sect. Li Xian gazed at the martial artist soaring through the skies, stifling a yawn, feeling no particular envy. To live another life is already a remarkable feat. I need not yearn for anything further, he murmured softly. He was not a native of the Tianxuan Continent. He hailed from Blue Star. To put it simply, he was a transmigrator. He vividly recalled that day when he was strolling along a bustling street and suddenly witnessed a truck speeding toward the little girl. Instinctively, he rushed forward to push her out of harm's way. And so, he found himself bestowed with a second chance at life. Upon his arrival in this new world, he was an orphan, struggling to adapt, when suddenly a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, inquiring if he wished to cultivate alongside her. That very maiden was none other than Lu Tianxian, the master of Tianxuan Peak. In his previous life, Li Xian had lived for an extensive period, yet had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. Enraptured, he readily acquiesced to her. He initially believed he was on the brink of embarking upon a grand martial journey, only to discover upon arriving at the Immortal Crossing sect that he was merely a mortal. After 3 years of arduous training, he had yet to step into the realm of true essence. Should fate remain unchanged, it seemed improbable that he would ever condense the Dan, destined instead to perish at the ripe age of 100. Initially, he pondered whether he possessed some hidden aptitude. Why else would Lu Tianxian accept a mortal as her disciple? However, upon inquiring, Lu Tianxian responded, "Oh, that day, I had just become the peak master, and my senior brother insisted I take on a disciple, otherwise he would withhold my spirit stones. I simply surveyed the surroundings and found you somewhat pleasing to the eye, so I brought you along." pleasing to the eye, is that truly the rationale behind it? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. It was said that his master had a peculiar temperament, and indeed, this was proven true. Gradually, he grew despondent, resigning himself to the notion that living and dying within Tianxuan Peak was a viable option. At least the scenery was delightful, and sustenance was never a concern. Moreover, he could occasionally feast his eyes upon his beautiful master, a far superior existence compared to the toilsome life he endured in his past. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief and began to indulge in leisure, drinking wine and perusing novels, living a life of tranquility. Within the competitive environment of the Immortal Crossing sect, he became an anomaly. "It's almost mealtime. I shall prepare a bamboo shoot chicken today," Li Xian declared as he rose, brushing off his trousers. He entered the wooden cabin, ready to engage in culinary pursuits. At Tianxuan Peak, he typically found himself alone, as his master often resided in her cave dwelling, frequently succumbing to slumber for 10 days, half a month, or even several months at a time, in even more languid existence than his own. One could only wonder how she had cultivated to the threshold of supreme mastery. Yet today, with a loud bang, his door swung open, and an enticing fragrance wafted in. A woman clad in white, with a figure both alluring and graceful, and skin as smooth as jade, stepped inside. Her beauty was unparalleled, her features exquisite, and her crimson eyes sparkled like two radiant rubies, especially complemented by her flowing white hair, pure as snow. White hair and red eyes. It was none other than Lu Tianxian, his master. Li Xian was momentarily stunned. What occasion warranted the appearance of his master, who had been absent for months? He bowed respectfully. "Greetings, master." Noticing a young girl with rosy lips and pearly teeth trailing behind her, Li Xian discerned that she appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, yet her demeanor exuded an air of innate arrogance. "Little Xian, allow me to introduce you. This is Feng Jioge. From this day forth, she shall be your junior sister," Lu Tianxian introduced. "Junior sister? I have a junior sister now?" Feng Jioge cast a glance at Li Xian, a flicker of disdain surfacing in her eyes, her lips curling into a mocking smile. Li Xian's lips twitched. Was he truly being looked down upon by a mere child? Anger surged within him. He was determined to prove her wrong. "By the way, your junior sister has advanced to the true essence realm. You might consider seeking her guidance on her cultivation methods," Lu Tianxian mentioned. "True essence realm? Is his cultivation even superior to mine?" Never mind, never mind. As an elder brother, one must possess the heart to accommodate others. I shall not stoop to the level of this little brat. Ding. Detection indicates the host has a junior sister. The Supreme Senior Brother system is now activated. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression brightened with delight. "A system? A transmigrator with a golden thigh? Oh, at last you have arrived." Li Xian was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Lu Tianxian, observing his reaction, couldn't help but ruffle his hair. "Even if you have a junior sister, there's no need to be so overly joyous. This is akin to tears of overwhelming happiness. Alas, it is my fault for neglecting you, allowing you to remain alone on Tianxuan Peak. You must have felt quite lonely." Lu Tianxian realized she had indeed been a bit excessive. She had brought him to Tianxuan Peak, but had paid him no heed, leaving him to fend for himself. "It seems I should find him a few more junior brothers and sisters in the future." Feng Jioge could not help but glance at Li Xian, her earlier contempt gradually dissipating. Although this senior brother may not possess remarkable talent, he is now, in name, still my senior brother. Henceforth, let us maintain a harmonious relationship. She approached Li Xian and took his hand. "Senior brother, from now on, you shall not be lonely at Tianxuan Peak." Li Xian, inexplicably receiving attention from both, blinked in surprise. "What? I am overjoyed to have a golden finger. And you both have one too?" Chapter 2. The Yin-Yang Dao ruler of Feng Jioge. Li Xian, under the attentive care of his master and junior sister, rubbed his eyes. "All right. To celebrate the arrival of my junior sister, I shall prepare a few more dishes." He proceeded to the kitchen, continuing his endeavors. Simultaneously, he inquired within, "System, what abilities do you possess?" Replying to the host, "This system is the strongest master brother system, capable of assisting the host in binding nominal junior brothers and sisters, subsequently providing random multipliers of their cultivation achievements. The stronger they become, the stronger the host shall be." Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a remarkable opportunity. This allows others to toil while I enjoy the benefits without effort. I quite like this. Can I bind Feng Jioge now? To bind junior brothers and sisters, there is an additional condition. Their aptitude must meet the required standards. The higher their aptitude, the greater the success rate of the binding. Currently assessing the aptitude of Feng Jioge, Li Xian felt his heart leap into his throat, fervently praying for Feng Jioge's talent to be commendable. The better the other's aptitude, the greater his own gains. However, recalling that he himself was merely a mortal body brought back by Lu Tianxian, he felt a pang of doubt regarding Feng Jioge's qualifications. There was little he could do. His master was unreliable. Who could tell if the disciples she took in were also mere mortals? Ding. Assessment complete. Feng Jioge's aptitude meets the binding conditions. Successful binding achieved. Below is the basic information of Feng Jioge. Name: Feng Jioge. Cultivation level: first stage of true essence. Physique: Phoenix sacred body. Remarks: she is the sovereign of the 1hr Continent, a generation's empress, yet fell victim to betrayal during her seclusion, sustaining severe injuries during a surprise attack. On the brink of demise, she utilized a secret method to reincarnate in the Tianxuan Continent. Li Xian could hardly contain his astonishment upon reading this. A phoenix sacred body, an empress of a generation. Was this a mistake? Previously, when he took on a disciple, he ended up with a mere mortal. Yet now he had acquired such an extraordinary figure. Master, you truly understand the art of contrast. Li Xian's lips twitched slightly. In the realm of martial arts, much of one's cultivation talent is contingent upon their physique. Beyond the least desirable mortal body, physiques are categorized into spiritual bodies, precious bodies, royal bodies, and sacred bodies. Among these, spiritual bodies are the most common. Most practitioners of moderate achievement possess spiritual bodies, such as water spiritual bodies, fire spiritual bodies, earth spiritual bodies. Next comes the precious body. Practitioners with a precious body can already be considered geniuses. As for the royal body, it represents the level of prodigies. Each royal body is a treasure sought after by various factions. Finally, the sacred body is unparalleled. Each sacred body possesses the potential to achieve sanctity or even emperorship. They are the vanguards of every era. As long as they do not perish prematurely, they are destined to become titans of the cultivation world. Not to mention, she is the reincarnation of an empress. In contrast to himself, Li Xian felt a wave of dismay wash over him as the elder brother. Yet now, everything had changed. He, too, was now a man of fortuitous circumstances. To commemorate this event, Li Xian emptied the entire stock of the kitchen, preparing an extravagant feast. Lu Tianxian and Feng Jioge looked on, their appetites piqued. To his surprise, the senior brother possessed such remarkable skills. Feng Jioge's eyes sparkled with delight. Ding. Feng Jioge's favorability. 1. Li Xian, slightly taken aback, realized that the system could also gauge favorability. Just how much do my master and junior sister think of me? Lu Tianxian's favorability. 60. Feng Jioge's favorability. 40. Not bad at all. It is neither too high nor too low. At the dining table, Feng Jioge and Lu Tianxian devoured their food with unabashed enthusiasm, while Li Xian barely touched his meal, his mouth twitching in response. One was a reincarnated empress, and the other a half-step supreme. How splendid. It felt as if he were sharing his meal with starving ghosts. Ding. Lu Tianxian's favorability. 1. Feng Jioge's favorability. 1. Li Xian mused. Indeed, to conquer a person, one must first conquer their stomach. Li Xian held considerable confidence in his culinary skills, having devoted his time during the idle days to the art of cooking. Coupled with his past life's indulgence in various gourmet videos, he believed that even the finest chefs of this world could not rival his prowess. After finishing her meal, Feng Jioge took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes as she regarded Li Xian. This man had quite the talent. Lu Tianxian, lounging with an air of nonchalance, produced a toothpick from seemingly nowhere and remarked, "Xuanzi, I did not expect you to possess such culinary artistry. It is delightful that master and junior sister are enjoying themselves." Li Xian responded with a faint smile. Indeed, a hearty meal often leads to drowsiness. I shall retire for now. Make sure you two get along well. Lu Tianxian stretched lazily before retreating to her dwelling. Li Xian knew that her absence would likely last 10 days to half a month, if not longer. Turning to Feng Jioge, he said with a smile, "Junior sister, I often reside at Tianxuan Peak. Feel free to seek me out if you require assistance with your cultivation. Feng Jioge rose and replied coolly, "Do not worry, senior brother. I shall have no questions regarding my cultivation." She was jesting, for she was the reincarnation of an empress. Had she not just been reborn, her strength would have been unparalleled, capable of vanquishing several sects like the Xian men with a mere swipe of her hand. To have a qi-refining realm guide her cultivation? Ridiculous. It would be more of a hindrance than a help. Li Xian, hearing her words, merely smiled faintly, recognizing the politeness in his offer. "Senior brother, I must take my leave," Feng Jioge stated calmly, rising to depart. Li Xian observed her retreating figure, then glanced at the pile of dishes before him, muttering in exasperation. Could someone not stay behind to help with the dishes? They finish eating and simply vanish. What a pair of ungrateful girls. Li Xian felt that his influence at Tianxuan Peak was regrettably limited. If only he had been a bit more assertive, he wouldn't have to wash the dishes himself. With a resigned sigh, he gathered the bowls and chopsticks to wash them. Meanwhile, Feng Jioge, having left Li Xian's abode, did not depart Tianxuan Peak, but instead gathered some wood to construct a small cabin not far from him. Her dexterity was commendable, and with her authentic essence cultivation, she swiftly erected a decent wooden cabin, capable of providing shelter from the wind and rain. A satisfied smile graced her lips as she entered, retrieving bedding and other necessities from her storage ring to furnish the small abode. As she observed the cabin gradually filling up, a flicker of ambition ignited in Feng Jioge's eyes. This shall be the starting point of my resurgence to greatness. After 300 years of cultivation, I shall dare to renew the heavens and the earth. Traitors, beware. I shall return to the Jiogha continent. Taking a deep breath, Feng Jioge settled into a meditative posture, commencing her training. Within her dantian, a black and white ruler slowly materialized, inscribed with countless arcane patterns. This artifact was an ancient treasure she had fortuitously acquired in her previous life. Finding it peculiar, she had always kept it close, never anticipating that in this new incarnation, it would accompany her once more. Even the imperial weapon I forged could not follow me through reincarnation, yet this object managed to do so. It must harbor some profound secret. Its rank is likely to surpass that of the imperial weapon. Could it truly be the rumored celestial artifact? Feng Jioge murmured. Suddenly, the black and white ruler emitted a series of mysterious rays, and a surge of information flooded into Feng Jioge's mind. Yin-Yang Celestial Ruler. Yin-Yang Balance. Heaven's Way Manifest. Possessors of the Yin-Yang Celestial Ruler may engage in a comparison with other cultivators once a month. The comparison includes cultivation level, combat strength, and martial techniques. Success in the comparison grants martial rewards. Rewards include, but are not limited to, martial techniques, cultivation, divine weapons, and elixirs. Chapter 3. Am I dreaming? Awakening as a spirit. Conducting comparisons for rewards. Feng Jioge could not help but feel a spark of excitement. Yet, a flicker of doubt soon emerged. What if one were to fail the comparison? As if sensing her thoughts, the Yin-Yang Celestial Ruler quivered slightly, revealing new information. In the event of failure, one must serve the victor. Should the victor be satisfied, additional rewards may be granted. What? Serving the victor? A dignified empress like myself, reduced to serving others? Yet, upon reflection, in this world, the law of the jungle prevails. The weak serve the strong. There is nothing amiss. My strength has yet to be restored, and if I desire to elevate my cultivation swiftly, some sacrifices are inevitable. This Yin-Yang Celestial Ruler is profoundly mysterious and undoubtedly a celestial artifact. If I can master it well, I might not require 300 years to regain my former prowess. Feng Jioge inhaled deeply, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Come forth. Let me see who the first comparison object shall be. The first comparison object selected by the Yin-Yang Celestial Ruler is Li Xian, the master brother of Tianxuan Peak. The first comparison will commence 1 month from now. The comparison object shall not change until the comparison is won. The Yin-Yang Celestial Ruler bestowed further information upon Feng Jioge. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in delight. Li Xian, my waste of a master brother in the Qi refinement stage. This will be a piece of cake. Where a month is required, she is already capable of overpowering her opponent. The ability of the Heavenly Path measuring device to select comparable subjects certainly leaves much to be desired. How could Li Xian possibly be compared to me? He is but a mortal, while I am the Phoenix sacred body. He is an ordinary man, and aside from being somewhat handsome and a skilled cook, what can he possibly compare to me, the reincarnated empress? Oh, heavenly path measuring device, if you wish to bestow rewards upon me, you need not make such a fuss about it. Feng Jioge chuckled, feeling confident in her imminent victory. She was already anticipating the rewards that awaited her in a month's time. First, let us cultivate. Feng Jioge took a deep breath and began her training. She was currently practicing a technique known as the Crossing Immortals technique, the most common method within the Crossing Immortals sect. It consists of 7 levels, with each ascent granting a higher cultivation realm. In other words, upon reaching the 7th level of the Crossing Immortals technique, one attains the Soul Origin realm, a level sufficient to serve as an elder within the sect. Those who reach the War King level are considered formidable across the entire Tianxuan Continent, with very few in the Crossing Immortals sect attaining such heights. Feng Jioge chose to practice this technique not because she lacked access to more advanced methods, but primarily because she was currently a martial artist of the Crossing Immortals sect. It would be rather inappropriate not to train in its techniques. Revealing other techniques could lead others to suspect her of being a spy from a rival sect. Moreover, her most powerful technique, the imperial scripture she created in her past life, required her to reach the saint realm for cultivation. Presently, she was an unfathomable distance from that level. Since she could not cultivate the imperial scripture for the time being, practicing other techniques would yield similar results, serving merely to enhance her cultivation realm temporarily. Besides, the Crossing Immortals technique is not lacking. It holds its own as a top-tier technique within the Tianxuan Continent. She resolved to practice the Crossing Immortals technique first, aiming for the Soul Origin realm, before switching to other techniques to reach the Saint realm, and ultimately training in her most powerful imperial scripture. Feng Jioge had it all mapped out. She believed that with the assistance of the Yin-Yang heavenly path measuring device, she would not require much time to achieve her goals, and thus began her vigorous cultivation. Seated in a meditative posture, her true essence began to circulate within her body. The surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards her, elevating her cultivation. At that moment, her sacred body potential was fully manifested, allowing her to absorb spiritual energy at an astonishing efficiency, 10 times that of other practitioners of the Crossing Immortals technique, an extraordinary feat. On Tianxian Peak, within the cave of Lu Tianxian, the illustrious half-step sovereign Lu Tianxian lay sprawled across her bed in slumber, even bubbles escaping her nostrils. Suddenly, sensing something, she awoke with a start as her bubble burst, groggily opening her eyes to glance at Feng Jioge's wooden cottage, a flicker of intrigue crossing her features as she murmured, "The Phoenix sacred body indeed possesses some merit." Then, she cast her gaze toward Li Xian's wooden cottage. Having just finished washing the dishes, he too lay asleep, his wine gourd now empty, clearly having indulged before succumbing to slumber. She stifled a yawn, recognizing the extent of his negligence, which mirrored her own. Pulling the covers back over herself, she resumed her deep sleep. Thus, the entirety of Tianxian Peak remained enveloped in tranquility. Only Feng Jioge remained, immersed in her arduous training. The following day, as dawn broke, Feng Jioge concluded a night of rigorous practice. Remarkably, within that single night, her cultivation advanced from the first layer of true essence to the second layer. Beneath the Supreme, each realm is further divided into 9 tiers. Typically, it would take months of relentless effort for an ordinary martial artist to progress from the first to the second layer of true essence. Yet Feng Jioge achieved this feat in just one night. The power of her phoenix body is evident. She felt a sense of satisfaction with her training. Given her rapid progress, how could Li Xian possibly compare in a month's time? Confidence brimmed within her. The thought of Li Xian becoming a stepping stone for her advancement stirred a pang of sympathy in her. After all, he was her nominal senior brother. Albeit lacking in innate talent, his culinary skills were commendable. Once she regained her peak, she contemplated appointing him as her personal imperial chef. To be the private chef of the Empress would undoubtedly be the pinnacle of honor in the culinary world, akin to ascending to the heavens. Some warlords would vie fiercely for such a privilege. Meanwhile, Li Xian had just awakened with the dawn. Suddenly, a system notification resonated. Ding! Feng Jioge has advanced from the first layer of true essence to the second layer after a night of training. System feedback commencing. Ding! As this is the host's first feedback, the system rewards a super feedback. Congratulations to the host for successfully overcoming the immortal tribulation and advancing to the 7th layer. The notifications continued to chime. Li Xian felt an extraordinary surge of energy within him. The true qi transformed into true essence, coalescing into a vast ocean. Subsequently, the ocean of spiritual power began to contract, forming a golden core. The golden core gradually birthed a mysterious force, ultimately shattering with a resounding explosion. This immense power surged through his limbs and bones, manifesting as a vast inner world, entering the void realm. Yet, this was not the end. Within this inner realm, the true qi ascended, transforming into towering pillars of energy that surged into his crown, unlocking the mystical orifices of his mind. With the opening of these orifices, his divine consciousness awakened. The power of his consciousness grew stronger, gradually condensing into an ethereal primordial spirit, from refining qi to true essence, and then ascending through the spiritual sea, golden core, mystical understanding, and void realm. He reached the primordial spirit realm. Throughout this entire process, Li Xian remained in a state of bewilderment. Was this a mistake? The other party merely advanced from the first to the second layer of true essence. Yet he was propelled directly from the qi refining stage to the primordial spirit stage. He had leaped across 6 major realms in an instant. Unbelievable. Chapter 4. Celestial Ingredients. How could an ordinary body possess such prowess? Li Xian gazed at the primordial spirit within his mind, blinking in astonishment. Had he truly reached the primordial spirit realm? This seemed too fantastical. He had merely taken a nap, but soon, a grin spread across his face, and he could hardly contain his laughter. The system was remarkable. He relished the newfound power within him, exhilarated, though he was still unfamiliar with this strength after just achieving the primordial spirit realm. If he were truly to confront a master of the primordial spirit, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Yet what of it? No matter how unremarkable a primordial spirit might be, it remains a being of that caliber, certainly of elder status within the entire Crossing Immortal Gate. To his knowledge, among the core disciples of the Crossing Immortal Gate, none have yet attained the primordial spirit realm. The most they have achieved is merely the void realm. And here he was, having suddenly become a primordial spirit, in the realm of youth at the Crossing Immortal Gate. He undoubtedly stood as the foremost individual. As the master brother of Tianxuan Peak, he could finally claim that title with merit. Stepping out of the wooden cabin, he gazed up at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, feeling an unprecedented sense of joy. His eyes then fell upon Feng Jioge, who emerged from the cabin and met his gaze. The more he looked at her, the more pleasing she appeared. "Good morning, junior sister," he greeted warmly. "Good morning, senior brother," she responded. Without her, how could he have achieved his current cultivation? With this thought in mind, he resolved to prepare a sumptuous meal for her at noon, as a reward for her diligent night of practice. "What would you like to eat for lunch, junior sister? I'll go down the mountain to buy ingredients for you." Feng Jioge's eyes sparkled at his words. She held a certain appreciation for Li Xian's culinary skills. However, she maintained a degree of modesty, refraining from displaying excessive excitement. "You can make whatever you like. I'm fine with anything." "Very well. By the way, did you manage to adapt to your stay last night?" he inquired. "It was acceptable," she replied, although it couldn't compare to the imperial palace of her past life. The circumstances had changed, and she had to make do, unable to be too choosy. "That is good to hear." Li Xian smiled gently, finding Feng Jioge increasingly adorable. "I'll head down to buy the ingredients now. You should focus on your cultivation." With that, he departed. Watching Li Xian's retreating figure, Feng Jioge shook her head, sighing. Little did he know, he was destined to become a stepping stone for my ascension. Nevertheless, given his kindness towards me, I might grant him a life of wealth in return. Whistling, Li Xian made his way down the mountain. As he walked, he suddenly remembered that he was now a master of the primordial spirit realm, capable of flight. There was no need to walk down the mountain at all. However, just as he was about to take off, a sharp, piercing scream echoed from the heavens, followed by a chicken plummeting at his feet. Upon closer inspection, the unfortunate creature was marred by bloodstains and, having fallen from the sky, had met its demise upon impact. Could this be a fortuitous ingredient from the heavens? Li Xian blinked in astonishment. Suddenly, a stream of sword energy shot towards him. While the force was not particularly formidable, the previous Li Xian would have been left in a state of disarray, perhaps even injured. Yet now he remained unfazed. With a casual wave of his hand, he dissipated the sword energy with a sharp crack. How delicate that sword energy was. Li Xian observed his own pristine palm, reveling in his newfound strength. Not far off, 2 figures approached, their expressions filled with surprise as they beheld Li Xian. The foremost youth remarked, "Oh, I never expected that a mere mortal body could withstand my sword energy. How unexpected." Curious, Li Xian regarded the pair and asked, "And who might you be?" "Huh? Li Xian, have you forgotten me? Do you not remember the boy who knelt outside Tianxuan Peak 3 years ago?" The youth replied with a cold smirk. Li Xian pondered for a moment and recalled an incident from 3 years ago. It seemed there was a foolish youth kneeling before Tianxuan Peak, desperately seeking to be accepted as a disciple by his master. Yet, in the end, he never even laid eyes on his master and fainted at the foot of the mountain. Lu Tianxian, a formidable force within the Duxian sect, stood as a paragon of beauty with her silver hair and crimson eyes, the object of many a dream. Countless individuals aspired to become her disciples. He distinctly remembered that 3 years prior, a young man had knelt at the base of Tianxuan Peak, pleading for Lu Tianxian to take him in as her apprentice. Unfortunately, Lu Tianxian paid him no mind, indulging in a deep slumber within her cave abode for more than half a month. Li Xian, with good intentions, approached the youth to suggest he seek mentorship elsewhere. To his surprise, he was met with a scathing rebuke. "You, a mere mortal, can become a disciple of Elder Lu. Why should I not have the same opportunity? Elder Lu must be testing my sincerity. Do not interfere with my pursuit of apprenticeship. Only I am worthy to inherit Elder Lu's legacy. What are you, a mere mortal, worth?" Deciding to disregard the youth's outburst, Li Xian let the matter rest. After 3 days and nights of kneeling, the youth eventually lost consciousness. Subsequently, he heard that the young man had joined the ranks of the Juyan Peak, one of the 7 branches of the Duxian sect, and from that moment forth, he never heard of him again. Li Xian, too, had forgotten his name. Little did he expect to encounter him again today. In these 3 years, I have diligently cultivated at Juyan Peak, and now I stand at the 9th level of true essence, a mere step away from the spirit sea realm. To think, I would cross paths with you while hunting today. Li Xian, draw your sword, the young man declared. Li Xian spread his hands. "Where do you see a sword on me?" "Humph. As the sole disciple of Tianxuan Peak, you do not even possess a storage ring? How embarrassing." The young man scoffed. Li Xian shrugged. "Indeed, my master is rather frugal. Fortunately, you did not join Tianxuan Peak. Otherwise, it is uncertain whether you would have reached this level of cultivation. Moreover, I now have a younger sister in our sect." He spoke the truth. Lu Tianxian was quite peculiar. She accepted disciples, yet left them to their own devices. Had the young man truly joined Tianxuan Peak, it was doubtful he would have achieved such advancement. However, to the young man, this sounded like mockery. "Look, my master has taken on another disciple, yet you remain unchosen. Very well, today I, Zhang Bai, shall show you my prowess," the young man exclaimed, unleashing a fierce sword strike toward Li Xian. This strike was fierce and unyielding, with flames swirling around the blade. Li Xian recognized it as the sword technique of the Duxian sect, enhanced by the fact that Zhang Bai possessed a fire spirit body. The flames surged forth, creating a scorching wave. This single strike could have effortlessly vanquished 10 versions of the former Li Xian. Unfortunately for Zhang Bai, he had arrived at the wrong moment. Had he come a day earlier, he might have taught Li Xian a lesson. In an effortless motion, Li Xian extended 2 fingers, nonchalantly pinching the sword between them, and remarked, "Too weak." With a slight exertion of force, true essence surged forth, and with a resonant clang, the sword was shattered. The backlash of his true essence sent Zhang Bai careening through the air. With a sudden spurt of blood, he fainted. Upon witnessing this, Li Xian casually tossed the broken sword to the ground. It appeared that he had exerted himself a bit too forcefully. Having just ascended to the nascent soul stage, he was still grappling with the mastery of his newfound strength, despite his earnest attempts at control. Yet, unexpectedly, he had nearly incapacitated his opponent with a single blow. You. The young man beside him stared at Li Xian, his complexion ashen. "You have been pretending to be a weakling all along. You are certainly no ordinary body. How could a mere mortal possess such prowess?" Chapter 5. Feng Jioge Faces Bullying. "I am indeed an ordinary body," Li Xian replied with a faint smile. "But whoever told you that a mere mortal cannot surpass a spiritual body?" He then glanced at Zhang Bai, who lay unconscious and bleeding, before picking up the spirit feather chicken from the ground. "I shall take this spirit feather chicken, farewell." The spirit feather chicken is a mystical creature, beneficial for martial practitioners. Preparing a soup from this chicken would undoubtedly enhance Feng Jioge's cultivation efficiency. The better she cultivates, the stronger he becomes. Dear junior sister, Please do not let your senior brother's efforts go in vain, Li Xian thought to himself, before descending the mountain to procure additional ingredients for the soup. Meanwhile, after carrying Zhangbai away, the young man recounted the events to others, and soon enough, the tale of Li Xian's ruse spread throughout the Crossing Immortals sect. Some were incredulous. How could a mere mortal pretend to be a tiger? Others were curious. How could a mere mortal defeat Zhangbai? In any case, Li Xian, who had almost been forgotten, was once again brought to light. However, he paid little mind to it. Upon returning to Tianxuan Peak, he began preparing soup for Feng Jioge. Before long, a fragrant pot of chicken soup was ready. Glistening with oil and adorned with goji berries, red dates, and ginseng, exuding an enticing aroma and rich nourishment. As Feng Jioge took a sip, her eyes sparkled with delight. This is spirit feather chicken. Even the most ordinary of spirit feather chickens possesses strength comparable to the peak of qi refinement. He must have endured considerable hardship to procure this chicken for me, she mused, casting a glance at Li Xian. Notification: Feng Jioge's affection level 1. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, my affection level has increased again. This junior sister's affection is remarkably easy to garner. I've only treated her to 2 meals, he thought, feeling a twinge of concern. Junior sister, promise your senior brother that you won't accept invitations from others so readily. You might be deceived without even realizing it. Feng Jioge blinked, puzzled. What do you mean? She replied coolly. Not everyone who invites me for a meal will receive my acceptance. In her previous life, even when saints invited her to dine, she would consider her mood first. After finishing the pot of chicken soup, Feng Jioge felt a surge of warmth within her, her cheeks flushed, which only added to her charm. In contrast, Li Xian had consumed a generous portion yet maintained an expression of calm. This left Feng Jioge perplexed. Having ingested so much soup, she required meditation to digest it, yet he seemed unaffected. I comprehend that he possesses a naturally ordinary physique, with such poor aptitude that he is incapable of even absorbing the effects of the most basic nourishment, allowing it to go to waste. Reflecting on this, she regarded Li Xian with a heightened sense of sympathy. A typical mundane body would not exhibit such deficiencies. Only those with exceedingly flawed constitutions, often referred to as the 100 leeks body, would suffer in this way, akin to a sieve riddled with holes, causing any spiritual energy that enters to escape. It is exceedingly difficult to refine. Even the finest elixirs would yield no benefit. Junior sister, you should focus on your cultivation for now, Li Xian suggested, observing the crimson blush on Feng Jioge's face. Although he yearned to gaze upon his charming junior sister a moment longer, he deemed it prudent for her to engage in her training first. Otherwise, the spiritual energy could become trapped within her, leading to turmoil. Despite his own meager talents, he is quite considerate of my cultivation, she thought, reflecting on her senior brother's gentleness, good looks, culinary skills, truly a rare find. Beep. Feng Jioge's favorability has increased by 1. Li Xian felt a surge of concern. His young junior sister seemed overly susceptible to developing affections for others. Should she encounter ill-intentioned individuals in the future, it could lead to dire consequences. Sighing, he pondered how this little sister managed to ascend to empress in her previous life. Was it perhaps due to the simplicity of the customs in the 1hr Continent? It seemed he would need to keep a closer watch over her in the times to come. Feng Jioge returned to her wooden abode and commenced her practice. As her internal essence flowed, she began to refine the spiritual energy of the Lingyu chicken. In no time, her cultivation advanced to a new level, from the 2nd to the 3rd stage of true essence. Meanwhile, as Li Xian washed dishes, he received a notification from the system. Beep. Feng Jioge's cultivation has improved, elevating from the 2nd to the 3rd stage, initiating random feedback to the host's cultivation. Congratulations. Host has ascended from the 1st to the 2nd stage of the primordial spirit. Li Xian felt his own strength swell anew. Truly, the phoenix sacred body. Even a simple chicken meal could elevate one's cultivation by an entire minor realm. He marveled at this fact. However, his own progress was commendable as well. Each elevation within the primordial spirit realm is notoriously arduous. It is said that an elder within the immortal gate took over a decade to ascend from the 1st to the 2nd stage, having done nothing but treat Feng Jioge to a chicken meal. And yet, he managed to break through. The system was undoubtedly remarkable, a sentiment he had expressed internally numerous times. The following day, after a night of diligent training, Feng Jioge beheld the rising sun in the distance. The adage states that the planning of a day lies in the morning, and the newly risen sun radiated abundant spiritual energy. She resolved to absorb some of this morning energy and set forth in its direction. Before departing, she cast a glance at the abode where Li Xian resided, faintly hearing the sounds of his slumber. Her brow furrowed slightly. It was indeed a sign of laziness. Yet, considering his constitution, she sighed. Perhaps he had once strived and felt disheartened upon discovering his unsuitability for cultivation, thus adopting this carefree demeanor. Let him be, she concluded. To live a life free of worries can be a blessing in itself. With that thought, she dismissed any further concern and descended the mountain. Li Xian, awakening with a yawn, suddenly received an alarming notification. Beep. Detection of your junior sister being bullied. At that moment, the system's alert suddenly sounded. Li Xian was taken aback. System, can you still detect the safety of my junior sister? The binding object is closely related to the host. Monitoring their actions to ensure their safety and safeguarding the host's interests is the system's duty. Upon hearing this, Li Xian nodded. This feature was quite commendable. He then rose and strode outdoors, infuriated by anyone who dared to bully his junior sister. Such behavior was a blatant disregard for him. To overlook him was to disregard his master, a figure on the cusp of supremacy, and neglecting his master was tantamount to dismissing the entire Duxian sect. This was utterly outrageous. As he spoke, he quickened his pace towards Feng Jioga's location. The system thoughtfully opened a navigation map for him. Meanwhile, not far from Tianxuan Peak, Feng Jioga had just absorbed a trace of Morning Sun's spiritual energy and was about to return when she encountered several young men on the way. The leader, clad in white and wielding a long sword at his waist, regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze. You are the new disciple of Tianxuan Peak. Indeed. Feng Jioga replied with a slight nod. 3 years prior, the peak master of Tianxuan had taken on a mortal body as a disciple, causing quite a stir within the Duxian sect. Now, with another disciple under her wing, he was keen to discern what differences existed between her and Li Xian. The young man stated nonchalantly, placing his hand upon his sword, "Draw your sword." Feng Jioga inhaled deeply. Acutely aware that her opponent's cultivation was at the 9th level of true essence, superior to her current self. It was evident that he had come to intimidate her. Chapter 6. A snap of the fingers defeats the king. Feng Jioga, I am bound to win. Feng Jioga felt a twinge of confusion. Having only recently arrived at the Duxian sect, she surmised that few would know of her presence, and she had not offended anyone. Why then, did this individual harbor animosity towards her? Though perplexed, she was not one to shy away from confrontation, since he had sought her out. Even if she was not his equal, she would not retreat. It would merely be a matter of drawing her sword for battle. She reached for her waist, only to realize she possessed no weapon. How absurd. Tianxuan Peak was remarkably stingy. The peak master, Lu Tianxian, had taken her, a phoenix sacred body, as a disciple without providing any resources, least of all a sword. Was it too much to expect a weapon? Did she err in choosing Lu Tianxian as her master? Just as she questioned her decision, the young man discerned her lack of a weapon and scoffed. Without a sword, how can you call yourself a warrior? Who says a warrior must wield a sword? I can fight with my bare hands. Feng Jioga declared, adopting a stance reminiscent of Wing Chun. The young man grew increasingly disdainful. Without a weapon, and with her cultivation inferior to his, victory was assured on his part. Yet, Feng Jioga felt she had a chance. Once she activated her phoenix sacred body, even if he was stronger, she could prevail. The only concern would be the attention it attracted. Just as the young man was about to draw his sword, in the distance, a voice echoed, "Who dares to bully my junior sister?" A figure rushed forward, positioning himself in front of Feng Jioga. It was none other than Li Xian. Upon seeing him, the young man in white smiled coldly. "Li Xian, you have finally arrived. I have heard you were playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger." Li Xian recognized his opponent and replied, "You are from the Jingyun Peak." Among the 7 sects of the Duxian Gate, the number of disciples from the other 6 peaks was considerable, apart from the Tianxuan Peak. Li Xian was familiar with some of these figures. The young man before him had been encountered during the martial arts conference of the 7 sections. He was a senior brother from Jingyun Peak. "Indeed, I am Wang Zheng of Jingyun Peak. You have injured junior brother Zhang Bai, and I have come today to seek retribution for him. Since you are the target, why must you trouble my junior sister? Then it is unfortunate for her to be your junior sister. Furthermore, I am curious to see if the new disciple of Master Lu is merely an ordinary body." Wang Zheng sneered. Li Xian furrowed his brow upon hearing this. You, at the 9th level of true essence, would dare to trouble my junior sister. A novice in true essence? Do you not think that is excessive? The survival of the fittest has always been the way of the world. What is excessive about it? However, since you have appeared, let us have you fight on her behalf. Feng Zhouge then stepped past Li Xian, declaring, since you have challenged me, there is no need to involve my senior brother. I shall fight you myself. She, the reincarnation of an empress, did not require an ordinary body to shield her. Li Xian gazed at Feng Zhouge, who, despite her slender form, resolutely stood in front of him, feeling a sense of gratitude. His junior sister truly cared for him. Do not worry, junior sister. I do not regard him as a threat, being merely at the true essence stage, Li Xian said with a faint smile. Feng Zhouge paused. Wait, you, an ordinary body, are still boasting at this moment? Your cultivation is merely at the refining qi stage. Suddenly, she realized a significant issue. Just 2 days prior, she could discern Li Xian's cultivation level as refining qi. But now, why could she not perceive it? Had his cultivation progressed? No, even if it had. She should not sense any fluctuations. What was happening? Feng Zhouge sensed a disconcerting anomaly. You two can come at me together, Wang Zheng proclaimed, sword in hand, standing proudly. The young men behind him could not help but praise him. As expected of senior brother Wang, such audacity. Indeed, 1 against 2, impressive. He possesses a superior spiritual body. Truly one of the top talents of our Jingyun Peak. The 5 types of physiques in the martial arts world include ordinary body, spiritual body, treasure body, royal body, and saint body. Beyond the ordinary body, the other 4 are further subdivided into inferior, average, and superior categories. The superior spiritual body is the finest among them. Within the Duxian Gate, he was indeed considered a minor genius. Hearing the flattery, Wang Zheng's expression brimmed with pride, while Li Xian displayed a hint of peculiarity. Well, you have summoned both a soul realm cultivator and a reincarnated empress to fight together? Impressive. I respect your boldness. If you will not make a move, then I shall take the initiative, Wang Zheng said coldly, launching the first strike towards Li Xian and Feng Zhouge. Yet, Li Xian stood there, flicking his finger with a subtle motion. A surge of true essence erupted forth. Bang! The long sword in Wang Zheng's hand shattered, sending him hurtling several hundred meters, crashing through 7 or 8 large trees before finally coming to a halt. He lay on the ground, unsure of how many bones were broken. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Even Feng Zhouge couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Defeated in a single move by someone at the 9th level of true essence, Li Xian's cultivation was certainly not that of an ordinary qi refinement stage. He was at least at the spirit C stage. Had he been masquerading as a simpleton all along, and right under the nose of this empress? Contemplating this, her lips twitched slightly. As an esteemed empress, how could she have misjudged him? Li Xian was indeed an intriguing man. She recalled the comparison with the yin-yang celestial measure. Within a month, she would at least need to advance to the spirit C stage to have any hope of surpassing Li Xian. Moreover, a typical practitioner at the spirit C stage would likely stand little chance against him. At the very least, she would need to reach the 9th level of the spirit C. Achieving such a leap from the 3rd level of true essence to the 9th level of the spirit C in merely a month. This was an almost insurmountable task for an ordinary martial artist, and posed considerable difficulty even for Feng Zhouge. Yet, she did not waver. Rather, an indomitable spirit surged within her. She knew the yin-yang celestial measure would never choose a naturally mundane body as its comparison object. That would be far too easy. Indeed, this was where the challenge lay. As Feng Zhouge's fighting spirit ignited, several disciples from Jingyun Peak stood dumbfounded at the sight of Wang Zheng being sent flying. How could he be so powerful? This is astonishing. Wang Zheng was utterly outmatched. They recoiled several steps in fear, casting wary glances at Li Xian. Then, they fled, not daring to linger. As they departed, they couldn't resist uttering a few harsh words. Li Xian, this matter will not be so easily settled by Jingyun Peak. Just you wait. Though their threats were uttered swiftly, their retreat was even swifter, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Observing this, Li Xian smirked and glanced at Wang Zheng, who lay on the ground, his lips twitching slightly. You might as well take him away. He couldn't be bothered with them, and turned his attention to Feng Zhouge. Junior sister, are you all right? I'm fine. Feng Zhouge shook her head, reaching out to grasp Li Xian's arm, her delicate hand exploring him gently. Li Xian was taken aback. Junior sister, at such a tender age. You are already coveting your brother's charms. And so audaciously, in broad daylight. Ahem, I was merely checking to see if you were injured. Feng Zhuge coughed lightly, speaking with righteous indignation. It was only then that Li Xian realized the situation. So that was it. After using a special method to assess Li Xian's aptitude, Feng Zhuge felt a wave of relief. Indeed, he was of the mundane body. His cultivation would not exceed the Spirit Sea stage, and in their comparison a month later, I shall emerge victorious. Chapter 7. Little Cotton-Padded Jacket. Feng Zhuge. Dare you make a wager with me? Feng Zhuge maintained an optimistic outlook regarding the upcoming comparison. Upon returning to Tianxuan Peak with Li Xian, she immersed herself in her training, confident in her impending victory. However, the sudden transformation of Li Xian from a mere qi refining practitioner to a formidable Spirit Sea realm warrior placed considerable pressure upon her. The tale of Li Xian's cunning ruse, akin to a pig feigning ignorance while devouring a tiger, swiftly spread within the ranks of the Immortal Crossing sect, leaving many astonished. How could a mere mortal body become so powerful? Defeating a 9th-level true essence realm practitioner with a single strike, was this still a mortal body? There must be some hidden secret behind this individual. Yet, for the Jingyun Peak, the specifics of Li Xian's secret were of little consequence. What truly mattered was the repeated defeats suffered by their disciples at her hands. Did they not care for their reputation? Atop Jingyun Peak, a man clad in white sat cross-legged, while several disciples nearby exaggeratedly recounted Li Xian's exploits. Not only had she vanquished Wang Zheng with a single move, but she had also brazenly declared that even if the senior brother of Jingyun Peak were to confront her personally, she would not regard him highly. Senior brother. She is slapping your face with her words. One disciple lamented. If we do not reclaim our honor, Jingyun Peak shall struggle to hold its head high within the Immortal Crossing sect. Upon hearing this, the white-clad man raised an eyebrow. Did she truly say that? Yes, indeed. The disciple replied, somewhat sheepishly. Observing his demeanor, the white-clad man discerned the truth. With a cold huff, he remarked, you sought trouble with her and were ultimately defeated. And now you have the audacity to ask me to intervene? A bunch of inept fools. The disciple, upon hearing this, dared not retort. At that moment, a young man approached, adorned in an elegant azure robe, with a long sword hanging gracefully at his waist, exuding an extraordinary aura. He offered a faint smile and said, brother, regardless of the circumstances, Jingyun Peak has indeed lost face this time. It is unacceptable not to seek retribution. As the senior brother of Jingyun Peak and a master of the Void Realm, it would be beneath your dignity to confront someone as trivial as a Spirit Sea Realm practitioner. Allow me to take on this task instead. The white-clad youth regarded him thoughtfully and replied, the 7 veins of the Immortal Crossing sect are united as one. While it is acceptable to restore our honor, we must refrain from excessive measures. Rest assured, brother, I shall exercise my discretion, the young man assured him. Meanwhile, at Tianxuan Peak, Feng Zhuge had practiced diligently for an entire morning, her stomach now audibly protesting with hunger. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted from a nearby kitchen, causing her eyes to brighten and her fingers to itch with anticipation as she hurried to the door for a meal. However, she felt this eagerness was somewhat undignified, so she composed herself and deliberately slowed her pace, stepping gracefully out of the wooden cottage. Li Xian, busy in the kitchen, noticed Feng Zhuge's arrival and smiled. Junior sister, please hold on a moment. The meal is nearly ready. Ahem, brother, take your time. I am not particularly hungry, Feng Zhuge replied nonchalantly. Yet, her stomach betrayed her with an audible growl. Blushing, she muttered, it seems my digestion is not quite optimal. Understood, Li Xian replied, not exposing her feeble lie. Once the meal was prepared, he invited Feng Zhuge to the table. As she gazed at the delicious array of dishes, she swallowed hard and picked up her chopsticks to eat. For reasons unknown, despite having savored countless delicacies in her previous life, she suddenly found that nothing compared to Li Xian's cooking. Was he secretly adding something to the food? Had she become addicted? As Feng Zhuge contemplated, her chopsticks did not cease their rhythmic dance. As the empress, she ate with an elegance that betrayed no hint of gluttony. Yet, the dishes on the table were swiftly devoured as if by a tempest. Li Xuandu was astonished. How could she consume her meal so rapidly while maintaining such grace? Truly, she was deserving of her title as empress. Even a simple meal was rendered extraordinary in her presence. Before long, 4 dishes and a soup, accompanied by a large pot of rice, were entirely consumed, with the majority having found its way into Feng Zhuge's belly, which had noticeably expanded. In a certain sense, one might say that she had indeed indulged herself. Upon finishing her meal, Feng Jioge did not exit as she had on previous occasions. Instead, she rose to assist Li Xuandu in clearing the table. The sight brought a glimmer of hope to Li Xuandu. Finally, someone was there to share the burden of household chores. His little junior sister was not a disappointment after all. However, a cacophony of clattering erupted from the kitchen, prompting him to rush in. To his dismay, he found shattered plates and bowls strewn across the floor, with Feng Jioge staring at the chaos in panic. Attempting to maintain her composure, she stammered, "My hand slipped." She bent down to gather the shards, but Li Xuandu, with a resigned sigh, intervened, saying, "Junior sister, perhaps you should rest. Allow me to handle this." If this continued, his kitchen would surely be in ruins. Indeed, it was too much to expect an empress to help with dishwashing. Embarrassed, Feng Jioge exited the kitchen. As she turned her back to Li Xuandu, she couldn't help but blush. She had not anticipated that washing dishes could be so troublesome. As an empress, she had never been one to take advantage of others. Having received so much care from Li Xuandu, she felt compelled to contribute in some way, which had motivated her to assist with the dishes. Yet, it had ended in disaster. She lamented her lack of experience with such domestic tasks. It was not her style to exploit others. "I must devise a way to repay him. Alas, my current abilities are insufficient. Will I have to wait until later to reward him properly?" Feng Jioge mused. At that moment, a detached voice echoed from outside. "I am Luo Xiun from Jingyun Peak, here to challenge the esteemed senior brother of Tianxuan Peak." Though the voice was not loud, it resonated throughout half of Tianxuan Peak. Upon hearing this, Feng Jioge's eyes sparkled with opportunity. Here was her chance to shine. She stepped out of the wooden cabin and spotted Luo Xiun not far away, clad in a water-blue robe. A glimmer of realization crossed her mind. This aura signified a precious physique. Luo Xiun had come to challenge her, unabashedly revealing his formidable presence. Feng Jioge sensed the unique energy emanating from him. It was indeed the water source physique. This particular physique naturally resonated with water attributes. And one could say that cultivating water-related techniques and martial arts would yield remarkable results. While such a physique was rare and precious in the eyes of most martial artists, to Feng Jioge, it was merely ordinary, nowhere near the magnificence of her phoenix sacred body. She approached and said coolly, "If you wish to challenge my senior brother, you must first surpass me." Just then, Li Xuandu emerged, and upon hearing Feng Jioge's declaration, he felt a surge of emotion. Was this what it felt like to have a caring junior sister? She truly was a precious warmth in his life. However, he cast a glance at Luo Xiun and discerned that the latter possessed cultivation at the Spirit Sea realm. In a true confrontation, Feng Jioge might not be his match. Luo Xiun, in turn, recognized Feng Jioge's true essence cultivation and scoffed, "With such trivial true essence, you are hardly worth my attention." Li Xian, who initially intended to dismiss Luo Xiun, felt a flicker of inspiration upon hearing this and approached with a smile, saying, "Do you believe that within a month, my junior sister will be able to defeat you?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xiun let out a cold huff, a delusional dream. "But do you dare to wager?" Chapter 8. Establishing the bet. "Brother, why are you so kind to me?" "Wager?" Luo Xiun raised an eyebrow, realizing that Li Xian was employing a provocation tactic. However, if he refused, it would only serve to indicate his lack of confidence. He replied nonchalantly, "What do you propose we wager? I have heard that the renowned sword pavilion on the surging cloud peak houses many exquisite swords. If my junior sister wins, shall we allow her to choose one?" At this, Feng Jioge was momentarily taken aback. The other party actually sought to assist her in acquiring a sword. Ding! Favorability from Feng Jioge too. Li Xian smiled faintly. At this rate, it seemed his junior sister's favorability would soon be maximized. He pondered what might transpire if her favorability became exceedingly high. Perhaps she would begin to regard him as kin. Such a notion was not without merit. Feng Jioge was the reincarnation of the Empress and would undoubtedly become an extraordinary figure in the future. Having such a close relationship would be the envy of many. Luo Xiun furrowed his brow, stating, "The sword pavilion is a sacred ground of surging cloud peak. I have no authority to permit entry for sword selection. Alas, if that is the case, then let us forego the fight. Engaging in such a battle yields no benefit. It is better not to contend." Li Xian sighed. "I accept your wager." At that moment, a voice resonated from the clouds. A man clad in white gracefully descended. It was none other than Luo Tian. the eldest senior brother of surging Cloud Peak and one of the most prominent figures among the younger generation of the Immortal Crossing sect. It was said that his cultivation had already reached the void-piercing realm. Luo Tian had initially followed Luo Ziyun out of concern, but was taken aback by Li Xian's unexpected wager. Moreover, he noticed that Li Xian had changed. Previously, he had encountered Li Xian as a mere mortal with insignificant qi cultivation. Yet now, though he remained a mortal, there was an unfathomable aura about him that inspired a sense of wariness. This transformation piqued his curiosity. What had transpired to evoke such a significant change? Or perhaps Li Xian had merely concealed his true abilities all along. Furthermore, Feng Jioge intrigued him. She appeared to be quite young, around 12 or 13 years old, yet already possessed true essence cultivation. Her profound physique was equally enigmatic, eluding his understanding. Thus, he acquiesced to Li Xian's proposal, eager to witness a confrontation between Luo Ziyun and Feng Jioge, hoping to ascertain the latter's true capabilities. He even sought to gauge Li Xian through Feng Jioge. I am the eldest senior brother of surging Cloud Peak. If your junior sister can truly best Ziyun, I shall take it upon myself to grant her access to the sword pavilion to select a sword, Luo Tian stated calmly. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, a slight smile crept upon his lips, and he declared, "It is settled. However, I shall grant you merely half a month. If, after this period, you, my junior sister, fail to best Ziyun, I shall demand that you ascend to my Jingyun Peak and apologize to Zhang Bai and Wang Zheng." Luo Tian stated calmly, outlining his conditions. "It is their fault. Why must my senior brother apologize?" Feng Jiogong expressed her dissatisfaction. Yet, Li Xian waved his hand dismissively. "It's of no consequence. I have agreed." "Very well. Then we shall meet at the Duxian Arena in half a month." The Duxian Arena, as the name implies, serves as the martial arena for the Duxian sect, where many engage in sparring or settle personal grudges. With that said, Luo Tian departed with Luo Ziyun. Feng Jiogong gazed at their retreating figures, her brow furrowed. "Senior brother, why did you acquiesce to such an insolent demand?" "Ah, my junior sister, within the Duxian sect, all resources must be contended for through strength and talent. Though you are a disciple of Tianxuan Peak, regrettably, our peak has never been held in high regard within the Duxian sect. We are often overlooked when it comes to resources. If you wish to expedite your cultivation, this is the only way." Feng Jiogong understood. Li Xian was striving to showcase her innate abilities in order to garner the attention of the Duxian sect's higher-ups, thus acquiring greater martial resources. He was willing to wager his own dignity on this outcome. Should she falter, Li Xian would indeed need to apologize to Zhang Bai and Wang Zheng. Contemplating this, warmth surged within her heart. In her previous life, she had no senior brothers or sisters, and no one had ever made such sacrifices for her. Ding! Feng Jiogong's favorability increased by 5. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. What fanciful notions had this girl concocted to warrant such an increase in favorability? His intention was merely to motivate Feng Jiogong, encouraging her to strive harder in her cultivation. The more effort she exerted, the stronger he would become. As for apologizing, what a ridiculous notion. Was he the sort to offer apologies? If it came to that, and Feng Jiogong truly lost, he would unleash his Yuan Shun realm cultivation. Apologizing, Zhang Bai and Wang Zheng would need to be prepared for that. "Rest assured, senior brother, I shall not disappoint you," Feng Jiogong vowed. She resolved to elevate her prowess within the half-month time frame to a level capable of defeating Luo Ziyun at the very least. She must preserve her senior brother's dignity. After all, she had already benefited from his considerable care. She could not allow him to lose face on her behalf. Li Xian ruffled her hair affectionately. "Good, I believe in you, junior sister." Feng Jiogong was momentarily stunned. The esteemed female emperor was actually being patted on the head. Her cheeks flushed, and she nearly shouted in indignation. But upon witnessing the smile on Li Xian's face, her words of reprimand faltered. "Humph, considering your intentions for me, I shall let it slide this time." In the ensuing days, Feng Jiogong dedicated herself to rigorous training. She wished for nothing more than to stretch her 12 hours of practice into even more, and as a phoenix sacred body, once she began to cultivate in earnest, the results were nothing short of formidable. Her cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate, changing almost daily. Correspondingly, Li Xian's own cultivation was also on the rise. Ding! After a night of diligent effort, Feng Jiogong's cultivation advanced from the 3rd true essence to the 4th true essence. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 4th level of the Yuan spirit. After a night of diligent effort, Feng Jioge has ascended from the 4th to the 5th level of true essence. With another day and night of hard work, she has progressed from the 5th level to the 7th level of true essence, and the host has also advanced to the 7th level of Yuan spirit. Feng Jioge's cultivation seems to change daily, and Li Xian's cultivation too has seen remarkable progress, filling him with joy. However, as he observes Feng Jioge's relentless ascent, he feels a pang of sympathy for his dedicated junior sister. With her striving so hard while he merely coasts along, he feels a twinge of guilt and resolves to prepare a special meal to reward her. Descending the mountain to procure ingredients, he is greeted by an enticing aroma of medicinal herbs wafting from a nearby range. To his astonishment, he spots a spirit mushroom radiating ethereal energy growing on a cliff. What a treasure! If he were to brew this mushroom into a soup, his junior sister would undoubtedly experience a significant boost in her cultivation. A smile graces his lips as he swiftly approaches the cliff, reaching for the mushroom. But suddenly, a massive python lunges at him, attempting to bite. Unfazed, Li Xian casually strikes with a palm, sending the serpent plummeting off the cliff, lifeless upon impact. He pays it no mind. The creature exuded a heavy malevolence, having likely consumed many lives. Its demise could be seen as a service to the community. After plucking the spirit mushroom, he hums a cheerful tune on his way home, where he prepares a chicken soup infused with the precious ingredient. At dinner, Feng Jioge's keen eye immediately recognizes the extraordinary nature of the mushroom within the soup. Such valuable herbs are often guarded by formidable beasts. Even if Li Xian is a practitioner at the spirit sea level, acquiring this mushroom must have demanded considerable effort. She imagines a fierce battle between him and the beast to secure it, her heart stirring with emotion as she gazes at him, who is smiling and urging her to drink the soup. Overwhelmed, she murmurs, "Brother, why are you so good to me?" A notification chimes. Feng Jioge's affection level, 10. Li Xian is momentarily taken aback. At this rate, it won't be long before her affection for him reaches its peak. This girl is far too easily moved. What of the so-called empress? Beneath it all, she is merely a young girl yearning for love. He reaches out to gently stroke her hair and muses, "As my junior sister, who else should I treat well if not you? Brother, rest assured, once I become powerful, I will never allow anyone to bully you. Whatever you desire, I will provide." Feng Jioge vows, taking a deep breath. This is a promise from the empress. Li Xian is taken aback, then chuckles, "Very well. I shall await your rise in strength. The stronger you become, the stronger I will grow. Let us strive together, dear junior sister." After finishing her chicken soup, Feng Jioge resumed her training with unwavering diligence. Time swiftly passed, and in just half a month, she ascended to the 9th level of true essence. Now only a step away from the spirit sea realm. Though she had yet to reach the spirit sea, Feng Jioge brimmed with confidence for the impending battle. While I may not have attained the spirit sea realm yet, my phoenix sacred body makes crossing realms in combat entirely feasible. Soon, Li Xian brought Feng Jioge to the arena of the Duxian sect. Today marked the day of the challenge, and many from the Duxian sect had heard of this battle. Their curiosity piqued, drawing them to witness the event. However, doubts lingered regarding Feng Jioge's ability to secure victory. After all, how could one hope to contend with a spirit sea warrior after merely half a month of training? A young man in the crowd, Zhang Bai from the Jingyan Peak, remarked coolly. Having fully recovered from his injuries, he sneered at Li Xian. "Li Xian, I await your apology at Jingyan Peak." He was aware of the wager's terms, and Wang Zheng stood beside him, glaring at Li Xian. "I too await you." Li Xian yawned. "You might be waiting a lifetime." "Humph. Do you truly think that girl beside you can compare with senior brother Luo? Don't make me laugh." Zhang Bai scoffed. Li Xian chose not to engage in further argument, allowing the facts to speak for themselves. Before long, two figures descended from the heavens, Luo Tian and Luo Ziyun. Luo Ziyun landed on the arena, a long sword at his side, gazing indifferently at Feng Jioge. "Come up. I will try to go easy on you." Feng Jioge leapt onto the arena, meeting Luo Ziyun's gaze with calm resolve. "The outcome remains uncertain." "Huh. Let me see what progress you've made in these past half-month," Luo Ziyun challenged. Without hesitation, Feng Jioge unleashed her cultivation aura, true essence, at the 9th level. Luo Ziyun's pupils narrowed in disbelief. Just half a month ago, she was merely at the 2nd or 3rd level of true essence. How could she have advanced to the 9th level so swiftly? Shocked, he inhaled sharply. Luo Tian's eyes flickered, Recognizing that this woman was indeed remarkable, Feng Jioge initiated her attack, refraining from using weapons yet delivering powerful palm strikes that were astonishingly layered. This was a superior martial skill, the overlapping waves palm. Luo Ziyun recognized her technique. Martial skills are classified as inferior, middle, superior, extreme, and supreme, with the supreme skills being exceptionally rare. Only fully executable by those of supreme mastery. Generally, superior martial skills represent the pinnacle accessible to most practitioners. Within the Duxian sect, there are merely a few dozen superior martial skills, and the overlapping waves palm is among them. I can perform the overlapping waves palm as well, Luo Ziyun declared, demonstrating the same technique, infused with water attributes, perfectly suited to his water body constitution. As he executed the move, vapor swirled around them, and waves surged forth, emitting a faint howling sound. Bang! With a resounding clash of palms, Feng Jioge was forced back several steps. Luo Ziyun chuckled with satisfaction, acknowledging, I admit, your progress in just half a month is indeed remarkable, yet you have yet to ascend to the Spirit Sea realm. The victor of this battle shall undoubtedly be me. He laughed heartily, a mist of water enveloping him, then slowly drew the sword from his waist. In an instant, a torrent of water-infused sword energy surged forth from the blade. Water treasure body, activate. His aura surged dramatically, the surrounding mist swirling around him. Child, unleash your potential and let me witness it. Feng Jioge understood that her realm was inferior to Luo Ziyun's. To triumph over him, she had no choice but to tap into her innate abilities. Thus, she hesitated no longer. If you wish to witness my potential, I shall oblige. As her words fell, blazing flames flickered around her, causing the air to become blisteringly hot, evaporating the surrounding mist. Behind her, a phoenix engulfed in crimson flames soared into the sky, its piercing cry echoing through the heavens. Within 100 miles, countless birds shrieked in response to Feng Jioge's presence, a symphony of avian cries heralding the phoenix's call. Not only the birds, but the crowd felt a slight tremor coursing through their bodies, instinctively sensing a primal fear. This was the holy body exerting dominance over other forms of existence, akin to the pressure of a superior over an inferior. Within the Daoxian sect, the elders sensed the fluctuations emanating from the phoenix holy body and turned their gazes toward Feng Jioge, their hearts in turmoil. A resonance among all bodies. This is the emergence of the holy body. That phoenix manifestation is the legendary phoenix holy body. Has our Daoxian sect given birth to a holy body? Who could it be? The elders became restless. Even the sect leader found it hard to maintain composure. They all rushed toward Feng Jioge's location. Meanwhile, on the arena, Luo Ziyun was rendered dumbstruck by the revelation of Feng Jioge's phoenix holy body. It was utterly terrifying. Before the holy body, his water treasure body was rendered powerless, trembling uncontrollably. Even though his cultivation surpassed Feng Jioge's, it was of little consequence, for he was merely one realm above her. In contrast, her phoenix holy body was 2 levels superior to his. Following the treasure body was the king body, and only after that could one attain the holy body. The holy body was a rarity not only within the Daoxian sect, but throughout the entire Tianxuan Continent. How could his opponent be a holy body? Luo Ziyun felt a profound sense of despair. Meanwhile, Luo Tian, astonished, turned to the composed Li Xian, suddenly comprehending the source of his confidence. With a holy body, he too would feel assured in securing the wager. He knew that Luo Ziyun had already lost. The moment Feng Jioge manifested her phoenix holy body, the outcome was irrevocably sealed. On the arena, surrounded by blazing phoenix flames, Feng Jioge unleashed a punch, the conflagration converging into a fiery fist that struck Luo Ziyun. He was almost entirely defenseless as he was sent tumbling off the stage. A battle of true essence realm against spirit sea realm. Feng Jioge emerged victorious against the odds, and with an overwhelming display of power. This, indeed, is the terror of the sacred body. Feng Jioge turned to Li Xian below the arena and smiled brightly. Senior brother, I have one. Li Xian nodded slightly, exclaiming, well done. He had no doubt about Feng Jioge's victory. At that moment, swish, swish, swish. Shadows darted in from afar, their gazes fixed on Feng Jioge, filled with fervent intensity. What a domineering aura. Truly, it is the phoenix sacred body. This presence surpasses that of most fire attribute royal bodies. Moreover, the phoenix sacred body possesses not only fire attributes, but also a superior life attribute. It is said that the phoenix can be reborn through fire. This young woman's future is limitless. However, she appears rather unfamiliar. Which sect does she belong to? One elder at the forefront scanned the crowd. Li Xian stepped forward with poise and replied coolly, "Respected elders, she is my junior sister, a disciple of Tianxuan Peak." Tianxuan Peak disciple? Several elders were visibly taken aback. How could that fellow Lu Tianxian have taken such an exceptional disciple? Chapter 10. The Contest for the Sacred Body. I choose to stay by my senior brother's side. How could that fellow Lu Tianxian have taken such an exceptional disciple? Upon hearing that Feng Jiugu was from Tianxuan Peak, the elders were momentarily stunned. One elder couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, "Such a waste. It is truly too wasteful for such a talent to remain at Tianxuan Peak. Lu Tianxian may be powerful, but he is not one to take charge. Such a promising talent in his hands will surely lead to ruin. Indeed, this young woman should join our Tianhua Peak. No, she should rightfully enter my 1hr Peak. What 1hr Peak? She is the Phoenix Sacred Body, a fire attribute, and thus should join my Tianhua Peak. Only we are most suited to nurture her. Humph, my Xiantian Peak is the foremost among the 7 peaks. She should enter my Xiantian Peak, where she can become a cornerstone of our Duxian sect in the future. Join my Tianhua Peak. Join my Xiantian Peak. Are you all looking to brawl?" The elders began to argue. The disciples below watched in astonishment. These were the esteemed elders, yet they were now squabbling over Feng Jiugu, disregarding their dignity. The allure of the sacred body is evidently immense. Amidst the uproar, Li Xian stepped forward, stating, "Elders, my junior sister is already a member of Tianxuan Peak. If you insist on recruiting her, I fear my master may not consent." Upon hearing this, several elders turned their gazes sharply to Li Xian, their brows furrowing. Lu Tianxian indeed presented a dilemma. The opponent is extraordinarily powerful, reputed to be half a step to supremacy. Moreover, that was several years ago. No one truly knows the extent of their current prowess. Although they were wary of Lu Tianxian, Li Xian's words still left them feeling somewhat disgraced. One elder snorted lightly. "We are discussing matters here. What qualifications does a mere disciple like you have to interject?" He gradually emanated a formidable pressure, attempting to intimidate Li Xian. Yet, his oppressive presence fell upon Li Xian like a mud cow sinking into the sea, vanishing without a trace, utterly failing to exert any influence over him. The elder was astonished. What cultivation level does this individual possess? How could he disregard his oppressive aura? Is he not merely an ordinary body? At that moment, on the distant Tianxian Peak, an astonishing wave of true essence transformed into a golden column, piercing the heavens and stirring the clouds in all directions. A vast pressure descended. Several elders felt as though their bodies were crushed by towering mountains, uncontrollably plummeting from the sky and crashing to the ground. Descending from Tianxian Peak was a figure with white hair and red eyes, graceful in form, who spoke lightly. "Who among you wishes to seize my disciple?" The newcomer was none other than Lu Tianxian. The elders, feeling her oppressive aura, were left trembling in fear. This individual remains as terrifying as ever. Suddenly, a wave of pressure emanated from the void, jointly blocking Lu Tianxuan's oppressive force. Lu Tianxian furrowed her brow and looked towards the direction of the 7 peaks, saying coolly, "You old fellows, why do you hide? Come forth and speak." Ripples spread through the void, revealing several figures, the peak masters from the 7 veins, all of whom held status equal to Lu Tianxian. Each individual possessed at least the cultivation of a battle king. Even the leader of the crossing immortal sect appeared. Like Lu Tianxian, he had white hair, but his eyes were not red. Instead, they radiated a sense of tranquility. He exuded an air of scholarly elegance that naturally endeared him to others. "Greetings, esteemed leader." The crowd bowed in unison. The leader of the crossing immortal sect nodded slightly, indicating there was no need for formality. He then turned his gaze to Feng Jiugu, stating, "It is indeed a rare achievement for our sect to have a sacred body, which is a good thing. Let us not quarrel. She may choose which peak to join on her own." A red-haired man stepped forward and addressed Feng Jiugu. "Our Tianhua Peak specializes in various fire attribute techniques and martial skills. While I may not be a fire attribute sacred body, I embody a fire attribute royal body. I can impart all my knowledge and insights regarding this physique to you, saving you from numerous detours in the early stages." He was casting his lot, hoping to win over Feng Jiugu. Seeing this, the other peak masters quickly offered their own conditions. Only Lu Tianxian yawned. Feng Jioge glanced at her, seemingly seeking her opinion. Lu Tianxian shrugged. Don't look at me. Tianxian Peak is utterly impoverished, lacking in resources. If you wish to join another peak, I shall not stand in your way. Upon hearing this, the other peak masters chuckled, surprised by Lu Shimi's honesty. Indeed, it was a miracle that Tianxian Peak had not yet collapsed. They felt assured that this time, it was secure. Tianxian Peak had no means to retain a sacred body. Feng Jioge then turned to Li Xian. He smiled back at her, saying, regardless of your choice, the doors of Tianxian Peak will always remain open for you. I understand now. Feng Jioge inhaled deeply. I choose to stay at Tianxian Peak. The crowd fell silent in astonishment. What? Dear girl, do not be swayed by your emotions. This is a matter of profound significance for your entire life. Reflect carefully before you respond. The Tianxian Peak lacks resources. How can it nurture you? Feng Jioge replied, indeed, Tianxian Peak is not abundant in resources. Yet during my time here, I have thrived, and my senior brother has treated me exceptionally well. Regardless of what transpires, I shall not depart. I am acutely aware that I require resources for my cultivation. However, remaining at Tianxian Peak does not equate to a lack of resources. Let us not forget, I possess the Yin-Yang celestial measuring ruler. As long as I surpass Li Xian in comparison, what need do I have for additional resources? Furthermore, Li Xian has provided me with warmth during this period. The mere thought of leaving Tianxian Peak and potentially parting ways with him fills my heart with a sense of oppression. Thus, I choose to heed my heart's desire and remain at Tianxian Peak. While resources are indeed vital for cultivation, it is equally important to attain clarity of thought. Only by staying beside my senior brother can I achieve this. You must be reluctant to part with your senior brother. In that case, I can invite Li Xian to join Tianhua Peak so that you may remain companions, proposed the master of Tianhua Peak. In the past, he would have scorned a mere mortal body, yet now, in his eagerness to recruit Feng Jioge as a disciple, he found it inconsequential to accept another mortal. However, scarcely had he spoken when a chill pierced the air. Lu Tianxian regarded him with a cold huff. To steal one of my disciples is one thing. But now you wish to seize both of them? You insolent red-haired fool, do you take me for a pushover? In response, the master of Tianhua Peak said, I act for the sake of the sacred body. Poppycock, I have allowed her to choose for herself. She desires to remain at Tianxian Peak. Yet you persist in your entanglement. Do you find me easy to bully? Lu Tianxuan's aura surged forth, her true essence igniting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing a cacophony of the Tao to resonate. The clouds above roiled as thunder rumbled, resembling ferocious beasts poised to strike at any moment. The terrifying pressure compelled all present to change countenance. The leader of the crossing immortal sect hastily interjected, Junior sister, please temper your anger. The junior brother acts with the sacred body's best interests in mind. Since the sacred body wishes to remain at Tianxian Peak, we shall naturally honor her wishes. Henceforth, we shall rely on you to take care of her. Lu Tianxian reined in her aura with a satisfied huff. Now that is more like it. Chapter 11. Lu Tianxian's inspection. The tumult over the sacred body gradually subsided. Lu Tianxian returned to Tianxian Peak with Li Xian and Feng Jioge. Upon their return, Lu Tianxian could not contain her laughter. Wonderful, wonderful. Our Tianxian Peak has finally garnered some prestige. With the sacred body, I shall have greater confidence when requesting spirit stones from my senior brother. Moreover, even if Feng Jioge does not join another peak, when it comes to resource allocation, my senior brother will undoubtedly consider the sacred body and grant us more. Observing the beaming Lu Tianxian, Li Xian could not help but twitch his mouth. She had just feigned indifference before others, yet now, in the comfort of her own abode, she reveled in triumph. It seemed that once she acquired spirit stones, she would likely squander them on indulgences, leaving little for her two disciples. This woman is truly insufferable. Lu Tianxian gazed at Feng Jioge with increasing satisfaction. Very well. You may find a place to cultivate on your own. She then turned her attention to Li Xian, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes as she casually remarked, Li Xian, accompany me to the cave dwelling. To the master's cave dwelling? Li Xian paused, momentarily taken aback. It was his first time, and he could not help but wonder what it might be like. Following Lu Tianxian, he arrived at her cave, which was somewhat different from his imagination. The dwelling was modest, adorned with simplicity, a wardrobe, a table, a few paintings, and most prominently, a large pink bed. Perhaps due to Lu Tianxuan's frequent presence, The atmosphere here was imbued with her essence, fragrant and elegant, a delightful scent. Upon returning to the cave, Lu Tianxian reclined on the bed, stretching languidly. Her graceful curves fully displayed before Li Xian. What made his heart race was her long, straight legs. One could surmise they were longer than his own life. Lu Tianxian patted the empty space beside her, her smile enchanting. "Would you like to come and sit?" Li Xian gasped. Was she trying to seduce him? How could anyone withstand such temptation? He nearly lost control, yet the thought that Lu Tianxuan's unusual behavior today was not without reason restrained him. "Master is jesting." "I shall stand," he replied. "Do not." "Standing is exhausting," Lu Tianxian said. With a flick of her sleeve, a ribbon shot out, wrapping around Li Xian's waist. And with a pull, he found himself uncontrollably tumbling towards the pink bed. The suddenness of the assault left him momentarily disoriented, instinctively reaching out to grasp something to steady himself. Then he found himself softly landing atop Lu Tianxian. Dazed, he realized his hand was resting on her chest. Lu Tianxuan's expression remained indifferent. "Have you had enough?" Li Xian hurriedly scrambled to his feet, apologizing. Disciple has offended. Yet internally, he mused that it was she who had made the first move. Could he truly be blamed? Of course. Voicing such thoughts might well have him barred from leaving the cave that night. "Your reaction hardly resembles that of a practitioner of the Yuanshan realm," Lu Tianxian observed, piercingly discerning Li Xian's cultivation level. Startled, Li Xian acknowledged her acumen. Indeed, she had seen through his current state with remarkable clarity. She had been testing him all along. "Master S' insight is unparalleled. Nothing escapes your gaze," he reflected. "Speak. How did you cultivate to the Yuanshan realm?" Lu Tianxian inquired. Initially, upon discovering Li Xian's cultivation level, she had doubted whether he had been possessed, but after a thorough examination with her spiritual sense, she found no signs of such an occurrence. His soul remained intact. As for whether he had employed some secret technique to conceal his true self, she scoffed. No one could possess her disciple under her watchful eye and mask their soul fluctuations. Not even an emperor could manage such a feat. "Everything follows what master has taught." Li Xian replied. "When did I ever teach you that?" Lu Tianxian blinked, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Li Xian's lips twitched slightly. "Are you even aware that you haven't taught me at all?" Lu Tianxian realized that she had been somewhat remiss in her duties as a mentor. She cleared her throat and beckoned Li Xian over. Li Xian obediently approached her. Observing his demeanor, Lu Tianxian felt a sense of satisfaction. She then began to explore his physique, her hands gliding over him, not sparing even the most private areas. Li Xian inhaled sharply. Her touch was remarkably soft. After her examination, Lu Tianxian stroked her chin, puzzled. Despite being an ordinary body, how had he cultivated to the realm of the primordial spirit? This was indeed strange. No, this could not possibly be an ordinary body. It must be some unique constitution I have never encountered before, with the ordinary merely a guise. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Lu Tianxian, well versed in the myriad of extraordinary physiques, had encountered countless varieties, even those surpassing the sacred body in her past life. Yet, this so-called ordinary body of Li Xian was a first for her, igniting her immense curiosity. She resolved to examine him further, suggesting he remove his clothing. Li Xian, clutching his shoulders, stammered, "Master, must we?" "Why the hesitation, you big man?" Lu Tianxian replied, her impatience evident. Time passed, and only by midnight did Li Xian, supporting his waist, finally emerge from Lu Tianxuan's cave. After an exhaustive day of scrutiny with no discernible findings, she permitted his departure. Throughout this ordeal, Li Xian suffered greatly. Having a stunning beauty, his nominal master, explore him intimately was a thrill beyond the ordinary. Yet he could only endure the tantalizing torment of being unable to partake. "Very well, if this is how we play, once my cultivation reaches new heights, I shall certainly pin you down and spank you," he mused inwardly. Within the cave, Lu Tianxian observed Li Xian's retreating figure, lost in thought. A miraculous constitution she had never seen before? How fascinating. She wondered what peculiar transformations might arise in the future. "Little Xuanzi, I find myself unexpectedly eager for your progress," she reflected. Upon exiting the cave, Li Xian returned to his wooden dwelling. Just then, he encountered Feng Jioga, who had just finished her training. She approached him to greet him, but was taken aback by a faint, alluring fragrance wafting from him. It was the scent of Lu Tianxian. What transpired in the Master-S cave? Why does he carry her fragrance? Feng Jioga blinked, curiosity piqued. Yet, for reasons unknown, The scent of another woman on Li Xian stirred a subtle discomfort within her. "Junior sister, have you eaten? Would you like me to prepare a midnight snack for you?" Li Xian asked, remembering that she had likely not eaten since her earlier bout. Feng Jioge felt a warmth in her heart and shook her head. "I'm not hungry. By the way, what did the master summon you for?" Coughing slightly, Li Xian replied, "Oh, it was nothing, just some guidance on my cultivation." "Is that so?" Feng Jioge scrutinized him deeply, but chose not to press further. Eventually, Li Xian prepared 2 bowls of noodles, and they shared a meal together. The following day dawned. While Li Xian was peacefully slumbering, Feng Jioge had already risen to embark on her cultivation. She cast a glance at Li Xian's wooden abode and encouraged herself. Realizing that only a little over 10 days remained until the crucial comparison, she must surpass her senior brother. The reward of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Dao ruler was an absolute necessity for her. Chapter 12. Feng Jioge receives her legacy. Li Xian gains sword intent. Ding. Feng Jioge diligently cultivated for an entire morning. She is now closer to the Spirit Sea realm. Cultivation feedback activated. Congratulations to the host for enhanced powers. Li Xian awoke well past noon, roused by the prompt of the system. After sensing his cultivation level, he was astonished to find himself at the 9th level of the Yuan Shan, just a step away from the Battle King realm. Upon observing Feng Jioge diligently practicing outside, he couldn't help but wonder at her fervor. Shaking his head, he got up to prepare a meal. Then, a thought struck him. Junior sister, do not forget to visit the Jingyun Peak to claim a sword from the Mingjin Pavilion. This was part of his wager with Luo Tian. Now that Feng Jioge had triumphed, it was time for her to acquire her own sword. Feng Jioge had always felt that lacking a suitable weapon severely hampered her combat prowess, so she eagerly accepted the opportunity. Shortly thereafter, she accompanied Li Xian to Jingyun Peak. However, the disciples there were not particularly welcoming, as Li Xian had previously injured Zhang Bai and Wang Zheng, and Feng Jioge had publicly defeated Luo Ziyun, thus bringing disgrace upon Jingyun Peak. It was no surprise that they received cold shoulders. Nevertheless, Li Xian remained unfazed and led Feng Jioge to the summit of Jingyun Peak, where a magnificent pavilion stood. The air was thick with sword energy, emanating a chilling sword intent. This was indeed their destination, the Mingjin Pavilion. It was said that the Mingjin Pavilion was established by the Peak Master of Jingyun Peak, housing swords from various defeated swordsmen. Every disciple who joined Jingyun Peak and practiced the sword path was permitted entry to attempt to gain the recognition of the famed swords within. However, these renowned swords possessed their own spirits, and thus, only a select few had ever successfully claimed a sword from the pavilion. Li Xian believed that Feng Jioge would be among that fortunate few. Upon hearing that Li Xian and his junior sister had arrived to claim a sword, Luo Tian had no intention of breaking their agreement and personally came to open the Mingjin Pavilion. In an instant, sword intent surged forth from within. Feng Jioge's gaze sharpened as she stepped forward with resolve, entering the pavilion. A crowd gathered, eager to witness what this illustrious saint body could retrieve from the Mingjin Pavilion. Once inside, Feng Jioge released the aura of the Phoenix Saint body, causing a chorus of swords to hum and tremble in response. All the swords yearned to acknowledge a saint body as their master. Before the inhabitants of Jingyun Peak, these swords had displayed a proud demeanor, yet before Feng Jioge, they now exhibited a sycophantic demeanor. The vibrating blades seemed to cry out, "Choose me, choose me." However, Feng Jioge regarded these so-called renowned swords with disdain. Her gaze swept across the room until it landed on a sword tucked away in a corner. Unlike the other resplendent blades, this sword was rusted and appeared akin to a piece of scrap metal. Fei Jioge was well aware that within the renowned sword pavilion, it was inconceivable to find a mere piece of scrap iron. This sword undoubtedly possessed extraordinary significance. She stepped forward to inspect it. The moment she grasped the hilt, an enigmatic aura emanated from the blade, stirring the powers of her phoenix sacred body and igniting the phoenix fire. The flames engulfed the sword, gradually erasing the rust and revealing the true visage of the blade. It was a sword as crimson as blood. A phantom of a phoenix seemed to dance along its surface, and as she held the sword, an incomprehensible swordsmanship surged into Fei Jioge's mind. It was a supreme technique known as the Phoenix Sword Art. Outside the sword pavilion, Li Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting Fei Jioge's emergence. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Phoenix Sword Art comprehension detected. Cultivation successful. Congratulations to the host for grasping the perfected level of the Phoenix sword art. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. An uncontrollable sword intent radiated from him. In an instant, Luo Tian's pupils constricted as he turned to Li Xian, his eyes wide with astonishment. For that fleeting moment, he believed Li Xian had transformed into an unparalleled sword phoenix. With just a glance, he felt as though a myriad of sword energies could obliterate him. Yet, that sensation was as fleeting as it was intense, vanishing in an instant. Luo Tian even pondered if it had merely been an illusion. There was undoubtedly a profound secret hidden within Li Xian. He could not possibly be as simple as he appeared. He was certainly not the mundane being others described. A mere mortal could not evoke such a sensation within him. Luo Tian inhaled deeply, and as he regarded Li Xian, a hint of trepidation flickered in his gaze. Meanwhile, within the sword pavilion, flames soared to the heavens. And amidst the blaze, sword energies surged forth, coalescing into a phoenix spiraling in the skies, radiating an astonishing sword intent. This sword intent caused the swords held by everyone present to tremble uncontrollably, a truly remarkable sight. A figure draped in white arrived at the sword pavilion, observing the phoenix formed from sword energies above without surprise. Indeed, she had gained the sword's recognition. This individual was none other than the master of Jing-Yuan Peak. Luo Tian curiously inquired, "Master, which sword?" "That sword was discovered during my early explorations of an ancient site. It is said to have belonged to a venerable being with a fire phoenix body, imbued with that venerable's swordsmanship legacy. Alas, I lacked the fortune to inherit that legacy and thus placed the sword within the sword pavilion, hoping that a prodigious talent would one day gain its recognition. Little did I expect that this remarkable individual would emerge from Tianxuan Peak." The master of Jing-Yuan Peak lamented with a tinge of envy towards Lu Tianxian. Before long, the phoenix composed of sword energies gradually dissipated. Fei Jiugu emerged from the sword pavilion, and all eyes immediately fell upon the sword at her waist. The blade, entirely blood-red, exuded a potent sword intent, shimmering with a radiant light, unmistakably a supreme artifact. Martial weapons, akin to martial arts, are categorized into levels: lower, middle, upper, extreme, supreme, holy, and the legendary imperial level. A supreme artifact, when placed in the Tianxuan Continent, is a rare treasure indeed. As the crowd gazed upon Feng Zhigao, envy stirred within them. Possessing both a holy body and a supreme artifact, along with the legacy of a venerable master, this individual was indeed in a league of their own. With the acquisition of the treasured sword, Feng Zhigao's spirits soared, a smile gracing her features. "Senior brother, I have obtained the sword," she exclaimed. "Very well, let us depart," Li Xian replied, leading Feng Zhigao away under the envious gazes of the onlookers. "Master, are we truly allowing them to leave with the supreme artifact?" one disciple questioned, filled with discontent. The master of Jing-Yuan Peak snorted lightly and replied, "What else can we do? A bet is a bet. Do you think Jing-Yuan Peak cannot bear a loss?" The crux of the matter, however, was that he simply could not contend with Lu Tianxian. "It is all my disciple's fault, if not for the wager between him and Li Xian. How could Feng Zhigao walk away with the supreme artifact?" Luo Tian lamented. Yet, the master of Jing-Yuan Peak remained magnanimous, stating, "What is done is done. There is no need for you to feel remorse. Just remember, from this day forth, Tianxuan Peak shall never be the same. Both Li Xian and Feng Zhigao must be treated with utmost caution. They are not to be underestimated." Chapter 13. The Gift from the Master of Tianhua Peak. With the supreme artifact in hand, Feng Zhigao was in high spirits. Similarly, Li Xian, having mastered the consummate phoenix sword technique and the essence of phoenix sword intent, felt a profound sense of satisfaction as the brother and sister duo returned to Tianxuan Peak, their faces adorned with smiles. Upon their return, Feng Zhigao remarked, "Senior brother, I have just acquired this sword and am yet to familiarize myself with it. I shall go practice for a while." Li Xian couldn't help but marvel at her diligence. As expected of the reincarnation of the Empress, truly relentless, he chuckled, "Go ahead, but do not overexert yourself." "Yes, senior brother," she replied, a flicker of guilt crossing her mind. With senior brother treating her so kindly and assisting her in acquiring this supreme artifact, it felt somewhat disloyal that in the near future she would have to compare herself to him, using him as a stepping stone to acquire resources. What would the comparison with the Yin-Yang heavenly Dao measure be like? Would she have to defeat her senior brother in reality? Feng Jiugao pondered. Answers would only reveal themselves when the comparison began. She decided not to dwell further, opting instead to practice with the sword and become acquainted with the supreme artifact, which she named Blood Phoenix Sword. Its blade, reminiscent of blood, contained the essence of the phoenix. Indeed, this sword was the most fitting supreme artifact for her, a holy body of the phoenix. After practicing the phoenix sword technique, Feng Jiugao gradually became adept with the sword and smiled with satisfaction. Although it could not compare to the phoenix divine cauldron of her past life, at her current stage, this sword was sufficient for her needs for some time. Meanwhile, Li Xian contemplated testing the phoenix sword technique he had just acquired. He chose not to practice within the confines of the immortal gate, but instead vanished like a streak of light. Before long, he appeared atop a small peak, 100 miles away from the crossing Immortal's Gate. This marked the first occasion he had exerted his full strength in the realm of the spirit. The swiftness of his speed left him astonished. After scanning the surroundings and confirming he was alone, Li Xinkai focused his intent, channeling his true essence to the tip of his finger, invoking the newly acquired Phoenix sword technique. In an instant, flames soared skyward as boundless sword energy coalesced into a blood-red phoenix. The phoenix barreled toward a distant mountain peak, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated the mountain into nothingness. The only remnants at the scene were the lingering sword energy and intent. Li Xinkai widened his eyes in disbelief. Had he truly reduced such a massive mountain to rubble with a single strike? The potency of this sword energy was indeed formidable. He could not help but marvel at it. Truly, it was the supreme art. Satisfied, he departed. Shortly after his departure, several martial artists arrived. Gazing at the remnants of the sword energy, their breaths caught in their throats. What terrifying sword intent! Such intent could only be grasped by the supreme masters of the martial arts realm. Could it be that a supreme had struck here? What a perplexing mystery. Why would a supreme act so suddenly? These martial artists were left in a state of confusion. Nevertheless, the presence of a supreme bore immense significance. The news of a supreme emerging spread like wildfire, causing a stir throughout the southern region of the crossing Immortal's Gate, prompting many to investigate discreetly. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Li Xinkai, now an exalted figure in the southern region, was returning to Tianxuan Peak, preparing to wash vegetables and cook dinner. However, the meal was not yet ready. Not far away, a streak of red light descended from the heavens. This figure, with flowing red hair, was none other than the master of Tianhua Peak from the crossing Immortal's Gate. He arrived at Tianxuan Peak and, surveying his surroundings, inquired coolly, "Is Lu Tianxuan present?" Li Xinkai stepped out to greet him. "Master is resting in her cave abode. If Master Huayao seeks her, I can fetch her." "No need," replied the Tianhua Peak master. "I did not come to find her. She is likely snoring away." He let out a light huff, revealing his familiarity with Lu Tianxuan's character. Li Xuankai's lips twitched slightly in acknowledgement. "If you are not here to see Master, may I ask the purpose of your visit, uncle?" "I have come to see Feng Jiuga," the Tianhua Peak master stated. Li Xinkai immediately grew wary. Could it be that this individual harbored ulterior motives, wishing to take Feng Jiuga as a disciple? "Rest assured, I have no intention of forcibly taking her away. I merely wish to present her with a few gifts," the Tianhua Peak master replied, waving his sleeve. Instantly, several spirit fruits appeared on the ground, each one crimson as blood, exuding waves of scorching heat. These are fire spirit fruits, which are beneficial for martial artists with fire attributes, and will be advantageous for Feng Jiuga. "This gift is far too precious," Li Xinkai remarked. "They are abundant in the medicinal gardens of Tianhua Peak," the Tianhua Peak master replied nonchalantly. Li Xinkai felt a twinge of despair. Abundant? Is Tianhua Peak truly this affluent? "Look at my barren Tianxuan Peak," he thought, utterly disheartened. Indeed, Tianxuan Peak was in dire straits. "I understand that Feng Jiugao wishes to remain at Tianxuan Peak because of you, my senior brother. This is her choice, and I respect it. However, the significance of the Phoenix sacred body is profound. If nurtured appropriately, it could have an unparalleled impact on the entire Du Xian sect in the future. I cannot stand idly by as she squanders her talent due to a lack of resources. Please accept these fire spirit fruits on her behalf," the master of Tianhua Peak stated calmly. He had grown up in the Du Xian sect, which was akin to home for him. He would do anything beneficial for the sect. Although Feng Jiugao was not a disciple of Tianhua Peak, he was still willing to nurture her. Li Xian discerned this and could not help but feel a sense of admiration. The master of Tianhua Peak is truly a benevolent person. Glancing at the fruits on the ground, Li Xian took a deep breath. This is to thank the master of Tianxuan Peak for my junior sister. No need for that. Just ensure she diligently practices her cultivation. Certainly. The master of Tianxuan Peak's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. Behind Li Xian, a laugh echoed. He turned to see Lu Tianxian, who should have been napping in her cave dwelling, had appeared behind him. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the fire spirit fruits. This master of Tianxuan Peak is quite generous. One of these fruits could be exchanged for several hundred spirit stones. Just one is enough for me to trade for a jar of exquisite wine. Seeing this, Li Xian hastily collected the spirit fruits. Master, these are for my junior sister. You cannot take them. Xiao Shuzi, don't be silly. There are so many fire spirit fruits here. If we quietly take a few, Feng Jiugao will never know. We can exchange them for wine, and we can split the spoils, Lu Tianxian replied. Li Xian swallowed hard. It had indeed been some time since he had savored fine wine. Yet, this was a matter of principle. He shook his head firmly. No, Xiao Shuzi. You've grown quite audacious, haven't you? Are you defying the master? Lu Tianxian glared at him. Li Xian clutched the fire spirit fruits tightly. Master, how could such trivial fruits catch your interest? Don't you wish to drink? Forget about the exquisite wine. I can procure a jar of even finer wine for you in the future. You are making quite the promise, Lu Tianxian mused. Her chin resting thoughtfully on her hand, allowing the fire spirit fruits to escape her grasp. In truth, she had little regard for these fruits. It was merely a jest at Li Xian's expense. She glanced at a nearby grove, smiled slightly, and then stretched leisurely. I suppose I'll return to my nap now. Her figure flickered and disappeared. Not far away, in the grove, Feng Jiugao witnessed everything. Her heart swelling with emotion as she observed Li Xian fiercely guarding the fire spirit fruits. My senior brother is willing to defy the master for me. I could weep with gratitude. And Lu Tianxian, that scoundrel. She is not only a petty woman, but also a negligent master. She doesn't even spare her own disciple-s spirit fruits. Chapter 14. The Pure Yang Sacred Body. Re-entering Lu Tianxuan's cave dwelling. Ding. Feng Jiugao's affection level 2. Just as Li Xian secured the fire spirit fruits, he found himself momentarily stunned. What is happening? I haven't done anything. Yet my affection level has inexplicably increased. Li Xian blinked in curiosity. Could it be that my junior sister has concocted some bizarre notions on her own? At this moment, Feng Zhug emerged from a nearby grove. Upon witnessing this, Li Xian, recalling the recent increase in goodwill, immediately deduced the truth. His little junior sister had been secretly observing him. Pretending to be unaware of her clandestine gaze, he produced the fire spirit fruit and said, Junior sister, you have arrived at the perfect moment. This is the fire spirit fruit that Master Tianhua just brought for you. It is said to bolster your foundational energy. As Feng Zhug gazed at the fire spirit fruit laid before her, she couldn't help but reflect on the generosity of her senior brother, who could have easily claimed these treasures as his own since she had never met the master of Tianxuan Peak. Yet, he chose not to do so. His integrity was truly commendable. She thought to herself that their master was utterly unworthy of being called her senior brother's mentor. Observing Li Xian's unwavering honesty and recalling the earlier incident where Lu Tianxian attempted to hoard the fire spirit fruit for herself, Feng Zhug silently resolved that once she regained her strength, she would take her senior brother far away from that despicable woman. Thank you, senior brother. Accepting the fire spirit fruit, she felt confident that with these resources, she could break through to the Spirit Sea realm within 3 days. That night, Feng Zhug consumed one fire spirit fruit and began to cultivate the crossing immortal technique, gradually condensing her true essence into the Spirit Sea. Before long, she had successfully formed a Spirit Sea that was 1/5 complete. With the remaining fire spirit fruits in sight, she felt invigorated and continued her training. 3 days passed in a blur. Feng Zhug finally refined all the spirit fruits. Her cultivation soared as she broke through to the Spirit Sea realm. Meanwhile, as she ascended to this new level, Li Xian, who was in a deep slumber, received a notification from the system. Ding! Feng Zhug has successfully advanced to the Spirit Sea realm. Random reward granted to the host. Pure Yang Sacred Body. Li Xian groggily opened his eyes. Almost immediately, he felt a surge of pure Yang energy coursing through his body, transforming him from an ordinary physique into a sacred body. Bewildered, he wondered what was happening. Wasn't this supposed to be a cultivation feedback? Why had it turned into a random reward? The system has 2 types of feedback mechanisms. One is a random multiple feedback of cultivation results, and the other is a random reward. The former is more common, but sometimes the latter may occur. Upon hearing this, Li Xian suddenly understood. As he savored the emergence of his sacred body, he felt a wave of elation. After all, possessing a sacred body was extraordinary. The way the elders of the Crossing Immortal Gate and the Peak Master treated Feng Zhuge attested to the uniqueness of a sacred body. This reward was nearly as valuable as instantly elevating him to the realm of the primordial spirit. At that moment, within the cave of Tianxuan Peak, the sleeping Lu Tianxian opened her eyes. Glancing at Li Xian's location, she licked her lips, sensing a change in his physique. Without hesitation, she sent a message, Xuanzi. Come to my cave. Li Xian, momentarily taken aback by the summons, recalled his previous experience in Lu Tianxuan's cave and shuddered involuntarily. Yet, he could not defy a senioress command, and thus he made his way to her cave with reluctance. Meanwhile, Feng Zhuge, who was engrossed in her cultivation, felt her expression harden. She recalled how Li Xian had carried the scent of Lu Tianxian after his last visit to her cave. What could she possibly want with him this time? As Feng Zhuge practiced her swordplay, she effortlessly reduced a mighty tree to splinters. Outside the cave, Li Xian arrived, but did not enter immediately. Instead, he stood outside and bowed respectfully. Master, your disciple has come. Come in, why linger outside? Upon glancing into the cave, Li Xian gritted his teeth and stepped inside. Lu Tianxian, observing the changes in Li Xian's physique, regarded him with a hint of curiosity. Come, remove your garments. Li Xian gasped in surprise. Is it really so direct? Master, this seems rather inappropriate. Do not compel me to take matters into my own hands. Lu Tianxian replied with a charming smile. Feeling both embarrassed and helpless, Li Xian reluctantly removed his upper garment. Fortunately, Lu Tianxian did not demand he disrobe completely. She then commenced her examination, first using her spiritual sense, followed by a physical assessment of his bones. After an extensive evaluation, Lu Tianxian exclaimed in astonishment. Originally merely a mortal body, yet it has now transformed into a pure, yang sacred body. Your physique is truly extraordinary. However, the pure yang sacred body may not represent the true essence of your constitution, akin to your previous mortal form. It is merely an outward manifestation. Remarkably, the abilities of the pure yang sacred body are also present in your physique. Lu Tianxuan's intrigue regarding Li Xian's constitution deepened. Yet, Li Xian was aware that this transformation was not due to any innate quality, but rather a reward from the system. If one were to speak of a true constitution, it would solely be the system's endowment. Young Xian, be sure to exercise caution when traversing the outside world, Lu Tianxian advised. Li Xian was taken aback. Why do you say that? Do you know that the pure yang sacred body is also known by another name? Can you guess what it is? Lu Tianxian teased. What? The furnace body. Li Xian swallowed hard. It can't be the kind of furnace I am thinking of. Indeed, it is exactly that. Lu Tianxian replied, her tone playful. The pure yang sacred body is an exceedingly rare furnace body for many female warriors. If one were to unite with it, not only could they undergo a remarkable transformation and enhance their talents, but they might also experience significant breakthroughs in their realms. Furthermore, if one engages in dual cultivation with a pure yang sacred body regularly, there exists a substantial possibility of achieving sainthood or emperorship in the future. For certain enchantresses, young Xian, you have now become a delectable prize worth drooling over. After saying this, she licked her lips, adding, it is said that the best resources should not flow to outsiders. Young Xian, rather than letting others benefit, why not offer it to your master? Li Xian, startled, retreated a couple of steps. Even though he understood that Lu Tianxian was likely jesting, the thought of her astonishing prowess in cultivation made him fear that, even with his pure yang sacred body, he might be drained dry. Noticing Li Xian's frightened expression, Lu Tianxian grew somewhat displeased. She leaned closer, her exquisite features magnifying before him, particularly her alluring red eyes, which fixed intently upon him. Young Xian, are you truly so afraid of your master? I am not lacking in merits, she said, her breath fragrant like orchids. Moreover, the softness of her form pressed directly against Li Xian's chest, the astounding elasticity evoking a sense of fluster within him. He quickly composed himself and declared, disciple holds only reverence for master and would never entertain frivolous thoughts. Moreover, master possesses unparalleled skills and a noble spirit. Thus it is inconceivable that you would resort to such unorthodox methods to enhance your cultivation. I understand. Master is merely testing me. Rest assured, under your guidance, I shall never be ensnared by external temptations. When have I ever instructed you? Lu Tianxian blinked, observing Li Xian's newfound righteousness, and chuckled, her laughter like blooming flowers. Very well, little Xuanzi, you have indeed lived up to my teachings. In that case, you may take your leave. Yes. Li Xian promptly exited the cave, fearful that lingering a moment longer might lead Lu Tianxian to consume him entirely. Once outside, he wiped the sweat from his brow, sighing, every visit to Master is a considerable trial. Chapter 15. The first comparison begins. Forgive me, senior brother. After departing from Lu Tianxuan's cave, Li Xian encountered Feng Jioge, who had just returned from her training. She feigned indifference as she glanced at him, then leaned closer to sniff, her brows furrowing in discontent. Indeed, senior brother has once again been tainted by that detestable Master's scent. What could he have been doing to acquire such an aroma? Feng Jioge felt a pang of jealousy and inquired, Senior brother, what did Master summon you for this time? Could it be yet another lesson in cultivation? Li Xian regarded Feng Jioge thoughtfully before responding. I must apologize, junior sister, for I have deceived you. Feng Jioge's heart skipped a beat. Deceived me? Are you and Master not teacher and disciple, but rather partners? Or perhaps you are entangled in a teacher-disciple romance? Her imagination raced. Otherwise, she could not fathom why Li Xian always returned from Lu Tianxian's cave reeking of her essence, a scent only born from intimate contact. What do you mean, senior brother? The thought unsettled her, yet she compelled herself to remain composed. Li Xian explained, in truth, I am not an ordinary body. Not an ordinary body. Feng Jioge was momentarily taken aback. This was perplexing. She had personally examined Li Xian's constitution, confirming him to be an ordinary body. There could not have been any mistake. Moreover, what did this have to do with that detestable master? Indeed, I possess a unique physique, one that has never been seen before. Though it appears to be ordinary, it is not. My visit to Master's cave was for her to conduct an examination on my condition. Is that so? What did she find? Well, it seems my physique has undergone certain changes recently. Senior brother, allow me to assist you in an examination, Feng Jioge offered. Li Xian was taken aback. What? Do you also wish to examine me? Before he could agree, Feng Jioge had already approached him, her small hands exploring his body. The sensation was entirely different from that of Lu Tianxian. After all, Lu Tianxian was a mature and alluring woman, her touch soft yet somewhat commanding. In contrast, Feng Jioge was merely a young girl of 12 or 13. Her hands were soft and delicate, and during the examination, she needed Li Xian to crouch down to assist her due to her height. Li Xian found it amusing. However, Lu Tianxian was unable to ascertain anything significant, let alone Feng Jioge, who was more than willing to cooperate, and soon the examination was completed. She stood frozen in place, her gaze towards Li Xian shifting in nuance. This was the legendary furnace body. Li Xian rolled his eyes. It was the pure yang body. No, just a moment ago, he was merely a mortal body. How could he suddenly transform into a furnace body? This was highly irregular. Feng Jioge was thoroughly perplexed. Yet, it was fortunate that during her examination, she discovered that Li Xian's primordial yang was still intact, meaning his pure yang body remained whole. In other words, Lu Tianxian had yet to take any action against Li Xian. However, considering Lu Tianxuan's character and the attributes of the pure yang body, her previously relaxed heart tightened once more. This simply would not do. Although Lu Tianxian had not acted yet, this was a pure yang body. For countless women, it was an extraordinarily potent tonic. Who could guarantee that Lu Tianxian would not succumb to her primal instincts someday? In her past life, she had heard tales of a pure yang body emerging in the 1hr Continent. Yet that individual had not matured before being captured by a female supreme, confined in her chamber for 300 years. By the time the pure yang body was rescued, he was emaciated, looking like nothing more than skin and bones. And upon encountering women, he would flee in terror as if faced with a ghost. The most perplexing aspect was that the female supreme had always projected an image of righteousness, purity, and asceticism. No one could have anticipated such actions from her. This illustrated the immense temptation the pure yang body posed to female cultivators. Even the most virtuous celestial maiden could not resist, let alone Lu Tianxian, that despicable master. No, I must grow stronger quickly while Lu Tianxian has yet to act against my senior brother, and then lead him far away from here. Moreover, I possess the phoenix sacred body. If I could cultivate together with the pure yang body. Feng Zhougao's thoughts wandered, and she could not help but lick her lips. But recalling Li Xian's kindness, she shook her head in dismay. How infuriating. The allure of the pure yang body was truly overwhelming. I have even harbored ill thoughts towards my senior brother. However, if mutual feelings were present, it would not be impossible, would it? By the way, senior brother, when did you discover your pure yang body? Feng Zhougao inquired. This morning. So before that, you were still a mortal body. Indeed, your physique is quite peculiar. As Feng Zhougao resolved her confusion, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Her senior brother had only transformed into a pure yang body this morning, so his cultivation should not have changed much. In a few days of comparison, she would still hold a significant advantage. The next day, Feng Zhougao rose early to practice. She glanced at Li Xian, still lost in slumber, and nodded slightly. Even with the pure yang body, her senior brother's lazy disposition would not change overnight, which was just as well, at least in the short term. He would not catch up to her. In this month of comparison, I will undoubtedly emerge victorious. A faint smile graced Feng Zhougao's lips, brimming with confidence. Days passed, one after another. Feng Zhougao's cultivation was continuously advancing, to the extent that it could be described as remarkably swift. Soon, the day of comparison arrived. At this moment, she had reached the 4th level of the Spirit Sea. In terms of cultivation, I am currently at the 4th level of the Spirit Sea. Yet my combat prowess can rival that of the Golden Core realm. However, I am uncertain about the nature of the comparison with the Yin-Yang Heavenly Dao ruler. Should I challenge my senior brother? Feng Zhougao murmured. Suddenly, a voice resonated in her mind. Comparison begins. In the next instant, she felt her consciousness being drawn into a golden space. Before her lay an enormous ruler, half black and half white, inscribed with countless profound runes. She stood within the black section of the ruler, while a figure gradually materialized at the white end. It was Li Xian. Feng Zhougao understood. It turned out that this comparison did not require me to challenge my senior brother directly, but rather, the Yin-Yang Heavenly Dao ruler conjured an illusion of him. If I can defeat this illusion, I will be rewarded by the Heavenly Dao ruler. Truly a celestial treasure, it is indeed extraordinary. The content of this comparison pertains to combat strength. As long as the host defeats the comparison subject, they will receive 10 pounds of innate spiritual liquid. Innate spiritual liquid. Feng Zhougao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The innate spiritual liquid is a supreme treasure that aids martial artists in cleansing their meridians and enhancing their cultivation, offering immense assistance to those below the realm of kings. Just a single drop can elevate a practitioner from the 1st to the 9th level of qi refinement. Not to mention 10 pounds. This 10 pounds of innate spiritual liquid will undoubtedly suffice for me to condense my golden core. Feng Zhougao murmured. She cast a slight smile towards the illusion of Li Xian, her figure flickering as she activated her phoenix sacred body, flames engulfing her as she charged towards Li Xian. Even though the opponent was merely an illusion conjured by the Heavenly Dao ruler, she silently thought, Senior brother, forgive me. Chapter 16. The innate massage sacred body of Feng Zhouga. Feng Zhouga lunged at Li Xian. The flames of the phoenix blazed around her, an aura of terror radiating. She understood that Li Xian was at least a practitioner of the Spirit Sea realm, thus she unleashed her full strength without a hint of hesitation. Just as the phoenix flames were about to strike Li Xian, a tremendous and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him. An overwhelming force surged forth, effortlessly shredding the phoenix flames. Li Xian approached Feng Zhouga, his palm descending gently, and in an instant, she was rendered powerless, obliterated on the spot. Returning to her physical body, beads of sweat instantly dotted Feng Zhouga's forehead. She swallowed hard, struggling to comprehend. I was defeated in a single move? Is this a joke? My senior brother's power is truly terrifying. He is surely not merely at the Spirit Sea realm, nor even the Golden Core realm. He could potentially be at the Transcendence level. Such a vast disparity in realms. What can I possibly do? Feng Zhouga felt tears welling up in her eyes. Comparison failed. Punishment feedback task initiated. Massage Li Xian for 3 days. If he is satisfied, the host may receive 1 pound of innate spiritual liquid as a reward. A pound of primordial essence, while not as valuable as 10 pounds, is still exceedingly rare. Feng Zhouga took a deep breath. 1 pound was merely 1 pound. Akin to a massage, could it possibly challenge the dignity of a Grand Empress? At that moment, the voice of the Yin-Yang celestial gauge echoed once more. Feng Zhouge pondered. Martial skills, in other words, do they not compare to cultivation, but solely to martial prowess? Indeed, the comparison will be constrained to the same level of cultivation as the host. Furthermore, the next subject for comparison, Li Xian. Until the comparison is successfully completed, the subject will remain unchanged. After delivering a series of messages, the yin-yang celestial gauge fell silent. Feng Zhouge clenched her fists. The reason for her defeat was her inferior cultivation compared to her senior brother. Such was the reality, as she had only recently begun her practice, while he had trained for many years. Moreover, his physique was unique. Though he appeared to be an ordinary mortal, he was anything but. He must have been pretending all along. However, if they were to compete at the same level, in terms of martial skill comprehension, she was certain she would prevail. After all, she was the reincarnation of an empress, with insights, experiences, and knowledge far beyond that of her current senior brother. Rather than feeling disheartened by her defeat, Feng Zhouge found herself filled with anticipation for the next comparison. She resolved to redeem her honor. With this determination, she approached Li Xian's quarters. Observing him still in slumber, she climbed onto the bed and settled upon his back. Li Xian opened his eyes to the sight of Feng Zhouge perched on him, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" "Senior brother, I am grateful for your care during this period. I can only repay you with a massage." With that, she twisted her wrist. Li Xian was momentarily stunned. "Junior sister, what is the meaning of this? It's early in the morning. Do not frighten your senior brother. Just lie still, senior brother, and allow me to serve you properly," Feng Zhouge replied as she commenced the massage. As a grand empress, she had never engaged in such an act before. Yet, having never encountered a pig, how could one not recognize its run? In her previous life, she had numerous maidens to assist her. Having indulged in such luxuries, she certainly knew how to proceed. Her hands pressed against Li Xian's back, beginning to knead with vigor. He gasped sharply, "Junior sister, are you kneading dough? Isn't this how it's done? Am I applying too much pressure?" "Oh." Feng Zhouge lessened her force. "Too light." "Feng Zhouge, is it too light or too heavy?" "Ugh, you're pressing on my bones." "Ah, I apologize, senior brother." After an hour of this back and forth, a thoroughly sore Li Xian finally rose. He felt a mix of despair and exasperation. Rather than receiving a massage, it felt more like he had been tormented for an hour. Initially, he had no aches, but now he was sore all over. Feng Zhouge looked at Li Xian with eager anticipation. "Senior brother, how did I do?" "Humph." As an empress, she had never massaged anyone before. Li Xian was the first. Surely, he should feel honored for that alone. Li Xian's lips twitched slightly. He could hardly bear to dishearten his companion. He raised his thumb and remarked, "Not bad, not bad." Feng Zhouge smiled faintly. "I knew it." Li Xian's satisfaction level, 0. Suddenly, the yin-yang heavenly path ruler provided her with a prompt. Feng Zhouge's smiling lips immediately stiffened. 0 satisfaction? Was there a mistake? Is my technique truly so lacking? I refuse to believe it. A mere massage cannot possibly stump me. Taking a deep breath, Feng Zhouge said to Li Xian, "Senior brother, I shall return tomorrow to provide you with a massage, and I promise to ensure your satisfaction." With that, she turned and departed. She intended to descend the mountain, seeking a massage therapist, or perhaps acquiring a book to learn from. Li Xian was taken aback. She would return? "No, junior sister, I am quite satisfied." The following day, Feng Zhouge found Li Xian once more, climbing onto his back while he slept, a book on massage in hand. As Li Xian opened his eyes, he realized there was no escaping this. He inhaled deeply. "Come on, junior sister. I can endure it." Feng Zhouge, somewhat displeased, remarked, "Senior brother, why do you look as if you're about to face execution? This time is different." With that, she followed the instructions from the book and continued the massage. It seems I can actually feel something." Li Xian was momentarily stunned. Perhaps yesterday's ordeal had been too intense. For today, he found Feng Zhouge's technique surprisingly proficient. "Senior brother, how is the pressure?" "It's acceptable. You may apply a bit more force." "A bit more force, you say? Let me try." "Ouch, that's too much. Please moderate your strength. And also, move your hands slightly higher. Refrain from pressing on my bones." Listening to Li Xian's requests, Feng Zhouge's lips twitched. "Goodness, here I am, the empress, providing you a massage, and you have so many demands? Very well. For the sake of reward, I shall endure." Another hour passed, and Feng Zhouge rose, gazing at Li Xian expectantly. "Senior brother, how does it feel this time?" "Not bad, not bad. Much better than yesterday." I never expected my junior sister to learn massage so swiftly, truly a natural talent for the craft. Li Xian praised, raising his thumb in commendation. Li Xian's satisfaction level, 70. What? Only 70. Feng Jioge, feeling somewhat competitive, was a perfectionist. Even though 70 satisfaction points could yield a reward, she aspired for Li Xian's complete approval. Senior brother, I shall return tomorrow. Again? Li Xian was astonished by her persistence in massaging him. Watching Feng Jioge's departing figure, he felt a swell of gratitude. Having such a junior sister was a blessing. She cared for him and even took the initiative to learn massage. With a junior sister like her, what more could a senior brother desire? Li Xian resolved to treat her well that evening. On the third day, Feng Jioge continued to massage Li Xian. Li Xian's satisfaction level, 100. Even before the massage commenced, Li Xian's satisfaction level had already been recorded. Feng Jioge was momentarily taken aback. Then it dawned on her. For her senior brother, what mattered most was not the comfort of the massage, but the sincerity behind her efforts. Merely a few days of massage had garnered such satisfaction from him. If she were to provide him with additional services in the future, would he not be utterly devoted to her? Senior brother, you are truly easy to please. Feng Jioge exclaimed. Ding. Chapter 17. I have become the War King. The Seven Veins Tournament. What have I done? How has my favorability increased once more? Li Xian found himself perplexed. He glanced at Feng Jioge's favorability rating, and to his astonishment, it had already reached 80. In just a few days, 80 points of favorability? Junior sister, it seems you are far too susceptible to others' charms. What will happen if you are deceived in the future? Li Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. He resolved to keep a close watch over Feng Jioge, taking the opportunity to enlighten her about the treachery of human nature to heighten her vigilance. He began to suspect that this reincarnated empress might not have retained her memories. Could it be that she truly has no memories of her past life? If that were the case, it would all make sense. Li Xian suddenly understood. After providing Li Xian with a massage, Feng Jioge departed. Upon returning to her residence, she concentrated, and a bottle materialized in her hand. This bottle contained a pound of innate spiritual liquid. With this amount of spiritual liquid, I can surely ascend to the 9th layer of the spiritual sea in no time. Forming a golden core might not be out of reach. Feng Jioge mused to herself. She took a sip of the spiritual liquid and began to refine it. Instantly, her cultivation soared. The following day, she broke through to the 5th layer of the spiritual sea. Meanwhile, a notification rang out. Ding. Feng Jioge's cultivation has broken through to the 5th layer of the spiritual sea. Random multiplier feedback in progress. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the War King realm. The War King realm is an exceedingly rare level within the entire Duxian sect. Only the peak masters of the Seven Veins could hope to attain such heights. Yet, Li Xian had done nothing. He simply lay asleep, relying entirely on Feng Jioge's diligent training to elevate himself to the War King realm. If this were to spread, it would surely astonish countless individuals. Li Xian couldn't help but marvel. Such is the difference when one possesses exceptional luck. Truly remarkable. Having broken through to the War King realm, Li Xian glanced at Lu Tianxuan's cave dwelling and silently encouraged Feng Jioge. Junior sister, keep it up. Whether I can surpass our master depends on you. He had set a modest goal for himself, to pin Lu Tianxian down and give her a playful spank. After all, she often teased him for no reason. However, it was rumored that Lu Tianxian was half a supreme, far surpassing the War King. With his current strength, he likely fell short. The most crucial point is that the claim of her being half a supreme is merely hearsay. Who knows if Lu Tianxian has truly achieved that level? Perhaps she has already become a supreme herself? I must at least attain the rank of supreme to have a chance at playfully challenging my master, Li Xian contemplated. Inside the cave, Lu Tianxian opened her eyes and glanced in the direction of Li Xian, her eyes narrowing slightly. Oh, has he already broken through to the War King realm? Is this effect a result of his unique constitution? How intriguing. Others would likely be shocked to see such a young War King, but Lu Tianxian merely found it amusing. She increasingly anticipated Li Xian's growth. Perhaps one day, he would aid me in returning to the upper realm and subdue that fellow beneath my heel, thought Lu Tianxian, stroking his chin. On this day, the resounding chimes of a bell echoed from the main peak of the Duxian sect. Li Xian, roused from slumber, blinked in surprise, realizing the hour had arrived. Feng Jioge, intrigued by the sound, sought out Li Xian for an explanation. With a gentle smile, Li Xian remarked, though the Duxian sect does not indulge in cutthroat competition. We hold the 7-Pulse Martial Arts Conference annually to instill a sense of ambition in our disciples. The one who emerges victorious will be rewarded by the sect with treasures such as profound weapons, elixirs, and martial arts techniques. Understanding dawned upon Feng Jioge. She was familiar with such practices. The sects on 1hr Continent often employed similar methods. It appeared that the rules of martial arts were universally consistent across continents. Senior brother, have you ever participated in the 7-Pulse Martial Arts Conference? She inquired with curiosity. No, Li Xian replied, shaking his head. In his former life as an ordinary mortal, he had no opportunity to partake in such events, as he was the sole disciple of Tianxuan Peak. Xiaoshuanzai, you should participate in this year's conference. Came Lu Tianxuan's voice from the depths of the cave. Li Xian was taken aback. In the past, Lu Tianxian had never urged him to partake in any martial events. What had prompted this change? You were once lethargic. Thus, I did not insist you bring glory to Tianxuan Peak. However, things are different now. You have a junior sister. Should you not set an example for her? Lu Tianxian explained calmly. Upon hearing this, Li Xian bowed in respect towards the cave, acknowledging her words. He recognized the wisdom in her reasoning. Within the Duxian sect, many cultivation resources must be earned through effort. The 7-Pulse Martial Arts Conference presented a valuable opportunity. If he could achieve commendable results and acquire resources to present to Feng Jioge, her cultivation would flourish, ultimately benefiting him in return. It was a perfect win-win situation. Li Xian could not help but commend his own cleverness. Senior brother, if you are to participate in the 7-Pulse Martial Arts Conference, I shall join as well. Feng Jioge declared. She sought to gauge her strength and shine brightly within the Duxian sect to secure more resources for her cultivation. After all, Tianxuan Peak currently had only the two of them as disciples. It was said that a united front is formidable, and with her senior brother participating, she could not afford to be idle. Li Xian smiled at the spirited Feng Jioge. Very well. The two soon made their way to the main peak to register for the conference. Upon their arrival, whispers began to circulate among the gathered crowd. Look, it's Li Xian. Why is he here for the 7-Pulse Martial Arts Conference? It's unexpected, indeed. I never thought he would participate. In previous conferences, Tianxuan Peak had not sent representatives. Yet this time, both senior and junior siblings were in attendance, sparking curiosity among the onlookers. They were eager to witness what kind of storm this duo would unleash during the 7-Pulse Martial Arts Conference. The 7-Pulse Martial Assembly is far from ordinary. The participants include not only disciples from both the outer and inner sects, but also the true disciples. Indeed, these true disciples possess formidable strength, particularly those ranked among the elite on the Immortal Crossing sect's storm list, with the weakest among them already having attained the profound understanding stage. The Immortal Crossing sect boasts a storm list, showcasing the young geniuses of their generation. For instance, Luo Tian from the Jingyun Peak ranks 7th on this esteemed list. Soon enough, news of Li Xian and Feng Jioge's registration for the 7-Pulse Martial Assembly spread widely. Many were aware that Feng Jioge is a sacred body and were eager to encounter her. 2 days later, the 7-Pulse Martial Assembly officially commenced, gathering countless disciples at the summit of Xiantian Peak. At the peak, a grand arena loomed, adorned with a myriad of runes ensuring its durability and protecting spectators from the tumult of battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures soared through the sky, hovering in midair rather than landing among the crowd. Some danced upon clouds, others glided on swords, and some rode on celestial cranes, each exuding an extraordinary presence. Some even radiated brilliant streams of true essence, akin to celestial beings descending to the mortal realm. These were indeed the true disciples from the Immortal Crossing sect's storm list. The crowd marveled at their presence. Chapter 18. The 7-Pulse Martial Assembly begins. True disciples unite, facing Luo Tian. Look, there is Jin Piaomiao, the master sister of the Wenjian Peak. It is said that she was an orphan before being taken in by the Wenhui Peak's leader, who brought her to the Immortal Crossing sect. At the age of 8, she awakened the Piaomiao Sword King body. Since then, she has taken the name Jin Piaomiao. Determined to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, she ranks 2nd on the storm list, just behind Jun Han, the master brother of Xiantian Peak. Who would have thought she would participate in this 7-Pulse Martial Assembly? Rumor has it that she has already broken through to the Yuanshan realm, having condensed her sword Dao Yuanshan, eager to compete with master brother Jun Han. Truly, this is something to anticipate. She must be under 100 years old. Yet she has already condensed her Yuan Shun. How astonishing. Indeed, this exemplifies the might of the king body. The crowd buzzed with discussions. As they gazed at the true disciples above, particularly at the ethereal Jian Piaomiao in her white attire and the regal Junhan clad in purple robes. Surrounded by swirling golden lotuses, they felt a surge of excitement. In the presence of these two, the other true disciples seemed to fade into the background. Li Xian, amidst the throng, cast an admiring glance at them, marveling at their remarkable talents, both having condensed their Yuan Shun before reaching a century of age, marking them as the future pillars of the Immortal Crossing sect. Truly extraordinary. Beside him, Feng Jioge curled her lip. In her eyes, while these two were indeed exceptional, how could they possibly compare to her master brother? He is the true future. Not to mention, with her phoenix sacred body, she would undoubtedly surpass these individuals in time. Suddenly, Junhan and Jian Piaomiao descended from the sky, their gazes falling upon Feng Jioge, revealing a hint of intrigue in their eyes. This girl possesses the phoenix sacred body. Such a rare entity, she is destined to become a formidable power within the Immortal Crossing sect. Prior to this, forging a good rapport with her posed no detriment. Both individuals mused inwardly. Subsequently, a figure gracefully descended before Feng Jioge, as Junhan offered a faint smile, introducing himself. I am Junhan from Xintian Peak. Honored to meet you, Junior Sister Feng. Junior Sister Feng, I am Jian Piaomiao. Should you find the time, I invite you to visit me at Wujian Peak for a chat. As a token of our first encounter, please accept this small gift. Jian Piaomiao presented a storage ring to Feng Jioge, filled with various spiritual fruits. Observing this, Junhan's lips twitched slightly. Goodness, this Jian Piaomiao comes well prepared, he thought. Cough. Cough. Indeed, Master Piaomiao has shown great thoughtfulness, whereas I find myself empty-handed. I apologize for this oversight, Junior Sister Feng. I assure you, I shall make amends in due course, Junhan remarked with a smile. The onlookers couldn't help but express their astonishment. Truly, the holy body was unparalleled. Even the most exceptional disciples of the Immortal Crossing sect sought to curry favor with her. Yet, engrossed in their admiration for Feng Jioge, they entirely overlooked Li Xian standing nearby, as their perception of him lingered on the notion of him being merely a mortal body. However, Feng Jioge, holding the storage ring, turned her gaze towards Li Xian, seemingly inquiring whether she should accept it. Li Xian replied with a mild smile. Shouldn't you thank your senior sister? Thank you, senior sister, Feng Jioge said, accepting the storage ring upon receiving Li Xian's approval. It was then that Junhan and Jian Piaomiao noticed Li Xian, their expressions tinged with surprise. Though Feng Jioge was youthful, being a holy body endowed her with an innate pride that would not easily allow her to bow to others. Yet, she appeared to heed Li Xian's words without question. They exchanged glances, not giving the matter much thought. In their estimation, Feng Jioge's youth might have rendered her susceptible to Li Xian's influence, believing that with time, she would come to realize they existed in entirely different realms. The disparity between a holy body and a mortal body was insurmountable. Junior brother Li Xian, during the upcoming Seven Veins Martial Conference, I hope to receive your guidance, Junhan said with a slight smile towards Li Xian. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but shake their heads in amusement. Senior brother Junhan is far too courteous, they whispered. How could Li Xian, a mere mortal, even be deemed worthy to spar with senior brother Junhan? They are not of the same caliber at all. I've heard that Li Xian is adept at masquerading as an underdog, and several from Yingyun Peak have suffered losses at his hands. Another chimed in. Yet, no matter how much strength he conceals, it cannot alter the fact that he is a mortal. How could he possibly compare with senior brother Junhan? Indeed, despite Li Xian gradually gaining some renown within the Immortal Crossing sect, the collective impression of him would not shift overnight. Furthermore, Junhan was the top contender on the sect's honor roll, a paragon among the younger generation. How could Li Xian ever hope to rival him? Soon enough, the Seven Veins Martial Conference commenced, and participants began drawing lots to select their opponents. Feng Jioge drew an inner sect disciple, whose prowess was commendable, standing at the 9th level of the spiritual sea, just a step away from forming a Dan. This level surpassed Feng Jioge significantly. Yet, with the holy body within her, she exhibited no signs of trepidation. Brother, whom did you draw? Feng Jioge inquired curiously as she gazed at Li Xian. The slip of paper he held boldly proclaimed. Jingyun Peak, Luo Tian. 7th on the wind and cloud ranking, a grand master of the Dongxi realm. Feng Jioga's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Goodness, this is quite unfortunate. With over 1,000 disciples present, and only a handful being masters of the Dongxi realm, what were the odds that Li Xian would draw such a lot? Surely, there must be some foul play involved. Others also took note of the slip in Li Xian's hand, and laughter erupted among the crowd. My word, this fellow's luck is undeniably poor. Indeed, with so few Dongxi realm warriors, it was astonishing that he had drawn one. He was bound to be defeated in no time. A few core disciples gathered, and one of them, casting a languid smile at Luo Tian, remarked, I truly envy you, Luo Tian, for being drawn by Li Xian. With your prowess, you need not even lift a finger. Your mere presence should suffice to vanquish him. Luo Tian replied coolly, do not underestimate him. He recalled their recent encounters, during which he could not discern Li Xian's cultivation level. The young man concealed his abilities well. Merely a mortal body. Yet you take this so seriously, chuckled the young man. The Seven Veins martial assembly commenced, and one by one, the disciples took to the arena, showcasing their prowess. This was Li Xian's first experience of such a grand competition, and he watched intently from the sidelines, occasionally taking swigs from his wine gourd. The combination of martial arts and wine was quite delightful. When it was Feng Jioga's turn, she offered Li Xian a faint smile before confidently leaping onto the stage. As she unleashed her sacred body, she naturally drew the attention of the crowd, all eager to witness the might of her divine form. Her opponent, a warrior of the 9th layer of the Linghai realm, though possessing higher cultivation than Feng Jioga, dared not act with any arrogance. He let out a low growl, unleashing his physical prowess, and swung a heavy sword, its might compounded by swirling dust. He was indeed a practitioner of the earth spirit among various spiritual bodies. A rather common type. Feng Jioga remained unperturbed, opting not even to utilize her sacred body. Instead, she evaded the attack with her agile movements and swiftly drew her sword, executing the Phoenix sword technique. This was a supreme art, immensely powerful, even if Feng Jioga's cultivation was insufficient to fully harness its might. She could easily defeat a 9th layer Linghai warrior. In mere moments, her opponent was effortlessly cast from the stage. The host smiled slightly indeed. The victor is Tianxuan Peak's Feng Jioga. Next match, Tianxuan Peak's Li Xian vs Jingyun Peak's Luo Tian. Chapter 19. The Revelation of the Pure Yang Sacred Body's Power. A single blow to defeat Luo Tian. The next match, Tianxuan Peak's Li Xian against Jingyun Peak's Luo Tian. The host's voice resonated. Instantly, all eyes shifted to Li Xian. Many faces wearing expressions of schadenfreude, especially those from Jingyun Peak, who had previously suffered at Li Xian's hands, were eager to witness his humiliation. Luo Tian, teach him a lesson. It's time he understands the might of Jingyun Peak. Luo Tian, do not hold back. Feng Jioga furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of anxiety for Li Xian. She was aware that his cultivation transcended that of merely the Linghai realm. However, the opponent he is about to face is a being of the Void realm. Can Li Xian's concealed power truly contend with such an entity? A sense of uncertainty began to creep in. In contrast, Li Xian appeared remarkably composed, as though he were not the one preparing to engage in battle against the Void. He approached the arena, casting a reassuring smile toward Feng Jioga, as if to say, do not worry, my senior brother will be fine. As he ascended the stage, memories of past experiences flooded his mind. Was it merely because he possessed a mortal body that others looked down upon him? If so, then he would no longer feign humility. He would reveal his true self. With this thought, an intense and dominating aura suddenly erupted from his being, transforming him into a radiant sun. Golden flames engulfed him, manifesting the power of the pure Yang sacred body. Those who had mocked Li Xian were rendered speechless. What is happening? This overwhelming and fiery presence is not that of a mortal body. What kind of being is he? Some began to realize the truth, their voices trembling as they exclaimed, golden flames, embodying the sun, with such pure and potent Yang energy. This is the legendary pure Yang sacred body. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. A sacred body. Another sacred body. What? Li Xian is not a mortal body, but a sacred body. Has he been deceiving us for the past 3 years? Good heavens, the fabled furnace sacred body of the pure Yang. No wonder he kept it hidden. If this physique were discovered too soon, those enchanting women would surely attempt to abduct him. The allure of the pure Yang sacred body had many female warriors swallowing hard at the sight of Li Xian. The immense and pure yang energy stirred something within them. Coupled with Li Xian's striking appearance, it ignited an irresistible impulse. Had this not been the Duxian sect with many elders observing, they might have rushed forward to embrace him. Swiftly, the higher-ups who sensed the presence of the pure yang sacred body began to appear. They gazed at Li Xian in disbelief. What is this? Another sacred body has emerged from Tianxuan Peak? Moreover, it is a pure yang sacred body. One peak, two sacred bodies. Lu Tianxian has quietly taken on such a disciple, allowing him to masquerade as a mortal body. How could she treat us as outsiders? I once thought Lu Tianxian was indiscriminate in her selection of disciples, yet she has actually taken in two sacred bodies? That is equivalent to us accepting hundreds of apprentices. How intriguing. Lu Tianxian is playing this game, is she? The emergence of the pure yang sacred body left everyone astounded. Meanwhile, Luo Tian, Li Xian's opponent, wore a grave expression. So this is your hidden trump card? Truly astonishing. He slowly made his way to the arena, gradually exuding the aura of his own physique. Heavy and formidable streams of true essence manifested around him, coalescing into mountains and rivers in the air. Each mountain or river that fell bore immense power. This was the embodiment of Luo Tian's physique, the mountain river's sacred body. Although the sacred body may far surpass his own, Luo Tian remained confident. For he possessed not only the mountain river sacred body, but also, such mastery of the void realm. Li Xian, your sacred body is indeed astonishing. But alas, I have already attained the void realm, and you are no match for me. With that, Luo Tian drew his long sword and struck towards Li Xian. The sword's aura, infused with the might of mountains and rivers, was overwhelmingly fierce. Yet, Li Xian stood unfazed, his fingers clenched into a fist. Appearing casual, his punch was imbued with scorching and tyrannical true essence. The force of his fist coalesced like a great sun, surging forth with tremendous energy. Boom! The mountain and river sword aura shattered into fragments. Luo Tian was struck with immense force, unable to stop himself as he was sent flying. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, his face as pale as parchment. He fell directly off the stage, defeated by a single punch. He was bewildered. Is this a mistake? I am a dignified practitioner of the void realm. How could I have been defeated so easily? After Li Xian's crushing victory over Luo Tian, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an extraordinary charisma that surpassed even the exalted true disciples. The crowd was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. He had concealed himself so profoundly. After all these years, his true strength was finally revealed. This individual is truly formidable. Not only is he a pure yang sacred body, but his cultivation has also reached at least the void realm. Otherwise, he could not possibly defeat Luo Tian with a single blow. With just one punch, Li Xian shattered the scorn and skepticism that surrounded him. One punch left everyone feeling utterly dwarfed. One punch established his authority within the ranks of the Immortal Crossing sect. Feng Zhouge was also taken aback after their previous comparison. She had already sensed that Li Xian's cultivation was deeply concealed, but she had not anticipated it to be this profound. To defeat a practitioner of the void realm with a single punch is astounding. My senior brother is too powerful. The Yin-Yang celestial measuring ruler has chosen such a daunting comparison for me. How can I measure up? Feng Zhouge's lips twitched slightly. But then she recalled the comparative criteria of the Yin-Yang celestial measuring ruler, which included aspects beyond mere cultivation. She sighed in relief. I am not without hope. The next comparison will be in martial skills. As long as I diligently focus on my studies in this area, I will surely be able to surpass my senior brother next time. She silently encouraged herself. After defeating Luo Tian, Li Xian glanced at the stunned host. Only after being looked at by Li Xian did the host regain his senses and promptly declared, "The victor is Li Xian of Tianxuan Peak." The gazes of the crowd towards Li Xian had irrevocably transformed. No longer were they filled with disdain. Instead, they were infused with shock, trepidation, and even fear. Some who had previously spoken ill of Li Xian could not help but tremble, wondering if he would come after them. Perhaps not. After all, this person has concealed his sacred body and endured humiliation for so many years, demonstrating a depth of cunning unmatched by ordinary individuals. Oh no, I might perish. When I passed by Tianxuan Peak, I plucked a spiritual fruit. He won't kill me, will he? I too. Last time my pet Wonkai urinated at the foot of Tianxuan Peak. He must have remembered that, and is planning his revenge against me. Li Xian remained completely indifferent to the crowd's fear. He walked straight off the stage and approached Feng Jioge, noticing her astonished expression. With a slight smile, he teased, "Are you shocked?" "Not at all, senior brother. You are truly remarkable," exclaimed one, to which another replied, "Well, who else could I be but your senior brother?" Observing Li Xian interact gently with Feng Jioge, the fear that lingered in the hearts of the onlookers began to wane. Some female cultivators gazed at him, unable to suppress their desire, swallowing hard at the thought of such an exquisite furnace for alchemy, the pure Yang's sacred body. How they longed to take him home. Yet, upon contemplating his formidable strength, they quickly dismissed such thoughts. Chapter 20. Confrontation with Jun Han, the Five Elements Royal Body. With a single punch, Li Xian defeated Luo Tian, startling all present, especially the several true disciples on the Wind and Cloud list, who, being true disciples themselves, were well aware of Luo Tian's prowess. It was evident that even they could not manage to defeat Luo Tian with a single blow. Apart from Jun Han, who had reached the spirit realm, and Jian Piaomiao, even those who had not yet ascended to the spirit realm would find it impossible. Could it be that Li Xian has now reached the spirit realm? The combination of the spirit realm and the sacred body left everyone astounded. How formidable must he be? Had we underestimated this individual? Who would have thought that he quietly ascended to such heights? Jun Han inhaled deeply, sensing his position at the pinnacle of the Wind and Cloud list was under serious threat. This individual possesses the sacred body and has cultivated to such a level within merely 3 years. His innate talent has undoubtedly surpassed all of us, Jian Piaomiao remarked pensively. The mere mention of the sacred body speaks volumes. Moreover, it has only been 3 years since Li Xian became a disciple of Lu Tianxian, and in such a brief period, he has achieved this level. It's far more than just the sacred body. The Seven Veins martial gathering continued. Soon, Feng Jioge returned to the arena. This time, fortune was not in her favor, as her opponent was a golden core cultivator, significantly stronger than her. In the heat of battle, Feng Jioge activated her Phoenix sacred body, allowing her to triumph over her foe. Following her, it was Li Xian's turn to take the stage, facing an inner disciple of the profound realm, renowned within the crossing immortal sect. Upon recognizing Li Xian, the opponent declared without hesitation, "I concede. I have no interest in seeking out suffering." His surrender was remarkably swift. If even Luo Tian, at the Void Realm, fell to a single strike, what chance did he have? However, not everyone was convinced of Li Xian's abilities. In the next match, when Li Xian stepped up again, he faced a warrior who doubted his cultivation. This opponent was tall and imposing, akin to an iron tower, wielding a golden staff and glaring intently at Li Xian. Others may believe you can defeat Brother Luo, but I do not. There must be some trickery at play, and I will expose your true self. He hailed from the shocking Cloud Peak, having idolized Luo Tian. Unable to accept that his idol had been vanquished by Li Xian, he was determined to confront him directly. With the golden staff in hand, he charged at Li Xian, unleashing a torrent of flames with a single strike. Observing this, Li Xian responded as he had when defeating Luo Tian, delivering a punch of overwhelming might that tore through his opponent's flames. In the next moment, the man was struck with tremendous force and sent flying. A mouthful of blood followed, and he fainted. Upon awakening, even disbelief would compel him to accept the truth. Li Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, cast a fleeting glance, and then turned to descend the arena. Several female warriors gazed at him, their beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. How had they not noticed before that Li Xian was so handsome? Indeed, he was also a pure Yang sacred body. Meanwhile, some male warriors glanced at the love-struck female companions beside them, curling their lips in disdain. Previously, he had disguised himself as an ordinary body. How could they have paid him any heed? Now they found him attractive. How superficial. As soon as these words left their lips, they were met with fierce retorts from several young maidens. Do you not find Li Xian handsome? Huh. I see you are merely envious of his pure Yang sacred body. The Seven Veins tournament continued. Due to the overwhelming number of skilled participants, Feng Jioge, despite being a sacred body, had only a short cultivation period and was merely at the Spirit Sea realm. She fell in the 4th round to a practitioner at the Profound realm. The crowd hurried to console her. Sister Feng, do not be too disheartened. Reaching the 4th round at such a young age is quite an achievement. Indeed, the disparity in realms was significant. It was unavoidable. Given your talent and strength, with time, you will surely claim victory in the Seven Veins tournament. There is no need to rush. The other disciples who had similarly faced defeat watched as Feng Jioge was encircled by comforting figures, their lips twitching in envy. The treatment of a sacred body was truly distinct. When they lost, no one paid them any mind. Yet when a sacred body faltered, a multitude rushed to offer their concern. Is there no fairness among people? Feng Jioge, receiving consolation from the crowd, maintained a composed demeanor. She felt no sorrow for her defeat. It was entirely normal for someone at the Spirit Sea realm to lose to a practitioner of the Profound realm. It would have been strange had she emerged victorious. She merely turned her gaze to Li Xian and approached him, feigning sadness. "Senior brother, I lost." Li Xian gently ruffled her hair and spoke softly. "There is no need to be upset. Victory and defeat are common in martial arts, and you have performed admirably." This was the first time little junior sister had lost to someone. Li Xian believed it essential to offer encouragement, lest her enthusiasm for cultivation wane. If she lost her passion, how could he expect to improve? Feeling Li Xian's large hand caressing her head, Feng Jioge could not help but smile. Indeed, her senior brother was exceptionally gentle. As others watched, their efforts to console her rendered futile, while Feng Jioge beamed at Li Xian's mere words, a sense of imbalance arose. Goodness, this phoenix sacred body is actually a senior brother devotee? The bond between them is truly profound. Yes, I too wish for such an adorable junior sister. Would you like to have such a charming junior sister? Or perhaps to bestow affection upon a sacred body junior sister? I wouldn't dare to expose your secret. On the arena, the host glanced at the upcoming match list, his eyes narrowing slightly as he announced, "Next match. Xuan from Xintian Peak versus Li Xian from Tianxuan Peak." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Xuan, the top of the Immortal Gates wind and cloud ranking. Li Xian, a suddenly emerging sacred body prodigy. The clash between these two promised to be captivating. Everyone is eager to know who among the younger generation of the Crossing Immortals sect is the foremost. This match is bound to be spectacular. Oh, there is quite a show to behold. Senior brother Xuan has cultivated for decades and now stands at the nascent soul realm, while Li Xian, despite being a sacred body, has only practiced for 3 years. Although his strength is formidable, I still believe that senior brother Xuan has the advantage. Indeed, that is a valid point. Yet who can guarantee that no unexpected twists will occur? Previously, no one believed Li Xian could triumph over Luo Tian. The crowd buzzes with speculation. In the air, Xuan stands with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at Li Xian with a faint smile. "Junior brother, I hope to receive your guidance." Li Xian remains silent, merely stepping onto the arena. He contemplates how to defeat Xuan. Although the latter is at the nascent soul level, he is still somewhat lacking compared to Li Xian. After all, he is the War King. If he were to unleash his full power, it would take but a few moves to vanquish his opponent. Or should he conserve some strength as a trump card? As Li Xian ponders, Xuan has already ascended the arena, his true essence surging forth. With a wave of his hand, various elements manifest in the void: gold, wood, water, fire, earth. The forces of the 5 elements swirl together, forming a colossal wheel. This is the essence of Xuan's physique, the 5-element king body. A physique capable of mastering the power of the 5 elements. Chapter 21. The first change in the storm rankings. Muscle reinforcement and marrow cleansing pill. The power of the 5 elements flows around Xuan, coalescing into a magnificent wheel, radiating resplendent light and auspicious signs. An unparalleled might emanates from it, causing the entire arena to vibrate. Xuan then raises his hand, reaching toward Li Xian. This strike sends ripples through the air. As the intertwined forces of the 5 elements transform into a giant hand. This is the pinnacle martial technique, the 5-element Great Hand Seal. Nearing the realm of the supreme law, it is one of the most elite martial arts of the Crossing Immortals sect. And when combined with Xuan's 5-element king body, its power is magnified. Xuan is aware that Li Xian's strength is far from simple. Beneath the surface, it is even more profound. Hence, he does not hold back. He unleashes his ultimate technique right away. As the colossal hand of 5 elemental powers sweeps toward him, Li Xian's expression remains indifferent. His true essence surges, and the exceedingly pure force of pure yang erupts into golden flames, scorching the air and distorting the surroundings. Boom! The hand formed from the 5 elemental forces is incinerated to ashes by the flames. The pure yang sacred body is revered as the furnace body. But this does not imply that its capabilities are limited to that of a furnace. On the contrary, the might of the pure yang sacred body is formidable. The pure yang fire is the king of flames. One flame conquers 5 elements. Xuan is forcefully pushed back several steps by the overwhelming power of the flames. His pupils tremble as he gazes at Li Xian, realizing that he can wield the pure yang fire to such an extent. You have indeed reached the nascent soul realm. You have concealed your true depth well. The crowd gasps in astonishment. Li Xian is not the void realm cultivator they presumed, but rather at the nascent soul level. The astonishment is palpable. He has only joined the Crossing Immortals sect for a few years, and he has already advanced to the nascent soul realm? Is this not a bit exaggerated? It is important to note that Xuan and Jian Piaomiao, who are esteemed as the top 2 on the Fengyun rankings, possess an emperor body. However, they have also spent decades cultivating to reach the Yuanshan realm. What merit does Li Xian possess to attain the Yuanshan realm so swiftly? Is it solely due to his status as a holy body? Not only is Li Xian at the Yuanshan realm, but he is also a holy body. Initially, it seemed that this battle would be won by senior brother Xuan, but now, the outcome appears uncertain. Although the 5 elements emperor body is formidable, it ultimately pales in comparison to the holy body. Indeed, Xuan, standing on the arena, is aware that his chances of victory may be slim. Yet, as the number 1 on the Fengyun rankings, he yearns to struggle for a moment longer. He raises his hand to the heavens, channeling the power of the 5 elements, which swirls and engulfs the atmosphere, while the immense will behind him begins to move, charging toward Li Xian. This is the body technique, 5 elements great wheel. The body technique is an ability developed based on one's physical constitution, differing slightly from martial skills. Martial skills can be wielded by any practitioner, while body techniques can only be utilized by those possessing the corresponding constitution. Furthermore, even among those with the same constitution, the body techniques developed may vary due to individual differences. The might of such a technique can be deemed of superior quality. The elders present, witnessing Xuan's body technique, cannot help but express their admiration. Body techniques are categorized into 5 levels: inferior, average, superior, pinnacle, and unparalleled. The 5 elements great wheel wielded by Xuan has already reached the level of superior quality. Generally, only those of supreme caliber have the opportunity to develop such techniques based on their constitution, yet Xuan has achieved this through his Yuanshan cultivation. In other words, should Xuan survive, he has a substantial probability of becoming a supreme being in the future. As the wheel hurtles toward him, Li Xian maintains a serene expression, raising his hand to unleash a simple yet potent burst of true essence, condensing it into a sphere of pure yang fire, which detonates against the 5 elements wheel. Boom! The wheel shatters. The power of the 5 elements dissipates. Xuan is struck with tremendous force, propelling him backward, and he crashes down from the arena. The spectators, witnessing this, fall into a contemplative silence. This is an utter annihilation. There is no doubt about it. The disparity between the 2 is overwhelmingly vast, not only in terms of constitution, but also in cultivation level. They are simply not of the same tier. The supremacy of constitution and the reverence of martial arts. Indeed, possessing a remarkable constitution trumps all. Has the opponent truly attained such strength after merely a few years of cultivation? Alas, it seems we may never catch up in our lifetime. Some practitioners with mediocre constitutions gaze at Li Xian with envy and jealousy. Even the disciples with superior constitutions fall into silence. The distinction between the emperor body and the holy body is but a word apart. Yet is the chasm truly so immense? It is rather exaggerated. After defeating Xuan, Li Xian does not display any signs of elation. For him, vanquishing Xuan is no different from overcoming other disciples. He leisurely descends from the arena. All eyes are upon him, and in their hearts, they understand the profound shift in status. The number 1 on the Fengyun rankings has changed hands. As the 7 Meridians martial competition continues, there remains little suspense. For Li Xian has emerged as the champion of this round. The martial artists who faced him either fell to a single strike or surrendered without resistance. Li Xian emerged as the most unexpected contender in this tournament of the 7 veins. Upon the conclusion of the competition, the host personally awarded Li Xian with a prize, a supreme elixir known as the muscle rejuvenating pill. As its name implies, this pill revitalizes the body, fortifying one's physique and enhancing true essence. A single pill is said to equate to a decade of arduous cultivation for an ordinary person. The host presented a jade vial. eliciting envy from the onlookers as they gazed upon its verdant hue. With a smile, Li Xian accepted the vial, his anticipation growing as he envisioned how this elixir could accelerate his junior sister's progress in cultivation. After the tournament, Li Xian bid farewell to the crowd, accompanied by Feng Jiugong back to Tianxuan Peak. However, alongside them were the peak masters of the Seven Veins, all eager to seek clarification from Lu Tianxian. The sudden emergence of Li Xian, a pure yang saint body, alongside Feng Jiugong raised questions about the secrets hidden within Tianxuan Peak. Yet Lu Tianxian remained unfazed by the inquiries of the peak masters. Stepping out of her dwelling, she remarked nonchalantly, "You are all aware of Li Xian's physique. Had he not concealed it, he would have long been captured by some enchantress." The assembly, upon hearing her words, found a semblance of logic in her statement, though some still harbored dissatisfaction. Such a significant matter, why was it not disclosed earlier? Do you think we would endanger him? We are all of the same sect. Is there no trust among us? A woman clad in white gazed at Li Xian from a distance, her lips moistening, though her demeanor lacked conviction. Lu Tianxian rolled her eyes, admonishing her to wipe away the drool. Ahem, to be honest, senior sister, do you know? Absolutely not, Lu Tianxian firmly denied. The others refrained from pressing further, recognizing the fierce potency of Li Xian's pure yang fire. The pure yang saint body possesses a unique trait. As long as the bearer maintains their yang energy, the strength of the pure yang fire intensifies. From the sheer might of Li Xian's flames, it was evident that he remained in pristine condition. Junior sister, you have taken on 2 disciples, both of whom are saint bodies. How did you achieve this? Enlighten us. One peak master inquired. Having 1 disciple with a saint body is mere fortune. Having 2 is a testament to discerning talent. Chapter 22. The senior brother has sacrificed too much. The ethereal aura. Ahem, that is easily explained. First and foremost, taking on disciples requires a sense of fate. When you encounter them, it is destiny. If they are willing to accept you as a mentor, that is providence. Fate and chance are both indispensable. My ability to take on 2 saint bodies is also a matter of fate, Lu Tianxian elaborated. After listening for a while, the assembly could not help but twitch their lips. While she spoke at length, they discerned merely 2 words. Luck. What nonsense about fate. This is clearly a case of sheer luck. They inwardly scoffed. Their gazes shifted to Li Xian and Feng Jiugong, and envy overwhelmed them once more. Why is it that they cannot receive such an exceptional disciple? Li Xian presented the recently acquired muscle and bone cleansing pill to Feng Jiugong with a gentle smile, saying, "This elixir will greatly benefit your cultivation. Make good use of it." Feng Jiugong gazed at the pill in her hand, momentarily taken aback. "Senior brother, you actually gave me the prize from the Seven Veins martial arts competition." Reflecting on the fact that he had never participated in any of the competitions over the years, she pondered why he chose to partake this time. Was it merely because of their master's command? No, it was not that. He did so because he had her, his junior sister. He recognized that this reward would be immensely advantageous for her, prompting him to join the competition. A warm surge of emotion welled up within Feng Jiugong as she realized the sacrifices her senior brother had made for her. "Senior brother, let's share the muscle and bone cleansing pill." With determination in her eyes, she took out her precious sword and cleaved the pill in 2, offering half to Li Xian. Although he initially intended to refuse, the resolute look in her eyes compelled him to accept it. Very well. After securing his half of the pill, Li Xian went off to prepare dinner. That evening, as Feng Jiugong practiced, she consumed her half of the muscle and bone cleansing pill. Instantly, an overwhelming energy surged within her, propelling her cultivation to new heights. Soon, she attained the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea realm, just a step away from forming the Dan. Truly, it was an extraordinary elixir, Feng Jiugong thought to herself. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Xian, having finished dinner and indulging in a drink, suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding! Feng Jiugong has consumed the muscle and bone cleansing pill, breaking through to the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea realm. Random reward for the host. Celestial aura. What is this celestial aura? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, he sensed a transformation within his body, though he could not quite pinpoint the nature of the change. Casually, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror. What on earth? Who is this person, and why do they look so handsome? Oh, it's me, he thought, feeling reassured. However, something felt amiss. As he scrutinized his reflection, the more he looked, the more he sensed something peculiar. This handsomeness was indeed extraordinary. Previously, he was quite handsome, But now, he appeared even more so. Yet, this allure was not merely a change in appearance. It emanated an ethereal, otherworldly charm, as if a celestial being had descended into the mortal realm. Coupled with his pure yang sacred body, he mused, "This seems to be pushing me down the path of a mesmerizing male." Touching his face, he lamented, "I had intended to rely on my strength to make a living. Yet it seems I must ultimately depend on my looks." The following day, at the break of dawn, Feng Jioge arose to practice. Li Xian, still asleep, vaguely heard the sound of her sword slicing through the air. Groggily opening his eyes, he caught sight of Feng Jioge in the courtyard and couldn't help but marvel. What an industrious little junior sister. Stepping outside, Feng Jioge noticed him and attempted to greet him, "Senior brother," but before she could finish her sentence, she was left speechless. In the present day, Li Xian donned a flowing white robe, his appearance strikingly ethereal and captivating, with sword-like brows and bright eyes. His hair and garments flowed freely, gently fluttering as if he were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, utterly extraordinary. Perhaps it was due to his recent awakening that his slightly drowsy eyes bore a hint of languor, infusing his transcendent aura with a touch of worldly charm. Feng Jioge felt that his demeanor surpassed that of all others in existence. Even divine entities could not be compared. Her senior brother, with merely his poise and essence, eclipsed the multitude of beings. In a moment of reverie, she found herself entranced. Lost in thought, she recalled Li Xian's pure yang sacred body, and an impulsive urge to push him onto the bed surged within her. Yet, alas, she was still young, her desires unfulfilled by her capabilities. Li Xian yawned and approached Feng Jioge, reaching out to gently ruffle her hair, commenting on her diligence in rising early to practice. As she felt his hand on her head, a refreshing and delicate aura emanated from him, perhaps enhanced by his current allure, causing her cheeks to flush. Li Xian, oblivious to her reaction, yawned again, stretched lazily, and proceeded to wash up before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. With her mind distracted from her training, Feng Jioge wandered to the kitchen, watching Li Xian roll up his sleeves to cook, feeling as though a celestial being had descended to earth to prepare a meal for her, evoking a dreamlike sensation. Ding! Feng Jioge's affection level, 2. Upon hearing the chime, Li Xian was no longer surprised. Cooking a meal could indeed elevate affection. His little junior sister was truly easy to please. Breakfast consisted of 2 bowls of noodles and 2 fried eggs. Just as they were about to eat, a voice echoed from the nearby cave. "Xiao Su, I am hungry." Li Xian glanced at the untouched noodles before him, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Junior sister, you go ahead and eat. I shall deliver some noodles to master." "All right." Feng Jioge nodded, though inwardly vexed. "Damn master. How dare he interrupt my meal with senior brother? Moreover, he only cooked 2 bowls. If he eats one, what will senior brother have? Perhaps I should cook another bowl for him." She cast a glance at the kitchen. Having memorized every step of how Li Xian prepared the noodles and eggs, confident she could replicate it flawlessly, carrying the noodles to the cave, Li Xian was aware that Feng Jioge's hunger was merely a pretense. She could sleep for half a year without feeling hunger. Her declaration of hunger was simply an invitation for him to visit her. Upon entering, he found Lu Tianxian lazily reclined on the bed. Her dress hiked up to her thighs, her long, straight legs glistening with a pearly sheen. Li Xian had long grown accustomed to such sights, maintaining his composure. "Master, the noodles are here," he announced, placing them on the table. "Set it down for now. Let me examine your condition," Lu Tianxian replied, her curiosity piqued. It had only been a few days, yet his aura had transformed once more. This celestial quality was ethereal and otherworldly, surpassing even the mortal immortals she had previously encountered. Yet, what was Li Xian? Merely a war king. Those celestial beings from the mundane world could effortlessly vanquish hundreds with a mere slap. Where does such an aura emanate from? Simply astounding. Upon hearing the announcement of yet another physical examination, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Li Xian's mouth. Indeed. However, it is often said that familiarity breeds comfort. This marked the 3rd occasion, and with a stoic expression, he removed his outer garment, standing resolutely, as if inviting examination. Observing him, Lu Tianxian licked her crimson lips, her fingers itching with anticipation. Chapter 23. Are you capable? Do you dare call this mess noodles? Destruction. Watching Lu Tianxian, whose demeanor suggested she might spring upon him at any moment, Li Xian felt considerably more composed than before. Initially, he had been apprehensive due to his insufficient cultivation, fearing he might be overwhelmed and drained by Lu Tianxian. Yet, the circumstance had transformed. He was now a war king. What if she was a half-step supreme? Ultimately, a half-step supreme still resided within the realm of war kings. We share the same level. Can you truly drain me dry? Come forth. I am eager to witness who will emerge as the victor. In his heart, Li Xian harbored a flicker of anticipation. Although he could not overpower her, he was confident he could compel Lu Tianxian to plead for mercy in other ways. However, to his chagrin, Lu Tianxian did not pounce. As before, she conducted a thorough examination of his physique, discovering that he still possessed the pure yang sacred body. As for that celestial aura, it seemed to materialize from thin air. Her curiosity was piqued, so intense that she contemplated dissecting Li Xian for research. Ultimately, she dismissed that notion, recognizing that he was her precious disciple, singular and irreplaceable. She could not act recklessly. Instead, she resolved to observe the unfolding events. All right, you may leave now. Lu Tianxian waved her hand dismissively. A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Xian's eyes. Can you truly endure this? Are you capable, Lu Tianxian? Yes, master. He respectfully bowed and turned to depart. As he walked away, Lu Tianxian stroked her chin, a playful smile gracing her lips. This little Xuanzi seemed to harbor expectations regarding her actions. TSK. Perhaps engaging in dual cultivation could provide deeper insights into his bodily transformations. Alas, dear little Xuanzi, you are still far too inexperienced. She stretched languidly, glancing at the noodles on the table. Approaching, she picked up a pair of chopsticks and slurped down a couple of bites. Oh, the flavor is rather delightful. Exiting the cave dwelling, Li Xian returned to his humble wooden abode. At the dining table, Feng Jioge sat poised, her petite frame sitting upright, embodying a picture of obedience as she awaited his return. Li Xian's mood lifted. Indeed, compared to the unpredictable master, his endearing junior sister was a source of comfort. He approached, only to discover an additional bowl on the table. This dish, aside from its distinctive color, Li Xian could only describe as a lump. Upon noticing his return, Feng Jioge pushed the bowl of white substance toward him. Senior brother, you're back. This is the noodle I prepared for you. Li Xian fell silent. Do you dare to call this mess noodles? Perhaps Feng Jioge, wishing to enhance its appearance, had sprinkled some vibrant green scallions on top. However, this could not conceal the peculiar appearance of the bowl of noodles before him. A smile crept onto Li Xian's lips. Thank you, junior sister, but I am not hungry. No, senior brother, you should give your bowl to our master. He must be hungry now. Do try it. I followed your steps exactly, Feng Jioge said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at Li Xian. Followed my steps? For the first time, Li Xian felt that his culinary skills had been insulted. Yet, upon seeing his junior sister's eager expression, he gritted his teeth. I shall eat. Trembling, he picked up the chopsticks, attempting to grasp the noodles, only to discover they had congealed into a lump, utterly unmanageable. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the bowl and shoveled the noodles into his mouth. He swallowed them almost whole. Feng Jioge watched from the side, her joy palpable. Senior brother eats so happily. Please, eat slowly. I will make it for you again next time. Coughing, Li Xian nearly choked. Junior sister, there is no need. Focus on your cultivation and promise me. Do not enter the kitchen again. Are you worried I might tire myself? How considerate. She replied. Do not worry, senior brother. I am not afraid of exhaustion. But I fear for my life, Li Xian lamented, tears nearly spilling. After reluctantly finishing the mound of noodles, he gulped down a flask of wine, feeling overwhelmed. Goodness. He estimated that Feng Jioge had added at least 8 spoonfuls of salt, and she had the audacity to claim she followed his recipe? Days passed, and the ranking of the Duxian sect was updated. Li Xian rightfully claimed the top spot, a development not surprising to anyone. It was widely accepted, after all. How could he not be first when even a formidable opponent like Jun Han was easily defeated? Following the release of the rankings, rumors about Li Xian proliferated. Have you seen senior brother Li Xian? I saw him yesterday, and I was astounded. He is incredibly handsome. I never realized before that senior brother Li Xian possesses an ethereal charm. Indeed, upon seeing him yesterday, a line came to mind. A gentleman as exquisite as jade. Unparalleled in the world, referring precisely to senior brother Li Xian, the rightful first on the ranking. TSK, you were not saying this before. Let our former selves be damned. What connection do they have to who we are now? Meanwhile, as Li Xian became a prominent figure in the Duxian sect, An unsettling event unfolded in the Eastern Continent, where the sect was located. A calamity erupted within a dynasty, a demonic disaster. According to legend, during ancient times on the Tianxuan Continent, humans and demons coexisted, with the human race being oppressed and tormented by the inherently powerful demon race, even reduced to mere fodder for the beasts. In that era, life for humans was a living hell. Eventually, divine providence favored humanity, and several powerful saints emerged among them. United, they resisted the demon race, and after millennia of struggle, they finally vanquished the demons, sealing them deep beneath the Tianxuan Continent. Yet, the demons remain unyielding. From time to time, they devise ways to escape their subterranean prison. Every incident inevitably leads to the demise of numerous individuals, such as the calamity wrought by demons. Over the years, despite the internal strife among the human race, there has always been a united front against the demon kind. When such a catastrophe arises, the powerful sects invariably dispatch their members to quell the chaos. As one of the foremost sects in the Eastern Continent, the Xuan sect could not afford to remain passive in the face of this demonic disaster. After much deliberation, they resolved to send Li Xian to suppress the turmoil. Li Xian, who had been content to languish in idleness, was taken aback upon receiving this news. A demonic disaster? Why must it be me? You are currently ranked first on the wind and cloud list, and serve as the face of the Xuan sect. If you do not go, then who will? The sect leader beamed at Li Xian. Beside him, Feng Jiuge frowned at the mention of the demonic disaster. The demon race is a grave threat to humanity, and as martial artists, we must rise to the occasion. Senior brother, sect leader, I too wish to partake in this endeavor. In the Jiuge continent, there have often been disturbances caused by demons. Feng Jiuge had even slain several demon saints herself. However, she believed that this particular crisis would not summon beings of such formidable rank, as there were few saints in the entire Tianxuan continent. If a demon saint were to emerge, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the land. The Xuan sect could not possibly send Li Xian alone. Upon hearing Feng Jiuge's declaration, Li Xian blinked at her, astonished by her righteous fervor. Truly, she was worthy of being an empress in a past life. The sect leader could not help but clap in delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful. At such a tender age, you possess such courage. Given time, both of you will become the pillars of the Xuan sect and indeed of all humanity." With such words spoken, there was no turning back. Furthermore, he was quite curious about the demon race and wondered what they truly looked like. Were there succubi among them? Chapter 24. Feng Jiuge takes action to rescue. She is not alone. As the demonic disaster unfolded, the martial arts sects of the Eastern Continent could not remain idle. In no time, elite disciples from various sects set forth towards the kingdom where the calamity had erupted, namely the Luo Kingdom. The Eastern Continent is home to hundreds of kingdoms. And while the Luo Kingdom is not among the strongest, it has now become the focal point of attention due to this disaster, attracting elite members from various sections. It is said that even one of the three sacred grounds of the Eastern Continent, the mysterious sanctuary, has dispatched personnel. At the entrance of the Xuan sect, Li Xian, accompanied by Feng Jiuge, began their journey to the Luo Kingdom. Prior to their departure, Junhan and Luo Tian had already set off. Particularly, Luo Tian hastened to the Luo Kingdom at the first sign of the disaster, for it was his homeland. In the Luo Kingdom, within a certain town, a group of citizens hid within a courtyard, too fearful to venture outside. Meanwhile, the streets were overrun by a multitude of ferocious beasts. These monstrous creatures varied greatly in appearance, featuring red-eyed hounds and horned lizards. Regardless of their form, they all exuded a dark, malevolent aura, as if to ensure that no one could mistake their demonic nature. Among the formidable beasts, at the forefront stood a demon clad in a flowing black robe, possessing an exquisite visage that bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary human. However, a singular horn protruded from his forehead, and his crimson eyes glinted with a hint of bloodlust as they surveyed the courtyard. He commanded the beasts to relentlessly assault the estate. Yet they were thwarted by a radiant golden barrier. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a multitude of golden Buddhist scriptures swirling within this protective veil. Inside the courtyard, two monks, adorned in their robes, sat cross-legged, intoning sacred verses. This barrier was their magnum opus. "Detestable bald-headed fools, your scripture barrier shall not endure for long," sneered the horned demon. He urged the beasts to persistently attack the barrier, aiming to deplete the monk's spiritual energy. Gradually, the brilliance of the scripture barrier began to wane. Suddenly, one of the monks could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers within the courtyard were stricken with alarm. "Master, this is dire news. The master has coughed up blood. He has exhausted too much power to maintain this barrier." Concern washed over the crowd. With this barrier in place, they were shielded from the demonic calamity. Should it fall, they would be left with no choice but to become fodder for the beasts. Casting a glance at the bloodied monk, the white-robed monk sighed, recognizing that in this dire moment, they must take the initiative. He focused his intent upon the leading demon, surmising that if he could slay the adversary, the other beasts would surely retreat. Thus, he summoned forth a resplendent aura of golden light, and behind him, the imposing silhouette of a golden Buddha materialized, wielding a demon-slaying pestle, advancing towards the demon. The demon's gaze sharpened. It was the 1hr body. The 1hr body is a rare physical constitution among the Buddhist sects, rendering its bearer innately suited to the cultivation of Buddhist martial arts. The demon, sensing the threat, grasped a massive axe and swung it towards the descending pestle. A thunderous clash erupted, sending shockwaves through the air and causing the ground to cave in. Surrounding structures crumbled under the force. This display of power rivaled that of the transcendence realm. The demon narrowed his eyes, contemplating the white-robed monk, who possessed the 1hr body and was on the cusp of the transcendence stage. Surely, in the Golden Buddha Temple, he would be regarded as a prodigy. Killing you would surely wound the Golden Buddha Temple deeply, he mused, for the Golden Buddha Temple was one of the premier sects of the Eastern Continent, renowned across the region. Gradually, a torrent of demonic energy radiated from the demon, overpowering the aura of the white-robed monk's 1hr body. The monk's expression shifted in apprehension. This was a demon of the transcendence realm. In the Eastern Continent, such beings were regarded as formidable adversaries, often insurmountable for the majority of the younger generation of martial artists. Although the white-robed monk was indeed talented, he remained a half-step away from transcendence, a distance that could cost him his life. Casting a forlorn glance at the civilians behind him, the white-robed monk sighed in resignation. This humble monk is powerless to vanquish this demon. With a resounding crash, the demon's massive axe descended, shattering the scripture barrier with cataclysmic force. The overwhelming power unleashed a wave of destruction, transforming the estate into a desolate wasteland. Upon the removal of the protective barrier, a multitude of ferocious beasts, salivating and with bloodthirsty eyes, lunged towards the innocent populace within the estate. Just as these creatures were about to indulge in a feast, a sword, crimson as blood, descended from the heavens. It struck the ground with precision, embedding itself at the entrance of the estate. A piercing aura of sword energy radiated outward, and in the blink of an eye, the beasts were reduced to mere clouds of blood mist. From the sky, a figure descended, clad in a flowing red garment. Her stature appeared diminutive, yet she emanated an air of authority. The flames of a phoenix blazed around her, causing the surrounding beasts to recoil in fear. "Monsters, meet your demise," Feng Jiugu declared coldly, surveying the throngs of creatures before her. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed torrents of phoenix fire. The flames engulfed the beasts, incinerating them to ashes in mere moments. Upon witnessing the devastating power of the phoenix flames, the leader of the horned demon clan narrowed his eyes in astonishment. This presence unmistakably belonged to a human saint body. He was taken aback. This was indeed a human saint body, akin to the royalty within the demon realm. If he could slay such a being, it would be a monumental achievement. Most critically, this human saint body was merely at the spirit sea realm. With his profound strength, capturing her would be a trivial task. Overcome with excitement, he acted decisively. "Human saint body, prepare to die?" The horned demon brandished a massive axe, striking down towards Feng Jiugu. The force of the blow was overwhelming, seemingly capable of cleaving a mountain, and it sought to lock onto her with an intensity far surpassing her own power. Typically, one at the spirit sea realm would face certain death against such an onslaught. However, Feng Jiugu was no ordinary individual. She possessed the means to evade. Yet, she did not flee, for she was not alone. Just as the formidable axe was about to descend upon her, a powerful hand emerged from beside her, effortlessly seizing the descending weapon. It was Li Xian. "Junior sister, how bold of you to confront such formidable beasts," he remarked with a faint smile. Feng Jiugu, flattered by Li Xian's praise, could not help but smile in return. She knew he understood her bravery stemmed from his protective presence. Being beside her senior brother filled her with an overwhelming sense of emotional support. Meanwhile, the horned demon was left in a state of shock. Who is this person? How did he appear? Why did I not sense him? He was utterly bewildered. Yet, Li Xian wasted no time with pleasantries. With a slight smile, he tightened his grip. And with a resounding crack, the massive axe shattered into fragments. He then unleashed a swift strike. Bang! The horned demon found himself engulfed by an unstoppable force, uncontrollably propelled backwards. His body, unable to withstand the residual impact, tore apart mid-air, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 25. The second comparison of Feng Jiuge. With a single strike, the horned demon barely had time to react before being obliterated into nothingness, dead beyond recovery. With a single strike, he vanquished the formidable demon clan of the transcendental realm, leaving those present gasping in astonishment. The two monks stood there, utterly speechless. Such prowess suggested that he was at least a master of the void realm, and his youth only amplified the brilliance of his talent. Furthermore, the young girl beside him was revealed to be a sacred body, a rare distinction typically reserved for the sons and daughters of the three great sacred lands. Could it be that she hailed from one of those esteemed places? Various thoughts swirled in their minds. Li Xian approached them, inquiring if they were unharmed. The two monks, not daring to be negligent, quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed friend. May I inquire your name? Li Xian replied with a gentle smile. I am Li Xian from the Crossing Immortals sect. This is my junior sister, Feng Jiuge. We have come to lend our support to the Luo dynasty. Upon hearing this, the citizens behind the monks brightened, their spirits uplifted. How wonderful! With such extraordinary talents by our side, I believe we can soon quell the demonic calamity. One exclaimed. Indeed. Finally, we may return to our former, tranquil lives. I have endured enough of these anxious days, another lamented, expressing gratitude to the duo for their rescue. Li Xian helped each of them to their feet, assuring them there is no need for such formality. The crowd gazed at him, captivated by his otherworldly demeanor. Could this truly be an immortal descending from the heavens? Their confidence in overcoming the demonic threat plummeted. Even the two capable monks regarded Li Xian with admiration. Realizing that the Crossing Immortals sect had produced a true prodigy, they felt inclined to forge a connection with him. From the monks, Li Xian learned that the demon clan was wreaking havoc throughout the Luo dynasty, with the capital being the most critical area. The source of the recent demonic outbreak was a den located within the capital itself. Only by eliminating this den could the calamity be fully eradicated. The elites from various sects were already en route to the capital, and the white-robed monk expressed confidence that, united, they would surely resolve this crisis. Li Xian nodded slightly. Very well. Once we have addressed the calamity in this town, my junior sister and I shall proceed to the capital. Brotherly, would you care to travel together? One monk suggested. That sounds agreeable, he replied. They then continued to vanquish the remaining demonic beasts in the town. During this time, Li Xian learned the monks' dharma names. One was Huiyun, and the other Huikong. Huikong, in particular, possessed a diamond body and was regarded as one of the finest talents in the Diamond Temple, second only to the temple's bodhisattva, Huixin, who was currently in seclusion and unable to leave. Within the town, Li Xian and Feng Jiuge were engaged in eliminating the lingering demonic creatures. Most of the work fell to Feng Jiuge, who eagerly seized the opportunity to hone her skills. As she wielded the Phoenix Blood Sword, her blade danced with scorching and domineering sword energy, transforming into a torrent of blazing fire. Amidst the flames, the faint sound of a phoenix's cry could be heard, a manifestation of the supreme technique, the Phoenix Sword Art, which she had inherited from the Phoenix Blood Sword. Certainly, in her previous life as an empress, Feng Jiuge was not lacking in supreme techniques. However, the Phoenix Sword technique resonated most harmoniously with her phoenix body. Moreover, recklessly employing other supreme techniques could elicit suspicion. The Phoenix Sword technique, on the other hand, was different. It was a supreme legacy she acquired within the renowned sword pavilion of the Surging Cloud Peak. And everyone in the Immortal Crossing sect was aware that she wielded it effortlessly. As she executed her swordplay, she decimated the demonic creatures, causing them to abandon their defenses. Li Xian observed from behind, unable to suppress his admiration in such a brief span. She had mastered the Phoenix Sword technique to this degree, truly worthy of her reincarnation as an empress. He himself also practiced the Phoenix Sword technique. having reached the pinnacle of its perfection. Naturally, he could discern the remarkable level of Feng Jiugong's swordsmanship. A martial art is categorized according to its proficiency and comprehension into stages: initiation, minor success, major success, peak, and perfection. The higher the martial art, the more arduous the path to major success becomes. For a practitioner beneath the supreme level, mastering a supreme technique to minor success is already an impressive feat. Yet, Feng Jiugong's Phoenix Sword technique had already attained major success. This alone surpassed countless prodigies. Li Xian sighed, proud to call her my junior sister. Half a day later, the demonic creatures in the town were completely eradicated. Evening descended, and the group planned to rest for the night before heading to the royal capital the following day. The townsfolk, wishing to express their gratitude, presented them with an abundance of food. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky above the town, and the radiant moonlight was shrouded by a wave of sinister, demonic energy. The two monks, Huikong and his companion, gazed at the dark miasma, feeling an oppressive weight in their hearts. What a formidable demonic presence! It must be at least of the void realm. They could hardly believe such a formidable demonic entity had emerged, and a flicker of despair ignited within them. They were far outmatched by this demon. With another deafening thunderclap, lightning descended, manifesting as a demon exuding overwhelming malevolence. He glared at the crowd, declaring that they had caused the demise of his minions, and demanded retribution. Just as he prepared to strike, Li Xian did not extend courtesies. He unleashed a powerful slap. Within his palm, pure yang flames blazed fiercely. This pure yang fire, embodying the essence of ultimate brightness and rigidity, was a nemesis to demons. Coupled with Li Xian's cultivation reaching the War King level, the demon had no chance to react. Instantly reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace of demonic energy. Originally steeped in despair, Huikong and his companion were rendered speechless at this scene. Another instant kill. They felt compelled to re-evaluate Li Xian's prowess, realizing it was at least a level above their previous estimations. This was undeniably beyond the void realm. It was at least the spirit realm. Such a young spirit. This individual must be an exceptionally elite disciple within the Immortal Crossing sect, likely destined to become the master of a peak in the future. Furthermore, if Li Brothers' flames are as I perceive, you are wielding pure yang fire. Huikong swallowed hard and inquired. Indeed, Li Xian nodded slightly, revealing no concealment. The Duxian sect is widely known, and it is only a matter of time before the existence of the pure yang sacred body becomes common knowledge throughout the Eastern Continent. There is little merit in concealing it. It is better to be forthright. Hiss. Huikong drew a sharp breath. Pure yang sacred body. Coupled with Feng Jiuji's Phoenix sacred body, the Duxian sect has astonishingly produced two sacred bodies. Even among holy lands, it is rare to possess two sacred bodies. They could almost envision a fourth holy land emerging in the Eastern Continent. Nightfall. Several individuals rested within an inn, yet Feng Jiugu remained awake. For today marked her second comparison with her senior brother. This time, the focus of their contest would be martial skills. Her Phoenix sword technique had already reached great mastery. Nearing the pinnacle, I shall certainly triumph. Feng Jiugu brimmed with confidence. She had scarcely witnessed Li Xian's training. In truth, she had never observed him practice any martial skills. His prowess in this regard could not possibly match her own. Chapter 26. Another comparison and a goodnight kiss. The comparison commenced. Feng Jiugu sat cross-legged, silently reciting a mantra. In the blink of an eye, she found herself in an expansive, misty realm, where a colossal yin-yang heavenly measuring ruler loomed before her, one side black, the other white, exuding profound mystique. Slowly, she approached one end of the ruler, and before her, a figure materialized. It was Li Xian's ethereal shadow. Ding! The content of the second comparison pertains to martial skills. Both parties' cultivation levels are suppressed to the qi refining realm, and they are prohibited from utilizing their physiques, mystical weapons, divine abilities, and so forth. Only martial skills may be employed. If the host emerges victorious, they shall receive a Yuan Shun Baohua. The Yuan Shun Baohua is an extraordinary spiritual herb. Once consumed, it enables a martial artist to manifest divine consciousness prematurely, even giving rise to a primordial spirit. Should a martial artist possess a primordial spirit ahead of time, their combat prowess would significantly enhance, and their cultivation would progress at an astonishing rate before reaching the realm of the primordial spirit. Feng Jiuge felt assured that if she obtained this Yuan Shun Baohua, she could ascend to the realm of the primordial spirit within a year. In 3 years, she would become a war king. In 5 years, she would attain supremacy. Within a century, she could restore her peak cultivation and return to the Jiuge continent. This Yuan Shun Baohua is mine for the taking. Senior brother, forgive my intrusion, Feng Jiuge declared, brandishing her sword as she charged at Li Xian. With her initial strike, she unleashed the phoenix sword technique, her sword energy intertwining to form the illusion of a phoenix. Yet, Li Xian met her attack with his own sword. With a resounding clang, he successfully parried her strike. Feng Jiuge swiftly changed her approach, unleashing 13 strikes in rapid succession. However, all were deftly deflected. What astonished her further was that Li Xian remained steadfast, not retreating a single step. She was taken aback. What? Her senior brother possesses such mastery in swordsmanship. No, I have never seen him practice martial skills. He has never even touched a sword. Where could he have acquired such skill? Moreover, she sensed a hint of familiarity in his swordplay. Wait, I assent that my phoenix sword technique. She was even more astounded. All of her successive strikes had been effortlessly blocked by Li Xian. As she stood in astonishment, Li Xian swiftly counterattacked. With his sword in hand, he concentrated his energy at the blade's tip and struck forth, sending Feng Jiuge staggering back several paces. In her shock, she dared not underestimate her opponent and immediately unleashed the most formidable move of the Phoenix sword technique. Phoenix soars to the 9 heavens. She leapt into the air, her sword aura erupting and transforming into a fiery phoenix apparition. Upon witnessing this, Li Xian mirrored her actions, vaulting into the air as well, his sword aura coalescing into a phoenix that was even more vivid than hers. Moreover, an intense sword intent permeated the air. Sword intent. It was indeed sword intent. Feng Jiuge's pupils contracted slightly. Only through the perfect mastery of the supreme technique could one comprehend such profound realms. For only a supreme could wield such intent. Yet, Li Xian, who was not a supreme, had perfected a supreme technique and successfully grasped the sword intent. This was something she herself could not achieve at present. The two phoenix apparitions collided head-on, and Feng Jiuge's phoenix shattered upon contact, as she was struck directly by Li Xian's sword aura. Her entire being was propelled away from the celestial measuring ruler. Comparison failed. Feng Jiuge realized the disparity in their abilities, her mind in a daze. Why had her senior brother, who had never practiced swordsmanship, attained such extraordinary skill in the art, and even mastered sword intent? Furthermore, he had learned her phoenix sword technique? What on earth was happening? Feng Jiuge was truly bewildered. She had thought she understood her senior brother well enough. But now it seemed that what she knew was merely the tip of the iceberg. My dear senior brother, how many more surprises do you hold that I am yet to discover? She murmured. Release punishment feedback task. Bestow Li Xian a goodnight kiss for 3 consecutive days. Upon completion, you will receive petals from the Yuanshan treasure flower. The petals from the Yuanshan treasure flower, while not equivalent to a whole plant, were still quite valuable. Though they could not facilitate the early condensation of the Yuanshan, they would aid in the birth of divine consciousness, proving beneficial before she ascended to the Yuanshan realm. However, the more pressing matter was that this punishment task caused Feng Jiuge to blush. A goodnight kiss. The celestial measuring ruler was actually asking her to kiss Li Xian? Last time it was a massage, and now it was a goodnight kiss. Did the celestial measuring ruler intend for her to develop her senior brother into a future partner? This was a punishment? It clearly felt more like a reward. Feng Jiuge found herself surprisingly unresistant to this so-called punishment. Yet the critical question remained. How was she to kiss her senior brother? She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, appearing no older than 12 or 13, and suddenly an idea struck her. She leapt off her bed and made her way toward Li Xian's room. She knocked fervently at the door. With a creak, Li Xian opened the door, a hint of surprise crossing his face as he beheld Feng Jiuge. He smiled faintly. Sister, you're still awake. Is there something you need? Brother, could you please squat down? Feng Jiuge asked. Li Xian, without suspicion, complied and lowered himself to her eye level, only to have Feng Jiuge suddenly lean in and plant a kiss on his forehead. He was momentarily taken aback, staring at the blushing Feng Jiuge, and could not help but exclaim in surprise, Sister, what are you doing? Though the kiss was merely on the forehead, it felt exceedingly intimate. Brother, this is a goodnight kiss. My mother used to do this before bed when she was still with me. However, now that she is gone, A hint of sorrow flickered in Feng Zhouge's eyes. In this reincarnated body, prior to being brought back to Tianxuan Peak by Lu Tianxian, she was indeed an orphan, having lost her parents in a calamity caused by demonic forces. Observing the sorrow reflected in Feng Zhouge's gaze, Li Xian let out a sigh and instinctively embraced her. It seems she longs for her family. The goodnight kiss she bestowed upon me is perhaps her way of seeking solace through me. How pitiable she is. Do not be saddened, junior sister. Tianxian Peak is your home, and both I and Master are your family, Li Xian reassured her. Woo-woo, brother. Feng Zhouge nuzzled her head against Li Xian's sturdy chest. You are my family. As for that contemptible master, perhaps we should let that be. Who knows when she might try to vie for your affection again. After comforting Feng Zhouge and seeing her off to her room to sleep, Li Xian returned to his own quarters. The following day, as dawn broke, they all rose to freshen up. Under the watchful eyes of the townsfolk, they set forth towards the royal capital. Along the way, they traversed numerous villages and towns, encountering many demonic beasts and creatures, which they naturally could not ignore, vanquishing them one by one. This endeavor took several days. During this time, Feng Zhouge exhibited remarkable bravery, displaying more dedication in slaying demons than the several men around her. However, the valiant little sister transformed into a clingy and endearing figure before Li Xian each evening, insisting on giving him a good-night kiss before sleep. After receiving these affectionate gestures for several days, Li Xian, though puzzled by her sudden attachment, dismissed it as her yearning for her deceased parents due to the demonic disaster. Seeking comfort through him, soon, they arrived at Luowan capital. Upon their arrival, they beheld a persistent haze composed of demonic energy hovering over the city. Chapter 27 Brother. I shall undoubtedly surpass the succubi in beauty. What a dense miasma of demonic energy. Within this capital, there must be a formidable demon. Huikong inhaled deeply. A formidable demon is a being of considerable power, second only to the Demon King, equivalent to at least the Yuan Shun realm among humans. Furthermore, judging by the intensity of the demonic energy in the royal capital, it seems there are not just one or two formidable demons present, which is quite alarming. What is happening? The elites from various sects should have arrived here long ago. How can there still be such a potent concentration of demonic energy within the capital? Huikong pondered, perplexed. As the group ventured deeper into the royal capital, they noticed the streets were eerily quiet, with only a few demonic creatures roaming about. However, these creatures were evidently not the source of the intense demonic energy. In Li Xian's perception, the origin lay at the very heart of the capital, namely, the royal palace. After traversing several more miles, the group suddenly felt a chill sweep over them, and soon they witnessed frost gradually creeping across the nearby street. At the end of this frost lay a figure clad in a flowing blue gown. The figure before him was graceful and enchanting, every movement exuding a captivating allure. If one were to overlook the chilling aura of magic that surrounded her, she would be an exceptionally beautiful woman, one whose beauty could make one's heart race. Alas, the suffocating presence of her magical energy was undeniable. It was evident that she belonged to a powerful demon clan, and she appeared to be of considerable rank. Upon spotting Li Xian, her eyes sparkled with surprise, revealing her astonishment at the presence of such a strikingly handsome man among the human race. Why not become my honored guest? She suggested enticingly. Li Xian remained unmoved. Beside him, Feng Zhouge let out a disdainful snort. How vulgar. With that, she unleashed several slashes of sword energy. However, the fiery sword energy, ignited by phoenix flames, was swiftly frozen into crystalline shards by the frigid aura before it could even approach the demoness. The disparity in their cultivation levels was simply too vast. Li Xian estimated that this demoness was at least a grand demon, a being of the primordial spirit realm. Huikong swallowed nervously, realizing that they had encountered such a formidable demon so soon after arriving in the royal capital. Their luck was indeed extraordinary. He summoned his true essence, manifesting a golden Vajra apparition, glaring fiercely at the demoness. The conflict between humans and demons was inevitable. Without hesitation, he commanded the Vajra apparition to wield the demon-subduing staff. Yet, before it could make contact, it too was effortlessly frozen, much like Feng Zhouge's fiery sword energy. How intriguing. The Buddha's Vajra body and the Phoenix sacred body of humanity. I never expected to encounter such talented individuals among your race. The demoness remarked with a smile. If I slay you, it would be a significant achievement, and my lord the Demon King would surely reward me handsomely. With great anticipation, she manipulated her magic, forming icy spears that rained down upon Li Xian and his companion. However, before the icy projectiles could reach them, Li Xian erupted with pure yang fire, creating a blazing barrier. The scorching flames consumed the icy spears, reducing them to nothingness. The demoness felt a wave of heat wash over her, causing her pupils to contract as her chilling aura dissipated in fear, prompting her to retreat swiftly. This is pure yang fire. You possess the pure yang sacred body, she gasped, her eyes filled with both fear and covetousness. She was terrified of the pure yang fire, yet she longed for the primal yang energy contained within Li Xian's essence. That power was an exquisite tonic not just for humans, but also for demon and beast alike, making it an invaluable resource for most female cultivators. If she could capture him and cultivate daily, her advancement would be rapid, potentially allowing her to become a demon king or even a demon sovereign in time. Dear sir, the human world is dreadfully dull, bound by too many moral constraints. It pales in comparison to the freedom of my demon kin. Why not come with me? I assure you, a life of endless wealth and joy awaits you. The demoness proposed. As she spoke of joy, she tantalizingly licked her crimson lips, her voice laced with seduction, stirring an involuntary flutter in the hearts of those present. Hui Kong and the other monk felt their cheeks flush, instinctively reciting sutras to calm their minds, while Li Xian gazed at the enchanting demoness with curiosity, inquiring, "Are you a succubus?" The female demon paused for a moment and said, "I am not a succubus. If you have a preference for succubi, I can certainly help you find a few to cater to your desires." Li Xian shook his head, remarking that not all demons possess such enchanting abilities. If a succubus were involved, the situation would be far more perilous. The female demon was momentarily uncertain whether Li Xian had truly succumbed to her allure, but she soon discovered the truth. Li Xian raised his hand, and in the next instant, a blazing inferno of pure yang fire erupted within his palm. This pure yang fire seemed capable of incinerating all in its path, surging fiercely towards the female demon without a trace of mercy. The demon felt an overwhelming wave of heat wash over her, rapidly dissolving the chill that had long enveloped her. Having not experienced warmth in ages, she screamed in agony as the flames scorched her. Amidst her cries, she was reduced to ashes. Feng Jioga, observing from the side, let out a soft snort. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, how dare this wretched creature attempt to seduce her senior brother, oblivious to her own demise. Then, she recalled what Li Xian had just said. Succubi, could it be that her senior brother held an interest in them? It was said that succubi were the epitome of allure among demons, possessing an extraordinary charm that captivated members of the opposite sex. The most formidable of succubi could conquer an entire dynasty without lifting a single weapon, relying solely on their personal magnetism. In her previous life, Feng Jioga had encountered a succubus of modest cultivation, merely a demon lord. Yet she had commanded countless esteemed individuals to serve her willingly. This thought stirred a slight discomfort within Feng Jioga. She tugged at Li Xian's sleeve and declared, "Senior brother, when I grow up, I will surely be more beautiful than any succubus." Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Why was his little junior sister suddenly making such a statement? Could it be that she feared he might be stolen away by a succubus? He chuckled softly and ruffled her hair, affirming, "Of course. My little junior sister will be the most beautiful in the entire Tianxuan Continent." In truth, his curiosity about succubi stemmed from having heard numerous tales rather than any genuine affection for them. He was simply intrigued by what manner of demon could so easily ensnare a man's heart. After vanquishing the female demon, the group continued deeper into the royal capital. Along the way, they encountered a squad engaged in battle against a demon clan. At the forefront, one individual was locked in a fierce struggle with a formidable demon. As demonic energy and true essence surged tumultuously, the surrounding void trembled violently, and the streets were torn asunder by the tumult of their clash. Li Xian immediately recognized these individuals. They were none other than Jun Han, Luo Tian, and other core disciples from the Duxian sect. Particularly, Jun Han was grappling with a colossal demon whose demonic energy surged like molten lava. Only by invoking the power of the 5 elements could Jun Han hope to contend with it. What a powerful demon! Its cultivation was likely at the 7th or even 8th level of the primordial spirit. Jun Han felt a surge of alarm. It was important to note that he himself was only at the 2nd level of the primordial spirit. Were it not for the five elements body, he would have surely faced defeat by now. Chapter 28. The overwhelming defeat of the Molten Demon. Five elements Great Hand Seal. Five elements Wheel. Xuan unleashed a series of strikes, manifesting the power of the five elements to its fullest extent. Exquisite martial arts and extraordinary physical prowess were all unleashed in a relentless assault against the terrifying magma demon, whose body flowed with molten lava. With a sinister grin, the demon erupted with magma, like a volcanic explosion. In the ensuing chaos, the quintessence of elemental power was reduced to ashes by the fearsome lava, and Xuan was forcefully pushed back several steps, his white garments charred black. The magma demon laughed menacingly, remarking on the amusement of being entangled for so long. Acknowledging Xuan as a worthy opponent among the human race, killing him would diminish the resistance within the royal city, leaving the remaining factions defenseless against the onslaught of the Crimson Demon army. As the demon raised his hand, dark energy surged forth, and the molten lava coalesced into a grand dragon, poised to strike at Xuan. The might of this attack was formidable, instilling a profound sense of pressure even in Xuan. Just at that moment, a radiant golden flame descended from the heavens. Thunderous impact. The molten dragon was engulfed in flames, and astonishingly, it was utterly consumed. Lava obliterated by fire. This extraordinary scene caused everyone present to rub their eyes in disbelief. What kind of flame was this? In their confusion, they sensed a familiar aura. A figure emerged from the end of the street, clad in pristine white garments. As immaculate as snow, his long black hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his sharp brows framed bright eyes, complemented by a subtle, enigmatic smile. He exuded a unique aura, ethereal and transcendent, as if he were on the verge of ascending to another realm. In a city shrouded in demonic energy, his appearance resembled a white lotus blooming amidst the muck, untouched by the filth surrounding it. At the sight of this individual, Xuan and the others were instantly captivated. It was him, senior brother Xian, the prodigy who topped the Fengyun ranking of the Crossing Immortal sect. Their spirits soared at his arrival. Those from the Crossing Immortal sect had witnessed Xian's prowess, fully aware that his pure yang fire was a bane to evil spirits. His presence was akin to a potent tonic, instilling a sense of reassurance among the gathered crowd. In that moment, even if the sky were to collapse, they felt fearless. This extraordinary sense of security was nothing short of miraculous. Was this the allure of senior brother Xian? Xuan was astonished. During their previous encounter, Xian had not possessed such an irresistible charm. What transformation had occurred in such a short time? The celestial aura surrounding Xian rendered him inscrutable and ethereal. The demon kin dared not underestimate him, particularly the magma demon, whose gaze sharpened. You can incinerate my molten demonic energy. You are no ordinary foe. State your name. Xian regarded him calmly. A dying demon has no need to know my name. Such arrogance. The magma demon scoffed, charging at Xian, unleashing a torrent of molten energy as he swung his fists, creating a barrage of magma-infused strikes aimed to crush and dissolve him. Yet, Xian stood unwavering, his expression serene as he raised his hand. The pure yang fire erupted into a towering flame, sweeping forth with unyielding force. As the flame swept through, the molten substance was incinerated completely. The demonic energy dissipated swiftly, akin to snow succumbing to the fervent sun. The molten demon finally realized that he had encountered a formidable foe. Such terrifying flames were the bane of evil, the pure yang fire. He gasped in shock, understanding that a direct confrontation was futile, and swiftly retreated. There is a saying among humans, as long as the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Fleeing without hesitation, the molten demon sought to escape. However, his speed was insufficient. After all, he was merely at the spirit realm and not adept in movement techniques, while Xian was a battle king. In the instant the molten demon turned, Xian stood before him, remarkably swift. Damn it, get out of my way. The molten demon, sensing the threat of death, unleashed his demonic energy to its utmost extent, channeling all his cultivation into a single, formidable punch, the molten heaven-burning mountain fist. With a resounding boom, the terrifying fist, flowing with molten material, descended like a volcanic eruption. The air warped under the intense heat, and the onlookers felt as though the moisture within their bodies was on the brink of evaporation from this strike. Yet, Xian did not flinch or evade. Instead, he calmly raised his hand and retaliated with a punch of his own, enveloped in resplendent pure yang fire. This strike appeared unremarkable, devoid of any esoteric techniques, yet it was an exceptionally fierce and domineering blow. With a thunderous clash, the volcanic-like molten fist was shattered, and Li Xian's fist connected squarely with the molten demon's face. The demon let out a wretched scream, and in the following moment, his body exploded into countless fragments of lava, scattering across the ground. Li Xian waved his fist, dispersing the pure yang fire. Meanwhile, Hui Kong, Feng Jiugu, and the others were fiercely engaged in subduing the demonic entities. Upon witnessing Li Xian's effortless annihilation of the molten demon, Feng Jiugu felt unperturbed, as she knew that Li Xian had not yet unleashed his true power. After all, he hadn't even employed his sword techniques. My senior brother's Phoenix sword technique surpasses mine, having reached the consummate realm of sword intent. If he were to wield his sword, his power would likely multiply several times over. How deeply my senior brother conceals his strength. Feng Jiugu mused. Hui Kong swallowed hard, reflecting on their journey thus far. Nearly every demon encountered had been obliterated instantaneously by Li Xian. He couldn't help but be astonished. Just how formidable was the opponent's strength. Not only him, but even Jun Han, who had sparred with Li Xian, was left in awe. What an astonishing punch. He must not have exerted his full strength during the Seven Veins martial assembly. The top ranking on the Immortal Crossing sect's list was indeed well-deserved. The other disciples of the Immortal Crossing sect were filled with excitement and astonishment. Truly, senior brother Li Xian can eliminate the molten demon with just a single strike. He is overwhelmingly powerful. Indeed, I believe his cultivation is nearing that of a battle king, with the pure yang sacred body alongside his near-battle king prowess. How many among the younger generation could possibly compare? The crowd buzzed with admiration. With Li Xian's arrival, their morale soared, and they swiftly eradicated all the demonic entities led by the molten demon. During this process, Li Xian only encountered disciples from the Crossing Immortals sect, while he did not see any other sect's disciples, which left him somewhat perplexed. Brother Jun, what about the individuals from the other sects? Li Xian inquired. Wait, how do you address me? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Brotherly, of course, Jun Han replied nonchalantly. Your cultivation surpasses mine, as the saying goes. The accomplished serve as teachers. Henceforth, you shall be my senior brother. Li Xian shook his head with a smile, choosing not to dwell on the title. It was indeed curious that Jun Han had joined the Crossing Immortals sect several decades prior, and now he was calling him senior brother. Li Xian felt he needed some time to adapt to this new dynamic. Subsequently, Jun Han briefly elucidated certain circumstances within the royal capital. Upon hearing this, a surge of indignation welled up within Li Xian. Chapter 29. Human hearts are more demonic than demons. The fury of the Lord of Luo. The Luo dynasty was beset by calamities, prompting various sects to send aid. In welcoming these visitors, the Luo dynasty provided lavish hospitality. However, it was infuriating that, after receiving the benefits, the disciples from these sects remained inactive. Until now, only the Crossing Immortals sect had taken action. This was because Luo Tian was a native of the Luo dynasty, returning to assist his homeland in its time of need. Jun Han and his companions were fully committed to the cause, partly out of loyalty to their fellow disciple, Luo Tian. Yet, the others merely stood idly by while their brethren fought. This was the aspect that the people found most intolerable. Disciples from the Iron Sword sect, Divine Dragon sect, and Celestial Beast sect arrived at the Luo dynasty, accepted their benefits, yet now, they languished in the soft jade scent pavilion, refusing to take action. Their inaction was infuriating. I confronted them about it, but they offered nothing but excuses, particularly that insufferable Saint Sun from the ethereal sacred land, who is the source of my ire. Luo Tian exclaimed in fury. The ethereal sacred land had indeed sent representatives to the Luo dynasty, and among them was a Saint Sun named Ling Ao, whose cultivation was even stronger than Jun Han's, standing at the 9th level of the primordial spirit stage, just a step away from the War King realm. It was precisely because of his presence that the other sects felt emboldened to act with such impunity, disregarding the anger of the Crossing Immortals sect's disciples. As Luo Tian surveyed the devastated royal capital, he realized that to eradicate the demonic calamity, it would require a collective effort. Yet now, only the Crossing Immortals sect was exerting themselves, while the disciples from other sects merely observed from the sidelines. How can we continue fighting under these circumstances? Why are they behaving this way? Li Xian pondered, feeling perplexed. Junhan sighed. I have surmised some reasons. What are they? They seek prestige. The more despair the Luo dynasty experiences, and the wider the impact of the calamity, the greater the prestige they will gain once they eradicate it. From their perspective, the current impact of the calamity is insufficient. They wish to see the disaster spread throughout the entire Luo dynasty, even beyond its borders. Only then will they intervene and attempt to turn the tide. At that time, the prestige gained would far surpass that of the present. Junhan spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Li Xian instantly comprehended. It is akin to a person falling ill. If it is merely a cold or fever, and you aid in their recovery, they may express gratitude, yet it will not be profound. After all, a cold or fever can often be resolved with a few days of rest. However, should one be afflicted by a life-threatening ailment and you restore them to health while they teeter on the brink, their gratitude will undoubtedly be immense. In the eyes of Ling Ao and the others, the current calamity befalling the Luo dynasty is akin to a mere cold or fever. Removing it now would yield minimal appreciation. It is only when the calamity escalates, threatening the very existence of the Luo dynasty and the surrounding realms, that their intervention would be met with overwhelming gratitude. They would receive whatever they desired in return. Li Xian could not help but feel a sense of admiration for their audacity. So, the calamity could be played in such a manner? These individuals treat human lives as mere bargaining chips, completely indifferent to the consequences. Li Xian had initially believed that humanity stood united against the demon race. Yet it now appeared that some hearts were more malicious than those of the demons. Some individuals were indeed more demonic than the demons themselves. We have come here to vanquish evil. Since they are more malevolent than the demons, I shall not hold back. Come, take me to confront these individuals, Li Xian declared, standing with arms crossed, his demeanor aloof. In the royal capital of the Luo dynasty, amidst swirling demonic energy, there stood a brightly lit pavilion, the sound of songbirds and the dance of maidens resonating within. This was the renowned Ruan Yuanxiang Pavilion, once the grandest pleasure house of the Luo dynasty, now transformed into a venue for the indulgence of disciples from various sections. Outside the pavilion, the atmosphere was laden with sinister demonic energy. Countless commoners had fallen victim, meeting untimely deaths in the streets. Inside, the air was suffused with warmth and fragrance, as dancers twirled gracefully, while a throng of young warriors reveled in merriment and libations. Among them was a man clad in brocade, who observed this scene with a simmering rage that he dared not express. He was the current ruler of the Luo dynasty. Watching these warriors with clenched teeth, his anger threatening to shatter his molars. He had once believed them to be saviors, only to realize they were nothing more than lords of indulgence. Yet, he now found himself powerless against them. Firstly, he was no match for their prowess. Secondly, although he was reluctant to admit it, these warriors were indeed the only hope for the salvation of the Luo dynasty. Master Ling, when shall we take action? The ruler of Luo approached a young man in white, respectfully pouring him a drink, suppressing any hint of discontent. This young man, known as Ling Ao, the holy son of the mysterious sacred land, replied indifferently, "What is your haste? Remain here. The demon race cannot harm you in the slightest." But what of the people of the Luo dynasty? What of the commoners? Their demise at the hands of the demon race merely attests to their weakness. Their existence is a mere drain on resources. If they perish, so be it, Ling Ao stated coldly. The ruler of Luo clenched his fists, his body trembling with indignation. Ling Ao cast a glance at him. "Are you angry?" I, trembling with fear, felt a chill run through me as the ruler of the Luo kingdom met the gaze of the opposing party. Forcing down my anger, I continued, "But if the common people perish, how can my dynasty thrive without its subjects? Moreover, even the martial arts masters are birthed from the populace. They are the very foundation of everything." I wished to persuade further, yet I noticed Ling Ao slam his wine cup upon the table, declaring, "You speak too much." A burly man stood up with a laugh, saying, "Luo Kingdom's ruler, why provoke the wrath of the Holy Sun Ling? Rest assured, the Holy Sun has vowed to resolve the demonic calamity. It is merely a matter of time. Indeed, it is not worth it to confront the Holy Sun over a few commoners. Come, let us drink." Gazing at the assembly of martial artists before me, I felt utterly disheartened. At that moment, I believed I was not within the soft, fragrant halls of the Jade Tower, but rather in the depths of a demonic lair. These individuals were more terrifying, more repugnant than the demon race itself. Taking a deep breath, I bellowed, "Drink, Drink, drink. Sooner or later, I shall drink you lot into oblivion. We have treated you with the finest hospitality, yet you contribute naught. Are you all afraid of the demon race? You have come here merely to feast and drink at our expense. What so-called righteous disciples you are, merely a bunch of spineless cowards. My fury erupted. I could no longer endure. I unleashed a torrent of invective. The assembly, taken aback by my sudden outburst, fell into a profound silence, their eyes regarding me with indifference. Especially Ling Ao, who remarked coolly, I do not mind replacing the ruler of the Luo kingdom after eradicating the demonic threat. The crowd gazed at me as if I were already a corpse. Suddenly, with a flick of his finger, Ling Ao unleashed a surge of true essence toward me. However, from outside the pavilion, a fiery light surged forth, shattering his true essence. Ling Ao raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze toward the source of the disturbance. A white figure, walking gracefully in the moonlight, descended the staircase. Chapter 30. I possess pure yang fire, banishing all demons. The white figure approached, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, captivating all with an extraordinary presence that seemed otherworldly. The arrival was indeed remarkable. Merely this aura and demeanor were enough to command respect, and the onlookers regarded this individual with increasing solemnity. Ling Ao's eyes flickered with interest. Oh, how audacious to impede my actions. It seems there is yet another bold soul within the Luo kingdom. A burly man beside him felt a spark of inspiration, perceiving this as an opportunity to gain Ling Ao's favor. Knowing Ling Ao was the holy son of the ethereal sacred land, forging a connection with him could lead to great fortune in the future. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. He stepped forward, addressing the approaching Li Xian with a booming voice. Dare you obstruct the holy son Ling? Hurry and kneel to apologize. With that, he unleashed his true essence, exerting pressure toward Li Xian. His cultivation evidently reached the realm of Tianxuan, placing him among the elite of the assembly. First, he expressed his stance, sought to befriend Ling Ao, and subsequently showcased his own prowess, demonstrating his value in establishing a connection with Ling Ao. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, flattering Ling Ao while simultaneously exhibiting his own strength, truly a double-edged sword. However, he tragically misjudged Li Xian. Enough of the noise, Li Xian remarked coolly, then casually struck out with a palm. In an instant, a domineering force surged forth and struck the burly man, who could not even react before being sent flying. His protective true essence was torn apart, his bones shattered, and his internal organs sustained grievous damage. With a single move, the man crashed against the wall and fell to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, his head tilting at an unnatural angle. He was dead. The onlookers were plunged into a profound silence at the sight. One strike to kill a master of the void. Such power was daunting. Yet, more than fear, they felt a surge of anger. They had gathered here to revel in merriment, treating the soft jade aroma pavilion as their own territory. Now, someone dared to commit murder on their turf. Outrageous. What audacity to kill before our very eyes. Who are you, scoundrel? Kneel and beg for mercy. In the face of their accusations and scorn, Li Xian remained undeterred, standing with an air of nonchalance. If you continue to chatter, I shall render you as silent as he is, he stated calmly. As his words fell, an astonishing aura radiated from him, overwhelming as a flood. The crowd was instantly suppressed into silence, their hearts trembling with fear. What a terrifying presence. What level of cultivation is this? Void soul? This man as power is surely on par with the holy son Ling Ao. Ling Ao's gaze sharpened as he rose, unleashing his own true essence to counter Li Xian's imposing force. Yet, the moment their energies clashed, Ling Ao let out a muffled groan, his face paling slightly as he staggered back 2 steps, clearly at a disadvantage. The crowd was even more horrified. This individual was stronger than Ling Ao. Who exactly are you? Ling Ao asked, struggling to suppress his astonishment. Li Xian, of the Crossing Immortals sect, Li Xian replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. I have come merely to pose a question. Have your consciences been devoured by dogs? Even the most mundane of commoners understand the principle of working for pay, yet you, having reaped countless benefits from the Luo dynasty, indulge in pleasure while remaining indifferent to the suffering of the people within the dynasty. Do you believe you are worthy of being called human? Worthy of being warriors? Li Xian's words cut like a blade. Yet, the crowd could not suppress their laughter. So he had come for the sake of those lowly commoners. In that case, the matter could be easily resolved. Ling Ao replied indifferently, so it is Li Xian. The demon lair lies within the royal palace of the capital. You seek our assistance in this endeavor, do you not? If so, let us devise a plan. Li Xian's eyes glimmered. Oh, have these individuals suddenly become so agreeable? What plan do you propose? Indeed, I have long desired to confront that infernal lair. However, the formidable demon king residing within has compelled us to remain in a state of cautious observation. Yet now that you have arrived, we need not fear any longer. Tomorrow, you shall lead us as we storm the royal palace and eradicate the demon lair. What say you? Ling Ao spoke with a calm demeanor, his gaze earnest as it rested upon Li Xian. Upon hearing this, Li Xian returned his gaze with depth, hoping that he would honor his promise, for otherwise, I would not hesitate to deal with you after vanquishing the demon race. This is certain, we are all of the human race. And in the face of the demon kind, we must unite against a common foe, Ling Ao declared solemnly. Li Xian, upon hearing this, no longer lingered and turned to depart. The Lord of Luo hastily followed suit. Observing the retreating figures of the two, Ling Ao's expression darkened, a cold smile gradually appearing upon his face. Truly a gullible fool, possessing strength, yet lacking wisdom. Tomorrow he shall charge into the demon lair, while we shall merely observe from the sidelines, allowing him to engage in a fierce battle with the demon king, leading to mutual destruction. At that time, we shall strike, eliminating him first, and then the demon race. The glory of exterminating the demons shall rightfully belong to us, a twofold victory. The others, upon hearing this, were struck with enlightenment. They praised in unison, the Holy Sun is indeed astute. Indeed, the Holy Sun's strategy is commendable, earning our admiration. Who could have imagined that such a prodigy could emerge from the Immortal Crossing sect? His power is truly astonishing. Ling Ao's gaze gradually deepened. He too was a rare prodigy, yet in the presence of Li Xian, he found himself at a disadvantage, which left him quite uncomfortable. This was a primary reason for his desire to eliminate Li Xian, not merely due to the other's affront, but also because he could not bear to witness another excel beyond him. Upon exiting the pavilion, the Lord of Luo caught up with Li Xian, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young Master Li, for saving my life. It was but a small effort. There is no need for the Lord to be overly courteous. Alas, young Master Li, although I understand your intention to unite the forces to eradicate the demonic calamity, allow me to speak frankly. Having been among these individuals for some time, I have come to see through their true natures. These people do not genuinely wish to save the Luo dynasty, particularly that Ling Ao, who is nothing but a hypocrite. You must be wary of his treachery. Li Xian nodded slightly. Thank you for the warning, Lord. I shall remain vigilant. In truth, he did not place his hopes in these individuals. The demonic calamity afflicting the Luo dynasty could no longer be postponed. With each passing day, countless common folk perish. Luo Tian, Junhan, and others found Li Xian. After inquiring, they learned that a full assault on the demon lair was to commence the following day, igniting a spark of excitement within them. Would this finally mark the end of the demonic calamity? Yet, unease also lingered among some. After all, Ling Ao and the others had acquiesced far too readily, which was not characteristic of their usual demeanor and easily aroused suspicion. Brotherly, I fear that tomorrow may not unfold as smoothly as anticipated, Junhan expressed with concern. Li Xian nodded slightly. Tomorrow, I shall enter the royal palace alone to assault the demon lair. As for you, remain outside and observe. If Ling Ao and the others do not make a move, do not enter. We must guard against any treachery from behind. But to allow you, senior brotherly, to venture in alone is far too perilous. Do not worry. I am shielded by the pure yang fire, which repels all demons. Chapter 31, A Solo Infiltration. The four great demons launch an assault. The following day, a thick cloud of demonic energy continued to envelop the capital. Despite having vanquished two formidable demons the previous day, the miasma showed little sign of dissipating, a testament to the dire nature of the demonic calamity plaguing the city. This was especially true for the royal palace at its heart, the very source of all malevolent energy. It had been overrun by numerous great demons, including a particularly powerful demon lord, who, although newly emerged from the lair, had yet to fully acclimatize to the environment of the Tianxuan Continent and remained nearby to recuperate. Nonetheless, it was not a foe any ordinary warrior could dare provoke. And on this day, A group of warriors approached the palace, led by Li Xian and Ling Ao. Ling Ao gazed upon the palace shrouded in demonic fog and declared, "The lair lies within. I implore you, Brother Li, to lead us in uprooting it." He bowed respectfully, clearly deferring to Li Xian. Li Xian, however, paid him no heed and strode directly into the palace. Ling Ao watched his retreating figure, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. "Farewell, young one. You possess strength, but lack wisdom. You are destined to be toyed with in my hands." Arriving at the grand entrance of the palace, Li Xian struck the door with a forceful punch, shattering it open before stepping inside. As he crossed the threshold, the entire palace's demonic energy began to stir, coalescing almost instantaneously into a barrier, one that permitted entry but barred exit. This barrier signified that this battle was one of life and death. "My brother has already entered the palace. We should follow him," Xuan remarked calmly to Ling Ao. Yet, Ling Ao merely smiled, unperturbed. "There is no rush. Young Master Li possesses extraordinary strength. Let him first gauge the demon's true capabilities before we make our plans." Upon hearing this, Xuan, Luo Tian, and the others were incensed. "You are a man of no integrity. Is this the hypocrisy that characterizes the holy son of the misty sacred land? You are a despicable coward." Regardless of the insults hurled by the others, Ling Ao remained unmoved. "I did not say we would not act. I merely suggested we observe the situation." Xuan and the others found themselves at a loss for words. Disciples from the crossing immortal sect wished to join Li Xian in the assault, but Xuan intervened. "Did you not hear what our senior brother said yesterday? Since Ling Ao and the others do not intend to act, we must remain here to prevent any betrayal against our brother. He is protected by the pure yang fire. No demon can approach him. Even if he cannot resolve the lair, retreat will be more than sufficient." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally calmed down. Meanwhile, within the palace, Li Xian felt an overwhelming tide of demonic energy surging from all directions, attempting to invade his very being. With a focused thought, he enveloped himself in the pure yang fire, which, upon contact with the demonic energy, caused it to dissolve instantly. Upon witnessing the pure yang fire, Ling Ao and the others were taken aback. It was indeed the holy body of pure yang. No wonder he possessed such formidable power. It was the blessing of the sacred body. Jealousy flickered in Ling Ao's eyes. Although he was hailed as the holy son of the sacred land, he lacked a sacred body, and in the entire misty sacred land, only one person bore such an honor, Wang, the most powerful holy son within the royal palace. Li Xian, protected by the pure yang fire, resisted the demonic aura as he gradually ventured deeper into the palace. In the grand hall, a figure clad in crimson armor, seated upon the throne, opened his eyes and gazed towards the palace entrance. "A warrior who wields an aura that counters our demonic kind has arrived," he murmured. "Interesting. Could it be the one who has slain the frost demon and the magma demon?" With a dismissive tone, he commanded, "For great guardians." Swiftly, four figures materialized before the demon, kneeling on the ground. They were indeed 4 formidable demons. "Go, eliminate this intruder." "Understood." The 4 guardians vanished within the palace. The crimson-armored demon closed his eyes once more, resuming his meditative state. "I am almost attuned to the essence of this realm, ready to unleash the full power of the Demon King. At that moment, I shall conquer this dynasty and establish a realm of demons." His ambitions were boundless, yearning to allow the sealed demons beneath the earth to tread upon the Tianxuan Continent once more. Within the palace, Li Xian noticed that Ling Ao and the others had not followed, leading him to suspect betrayal. Yet he felt no surprise. He had anticipated their unreliability. Suddenly, demons surged towards him from all directions. These creatures varied in strength and appearance. Some were drooling black hounds, others serpentine demons with flicking tongues, and some massive spiders with 8 legs, all exuding a chilling demonic aura. Li Xian remained unfazed, unleashing a powerful fist against the advancing demons. The pure yang fire blazed fiercely, incinerating all demons that came into contact with it into mere ashes, leaving not a trace behind. At that moment, 4 figures swept in from all directions, surrounding Li Xian. They were indeed 4 formidable demons. One was a female demon draped in a crimson gown, wielding a red parasol. Another was a male demon adorned with scales and a fish-like tail. A third was a rat demon covered in black fur with blood-red eyes. And the last was a sword demon, handsome and exuding a chilling aura, brandishing a long sword. The presence of these 4 demons was overwhelmingly powerful, even surpassing the formidable demons Li Xian had encountered days prior. Onlookers could not suppress their astonishment. For major demons, and not just any ordinary demons, at least at the 7th or 8th level of their primordial spirit, truly terrifying, Li Xian might not stand a chance against them. Junhan also felt anxious. He turned to Ling Ao and coldly inquired, "May we intervene?" Ling Ao maintained his nonchalant demeanor, unhurried. "I trust Brotherly will find a way to handle this. Besides, we are still unaware of the abilities of these 4 demons. Perhaps we should allow Brotherly to continue testing their strengths." Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with indignation. 4 formidable demons surrounded Li Xian, their murderous intent palpable. Among them, the female demon wielding a crimson umbrella chuckled softly, "What a handsome young man you are. Why not join our demonic clan?" Li Xian, touching his own face with a hint of helplessness, thought how troublesome it was to be good-looking, as every female demon he encountered seemed eager for him to join. "If you're attracted to my physique, why not just say it?" he mused. The female demon, licking her lips, replied playfully, "Ah, you're quite amusing. I indeed desire your body. Which female cultivator wouldn't covet the pure yang sacred body?" Beside her, the rat demon sneered, "Umbrella girl, cease your flirtation. The demon king has commanded us to eliminate him. Don't waste your efforts." "Oh, what a pity," the umbrella demon sighed, a flicker of regret in her eyes. Such a splendid body would be a delight to possess, yet the demon king's orders were not to be disobeyed. Furthermore, given Li Xian's strength, if he refused to yield, she knew she could not subdue him. If she could not have him, then she would have to kill him. With that, the umbrella demon directed her red umbrella at Li Xian. Instantly, a wave of crimson light emanated from its canopy, transforming into a legion of red-clad specters, clawing and lunging toward Li Xian. However, before they could touch him, they were incinerated by his pure yang fire. "Ouch, ouch, ouch," the umbrella demon cried out, as if feeling the pain herself. The other 3 great demons exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing, and then struck simultaneously. Chapter 32, Decapitating 3 Demons. Challenging the Demon King alone. The trio of great demons unleashed an overwhelming force. The rat demon formed a hand seal, causing its fur to transform into steel-like needles, infused with sinister, demonic energy. Their lethal potency capable of piercing even the most formidable of spirit warriors. Then there was the scaled demon, its body swirling with demonic energy, the scales glimmering like forged steel. Its blood surged with ferocity, merging with the demonic aura, embodying an indestructible physique. Lastly, the striking sword demon brandished a long sword, unleashing a chilling wave of demonic sword energy that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of reality. Faced with the onslaught of these 3 formidable demons, even the most elite spirit warriors would likely perish in an instant. Yet, Li Xian remained unfazed. The pure yang fire blazed fiercely around him, radiating dominion and heat. Resembling a blazing sun, he launched a punch, his fiery fist colliding with the scaled demon, causing its seemingly invulnerable body to cave in, eliciting a piercing scream. In the next moment, Li Xian seized the demoness body, using it as a shield against the incoming steel needles and the sword demoness energy. The scaled demon roared in frustration, "You too. Aim properly. Cut it out. You brought him right to me," the rat demon retorted. "Damn it. Do you think I wanted this?" The scaled demon bellowed, its muscles bulging as it unleashed a torrent of power, breaking free from Li Xian's grasp. Then, it retaliated with a powerful punch aimed directly at Li Xian's face, channeling all its strength into the blow. Li Xian did not retreat nor evade. He unleashed a blazing fist. Bang! In an instant of collision, the scaled demon screamed in agony as its arm shattered into fragments. Subsequently, Li Xian seized its limb and pulled its entire body closer, delivering a relentless barrage of punches to its chest. Bang, bang, bang. In but 3 strikes, the once proud demon was pierced through, its heart obliterated, and its internal organs charred by pure yang fire. Then, Li Xian, with a wild flourish, swung the lifeless scaled demon as a weapon, shattering the assaults of the other 3 great demons. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. How could such a monstrous individual exist? It appeared to be quite effortless. Li Xian smiled faintly, wielding the corpse of the scaled demon to deflect the attacks of the 3 demons while seizing the opportunity to counterattack. The rat demon was struck by the scaled demon's body, letting out a wretched cry as it was sent flying, bones likely shattered upon impact. Yet, this was not the end. Li Xian's pure yang fire surged forth. The rat demon was directly engulfed in the flames. In an instant, its body was ignited, and amidst its anguished screams, it rolled frantically on the ground, attempting to extinguish the pure yang fire. But it was of no avail. The flames continued to burn, the demonic energy serving as its fuel. As long as the demonic energy persisted, the pure yang fire would not be extinguished. Ultimately, the rat demon was reduced to a charred husk, lifeless beyond measure. The four great demons encircled Li Xian, yet none could land even a single scratch upon him. Instead, they suffered grievous losses, instilling fear within their hearts. The umbrella demon swallowed hard, involuntarily taking a step back. We should retreat. However, the sword demon gripped his long sword tightly, declaring, if we retreat, the demon lord will not spare us. We cannot withdraw from this battle. His voice rang out as he, the most formidable of the four, channeled his demonic energy into his sword. Instantly, the dark blade erupted with a torrent of sword energy. Whoosh! He vanished from sight, reappearing before Li Xian and unleashed a full-powered strike. Yet, Li Xian merely raised a hand. With a resounding clang, the pure yang fire coalesced into a layer of protective energy around his palm, allowing him to grasp the descending demon sword with ease. What? The sword demon's pupils dilated in disbelief. No, it cannot be. Such power. Surely, even a pure yang sacred body cannot possess such strength unless you are not merely at the Yuan spirit realm. The sword demon realized they had all misjudged him. They had assumed, due to his youth, that he was merely of Yuan spirit level. But the reality was far different. He was a war king, a being of royal caliber, akin to the demon lord. Li Xian smiled slightly, his fingers tightening. With a decisive crack, he forcefully broke the dark sword in two. Then, with a swift motion, he plunged the broken blade into the chest of the sword demon. The pure yang fire erupted forth. Thus, the sword demon met his demise at Li Xian's hands. The remaining umbrella demon, pale with fright, dared not continue the fight. With a terrified scream, she turned and fled towards the palace. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Li Xian proceeded at a measured pace. Outside the royal palace, onlookers were left in sheer astonishment as they beheld Li Xian, with a thunderous might, vanquishing four formidable demons. Their eyes widened in disbelief. How could he possess such strength? He had dispatched 3 demons in one fell swoop. Not only did he obliterate these 3 formidable foes, but he also faced countless other monstrous entities. What manner of individual was this? How could the Duxian sect have nurtured such a prodigy? Those warriors who had previously aligned themselves with Ling Ao felt a twinge of regret. Was it truly wise to oppose a genius of Li Xian's caliber? Moreover, if he were to single-handedly confront the entire demon lair, what recourse would they have? Surely, he would turn his wrath upon them. Cursed be the thought. As these considerations swirled within their minds, a sense of trepidation took root. Ling Ao, with a dismissive snort, urged calm, reminding them that a demon lord still resided within the palace. While Li Xian's prowess was unexpectedly formidable, this was advantageous. The possibility of both he and the demon lord sustaining mutual injuries was now heightened. Should he prove too weak, he might fail to inflict significant damage upon the demon lord, leading to greater troubles. The crowd pondered his words, finding some merit in his reasoning. They regarded Ling Ao as their anchor amidst the chaos. Ling Saint's son, we place our faith in you. They echoed. Indeed, we are all in this together. At this moment, Ling Ao and his companions no longer concealed their malice. Xuan Han and his compatriots, upon hearing this, darkened in countenance. These scoundrels. Yet, this was not the time to engage in conflict with Ling Ao and his ilk. Firstly, Xuan Han and his companions were outnumbered and ill-equipped for such a confrontation. Secondly, their primary focus must remain on the situation within the royal palace. Xuan Han's 5 elements royal body energy began to circulate, poised to tear through the demonic barrier and assist Li Xian. Feng Jiugu, gripping her phoenix blood sword tightly, pondered. My senior brother has yet to unleash his full strength. His sword techniques remained unutilized. However, did her senior brother even possess a sword? A crucial realization struck her. It appeared he lacked a proper sword, and thus, the efficacy of his sword techniques might be compromised. Within the palace, the umbrella demon entered in a state of disarray, exclaiming, Lord Demon King, save me. That human has breached our defenses. The Demon King, clad in crimson armor, opened his eyes, fixing his gaze intently on the scene outside the palace, where Li Xian approached with deliberate steps. Flames of pure yang ignited around him, reducing all demonic beings in his path to ash. Chapter 33. The Eruption of the King's Might. The Phoenix Sword Technique's first engagement. Before the royal palace, Li Xian advanced, enveloped in the flames of pure yang. The umbrella demon, utterly terrified, trembled before the demon king, exclaiming, "Lord Demon King." It was this person, this very person who slaughtered the rat demon and the sword demon. The demon king, with an air of indifference, suddenly seized the umbrella demon by the throat, lifting her into the air, coldly remarking, "You disgraceful creature, merely a handful of demons have perished, and you are reduced to such fear? Do you truly believe you are worthy of serving as my protector?" With that, he tightened his grip. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The neck of the female demon was brutally severed. Subsequently, a surge of crimson demonic energy erupted from his body, enveloping the lifeless figure of the umbrella demon, refining her essence into pure demonic energy, which he then absorbed. Witnessing this, the crowd could not help but express their astonishment. Truly, the demon race is ruthless enough to turn on their own. This individual was absorbing the power of a great demon, hastening his adaptation to the aura of this realm. This demon lord would certainly prove to be formidable. The crimson-armored demon lord gazed at Li Xian and spoke with an air of indifference. Tens of thousands of years ago, the human race sealed my kind beneath the earth. Over time, each time we escape from the depths, we must spend time acclimating to the spiritual energy of Tianxuan Continent to fully unleash our potential. Moreover, the higher the rank of the demon, the longer this process takes. This is also the reason why the Luo dynasty has endured until now. But now, I have completely adapted to this realm, and my demonic energy is no longer restrained. Soon, I shall slay you, and upon the foundation of the Luo dynasty, I will forge a kingdom of demons. Given time, I will even shatter the seals on my kind, allowing Tianxuan Continent to once again become our dominion. He articulated his ambition. Li Xian, however, remained unfazed, responding, "Have you finished? If so, prepare to die along with your aspirations." The young man, did he truly believe that possessing a sacred body rendered him invulnerable to demons? Let me show you the true power of the Crimson Blood Demon Lord. As his words fell, the crimson armor of the Demon Lord radiated a fierce red light. An icy killing intent pervaded the air, accompanied by the wails of countless souls. Each high-ranking demon possesses a unique demonic art, and mine is known as blood manipulation. Suddenly, Li Xian sensed a rush of air behind him. The corpses of the demons he had slain exploded, their blood transforming into thousands of blood-red arrows, hurtling towards him. Blood manipulation, a demonic art that controls blood. A glimmer of realization flashed in Li Xian's eyes as he grasped the source of the demon lord's power. Flames of pure yang ignited upon his body, evaporating the blood-red arrows one by one. Then let us reduce all the corpses here to ashes. Let us see from where you will summon your blood. Li Xian stated calmly. He ceased holding back, unleashing the true essence of his Battle King realm. With the augmentation of his Battle King energy, boundless pure yang flames blazed forth, gradually expanding to engulf the entire royal palace. One by one, the corpses of the demons were incinerated to ash, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. The eruption of Battle King power astonished those outside. A Battle King. He was indeed a Battle King. This was not a confrontation of a soul realm against a demon lord. This was a clash of kings. Could he truly have achieved the Battle King realm at such a young age? Terrifying. Xuan Han and the others were simultaneously shocked and exhilarated. They had not anticipated that this was the true extent of their senior brother's power. How splendid. With the cultivation of a Battle King combined with the sacred body of pure yang, dealing with a demon lord would be a mere trifle. Haha. With a senior brother in our Immortal Crossing sect, heaven bless us. Meanwhile, Ling Ao's expression was as though he had swallowed a fly. Damn, this guy is actually at the Battle King realm? I underestimated him. His jealousy deepened further. Within the palace, sensing the formidable aura of the War King emanating from Li Xian, the Demon King's countenance turned pale. How could this fellow possess such strength? Cursed be this predicament. Confronted by the surging flames of pure yang, the Demon King uttered a low growl, channeling his own blood to forge a crimson shield. After withstanding the pure yang fire, he dissipated the blood shield and reformed it into a massive blood-red sword, which he launched towards Li Xian in a streak of sanguine light. The blood sword cleaved through the tumultuous waves of fire. Throughout this process, the blood energy was continuously evaporated. When it neared Li Xian, merely 3 paces away, all blood energy had vanished, not to mention making contact with him. The full-force strike of the Crimson Blood Demon King couldn't even harm a single hair on Li Xian's head. He was filled with both astonishment and fury. Then, with a furious roar, he unleashed torrents of blood energy, morphing it into a flurry of blood swords that rained down upon Li Xian. The blood sword rain. After executing his ultimate technique, the Crimson Blood Demon King turned to flee. Yet, with a mere flick of his sleeve, Li Xian summoned a fiery vortex, dispersing the blood swords one by one before swiftly pursuing. Think you can escape? Not a chance. Li Xian's gaze was as frigid as ice. The Crimson Blood Demon King soon reached the depths of the palace, where the demonic energy was so dense it seemed almost tangible. The ground here bore a fissure from which magical energy surged forth. From this crack, waves of demons crawled out. This was the very source of the calamity plaguing the Luo dynasty, the demon lair. Li Xian took a glance. As far as he knew, demon lairs were categorized into tiers: small, medium, and large. The higher the tier, the stronger the demons that emerged. The lair before him was merely a medium one, capable of summoning beings of the Demon King caliber at most. Were it a large lair, even demon lords might arise. Upon arriving at the lair, the Crimson Blood Demon King laughed heartily as the surrounding demonic energy converged upon him, causing his crimson armor to radiate a brilliant scarlet glow. You are quite audacious, daring to pursue me. Do you not realize that the strength of the demons significantly increases near a lair? You shall meet your end. The Crimson Blood Demon King cackled. He summoned the demonic energy, causing the bodies of lower demons and creatures around him to explode, their blood splattering forth to coalesce around him. Gradually, behind him, an imposing and tyrannical blood-red dragon took form. The blood dragon roared, its might intimidating all around. The entire palace trembled and cracked. Witnessing this, Li Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, his pure yang fire blazing fiercely as his true essence surged to its utmost limit. Outside the demonic energy barrier, Feng Jioga, upon seeing this, suddenly hurled the phoenix blood sword towards the barrier, exclaiming, "Senior brother, catch the sword." The phoenix blood sword struck the barrier, becoming momentarily ensnared. Observing this, Junhan unleashed the power of his accumulated true essence, transforming it into a wheel of the 5 elements that struck the demonic barrier with great force. A crack appeared in the barrier, allowing the phoenix blood sword to soar through and arrive before Li Xian. In that instant of grasping the sword, Li Xian's pure yang fire fused seamlessly with the phoenix flames above, transforming into a celestial fire capable of vanquishing demons. Li Xian, feeling a surge within, raised his long sword, and an overwhelming sword intent emanated forth. This was the phoenix sword technique. The Blood Demon King, witnessing this, gasped in shock. Sword intent. You have actually comprehended sword intent. How could this be? Chapter 34. Slaying Ling Ao and others. I find it exhilarating. Grasping the phoenix blood sword, Li Xian combined the phoenix fire with pure yang fire. He and his sword entered a harmonious state of unity. He lifted his sword towards the heavens, and the sword energy surged upward, coalescing in the sky into a resplendent phoenix, accompanied by the phoenix fire and pure yang fire. The phoenix cried out, its call echoing through the clouds. The relentless sword intent reverberated in all directions, astonishing all around. The winds and clouds shifted, and the myriad demons trembled in fear. Sword intent embodies the true essence of martial arts. Only the Supreme can master it entirely, yet Li Xian, a battle king, had grasped the true essence of martial arts ahead of time, and his mastery appeared to rival that of the Supreme. This overwhelming might sent shivers down the spine of the Blood Demon King. However, with no path of retreat left, he bellowed fiercely, unleashing his blood-red dragon technique to its utmost. The blood-colored dragon in the sky roared incessantly towards the sword energy phoenix. With a surge of demonic might, it lunged forward. Li Xian remained calm, swinging the phoenix blood sword. The sword energy phoenix dived down. If the blood-colored dragon represented evil and tyranny, then the sword energy phoenix epitomized sanctity and righteousness. As the phoenix and dragon clashed, the anguished cries of the blood-colored dragon echoed. The demon blood that formed the dragon was rapidly evaporated by the pure yang fire and phoenix fire. The Blood Demon King himself suffered severe backlash. Crying out in agony as the flames struck him, cracks began to appear on his crimson armor, and with a thunderous roar, it shattered. Li Xian seized this opportunity to strike. He advanced before his foe and thrust his sword forward. The opponent attempted to resist, but it was futile. The sword energy, sharp and infused with pure yang fire, pierced through his chest, and from the wound, the pure yang fire spread, enveloping his entire being. Ultimately, this once mighty demon king was reduced to ashes. Li Xian then turned his gaze towards the demon lair, his expression devoid of emotion, and raised his sword once more to unleash the phoenix sword technique. A dazzling sword energy phoenix materialized again, crashing into the demon lair, incinerating the demons into ashes, causing the lair to collapse and ultimately vanish. Only a fissure, still exuding demonic energy, remained on the ground. Li Xian then focused on the barrier of demonic energy, slashing his sword towards the sky. The sword energy transformed into a blazing pillar that tore through the demonic barrier. Moreover, the sword energy did not cease after shattering the barrier. It ascended to the heavens and exploded, instantly dispersing the oppressive clouds. A surge of righteousness pierced the sky, and the royal capital beheld the light of day once more. The sunlight cascaded into the disheveled palace, illuminating Li Xian, who stood resolutely with his sword in hand. Clad in a pristine white robe, he appeared as though enveloped in a sacred mantle beneath the sun's golden rays, exuding an ethereal aura that left onlookers unable to discern whether he was mortal or celestial. Having vanquished the demon king and shattered the depths of the underworld, Li Xian turned to face Ling Ao and the others, his gaze as cold as ice. Those under his scrutiny felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, chills running down their spines. It dawned upon them that they had betrayed Li Xian, and now, following his triumph over the demon king, he would seek retribution. They glanced at Ling Ao, hoping to gauge his response. Ling Ao stood composed, hands behind his back, radiating an air of calm that reassured the crowd. Indeed, who was Ling Ao? He was the scion of the ethereal sacred land. What of Li Xian, the war king? Merely a disciple of the Crossing Immortals sect, a sect that paled in comparison to the sacred land. They pondered how Li Xian would dare to confront Ling Ao. Ling Ao, relying on the might of the sacred land, had plotted against Li Xian. Witnessing Li Xian single-handedly resolve the crisis of the underworld ignited a sense of reluctance within him. Yet, he recognized that although Li Xian could not harm him, he too would likely be unable to eliminate Li Xian. Thus, he smiled and addressed Li Xian. Your prowess is indeed remarkable, capable of single-handedly dismantling an underworld. One cannot help but admire you. Before long, your name will grace the Eastern Continent's list of heroes. Li Xian regarded Ling Ao with an expression of calm detachment and replied coldly, How would you prefer to meet your demise? At these words, Ling Ao was momentarily speechless, his countenance darkening. I am the scion of the ethereal sacred land. Not only that, but many elite disciples from various sects are present here. Do you truly believe you can slay us all? His proclamation dragged everyone into the fray, forming a formidable alliance aimed at subduing Li Xian, compelling him to forsake his vengeance. Though the onlookers furrowed their brows, aware that Ling Ao was pulling them into his predicament, they refrained from voicing objections. After all, while Ling Ao orchestrated this scheme, they too bore complicity. The disparity in their standings was stark. One was the scion of the ethereal sacred land, while the other, despite being a war king, was merely a disciple of the Crossing Immortals sect. Naturally, they chose to align themselves with Ling Ao. In the realm of power plays, one's background mattered immensely. A derisive laugh emerged from the crowd, and many began to rally around Ling Ao, offering their support. Witnessing this, Xuan Han and the other Crossing Immortals disciples were filled with indignation. You despicable scoundrels! How dare you claim to be paragons of virtue? I have never encountered such shameless individuals. In stark contrast to the outrage of his fellow disciples, Li Xian remained as tranquil as ever, surveying the throng behind Ling Ao. He spoke softly, In truth, I harbor no intentions of sparing any of you, apart from Ling Ao. The eradication of evil must be thorough. The underworld may be vanquished. But you, who are more demonic than the demons themselves, deserve your fate. As his words settled in the air, Li Xian raised the phoenix blood sword, infusing it with his vital essence. The sword's aura shimmered like a phoenix, once more coalescing into a magnificent form. Feeling the overwhelming surge of sword energy approaching, Ling Ao and the others could not help but panic. Their adversary truly intended to kill them. Did he not care at all about their backgrounds? Did he disregard the mysterious Holy Land? Li Xian, have you considered the consequences? With this strike, you would bury not only yourself, but the entire Immortal Crossing sect alongside you. Ling Ao shouted, attempting to intimidate Li Xian. For a fleeting moment, Li Xian indeed hesitated. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Little Xuanzi, act according to your heart. Everything is in the hands of your master. It was Lu Tianxian. How could her voice suddenly manifest in his thoughts? Li Xian was slightly taken aback. Yet, he chose to trust her and to heed his own heart. With a decisive swing of his sword, the torrent of sword energy, intertwined with pure yang flames, incinerated all in its path. Ling Ao bellowed, putting forth all his strength to defend, exuding a potent aura of primordial spirit. However, he was ultimately far outmatched by Li Xian. His true essence barrier shattered in an instant. The flames consumed all that was wicked, enveloping Ling Ao and the warriors behind him entirely. Ah, Li Xian, the mysterious Holy Land will not spare you, nor will the Iron Sword sect. Even in death, I will haunt you. The cries of despair echoed relentlessly, but gradually faded into silence, leaving only remnants of ash. Li Xian returned the Phoenix Blood Sword to Feng Jioga, gently ruffling her hair. Little sister, was your senior brother's earlier demeanor frightening? Feng Jioga shook her head, declaring, not at all. I found it quite cool. Decisive in slaughter, swift and resolute. With no hesitation whatsoever. Truly befitting of my senior brother. Chapter 35. The Intoxicated Li Xian. You are truly wonderful, little sister. Not frightening. I found it quite cool. Upon hearing Feng Jioga's words, Li Xian was momentarily stunned, then smiled gently. It seemed that although his little sister was young, she possessed a keen sense of right and wrong, devoid of a naive disposition, and was a decisive character. He had previously worried that her kind-hearted nature might make her susceptible to deceit. However, it appeared that he had overthought it. After vanquishing Ling Ao and the others, the lord of the Luo nation hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. Thank you, young Master Li, for resolving the demonic calamity for our nation. No need for formality. The demon lair has been dealt with, but there remain some lingering demonic entities wreaking havoc. Those will have to be managed by the Luo dynasty itself, Li Xian replied. Rest assured, they are merely a few minor nuisances. Our Luo dynasty can handle them, the Luo lord stated. The Luo dynasty too had its own martial legacy, though it could not contend with the greater demons, the demon king-level entities. However, now that Li Xian had eradicated the greater demons, the demon king, and the demon lair, the remaining fiends could be dealt with by the Luo dynasty. Nevertheless, what truly astonished him was Li Xian's decisiveness in slaughter. Good heavens! The Holy Land son. Along with the elites from various sects, he annihilated them without a blink. How audacious! Yet, he felt no dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he was immensely gratified. After all these days, he had endured much from these individuals. The satisfaction derived from their demise was evident, yet he recognized that their backgrounds were far from ordinary. While their deaths were indeed gratifying, Li Xian was acutely aware that he would soon face the wrath of the major sections. Young Master Li, the kingdom of Luo will do its utmost to conceal this matter for you, spoke the Lord of Luo with solemnity. Li Xian waved his hand dismissively. This is my affair. There is no need for the Lord of Luo to concern himself. Besides, such a significant event cannot be hidden. He understood that if he dared to act, he must possess the courage to bear the consequences. If the major sects sought vengeance, then let them come. Did they truly believe he would cower? Young master, what a bold spirit. The Lord of Luo couldn't help but express his admiration. With the demon lair eradicated, the palace returned to the control of the Luo dynasty. The Lord of Luo arranged several rooms for Li Xian and his companions to reside in. That night, as Li Xian pondered the voice of Lu Tianxian that had unexpectedly appeared in his mind before he dispatched Ling Ao and the others, he felt a tinge of confusion. Why would I hear my master's voice? He murmured. You simpleton, it is precisely because I have arrived, a voice chimed from outside the window. Curious. Li Xian glanced over to see a figure leaning against the window, bathed in moonlight, resembling a vision draped in silver gauze. It was none other than his stunning master. With her white hair and red eyes, Li Xian's eyes brightened, and he hurried forward to pay his respects, feeling deeply touched that his master had journeyed all the way from Tianxuan Peak for him. Lu Tianxian rolled her eyes. In truth, I happened to be passing by. I understand. Master, you wish to spare your disciple from burden, Li Xian replied, displaying an expression of complete comprehension. Lu Tianxuan's lips twitched slightly. This disciple certainly had a knack for understanding. I really was merely passing through. Well, if you say it was a mere passing, then so be it. I shall not press the matter. To have slain the disciples of the major sects in one breath, I must admit, I did not perceive you possessed such audacity. Lu Tianxian remarked, stroking her chin while regarding Li Xian with a playful smile. Throughout his time at Tianxian Peak, Li Xian had always exuded an air of respectfulness and nonchalance. Who would have thought that when provoked, he could be so decisively ruthless, resembling a deity of death? Li Xian smiled faintly. Though I have not wandered much in the outside world, I am aware that mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Haha, well said. You are truly my disciple, Lu Tianxian, she exclaimed, patting Li Xian on the shoulder. Notification, Lu Tianxian's favorability increased by 5. Li Xian continued. Moreover, it was you who urged me to take action, Master. By the way, Master, among those I have slain, there was a saintly offspring from a sacred ground. Can the Duxian sect handle this? Li Xian expressed some concern. He had contemplated feigning a defection from the Duxian sect should they be unable to cope, thereby redirecting the attention of the major sects onto himself. A mere misty sacred ground, with hardly any saints to speak of, poses no threat. Lu Tianxian replied confidently. Standing with her hands clasped behind her back, Li Xian gazed at her in astonishment. It was said that Lu Tianxian was merely a half-step into supremacy. It now appears that something is amiss. Judging by the tone of the other party, it seems they are no longer intimidated by even the sages. Is my master truly this formidable? Li Xian tentatively inquired. Lu Tianxian stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding invincibility. How audacious! Li Xian blinked. But upon observing his master's unwavering confidence, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. If the sky were to fall, his master would bear the brunt of it. Well, I shan't keep you, Lu Tianxian remarked. I have foreseen a child of destiny in the far north, and I must go bring her back. Li Xian's eyes brightened at this revelation. So, does this mean I will soon have a junior disciple? He mused. Lu Tianxian then soared out the window, vanishing into the vast night sky. Suddenly, it dawned on Li Xian. His master was descending the mountain to take on a disciple. In other words, the other party was merely passing through? He felt rather foolish for his earlier musings. The fool was none other than myself. The following day, Li Xian arose, intending to bid farewell to the Lord of Luo. Just then, he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma of wine, causing his fingers to tingle with anticipation. Following the scent, he arrived at a cellar, which had cracked open, releasing a rich fragrance of wine. This must be the royal palace's underground wine cellar. Li Xian swallowed hard, seized a wine jar, and took a hearty swig. Gulping down the liquid, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. What a delightful experience. It had been ages since he had indulged in such a generous drink. Before long, Feng Jioge, Jun Han, and others were searching for Li Xian, eventually locating the cellar, where they found him inebriated. Feng Jioge's lips twitched in disbelief. How did I never realize how fond he was of drinking? She mused. Who would have thought that young Master Li is a true connoisseur of wine? Someone, gather all the wine in this cellar and present it to young Master Li. The Lord of Luo chuckled. However, Li Xian was too intoxicated to comprehend the Lord's words. Had he been sober, he would have surely leaped with joy. I thank the Lord on behalf of my senior brother, Feng Jioge said, hastily entering the cellar to carry the inebriated Li Xian back to his chamber. I can still drink, Li Xian mumbled as he lay on the bed, his face flushed, exuding an endearing drunken charm, akin to a celestial being who had fallen into the mortal realm. This was the first time Feng Jioge had seen Li Xian in such a state, and she found herself captivated. Even inebriated, my senior brother is so handsome, she whispered, and proceeded to help him change clothes, for his garments were damp and sticky with wine. Upon noticing Feng Jioge, Li Xian grinned foolishly and suddenly embraced her, ruffling her hair affectionately. You are truly wonderful, little junior sister. Chapter 36. The indomitable spirit of the Master of the Crossing Immortal Gate. Do not let the ancestors underestimate us. You are truly wonderful. Being suddenly embraced by Li Xian left Feng Jioge utterly stunned, her face flushing crimson. Yet, Li Xian remained oblivious to her embarrassment, laughing heartily as he noticed her reddened cheeks. Have you also indulged in wine, little junior sister? He teased, while playfully tousling her face. As if becoming increasingly addicted, she remarked on the delightful texture. Feng Jioge swiftly seized the other's hand, pressing Li Xian onto the bed, deftly removing his outer garment. She glanced at Li Xian, who was still mumbling about how wonderful his junior sister was, and then, covering her face, ran away. Oh, how one struggles against a drunken senior brother. The following day, Li Xian awoke, rubbing his somewhat aching head. Goodness, he had certainly overindulged yesterday. Li Xian, when drinking, never favored using true essence to dispel the effects of alcohol. After all, what was the difference then? The essence of drinking lies in that delightful tipsiness. He circulated his true essence to banish the lingering effects of the alcohol, achieving clarity of mind, and upon noticing his attire, now reduced to mere undergarments, he pondered who had changed his clothes. The image of Feng Jioga surfaced in his mind. Indeed, having a junior sister is splendid. Even in drunkenness, she could provide care, unlike before, when he would collapse on the ground inebriated, awakening to a foul odor the next day. Li Xian sighed. After refreshing himself, he energetically sought out the Lord of Luo to bid farewell. Before departing, the Lord of Luo presented him with a storage ring, saying, "This is a token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it, young Master Li." Li Xian initially intended to decline, but upon glancing into the ring, his eyes widened. Each jar was brimming with exquisite wine. His eyes sparkled as he accepted the storage ring, laughingly placing his arm around the Lord of Luo's shoulder. "Should you need anything in the future, feel free to come to Duxian Gate. Haha, it's a promise." The Lord of Luo felt that this gift of fine wine was indeed worth it. However, his expression turned solemn as he looked at Li Xian, "Young Master Li, I hope that when I visit Duxian Gate, I will truly see you again." Indeed, the wrath of the various sects would not be easily quelled. It would be best for Li Xian to return unscathed this time. Li Xian laughed heartily. "If fate allows, we shall meet again." With that, he turned, taking Feng Jioga, Jun Han, and others with him as they departed for Duxian Gate. Yet, as they journeyed back, the entire eastern continent erupted in chaos. Disciples sent by various sects to eliminate the demonic clan in the Luo dynasty were all slain. This news struck like a bolt from the blue, shaking the entire eastern continent. On a mountain that soared into the clouds like a sword, a powerful sword aura erupted, as a man in white, filled with fury, clutched a sealed letter. Good, good, good. Do they truly believe that by killing the disciples of the Iron Sword sect, they can act with impunity? Li Xian of Duxian Gate, just you wait. The man's face darkened, and in an instant, he transformed into a beam of sword light and departed. It was not only the Iron Sword sect that was enraged. The Divine Dragon sect was also stirred. A disciple rushed into the main hall, crying out as he knelt before a man clad in a dragon robe. "Sect leader, second senior brother has died. What happened?" It was Li Xian of Duxian Gate. The disciple recounted the events in detail. The man in the dragon robe exploded with rage. "What a Li Xian! Do you think my Divine Dragon sect can be easily bullied? I shall strip your skin and peel your flesh." With a single stride, he leapt forth, his figure soaring like a dragon through the 9 heavens, rapidly racing towards Duxian Gate. In that moment, the high-ranking members of the major sects across the eastern continent hastened towards Duxian Gate, intending to hold Li Xian accountable. Upon returning to the Duxian Gate, Li Xian and his companions were soon summoned to the grand hall by the gate's master. As they entered, Li Xian beheld the master along with the 5 peak lords of Tianhua Peak, Wenjian Peak, and Jingyun Peak, all wearing solemn expressions as they regarded him. "Li Xian, I have heard that you have slain Ling Ao, the saint's son of the misty Holy Land, as well as disciples from various sections. Is this true?" inquired the master of Duxian Gate in a calm tone. Li Xian nodded slightly, affirming, "Yes." The revelation stirred an uproar among the assembly, as a formidable pressure erupted. Locking onto Li Xian, they had not anticipated such a significant incident to occur upon his first descent from the mountain. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You have placed Duxian Gate in peril." They admonished him. Li Xian remained composed, accepting their rebukes with tranquility. The master of Duxian Gate scrutinized Li Xian intently and stated, "I know you are not one to indiscriminately kill the innocent. Speak, what truly transpired?" Li Xian recounted the events with clarity. Upon hearing his account, the others exchanged glances. The master of Tianhua Peak slammed his hand onto the table, exclaiming, "Well done." A few shot him disapproving looks. Furrowing his brow, the master of Tianhua Peak retorted, "Should we neglect the common folk of the Luochao dynasty and allow such treachery to go unpunished? Shouldn't these scoundrels face their due end? Indeed, they should be punished. But such actions have brought calamity upon Duxian Gate," sighed the master of Wenjian Peak. "Are you afraid of trouble?" scoffed the master of Tianhua Peak. When Jianpeik's master raised an eyebrow, fear? Not at all. But if the various sects join forces against us, Duxian Gate may suffer grievous losses. Duxian Gate is not made up of cowards, not afraid of death, yet it does not imply we should court it recklessly. We must devise a means to quell the ire of the other sections. What is there to quell? We have committed no wrongdoing. Instead, they should be held accountable for raising such disciples. The Peak Lords continued to argue. Li Xian then stood, addressing the master and the Peak Lords. Given the circumstances, I, Li Xian, shall not stand idly by. If necessary, you may hand me over. With a resounding thud, the master of Duxian Gate struck the table, causing it to splinter. What nonsense are you speaking? Duxian Gate shall not forsake any disciple who commits evil deeds, nor will we abandon those who uphold justice. You have done nothing wrong. Thus, Duxian Gate shall stand by you. We shall face this matter together. If the other sects seek retribution, let them come. The master of Duxian Gate stood with an air of defiance, his hands clasped behind his back. The Peak Lords exchanged astonished glances, for it was the first time they had witnessed such resolve from their leader. Li Xian, too, was taken aback by Duxian Gate's unwavering commitment to protect him. A surge of emotion welled within him. By the way, does your master know of this incident? Inquired the master of Duxian Gate. Li Xian nodded slightly. Yes, my master is aware. Then there is no cause for concern. You may return for now. Your contributions in eliminating this menace are significant. Once matters settle, I shall bestow further rewards upon you. The master of Duxian Gate smiled gently. To have stirred such a great commotion and yet receive no punishment, but rather a promise of reward, was indeed astonishing. Even the master of Tianhua Peak, who acknowledged Li Xian, could not help but feel a sense of peculiarity as he gazed at the leader of the Duxian sect. After Li Xian and his companions departed, he inquired, Leader, are you well? What could possibly be wrong with me? The leader of Duxian sect replied with a faint smile. Esteemed guests, let us not forget that while Duxian sect may not be a sacred ground, its historical legacy is as profound, if not more so, than that of any holy site. The ancestors of our sect were not individuals who shied away from challenges. If today we do not stand by Li Xian when he eventually passes into the netherworld, I fear our ancestors would look down upon us. Chapter 37. Various sects seek retribution. The Duxian sect defends its own. The words of the Duxian sect leader resonated with those present, imparting a sense of reason. The longevity of Duxian sect in the Eastern Continent was not founded upon timidity or fear. In bygone days, the forebears of Duxian sect arrived in the Eastern Continent, boldly challenging all major sects and subsequently establishing Duxian sect. Today, those former rivals have all perished, fading into the annals of history. Only Duxian sect remains steadfast. What does this signify? Duxian sect is destined by the heavens. Moreover, both Li Xian and Feng Jiugo are, and given time, they are bound to attain sainthood, perhaps even ascend to the status of an emperor. As long as they are protected, the future of Duxian sect shall undoubtedly reach greater heights. Contemplating this, a glimmer of resolve shone in the eyes of the gathered. Indeed, we cannot hand over Li Xian. If the various sects seek him, they must first reckon with my might. The master of Tianhua Peak raised his hand, flames dancing upon his fist, igniting the very air around him. The master of Wenjian Peak, standing nearby, scoffed, Do not burn everything. It's too hot. At Tianxuan Peak, Li Xian inhaled deeply upon his return. Oh, the air here is remarkably fresh. He lifted a wine jug to his lips, reflecting on the leader of Duxian sect's words, pondering the unexpected fortitude displayed. Perhaps it was due to his master? He recalled the leader's inquiry regarding whether he knew of Lu Tianxuan's circumstances. Clearly, the leader possessed a deeper understanding of Lu Tianxian than others. Might he be aware of her true strength? His master had claimed her invincible, but he remained uncertain of its veracity. Li Xian murmured to himself, It is best if it is true, then I can confidently rely on her. However, aside from seeking his master's support, it was imperative that he himself became formidable. With this thought, he turned to Feng Jiuge, Junior sister. Now that we are back at Tianxuan Peak, shouldn't you begin your cultivation? I have gained some insights from this experience and need to enter seclusion for 2 days. I apologize for not being able to accompany you during this time, Feng Jiuge responded. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Such a remarkable connection. Just as I was about to suggest you cultivate, you expressed the desire to enter seclusion. Very well, very well. Truly, you are my esteemed junior sister, he declared. Do not be concerned. Cultivation is paramount, and I shall protect you at Tianxuan Peak. Thank you, senior brother. Feng Zhouge nodded appreciatively. Upon returning to her room, Feng Zhouge retrieved a petal emanating a soft, radiant light. This petal was the reward she received after completing a punitive task following her second comparative failure, a treasure that would enhance her spiritual strength. Meanwhile, there exists a substance that enhances one's cultivation. With its aid, she could undoubtedly transcend into the Golden Core realm. To her astonishment, her senior brother had already attained the status of a battle king. Even if she were to progress at a steady pace, it would take her no less than 3 years to catch up. I must exert greater effort, she mused. As for Li Xian, upon his return to Tianxuan Peak, he visited Lu Tianxuan's cave dwelling, only to find it empty. She was presumably on her way to recruit a new disciple. When she would return remained uncertain, but Li Xian was unconcerned. Given Lu Tianxuan's formidable strength, her safety was not a matter of worry. Yawning, he returned to his abode and glanced into the kitchen. To his dismay, he found it devoid of rice and vegetables. Thus, he descended the mountain once more to procure supplies. Now that he possessed a storage ring, he needn't fret over the quantity of items he could carry. He bought a considerable amount, unperturbed by the potential for spoilage. That evening, he prepared a multitude of appetizers for himself. Alone on Tianxuan Peak, he admired the moon while indulging in solitary libations. In this moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Raise a cup to invite the bright moon. With my shadow, we become 3. Alas, it had been an eternity since he had tasted such loneliness. Li Xian sighed. Ever since Feng Zhouge's arrival, he had not experienced solitude's flavor. But now, with Feng Zhouge in seclusion and Lu Tianxian seeking a new disciple, Tianxuan Peak was once again left with only him. Once his master found the new disciple, perhaps Tianxuan Peak would become more vibrant. He hoped the newcomer would not be too difficult to interact with, Li Xian thought to himself, filled with a sense of anticipation. The following day, above the skies outside the crossing Immortal's Gate, a powerful aura erupted. Figures, engulfed in fury, approached to demand justice. These individuals hailed from the prominent sects of the 1hr Continent: Iron Sword Sect, Divine Dragon Sect, and 5 Elements Sect, each a formidable force in their own right. The ones seeking retribution were all top-tier battle kings. At the forefront stood a man clad in white, bearing a long sword upon his back. His sword energy swept across hundreds of miles, summoning a symphony of swords from the heavens, an awe-inspiring sight. His cultivation had evidently reached a half-step into the supreme realm. This individual was none other than the leader of the Iron Sword Sect, Qi Tianyun, one of the 1hr Continent's foremost sword cultivators. Let the master of the crossing Immortal's Gate come forth. Qi Tianyun bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, shaking the very earth for miles around. Every member of the crossing Immortal's Gate heard him loud and clear. Beside Qi Tianyun stood a man adorned in a golden dragon robe, who scoffed. There is no need for pleasantries. Let us first show them who wields the power. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The void erupted. The golden fist energy transformed into a colossal golden dragon, tearing through the air with overwhelming might, directly colliding with Xiantian Peak. Suddenly, from Xiantian Peak, a surge of white essence surged forth, summoning clouds from all directions to coalesce into a massive hand that shattered the golden dragon. A white figure then stepped forth into the open air. It was none other than the master of the crossing Immortal's Gate. Behind him were several peak masters. The master of the crossing Immortal Sect gazed at the master of the Divine Dragon Sect and remarked nonchalantly, "To arrive with the intent of intimidating me is to hold yourself in far too high esteem." The master of the Divine Dragon Sect, snorting derisively, replied, "I shall not indulge in idle chatter with you. You are undoubtedly aware of the affairs concerning the Luo dynasty. Thus, I demand an explanation." "An explanation?" The master of the crossing Immortal Sect retorted calmly. "The explanation is that our sect acted with righteousness, striving valiantly to rescue the populace of an entire nation from peril. Such is the embodiment of great benevolence and justice." Upon hearing this, Qi Tianyun and the master of the Divine Dragon Sect were enraged. "Master of the crossing Immortal Sect, you are well aware that this is not the matter at hand. Li Xian has slain our disciples. How do you account for this? I have yet to settle the score with you." The master of the crossing Immortal Sect's fury ignited. "You betray your own disciples, leaving Li Xian to face a horde of demons alone. What kind of teachings do you impart? Were it not for Li Xian's formidable strength, he would have perished long ago. How do you propose to settle this debt?" The assembly was left in a state of bewilderment. What transpired? Were they not the ones seeking retribution? How did the master of the crossing immortal sect turn the tables upon them? Qi Tianyun coldly interjected. Master of the crossing immortal sect, there is no need for your futile ramblings. The fact remains that Li Xian is alive and has murdered our disciples. This is an unassailable truth that you cannot alter. You would do well to surrender him. What then? Is a life lost so significant? Your disciples were destined for demise. Their continued existence would only breed calamity, akin to parasites. Li Xian has merely expedited your house cleaning, and you should be grateful. The master of the crossing immortal sect scoffed. Those behind him looked on, astonished. When had they realized their master possessed such eloquence? Chapter 38. Feng Jioga becomes a golden core. Li Xian breaks through to supremacy. The representatives of various sects were on the verge of apoplexy. Our disciples have been slain, and you expect us to express gratitude to the murderer, Li Xian? Are you out of your minds? Qi Tianyun's lips twitched in fury as he inhaled deeply, suppressing his rage before responding coldly. So, master of the crossing immortal sect, you intend to protect Li Xian at all costs? Are you not fearful that the foundation of your sect may crumble overnight? The master of the crossing immortal sect narrowed his eyes. You dare to threaten me. It is not a threat. It is merely a statement of fact. Is that so? Then let me offer you a single retort. The master of the crossing immortal sect slowly raised his hand, signaling for battle. If it comes to war, then let it commence. At his command, the powerful auras of several peak masters erupted, accompanied by their inner disciples and true disciples brandishing swords and blades, the aura of their weapons piercing the heavens. Upon witnessing this, the master of the Iron Sword sect felt his iron sword tremble at his waist, and with a swift motion, it was drawn from its sheath. Grasping it, he unleashed a surge of sword energy that enveloped the surroundings. Then allow me to seek your esteemed guidance. Alongside him, the master of the Divine Dragon sect and the master of the Five Elements sect, both renowned leaders among the major factions of the Eastern Continent, released powerful waves of true energy and physical prowess. In an instant, the skies above the crossing immortal sect darkened, thunder rumbled ominously, and the winds howled with fury. A great battle was on the verge of eruption. Meanwhile, on Tianxuan Peak, as Li Xian, lost in a deep slumber, was stirred by commotion from outside. He abruptly opened his eyes and rubbed them. Gazing at the ominous cloud-covered sky, realizing that trouble was afoot, members from various sects had come to confront him. No, I cannot remain cowering behind the sect leaders. Rising swiftly, Li Xian prepared to engage in the battle. Suddenly, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Feng Jioga has absorbed the petals of the primordial spirit treasure flower, achieving a formal breakthrough to the golden core stage. Random feedback on cultivation is underway. Congratulations to the host for transcending to the supreme level. In the next instant, Li Xian felt an overwhelming surge of true essence erupting within him, akin to a tempestuous tide sweeping across all directions. This formidable force stirred the very energies of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the two factions poised for battle sensed something amiss. Their gazes instinctively drawn toward the direction of Tianxuan Peak, their pupils narrowing in alarm. What a terrifying fluctuation of energy! What has transpired? They beheld the spiritual essence of heaven and earth being drawn toward Tianxuan Peak, coalescing into auspicious signs above it. Furthermore, an imposing ethereal figure emerged, towering above the mountains, reaching into the clouds. Each gesture exuded a power capable of shaking the very foundations of the universe. The onlookers stared in astonishment, disbelief washing over them. Could it be? This was the manifestation of a supreme being. Someone had attained the supreme realm. Who could it be? Our immortal crossing sect possesses such a formidable powerhouse. Could it be the master of Tianxuan Peak? In their recollections, only Lu Tianxian was on the verge of becoming a supreme. She was the only one who might achieve such a breakthrough. However, a sense of unease crept in as they noticed something peculiar. This supreme manifestation did not resemble a woman. It appeared to be male. Junhan murmured, "This looks somewhat familiar." The more he gazed, the more recognition dawned upon him, and his pupils trembled slightly. Could it be Li Xixiao? The others were equally astounded, their minds reeling. Li Xian had become a supreme. Could this be true? How old is he? Atop Tianxuan Peak, Feng Jioga, who had successfully broken through to the golden core stage, wore a slight smile. Finally achieving this milestone, drawing closer to her senior brother, she rose and pushed open her door, only to be met with the sight of the towering supreme manifestation. Her lips twitched in disbelief. She stepped back, retreating into her room, shutting the door behind her. Surely, I must have opened the door incorrectly. How could my senior brother suddenly have attained the supreme level? It defies reason. Determined, she opened the door once more, yet the supreme figure remained before her, along with the ethereal Li Xian in his white robes, exuding an otherworldly grace. He noticed Feng Jiuge had emerged from her seclusion and greeted her warmly. Congratulations on your emergence, junior sister. Ah, you've broken through to the golden core, congratulations. Li Xian smiled. Yet, Feng Jiuge could not muster a smile in return. A newly ascended supreme congratulating her on her golden core breakthrough felt absurdly ironic. Is this some kind of jest? I have only just achieved the golden core. And yet you have become a supreme? I haven't seen you training at all. Could it be that my senior brother has been secretly cultivating out of my sight? No, that cannot be right. No matter how intense the competition becomes, it is implausible to suddenly surpass the supreme. Such exaggeration. How am I supposed to make a comparison? Although Feng Jiuge harbors a favorable impression of Li Xian, she finds herself somewhat disheartened at present, feeling that her once prized talent pales in significance before him. Li Xian, noticing the slight despondency in Feng Jiuge, is unable to offer her consolation at this moment, as the battle at the crossing Immortal Gate is currently underway. Junior sister, rest here for a while. I shall return shortly, Li Xian declared. He gazed at the sky shrouded in dark clouds, stepping forth as his supreme avatar mirrored his movement, exuding an overwhelming aura as he advanced. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the crowd. Instantly, the oppressive might of the supreme surged forth, sweeping across the surrounding hundreds of miles. The leaders of the Shenlong sect, the Five Elements sect, and the Iron Sword sect, along with Qi Tianyun, were all struck by this force, their pupils trembling involuntarily. Those who had come to demand accountability now found themselves gripped by fear. Why you are Li Xian? Qi Tianyun inquired, his voice quaking. Indeed, upon receiving confirmation, they collectively inhaled sharply. How audacious it was for them to confront a supreme. Who granted them such audacity? I refuse to believe he has become a supreme. This must be an illusion. The leader of Shenlong sect could not accept that someone so young, not even a fraction of his age, could attain such heights. With a furious roar, he directed a powerful punch at Li Xian. The fist transformed into a dragon shadow. Li Xian casually slapped it away, and his supreme avatar followed suit with a mighty hand. Boom! The dragon shadow shattered. The leader of Shenlong sect was struck by this blow, sent flying, and obliterated countless mountains before collapsing amidst the ruins, lifeless. The force of this strike compelled everyone to accept the reality before them. So, you have come to demand accountability from me? Li Xian inquired coolly. No one dared to step forward to respond. All eyes shifted to Qi Tianyun, the strongest among those who had come to confront him. Li Xian turned his gaze toward him as well. This top swordsman from the 1hr Continent felt an overwhelming pressure, his body tense and beads of sweat dotting his forehead. In the 1hr Continent, supremes are exceedingly rare, primarily found within the 3 major sacred sites. Achieving the supreme realm bestows a degree of power capable of dominating an entire continent, far beyond what a swordsman like him could compare to. While many referred to him as a half-step supreme, as long as he remained in this liminal state, he was no different from any other warrior at the king level when compared to a true supreme. Answer me, have you come to hold me accountable? Li Xian reiterated his earlier question, fixing his gaze on Qi Tianyun. The leaders of the crossing Immortal Gate observed Qi Tianyun with a hint of amusement on their faces. Little brother, weren't you quite bold just moments ago? Why are you silent now? Chapter 39, Lu Tianxian makes her appearance. We are here to express our gratitude. Faced with Li Xian's inquiry, Qi Tianyun found himself momentarily speechless. The overwhelming presence of the Supreme left him trembling with fear. Just then, the dark clouds above churned ominously, and a similarly domineering force descended from the heavens, sweeping toward Li Xian. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Li Xian thought, "Oh, another Supreme?" As the energy around him surged, he braced himself. 2 formidable forces collided, causing the very earth to tremble and the surrounding void to vibrate violently. Amidst this chaos, an elderly man riding a celestial crane approached slowly. With white hair and eyebrows, he exuded an ethereal aura, embodying the essence of a transcendent being. The power radiating from him was equal to that of Li Xian, making it clear that he was indeed the supreme being who had intervened. He gazed calmly at Li Xian, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes, before speaking in a measured tone. Young friend, achieving supremacy at such a tender age speaks volumes of your extraordinary talent. However, you must understand that you are not the sole supreme being in the Eastern Continent. And who might you be? Li Xian inquired nonchalantly. I am Luo Tianao, one of the 10 elders of the mysterious celestial sacred land. The elder replied with an air of indifference. Realization dawned upon Li Xian. Ah, so you hail from the mysterious celestial sacred land. I suspected that all the major sects would be represented, and it would be remiss for yours to be absent. He then chuckled lightly. You claim my actions are erratic? And what of it? If I am indeed erratic, what does it matter? Having attained supremacy, there is no need for pretense. After all, these individuals have come seeking trouble. Luo Taneo's expression shifted slightly as he let out a cold snort, pointing a finger at Li Xian. Instantly, a surge of true essence gathered, forming a colossal finger shadow that surged forth, a manifestation of the mysterious celestial sacred land's supreme martial technique, the celestial finger. Yet, Li Xian remained undeterred, countering with a seemingly unremarkable punch. However, this punch bore the weight of a celestial body, shattering the finger attack and striking Luo Taneo directly. The celestial crane beneath Luo Taneo was instantly incinerated, its feathers disintegrating into nothingness. He tumbled from his mount, barely regaining his balance upon the clouds, his expression a mixture of fury and disbelief. How audacious! To strike at me so soon after achieving supremacy. If given more time to grow, the Eastern Continent would face the emergence of a formidable fiend. Today, I shall eradicate this menace. With that declaration, he drew a sword, and behind him, the majestic form of a supreme being materialized. The crowd could not help but express their disdain. How shameless! It was he who initiated the attack. Yet now he dares to blame his junior. Is this man truly a supreme being? What a disgrace to the title. The members of the mysterious celestial sacred land are all so lacking. Li Xian could not suppress a smirk, faced with the emergence of his opponent's supreme manifestation. He stood resolute, flames of pure yang igniting behind him. Though he had only just attained supremacy, one must not forget that he possessed the pure yang sacred body. Such a constitution, upon reaching supremacy, undoubtedly granted him strength beyond that of an ordinary supreme being. Just as the two were poised for confrontation, swirling clouds gathered above, and a colossal foot formed from the very essence of the clouds descended with a thunderous impact, crushing Luo Taneo's supreme form into fragments. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Who was this formidable figure? They turned their gazes toward the clouds, where a graceful silhouette began to materialize. With white hair and crimson eyes, her figure was slender and elegant. Standing tall, it was Lu Tianxian. Aside from the leader of the Crossing Immortals sect, everyone else was left in a state of shock. It is Lu Tianxian. What is happening? Was it not said that Master Lu Feng is merely a half-step supreme? Yet, which half-step supreme possesses the power to shatter the supreme's manifestation with a single step? At Tianxian Peak, are there truly two supremes? I need a moment to compose myself. Good heavens, is the Duxian sect truly this formidable? Did we come here seeking retribution? Are we courting death? Upon the sudden appearance of Lu Tianxian, Luo Tianao felt an involuntary shiver of trepidation. To obliterate his supreme's manifestation is no feat achievable by an ordinary supreme. How can there exist such a terrifying entity within the Duxian sect? Lu Tianxian then spoke, her tone devoid of warmth. My disciple has slain the holy son of your Miao Miao sacred land. This is a fact, and I was the one who commanded it. If you of the Miao Miao sacred land wish to seek vengeance, you may do so, but it must be your ancestor who comes personally. A mere small supreme like you is not worthy. With that, she struck out again, her palm transforming into a torrent of overwhelming force. Luo Taneo lacked any capacity for resistance and was effortlessly sent flying, disappearing from sight in an instant. Soon, only Qi Tianyun and the others remained. After witnessing the prowess of Li Xian and Lu Tianxian, how could these individuals still dare to seek retribution? Especially Qi Tianyun, who hastily proclaimed, "Well done, young Master Li. In truth, my several disciples have long been tyrannical and malevolent. I have yearned to cleanse my sect for some time now. Your intervention has been a fortuitous assistance. We are immensely grateful." Qi Tianyun promptly executed a complete reversal in his attitude. The others echoed his sentiments, affirming, "Indeed, my rebellious disciple deserves his fate." Alas, I have been reluctant to take action due to our master-disciple bond, but I must thank you, young Master Li, for your assistance. Indeed, thank you, young Master Li. The once indignant crowd had transformed into a collective of gratitude. Li Xian regarded them with a mocking smile, while Lu Tianxian approached him. Addressing the assembly, since you are here to express gratitude towards my disciple, surely there must be a token of appreciation? Master Lu Feng is indeed correct. Qi Tianyun hurriedly unsheathed an iron sword from his waist, his expression reflecting palpable regret. This sword, known as the Hanqing Ancient Sword, is a rare and exceptional weapon, which I present to you as a token of thanks, young Master Li. This sword has accompanied me for many years, yet now, for the sake of survival, I must part with it. The others followed suit, promptly producing various treasures from their storage rings. Those lacking treasures offered spirit stones instead, and those without spirit stones resorted to writing IOUs. Young Master Li, this Bailing fruit is a rare and exquisite medicinal treasure. Please accept it as my gift. Young Master Li, here are 100,000 spirit stones. I hope you will graciously accept. Young Master Li, this divine dragon sword technique. I hope you will not disdain it. In a short while, a heap of items had accumulated before Li Xian. He contemplated collecting them, but Lu Tianxian was quicker, sweeping her sleeve to gather the offerings. Well, it seems you possess a modicum of sincerity. May we take our leave now? Qi Tianyun inquired anxiously. Lu Tianxian turned to Li Xian. Little Xuanzi, the decision is yours. Please, go ahead, Li Xian replied nonchalantly. As if granted a reprieve, the crowd hurriedly dispersed, fearing that if they lingered, Li Xian might reconsider his decision. Meanwhile, the master of the Immortal Crossing sect and others approached Li Xian, their eyes filled with astonishment, reflection, and disbelief. Li Xian, have you truly attained the status of supreme? Inquired the lord of Tianhua Peak. Indeed, Li Xian nodded affirmatively. Even after receiving this confirmation, the crowd remained in shock. Goodness, they murmured. After years of arduous cultivation, they had yet to even glimpse the threshold of supreme, while Li Xian had silently ascended to such heights. Chapter 40. Preparation for departure to the Great Zhou. The iron pestle transformed into a needle. Lu Tianxian gazed at Li Xian, a hint of satisfaction evident in her eyes. His swift rise to the rank of supreme was commendable, truly. He was worthy of being my disciple. Lu Tianxian, however, was not particularly surprised by Li Xian's rapid progression, considering his exceptional constitution. Even she found it difficult to fathom. Was it truly so extraordinary to attain supreme status so quickly? She had previously encountered prodigies born as supremes. Yet, despite his newfound elevation, one must not become arrogant. It is vital to understand that there exist varying degrees of supremacy. Unlike the realms delineated from 1 to 9, the supreme realm is categorized into supreme, grand supreme, profound supreme, earth supreme, heaven supreme, and the unparalleled heaven supreme. Your current cultivation merely grazes the threshold of supreme. A long journey lies ahead, Lu Tianxian remarked, patting Li Xian's shoulder. She then added, if you can achieve the status of unparalleled heaven supreme within 3 years, then perhaps a modicum of pride would be permissible. Upon hearing this, the others nearly choked in disbelief. What absurdity was this? To reach supreme status within 3 years was already unfathomable. Ascending from an ordinary supreme to unparalleled heaven supreme in that time frame? Was such a feat conceivable? Countless warriors expend their entire lives striving for the supreme realm, and even those fortunate enough to advance face insurmountable challenges thereafter. It takes immense effort for those of royal lineage to reach supreme status, and to become a top-tier supreme may require hundreds or even thousands of years. Lu Tianxian, however, expects Li Xian to accomplish within 3 years what would take others centuries. Such demands bordered on the unreasonable. Li Xian, upon hearing her words, could not suppress a wry smile. He had not anticipated his master's expectations to be so lofty, but he resolved to give his utmost effort. It seemed he must devise a means to spur his junior sister to strive even harder. Junior sister, whether I can ascend to unparalleled heaven supreme rests upon your shoulders. On Tianxuan Peak, Feng Jioga sneezed, her eyes shimmering with a hint of curiosity. Is someone thinking of me? Could it be my senior brother? Not long after, Li Xian and Lu Tianxian returned to Tianxuan Peak, where Feng Jioga promptly greeted them. Greetings, senior brother. Congratulations on your ascension to supreme. She then cast a glance at Lu Tianxian, her eyes flickering momentarily. Initially, she had assumed the latter was merely a half-step supreme. Yet now, it was evident that such notions were mere illusions. This individual concealed her true prowess more deeply than her senior brother. Her cultivation was likely surpassing the supreme level. A saint? Throughout the Eastern Continent, only a handful of saints were known. A single word could determine the fate of millions. Could this insignificant master truly be of such a caliber? Oh, you have advanced to the Golden Core realm. Commendable. Though you may not rival your senior brother, you surpass many mediocrities in this world. Lu Tianxian observed Feng Jioge, stroking her chin, her gaze penetrating, as if she could see through the very essence of the person before her. In her presence, Feng Jioge felt an unsettling inability to conceal any secrets, which left her somewhat discomposed. Lu Tianxian then yawned and addressed Li Xiandao. By the way, little Xuan, I need you to make a trip to the Eastern Continent's great Zhou dynasty and bring your junior sister back. Li Xian was taken aback. It dawned on him that Lu Tianxian had descended the mountain to accept a new disciple. What about the new disciple? He inquired. I was originally on my way to find your junior sister, but I sensed the presence of individuals from the ethereal sacred land en route, which compelled me to return. In other words, your actions have altered my itinerary, so you will retrieve your junior sister in my stead. Lu Tianxian cleverly concocted an excuse to shirk her responsibilities. Li Xian chose not to contest this and asked, what is my junior sister's name? What does she look like? Where exactly is she? Lu Tianxian replied, I am unaware of her name in this lifetime. I only know she is female and resides within the great Zhou dynasty. At this, Li Xian's mouth twitched. Good heavens! Master, are you aware of the vastness of the great Zhou dynasty? How can I search for her without even a name? It's akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. No, it's beyond that. There is simply no way to find her. Here, take this. Lu Tianxian produced a pearl and tossed it to Li Xian. This pearl can sense the whereabouts of your junior sister. With it, you will be able to locate her. Li Xian accepted the pearl, still feeling skeptical. The great Zhou dynasty, the pinnacle of the Eastern Continent, boasts a population in the millions. To find a junior sister with merely a pearl? It transformed the impossible into an exercise in futility. Lu Tianxian appeared unfazed, patting Li Xian's shoulder. Little Xuan, if there were no challenge, why would it fall upon you? Go now, and do not keep your junior sister waiting too long. Feng Jioge, standing nearby, was somewhat bewildered. A new junior sister? Was it not sufficient for only her and her senior brother to inhabit Tianxian Peak? Why must there be another? Master, do you not find satisfaction in the two of us? Are two sacred bodies not enough in your eyes? How vexing. The thought of an additional junior sister possibly vying for her senior brother's affection irked her considerably. Yet, this was Lu Tianxian's demand, and as her disciple, she could hardly refuse. Even if she did, what could a mere Golden Core disciple achieve? It would likely backfire, causing her senior brother and Lu Tianxian to view her as unreasonable, perhaps even inciting her senior brother's disdain, an outcome too detrimental to contemplate. Senior brother, I shall accompany you to find the new junior sister, Feng Jioge suddenly proposed. The great Zhou dynasty lay at the far northern reaches of the Eastern Continent, quite a distance from their current location. Rather than allowing Li Xian to embark on this quest alone, returning together while fostering their bond along the journey seemed far more prudent. She resolved that it would be better to join her senior brother in this endeavor, to prevent the new junior sister from gaining the upper hand, and to increase the opportunities for private moments with the senior brother to deepen their bond. It was a plan that yielded dual benefits, simply perfect. Upon hearing this, Li Xian showed no objection. He turned to Lu Tianxian, who yawned, and decided that it would be acceptable to go for training. She did not refuse. Oh joy! Feng Jioge silently cheered within her. Observing Lu Tianxian so unwittingly allowing her to accompany the senior brother to the great Zhou dynasty for a period of solitude, Feng Jioge felt a surge of triumph. Just wait, you insipid master, for I shall soon usurp your position in the heart of the senior brother. She was aware that Lu Tianxian had spent more time with Li Xian than she had. Thus, she needed to increase her own time with him. This was a gradual endeavor. She believed that with patience, even an iron rod could be ground into a needle. Soon, Li Xian began to pack his belongings for their departure to the great Zhou the following day. That very evening, Lu Tianxian unexpectedly summoned him to her cave abode. Li Xian felt a twinge of apprehension. Would she subject him to another bout of torment? He pondered anxiously as he approached her dwelling. Upon entering, he found her reclining on the bed, rising only when he arrived. The reason I called you here today is to inquire about something, she stated. What is it? He responded. What weapon do you use? Li Xian was taken aback for a moment. A weapon? Why would the master suddenly show interest in this? Chapter 41. The Flawless Sword. Drinking with Lu Tianxian. Hearing her words, Li Xian was filled with confusion, while Lu Tianxian casually continued. I realized that despite having taken you on as a disciple all these years, I have not properly taught you. Moreover, I have yet to provide you with a decent weapon. Since you have advanced to the status of a supreme, it brings me honor. Furthermore, as you venture down the mountain to seek your new junior sister, having a weapon will be advantageous. Upon hearing this, Li Xian suddenly understood. So, the master intends to provide me with a weapon. If she wishes to care for her disciple, why bother with so many excuses? A slight smile crept onto his lips. He usually did not pay much attention to this matter, so whatever weapon the master offered would suffice. Lu Tianxian, satisfied with his response, replied nonchalantly, "Then I shall give you a hammer." Li Xian was momentarily stunned. "No, you cannot be so arbitrary." "Very well. Since your expression suggests reluctance, I noticed you employed sword techniques when dealing with those fellows in the Luo dynasty. I shall forge you a sword instead," Lu Tianxian declared. "Forge it? Are you saying you will create it right here? Wouldn't that be too troublesome for you, master?" Li Xian blinked in surprise. Forging a sword on the spot would surely take several days, and he intended to depart tomorrow. Suddenly struck by an idea, he recalled that he had just acquired the sword of the Iron Sword Sect's master today. "I think that sword would be quite suitable." "Oh, this one?" Lu Tianxian retrieved the haunching sword. Li Xian nodded in agreement, seized the sword, and with a crisp snap, she shattered it. Merely scrap metal, valued only by those who could not discern its true worth. "As my disciple, wielding such a weapon is utterly disgraceful." Li Xian's lips twitched. After all, this was a top-tier mystical weapon, capable of fetching a handsome sum. Then, to Li Xian's astonishment, he observed as held the broken Hanyue sword, a flame igniting in her palm. In an instant, a terrifying heat enveloped the entire cave. Li Xian felt that this temperature surpassed even his pure yang fire. In the next moment, he witnessed the Hanyue sword melting into a pool of molten iron at a visible pace, and began to toss various ores into the molten mass, causing them to amalgamate. The molten iron elongated, shaped, cooled, polished, and ultimately solidified. In no time, a brand new sword materialized before Li Xian's eyes. This sword measured 3 feet and 3 inches, adorned with intricate, arcane patterns, its surface glistening like jade, immaculate as white jade. Not to mention its sturdiness and sharpness. Its sheer aesthetic appeal was already overwhelming. Li Xian gazed at the sword, his eyes sparkling with admiration for its beauty, and he complimented its remarkable forging skills. She smiled appreciatively. This sword had barely reached the standard of a supreme artifact. "Take it," she said. Li Xian inhaled sharply. My goodness. To forge a supreme artifact with bare hands transcended mere crafting skills. Her cultivation was beyond comprehension. Accepting the sword, he scrutinized it for a moment and inquired, "Master, does this sword have a name?" "This sword is for you. Name it as you wish." "How about naming it Flawless Sword, given its immaculate appearance?" Li Xian suggested with a gentle smile. "Whatever you prefer," she replied nonchalantly. Then, Li Xian fastened the sword to his waist and suddenly recalled something. He retrieved several jars of wine from his storage ring. "I once promised to bring fine wine for you, master. These are treasures I acquired from the Luo dynasty. A small token of my respect." S. eyes brightened. "How thoughtful of you, my dear disciple. It seems my efforts have not been in vain." She opened a jar, took a sip, and frowned slightly. "Is this even considered fine wine?" "Well, it's tolerable, I suppose." Though cherished exquisite wine, her refined palate had savored countless exceptional brews, rendering these selections from the Luo dynasty rather unimpressive in her eyes. Only Li Xian, with his lack of discernment, would regard them as fine. Nonetheless, appreciating the sentiment from her disciple, she did not dwell on it. "Come, let us drink heartily," she urged, holding out the jar. Li Xian, aware that he was departing for the great Zhou the following day, hesitated, fearing he might drink himself into a stupor and oversleep. Furrowed her brow. "You seem reluctant." "Disciple would never disobey," he replied respectfully. "Very well, it is rare to share a drink with you. I shall indulge." Li Xian lifted a jar, clinked it with, and declared, "Cheers." One jar after another vanished down their throats. Li Xian, disinclined to expel the effects of the alcohol with his true essence, soon found himself pleasantly intoxicated after several jars. Before long, he lay down within Lu Tianxuan's cave and fell into a deep slumber. Lu Tianxian curled her lip. finding his drinking capacity rather unimpressive. She took a generous gulp of wine, a rosy hue blossoming on her cheeks. Like Li Xian, she too preferred not to dissipate the effects of alcohol. However, her profound cultivation and robust tolerance meant that even without employing true essence, she was not easily inebriated. At most, she felt a gentle intoxication. Gazing at the slumbering Li Xian, Lu Tianxian was filled with nostalgia, realizing that several years had slipped by unnoticed. She recalled the time when she first brought him back. He was barely at her waist height, yet now he had surpassed her. His cultivation had also been steadily rising, and in a moment of carelessness, he could become a supreme being. She approached and playfully tapped his face. "Xiao Xuanzi, this is my cave. You ought to return to your own chamber to sleep." Yet, Li Xian swatted her hand away, murmuring, "Don't disturb me. I'm trying to sleep." Lu Tianxian blinked at her hand that had been brushed aside, thinking, what a cheeky boy, daring to show disrespect to his master. Just watch what I do to you. However, as she lifted her foot to give him a playful kick, she heard him mumble from the ground, "Master, please don't ignore me." Lu Tianxian was taken aback and reflected on the years since she had brought him to the Crossing Immortals sect, during which she had neglected him, allowing him to fend for himself. Yet, he had never uttered a word of complaint, perhaps during moments of disdain from others. He had wished for her to stand up for him, but after countless waits and disappointments, he had resorted to feigning indifference. With a sigh, she lamented, "I have truly been an incompetent master." Her experiences were extraordinary, and she held little attachment to the affairs of this world. Taking Li Xian as her disciple was not a whimsical decision, but rather a curiosity born from her inability to discern his destiny. However, after several days of study without results, she had abandoned him. Looking at his profile, her heart softened. "You mischievous boy, just this once, I shall indulge you," she murmured. With a flick of her sleeve, a blanket drifted down from the bed, covering Li Xian. The following day, as dawn broke, a delicate fragrance wafted into Li Xian's nostrils. He wrinkled his nose, sensing that something was amiss. His own room did not carry such a scent, and yet this aroma felt oddly familiar. As he blearily opened his eyes, a sight both strange and familiar met him. Rocky walls surrounded him, and as he touched the blanket covering him, he turned to see Lu Tianxian sleeping soundly beside him. He gasped in shock. He had spent the night in his master's cave? Astonishingly, she had not kicked him out. Chapter 42. The Lance Approaches. I shall return with spirit stones. Li Xian gazed at the sleeping Lu Tianxian, then at the blanket draped over him, feeling a warmth in his heart. Master truly cares for me, he thought, realizing that she had worried about him catching a cold after seeing him drunk and had provided him with a blanket. He neatly folded the blanket and set it aside. After bowing respectfully to Lu Tianxian, he turned to exit the cave. Just as he stepped out, Lu Tianxian opened her eyes, glanced at his retreating figure, and murmured, "Cheeky boy, is he leaving already?" In truth, she was uncertain about what she was hoping for. Yet, the other party departed without uttering a word, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of loss. Could it be that she had developed feelings for her disciple? Unthinkable. Lu Tianxian was reluctant to admit it. Casting a glance at Li Xian's neatly arranged bedding, she tugged it over herself, insisting, "I do not harbor any feelings for him." Upon exiting the cave, Li Xian returned to his room, intending to change his clothes and freshen up. As he opened the door, he was met with the sight of Feng Jiugong. Her eyes bloodshot, clearly having spent an entire sleepless night. She was staring intently at him, leaning in to catch his scent. Upon inhaling the fragrance that belonged to Lu Tianxian, she murmured, "Senior brother went to the master's cave and has not returned all night. What could he possibly be doing?" Her mind was racing. The situation was rife with implications. A solitary man and woman, confined together overnight. And the lingering scent of alcohol on him. What else could it signify? Feng Jiugong's imagination spiraled into a wild narrative of drunken escapades. How outrageous. Lu Tianxian, that shameless master, had truly made advances on her disciple. The frustration boiled within her. How she wished she were at the level of a great emperor. If she were, she could bind Li Xian to her side, preventing anyone from taking him away. Alas, she was left merely watching as someone else seized the opportunity. Li Xian, upon hearing Feng Jiugong's melancholic words, felt an inexplicable chill creep into his heart, as though something ominous were on the horizon. Could it be that his junior sister was feeling jealous? It seemed he had not been attentive enough to her feelings lately. As he pondered how to respond to Feng Jiugong's inquiry, he offered a calm smile and explained, The master was concerned for me and devoted the entire night to forging a protective sword for my defense. I was merely standing guard for her. He revealed the flawless sword, and Feng Jiogong, upon inspection, discerned that the weapon still lacked integration with the spiritual essence of this realm, indicating it had just been forged. She breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that her shameless master had not yet made a move on her senior brother. However, she was also taken aback. To forge a supreme artifact in one night? Such skill was indeed remarkable. It seemed her master was likely a saint, and not just any ordinary one. After all, she could tell the materials used for the flawless sword were not particularly advanced. Its supreme quality was solely due to the forger's exceptional prowess, capable of transmuting the mundane into the extraordinary. And the scent of alcohol on you? She inquired. Ahem, while the master was engrossed in her forging. I grew bored and indulged a bit too much, Li Xian replied, coughing slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. His explanation was seamless, and Feng Jiogong harbored no suspicions. Observing the bloodshot eyes of his junior sister, he felt a pang of concern. Junior sister, how can you neglect your own well-being? You haven't slept all night. You should rest. It's perfectly fine to set out later. I experienced a slight mishap during my cultivation last night and could not sleep, but I am fine now. Senior brother need not worry, Feng Jiogong replied, determined not to reveal that her sleepless night was due to jealousy over Li Xian's visit to Lu Tianxuan's cave. Regardless of circumstances, your health remains paramount, Li Xian remarked. He found himself torn between the desire for his junior sister to strive diligently, which would foster his own growth, and the wish for her not to overexert herself. Humanity is indeed a paradoxical entity. Nevertheless, by adopting a more balanced approach, allowing her to alternate between work and rest, he aimed to ensure her prolonged commitment to her endeavors. For health is the foundation of all progress. If one's body falters, how can one continue to strive? He considered himself quite benevolent. Feng Jiogong felt a warmth in her heart. After resting for several hours, she finally tidied her belongings by noon and, alongside Li Xian, descended the mountain to the great Zhou dynasty in search of their unnamed junior sister. Meanwhile, in the eastern continent, Li Xian's actions had stirred quite a commotion. One individual single-handedly vanquished the calamities plaguing the Luo dynasty, showcasing the might of the pure Yang sacred body. This same person decimated the elite members of various sects, including a scion of a holy ground, audacious in his endeavors. When confronted by the leaders of these sects seeking retribution, he unexpectedly ascended to the status of supreme. Each of these feats alone would have sufficed to elevate his name across the eastern continent, let alone the fact that they all transpired within a matter of days. In no time, the name Li Xian began echoing throughout the land. The stormy cloud tower of the eastern continent even placed Li Xian at the pinnacle of their list of prodigies, earning him the title of the foremost genius. Such recognition thrust him into the spotlight. Once a figure shrouded in obscurity, he now stood resolutely at the zenith of the prodigy rankings. Which other genius could withstand such a challenge? Numerous prodigies clamored to measure their prowess against Li Xian, with the strongest scion of the mysterious sacred land, Ling Yun, openly declaring war upon him and dispatching a challenge to the crossing immortal sect, eager for a confrontation. Alas, at this juncture, Li Xian had already ventured to the great Zhou, rendering any response to the challenge impossible. However, upon awakening, Lu Tianxian found the master of the crossing immortal sect at her door, brandishing a resplendent challenge letter. Lu Tianxian paused, bemused. Senior brother, have you lost your senses? You challenge me? 10 masters of the crossing immortal sect would be insufficient to withstand a single blow from me. The sect master smiled gently. This is not my challenge letter. It is from the scion of the mysterious sacred land directed at Li Xian. He has gone to the great Zhou. What is he doing there? I have found him a new junior sister, and he has gone to meet her. With that, she snatched the challenge letter, glanced at it, and then conjured flames in her palm to incinerate it completely. Yawning, she mused, the mysterious sacred land remains unyielding in its ambitions. Do they still wish to ensnare our little Xuanzi? As for the higher-ups, their scion, a paragon of the younger generation, was merely engaged in youthful rivalry. Their outward calm did not preclude them from plotting in secrecy. Ultimately, they would need to be shown a taste of their own medicine. With that, she stretched languidly, her fingers grasping the air. Come forth, spear. With a thunderous roar, a distant mountain erupted into a cacophony of destruction. A crimson spear erupted from the shattered mountain peaks in the distance, landing in the hands of Lu Tianxian. The spear radiated a deep scarlet glow, its shaft entwined with strips inscribed with countless enigmatic runes, as if these strips had sealed the true might of the weapon. Upon beholding the spear, the master of the Duxian sect could not suppress a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. He had once witnessed Lu Tianxian wield this very spear to impale a previously unknown supreme being into the ground. Subsequently, Lu Tianxian had inexplicably abandoned her cultivation, descending into a state of disarray, and the spear had seemingly vanished from her possession. Little did he know, it had been buried within the mountains all along. Wait, that is my Xuantiang peak. Lu Tianxian, have you truly destroyed my mountain? The master of the Duxian sect was momentarily stunned, then glared furiously at Lu Tianxian. Aware of her wrongdoing, Lu Tianxian hastily retreated. Brother, I shall compensate you for Xuantiang peak upon my return. Where will you procure spirit stones? The master fumed. I shall have them by the time I return. Shall you indeed? Could it be that you intend to rob the mysterious sacred land? The corner of the master's mouth twitched, as the thought became increasingly plausible. Chapter 43. Lu Tianxian ascends to the mysterious sacred land. Within the mysterious sacred land, on a towering peak, the current saint's son, Ling Yun, sat cross-legged, exuding an air of transcendence, his form shimmering with radiant hues. Merely standing there, he resembled the very center of the universe, his features imbued with a natural pride. He was the most remarkable prodigy within the mysterious sacred land. Having reached the threshold of the supreme realm at a mere 100 years of age, an unparalleled strength, he was heralded as the future leader of the mysterious sacred land, destined to elevate it to unprecedented heights. However, of late, he found himself unable to attain a meditative state, all due to one individual from the Duxian sect. Li Xian. This fellow had previously been obscure, but had risen rapidly to prominence in just a few days, becoming the most luminous prodigy in the Eastern Continent, reigning at the pinnacle of the prodigy rankings. Another saint's son of the mysterious sacred land had perished at his hand, and to make matters worse, he had ascended to the supreme realm. It was a bitter pill to swallow, as Ling Yun himself had yet to reach that level. The emergence of this unknown prodigy had eclipsed him, and conversations abounded regarding Li Xian, casting Ling Yun into a shadow of obscurity. This was intolerable for him. Thus, he dispatched a challenge to Li Xian, yearning to witness the prowess of this young supreme, and, through their confrontation, to experience the power of the supreme realm, which might prove beneficial to him. Yet, days passed without a response. Had the letter gone unseen, or was Li Xian simply disinterested? Either scenario only deepened Ling Yun's dissatisfaction towards the unacquainted Li Xian. He turned to a nearby celestial crane and inquired coldly, "Are you certain that the challenge letter reached the Duxian sect?" The crane replied, "Indeed, it has been delivered. I witnessed the master of the Duxian sect accept the letter. He will undoubtedly pass it to Li Xian." Then why has Li Xian remained silent? Perhaps he fears the saint's son. The celestial crane spoke, delivering a compliment that was neither too grand nor too trivial. However, Ling Yun felt no sense of appreciation. As the supreme one, how could he fear a mere war king? Clearly, he regarded me with disdain. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from below the mountain. Oh no! Oh no! The disciples of the Crossing Immortals sect have come to stir trouble. One disciple cried out in alarm. Hearing this, Ling Yun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Had they finally arrived? He naturally assumed it was Li Xian who had issued the challenge. But soon, an overwhelming aura surged forth from the foot of the mountain. A terrifying presence that enveloped the entire mysterious holy land like a dark cloud. Just as Ling Yun stood to confront Li Xian, that immense force bore down upon him, pinning him to the ground. The esteemed holy son had been thrown to the earth like a rag doll. He gazed in disbelief towards the foot of the mountain. Did Li Xian possess such power? What then was he? No, even if Li Xian had broken through to the supreme realm, he should not wield such might. Or perhaps this was a force that transcended the supreme altogether. This overwhelming presence was undoubtedly above the supreme level. A saint? Within the Crossing Immortals sect, there was actually a saint? Did this mean they were equal to the mysterious Holy Land in status? All warriors beneath the supreme in the mysterious Holy Land were engulfed by this vast force, rendered powerless and prone. Even the supremes felt an intense sense of oppression, their bodies trembling with fear. Before the master of this formidable aura, they found no will to fight. At the foot of the mountain, a tall woman with white hair and red eyes, wielding a long spear wrapped in mystical cloths, strode into the grand hall of the mysterious Holy Land. The Supremes looked upon her, swallowing hard. What a terrifying presence. Who is the current Holy Master? Lu Tianxian yawned and inquired. Why, yes, it is I. A man appearing to be in his 40s replied. He was the Holy Master of the mysterious Holy Land and a being of unparalleled supremacy, merely a step away from the realm of the saints. Only he could still move in the presence of Lu Tianxuan's overwhelming might. Lu Tianxian regarded him with a dismissive pout. Your Holy Land is truly in decline. When did a Supreme become a Holy Master? I am not just any Supreme. I am an unparalleled Supreme, he retorted. Isn't that still a Supreme? There's no difference. The differences are vast, you know. An unparalleled Supreme can easily crush a multitude of ordinary Supremes. Lu Tianxian stated. I am here merely to warn you. Do not dare lay a hand on Li Xian. The consequences are beyond what you can bear. The Holy Master of the mysterious Holy Land scoffed. No one can threaten my Holy Land, not even you. Should you be a saint? With that, he produced a weapon, a mirror radiating a brilliant white light. Upon seeing the mirror, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. That was the holy artifact, the radiant mirror. Excellent. With this holy artifact, even if the Holy Master has not yet ascended to the saint realm, he can still contend with the saint. Indeed, how could the mysterious Holy Land allow itself to be threatened? The Holy Master raised the radiant mirror, aiming it at Lu Tianxian. A vast surge of spiritual energy began to coalesce within it. Yet, Lu Tianxian thrust her spear forward. With a crack, the confrontation commenced. The illustrious Haoguang mirror, radiating an overwhelming aura, was suddenly pierced, its brilliance extinguished as it fell to the ground, devoid of luster. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. This was a sacred artifact. How could it be so easily damaged? Was it truly possible? To brandish a mere broken mirror as a show of power? Is the mysterious sacred land truly so pitiful? Lu Tianxian scoffed. The master of the mysterious sacred land was already trembling in fear. Who are you? I am Li Xian's master, Lu Tianxian declared, standing tall with her spear, radiating an imposing presence. The earth beneath her feet cracked, and the entire palace trembled as if on the verge of collapse. You are rather audacious. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from the depths of the mysterious sacred land. A figure with white hair emerged, clad in white robes, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, wielding a 9-ringed broadsword with an overwhelming aura akin to a vast ocean. It was the strongest of the mysterious sacred land, the mysterious ancestor, the true pillar of their domain, a being of saintly caliber. Upon seeing Lu Tianxian, who had come seeking trouble, the elder wasted no words. He swung the 9-ringed broadsword, unleashing a torrent of blade energy like a surging tide, relentless and unyielding. The intent of the blade intertwined, transforming into a great momentum of the heavens and earth. As the sword descended, it appeared not merely as a weapon, but as a manifestation of the cosmos itself. Yet, how many could stand against the forces of nature? Unfortunately, today, the mysterious ancestor encountered one such individual. Lu Tianxian thrust her spear once more, producing a resonant clang as the immense force contained within the blade shattered like fragile foam. The sword was struck and snapped in two. The mysterious ancestor, clutching the broken blade, could scarcely believe his eyes. You are a great saint. No, a saint king. A saint king, a powerful being within the saintly realm, far surpassing an ordinary saint like myself. How bold of you to strike against me. Lu Tianxian replied coolly, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the mysterious ancestor. Yet, to her astonishment, this renowned elder tossed aside his broken sword and knelt before her, exclaiming, "Spare me, esteemed lady. My mysterious sacred land is willing to heed your command from this day forth. I shall traverse mountain and sea for you." Lu Tianxian was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this plea for mercy is swifter than my spear. Chapter 44, Bloodlust? The junior sister's sense of justice is overflowing. Observing the once mighty mysterious ancestor kneeling before her, Lu Tianxian retracted her spear, while the elder exhaled in relief. Thank heavens I knelt quickly, otherwise my life would have been forfeit. He had navigated the world relying on 2 words, sincerity. Acting from the heart was the key to self-preservation. Esteemed lady, my mysterious sacred land is, after all, one of the 3 great sacred lands of the Eastern Continent. We are at your service, and if there are tasks you find inconvenient, we are more than willing to undertake them, the mysterious ancestor continued. Lu Tianxian regarded the elder, who appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, calling her esteemed lady, and could not help but smirk. yet she refrained from comment. After all, considering her age from her past life, she could easily be not just his elder, but even the elder of his elder's elder. I require no assistance from you. My sole demand is this. When you encounter Li Xian, adopt a more humble demeanor. He is my disciple, and should any mishap occur, I will hold you accountable. Rest assured, Granny Hu, we shall not trouble Li Xian in the slightest. Rather, if he has any requests, we shall fulfill them without fail. Oh, this attitude is more acceptable. Lu Tianxian nodded in satisfaction. She then hefted her spear, preparing to depart, when suddenly, a thought struck her. She paused and inquired, "Do you have any spirit stones? I would like some." "Yes, yes," the mysterious elder promptly affirmed, instructing someone to bring forth a considerable quantity of spirit stones for Lu Tianxian. Weighing the storage ring in her hand, she smiled subtly. Now, not only could she compensate her senior brother for the mountain peak, but also procure wine. After her departure, the occupants of the grand hall sighed in relief. They had never witnessed such a terrifying presence. A sacred weapon pierced through with a single thrust, and a sage was vanquished with but one move. They felt that if the opponent desired, she could effortlessly string them together like candied hawthorn on a skewer. The terror was indescribable. Once Lu Tianxian had left, the mysterious elder regained his authoritative demeanor and coldly addressed the assembly. What on earth has transpired? How has our mysterious holy land attracted such a formidable figure? Furthermore, who is Li Xian? The crowd's lips twitched at his words. So, you are unaware of who Li Xian is? They silently mocked, yet before Lu Tianxian, he remained a sage and an elder. Thus, they respectfully recounted the events of recent times. The mysterious elder, upon hearing their accounts, could not help but marvel. He never imagined such a significant figure resided within the crossing immortal sect. He commanded that henceforth, they should cultivate amicable relations with the crossing immortal sect, treating its disciples with utmost respect, and should any conflict arise, they must retreat at all costs. Additionally, from now on, all disciples of our mysterious holy land must treat Li Xian with reverence, striving to fulfill his every request. It is imperative that we do not become adversaries. Those who defy this order shall be executed. The mysterious elder issued a series of commands. Henceforth, the mysterious holy land would adopt a subservient stance before the crossing immortal sect. Yet what recourse did they have? After all, the crossing immortal sect boasted a terrifying powerhouse like Lu Tianxian. The mysterious holy lord inquired curiously, "Elder, in your estimation, to what extent has Lu Tianxuan's strength reached? Are there any capable of contending with her in the Tianxuan Continent?" The mysterious elder pondered for a moment. "In my view, Lu Tianxuan's strength has undoubtedly reached the Sage King realm. This level is scarcely found even in the Eastern Continent, let alone the entire land. Only a few hidden sects might possess such depth. Alas, those hidden sects rarely reveal themselves, and unless an imperial opportunity arises, they are unlikely to appear. Otherwise, no one can seek them out. Such imperial opportunities have not manifested in over 10 millennia. It seems that in this era, no one can rival Lu Tianxian." The mysterious holy lord sighed. Revenge was beyond reach. It would be wiser to endure quietly. Though it felt somewhat suffocating, at least one could preserve their life. Meanwhile, Li Xian and Feng Jiuge have arrived at the Great Zhou dynasty. As one of the few prominent dynasties in the Eastern Continent, the Great Zhou is significantly more powerful than the Luo dynasty, reportedly protected by several supreme beings. They find themselves in a town known as Wu City. Upon their arrival, the pearl given to Li Xian by Lu Tianxian reacts, causing him to brighten with realization. Could it be that the junior sister master wishes for me to find us here? It appears necessary for me to linger for a while. Li Xian mused to himself, then sought information about Wu City. At a tea stall, an elderly man began to regale Li Xian with tales. "Young sir, you may be unaware that Wu City is one of the key cities of the Great Zhou. Within its walls, several powerful clans thrive, the strongest of which is the Shao clan. They boast not one but 3 individuals at the Void Realm." He raised 3 fingers, embellishing his words. In his eyes, Li Xian, a mere youth, likely only possessed the cultivation level of Golden Core, while the Void Realm stands 2 tiers above that. Li Xian smiled faintly upon hearing this. How impressive to have 3 at the Void Realm. Most sects may not even have 1. His words were indeed true. In most dynasties, having even a single Void Realm practitioner within a family is considered remarkable. Li Xian remained humble. Beside him, Feng Jiuge scoffed slightly. "Is the Void Realm really that formidable? Child, you may not grasp its significance, The old man replied with a knowing smile. The Void Realm cultivator can open a celestial domain within their body, wielding boundless spiritual power capable of shattering a city wall with a single strike. He assumed Feng Jiuge lacked understanding of the Void Realm's might. Li Xian, who could crush several mountains with a single blow, smiled. Indeed, sir. The Void Realm is quite formidable. Feng Jiuge rolled her eyes. In her eyes, her senior brother was exceptional, yet sometimes overly modest. At that moment, a burly man wielding a knife approached the tea stall, bellowing at the old man. Old man, it's time to pay the protection fee. The elder turned pale with fear. Can't you grant me a few more days? I assure you I shall pay soon. Dream on. If you don't hand over the fee today, I'll go to your home and sell your granddaughter to the brothel. The burly man laughed sinisterly. Hearing this, the old man trembled with rage but remained silent. Feng Jiuge unsheathed her sword with a clang. Bullying the weak and committing heinous acts deserves death. With a swift motion, her sword cleaved through the air, and the man's head rolled to the ground. The onlookers at the tea stall were stunned. Is this girl, so young, truly capable of such ruthlessness? Li Xian, however, was not surprised. Throughout their journey in the Great Zhou dynasty, he had gained a deeper understanding of Feng Jiuge. Knowing she despised any warrior who abused the weak and vulnerable, it was entirely normal for her to act when provoked, rather than possessing a heavy killing intent. He believed his junior sister's sense of justice was simply overflowing. Alas, the old man gazed at the fallen brood, fear etched on his face. His complexion ashen and trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 45. A single finger annihilates the Black Tiger Gang. Observing the elder's demeanor, Li Xian sensed that there was more to the story and inquired with curiosity. Elder, why are you so fearful? My lord, you have stirred up great trouble. The elder took a deep breath. This man was a leader of the Black Tiger Gang in Wu City. You have slain him, and the gang will not let you go unpunished. The Black Tiger Gang? Feng Jiuge furrowed her brow. It does not sound like a benevolent force. Indeed, the Black Tiger Gang is far from virtuous. Their rise has been drenched in the blood and tears of the common folk. Every resource, every coin they possess has been seized from the people. The elder sighed. But alas, their leader is a formidable figure of the Dongshu realm. In Wu City, he is undoubtedly among the elite. Even the heads of noble families dare not provoke him lightly. And the Black Tiger Gang is known for its relentless vendettas. They will never forgive you for killing one of their own. Upon hearing this, Feng Jiuge scoffed. The Black Tiger Gang is but a trifling adversary. Let them come, and I shall show them my prowess. Child, I concede your strength, but can you contend with someone of the Dongshu realm? That is a being capable of shattering a city wall with a mere palm strike. Heed my words, while the Black Tiger Gang has yet to arrive. You must make your escape, the elder implored. Yet, how could Li Xian contemplate retreat? The pearl given to him by Lu Tianxuan resonated within this city, and his new junior sister resided here. He could not abandon her for the sake of the Black Tiger Gang. We shall depart, but the Black Tiger Gang will surely trouble the elder. We cannot allow him to suffer because of us. Elder, do you know the location of their main headquarters? Li Xian questioned. What? Do you intend to storm their lair? Of course not. Indeed, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang is a being of the Dongshu realm. To recklessly invade would only lead to certain death, the elder lamented, recognizing that Li Xian was unlikely to confront the gang directly. He gestured towards a direction, saying, the headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang lies just 2 streets over in a grand estate, heavily guarded. Li Xian gently closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to expand. He swiftly pinpointed the direction of the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. Then, seated at the tea stall, he raised his hand slightly, his finger solidifying into a sword point. In the next moment, the entirety of Wu City trembled violently. The skies darkened, and spiritual energy surged wildly, coalescing above the tea stall into a phoenix of sword energy ablaze with pure yang fire. The phoenix screeched, its cry reverberating through the heavens. The formidable presence sent shivers down the spines of the skilled practitioners throughout Wu City. What an awe-inspiring might! Which powerful figure has graced our Wu City? Such strength must belong to a war king. How terrifying! We do not even have a soul formation expert in Wu City, and yet a war king has arrived? What could be their purpose here? The crowd murmured in astonishment, their eyes fixed on the sword energy phoenix in the sky. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang, the leader, one of the foremost experts in Wu City, sensed the presence of the sword energy phoenix. His heart racing with alarm. What overwhelming power! He immediately dispatched orders. All members of the Black Tiger Gang must exercise caution, avoid engaging with strangers, and refrained from provocation. Who knows if we might inadvertently provoke such a formidable being? Suddenly, one of the subordinates beside the Black Tiger Gang leader exclaimed in terror, "Boss, the phoenix seems to be coming in our direction." The leader's pupils constricted as he gazed at the Sorchi phoenix. There it was, flapping its wings and enveloped in a raging inferno, hurtling towards the headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang with an overwhelming force that locked onto the entire gang. The leader could hardly believe his eyes. When did the Black Tiger Gang offend such a powerful entity? No, no, no! He screamed in desperation. He unleashed a punch with all his might, attempting to halt the descent of the Sorchi phoenix. Yet, it was utterly futile. The phoenix descended upon the headquarters, erupting with a thunderous explosion, unleashing boundless flames that reduced the entire stronghold to rubble. Not a single member of the Black Tiger Gang survived. Every last one was turned to ash. At a nearby tea stall, Li Xian retracted his finger and took a leisurely sip of tea. The elderly stall owner, witnessing the soaring phoenix and the distant eruption of flames and thick smoke, was already paralyzed with fear, sitting helplessly on the ground. Soon after, cries of astonishment erupted from the street outside. The Black Tiger Gang has been annihilated. The Black Tiger Gang has been destroyed. How wonderful! My son, the Black Tiger Gang has finally been vanquished. Our days of suffering are over. Ha ha ha. This is divine retribution. Indeed, even the heavens could no longer tolerate the actions of the Black Tiger Gang. Some citizens were so overwhelmed with joy that they wept tears of happiness. Meanwhile, the elderly stall owner and the others at the tea stall looked in terror at Li Xian, who remained seated, calmly sipping his tea, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. How could one seated at a tea stall extinguish the Black Tiger Gang from 2 streets away with merely a gesture? He had not even needed to confront them directly. Such a trivial gang was hardly worth his personal attention. Even at a distance of 100 miles, he could effortlessly eradicate them with a mere finger, let alone from just 2 streets away. The elderly stall owner swallowed hard, gazing at Li Xian with a mix of fear and excitement, realizing he had encountered a great power today. The thought of having just boasted about his own prowess in front of such a being made his face turn pale. What if the other party was displeased? Thud! He fell to his knees, exclaiming, "I was blind to your greatness, venerable one. I humbly seek your forgiveness." Li Xian waved his sleeve, gently lifting the old man, saying, "You have not offended me. There is no need for such formality." He then placed 2 copper coins on the table, stating, "This is for the tea." After that, he stood up and prepared to leave with Feng Jiuge. The old man quickly inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" "I am Li Xian of the Crossing Immortal Sect," he replied with a faint smile, departing with Feng Jiuge, gradually fading into the distance. It wasn't long before the elderly stall owner regained his composure. Looking at the copper coins on the table, his eyes lit up. He promptly collected them, realizing they were gifts from a celestial being. He vowed to honor them properly. "Boss, will you sell me those copper coins? I shall pay 10 taels of gold." A young man stood up and exclaimed. Beside them, a merchant rose, absurdly attempting to procure a copper coin left by the immortal for a mere 10 taels of gold. How ridiculous! "I will offer 100 taels of gold." The elderly tea vendor was momentarily dazed. 100 taels of gold could sustain him for 10 lifetimes. All for a single copper coin? After much hesitation, he chose to sell one of the coins to the merchant. However, he resolutely refused to part with the remaining one. The crowd sighed in resignation, daunted by the prospect of confrontation. After all, they had witnessed Li Xian's formidable prowess. Furthermore, it was merely a copper coin. The exorbitant price was due to its association with Li Xian and the wealth of the buyer. Regret filled the hearts of the onlookers. Had they known the immortal's true identity, they would have eagerly sought to become his disciple. Alas, who could have predicted? The immortal appeared so youthful. Yet he effortlessly annihilated the Black Tiger Gang with a mere gesture. I had sensed his extraordinary nature long ago. Could an ordinary person exude such an ethereal aura with every move? No more hindsight. Who knows if they would ever encounter the immortal again? Chapter 46. New Junior Sister Xiao Jinyu. Where is my true essence? Li Xian's single gesture that obliterated the Black Tiger Gang sent shockwaves throughout the entire Witch City. Everyone was left in a state of stupefaction. Which formidable being had come to Witch City to wreak havoc? All the influential families and factions quaked in fear, terrified they might unwittingly become the next target of this mighty individual, dreading the sudden appearance of a phoenix soaring toward their homes. That would be utterly terrifying. Some ventured to the headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang to investigate. The scene was one of utter devastation. Everything had been reduced to ashes, with not a single bone remaining. Were it not for the charred remains on the ground, they might have doubted the existence of the Black Tiger Gang altogether. In any case, for the ensuing 2 days, no one dared to act recklessly, fearful of provoking the unknown powerhouse. The entire Witch City fell into an eerie silence. It was only after 2 days of inactivity from the powerful being that the populace finally exhaled in relief, believing the figure must have departed. Indeed, such a small locale as Witch City could hardly accommodate a deity of such magnitude. It was likely that the being had merely passed through by chance. As for the Black Tiger Gang, it was merely their misfortune. Within an inn, Li Xian had just risen and refreshed himself. After sharing breakfast with Feng Jioge, he prepared to step outside. Feng Jioge inquired, "Brother, are you off to search for that junior sister again?" "Yes, the pearl given by our master is responding. She must be within this city. If we search diligently, we are sure to find her. If we abandon the search now, it will seem as though we have failed our master," Li Xian replied. Feng Jioge cautiously suggested, "We've been searching for 2 days. Perhaps we should return, lest it appear to our master that we have found nothing." In truth, she was not keen on acquiring another junior sister. Li Xian playfully tapped her on the head. "How can we treat our master's instructions so dismissively? We have only been searching for 2 days. If you find it tiring, you may rest at the inn while I continue the search." "Not at all. How could accompanying you be tiring?" Feng Jioge replied with a gentle smile. She was unlikely to persuade Li Xian. It was merely a casual remark. The two of them exited once more. Over the past 2 days, they had explored the southern and northern districts of Wu City, and today they intended to search the eastern district. After meandering through the streets for much of the day, they unexpectedly passed by a mansion. Fortune favored the diligent, as the bead in Li Xian's hand trembled slightly, emanating a wave of warmth before soaring towards the mansion. Li Xian's eyes brightened, and he followed the bead into the residence. The Xiao family, one of the 3 prominent clans in Wu City, was hosting a day for their members to assess their cultivation levels. A gathering of Xiao family members was engaged in animated discussions. "Who do you think will secure the top spot in this assessment?" "Who else could it be but our Xiao family's unparalleled prodigy, Miss Xiao Jinyu? I've heard she is on the verge of breaking through to the golden course stage." "Indeed, what a genius." Among the crowd stood a young girl adorned in splendid garments. Her hands clasped behind her back, her demeanor exuding a hint of arrogance. This was none other than Xiao Jinyu, the foremost genius of the Xiao family. At merely 15 years of age, she was already nearing golden core cultivation. Such talent was rare not only in the Xiao family, but throughout the entire Dezhou dynasty. Having achieved fame at a young age and possessing extraordinary talent had cultivated Xiao Jinyu's haughty disposition. She believed few in the world could compare to her. This assessment was merely a formality for her, as she was confident that she would retain her title as the best. All she needed to do was stand on the stage and bask in the accolades of the crowd. Before long, the assessment commenced. An elder from the Xiao family produced a stone tablet, the very artifact employed to gauge the cultivation levels of the clan members, which displayed their prowess based on the strength of their true essence. As the assessment began, the first to step forward was Xiao Fei, a young man who approached the stone tablet and struck it with a punch. Boom! The tablet quivered and emitted a faint glow, revealing a line of characters: Qi refining level 7. The elder cast a glance, his expression impassive. Xiao Fei, Qi refining level 7. An improvement of 1 level since the last assessment. Congratulations. The young man exhaled in relief and bowed to the elder before stepping back. One by one, the Xiao family disciples approached to test their cultivation levels. Xiao Jinyu stood amidst the crowd, arms crossed, unmoved. To her, these individuals were merely her backdrop. With a sigh, she surveyed them, her eyes tinged with pity. "Oh, you all, no matter how hard you strive, your brilliance will ultimately be overshadowed by me. To be born in the same era as I is your misfortune." Not far away, a bead unexpectedly flew in, followed closely by Li Xian and Feng Jioge. They stood upon the eaves, scanning the scene. When they heard the elder announce the cultivation level of a certain Xiao, Li Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. Isn't this the typical start of a waste protagonist's tale? Could it be that the new junior sister my master wants me to find is the main character of such a narrative? A peculiar expression crossed Li Xian's face as he shook his head and dismissed the thought. Turning his gaze back to the bead, he watched as it zipped forth like a streak of light, entering the body of a young girl unnoticed by the Xiao family members. Li Xian gazed at the young girl, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. It seemed she was to be his new junior apprentice, Ling Hai 9th level. Quite impressive talent, indeed. Next, Xiao Jinyu, the elder announced in a booming voice. The crowd's attention swiftly turned toward Xiao Jinyu, and Li Xian too was intrigued by this new junior sister. The name Xiao Jinyu had a melodious ring to it. Upon hearing Li Xian's praise, Feng Jiugong curled her lip, scrutinizing Xiao Jinyu and comparing herself to her. What on earth has she been consuming to grow so rapidly? How is it possible at such a tender age to possess such stature? Feng Jiugong glanced down at her own tablet, then at Xiao Jinyu's impressive form. Feeling a twinge of discomfort. I am still in the process of growing. The future may not see me at a disadvantage. She reassured herself. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinyu had approached the stone tablet amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd and bowed respectfully to the elder. The elder smiled gently. Jinyu, relax. Yes, I am quite relaxed, Xiao Jinyu replied nonchalantly. Currently, the highest achievement in the venue was merely the first level of Ling Hai. How could she, at the 9th level nearing Golden Core, not feel at ease? She could already envision the envious, jealous, and astonished gazes from below. Let us begin, the elder said with a smile, his anticipation palpable. Xiao Jinyu raised her fist and struck the stone tablet. Bang! The tablet remained unmoved. The crowd was momentarily stunned. And the elder, taken aback, chuckled. Jinyu, are you jesting with us? I didn't realize you possessed such a sense of humor. Xiao Jinyu managed an awkward smile before delivering another blow. The tablet, however, remained impervious. The elder's brow furrowed slightly. All right, Jinyu, cease this folly. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jinyu shouted and struck the stone tablet with all her might. With a resounding bang, pain shot through her hand, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Yet the tablet remained unfazed. Xiao Jinyu was bewildered. Where's my true essence? The true essence I have painstakingly cultivated for over a decade? Meanwhile, Li Xian, observing from above, wore an expression of intrigue. In his perception, the moment Xiao Jinyu attempted to channel her true essence, that peculiar pearl bestowed by his master had almost instantaneously drained her essence. Li Xian pondered, what on earth was this pearl his master had given him? What trickery was afoot? Chapter 47. All elements in place. What is happening? Why is Xiao Jinyu unable to move the stone tablet? Is she truly playing a prank on us? It hardly seems so, given the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Some were puzzled, while others experienced a flicker of delight in their hearts. Xiao Jinyu loomed over them like an imposing mountain, rendering them immobile. Now that mountain appeared to be faltering, threatening to collapse. How could they remain indifferent? Many were eagerly awaiting the moment Xiao Jinyu would stumble from her pedestal. Xiao Jinyu sensed the malice directed at her from the crowd. In the past, she could have easily silenced them with her prowess. But now, she found herself impotent. For reasons unknown, her true essence had vanished entirely. Jinyu, are you all right? The elder inquired, his brow knitted with concern. Xiao Jinyu forced a bitter smile, indicating that she seemed to be experiencing some issues with her health. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression grew serious, and he promptly arranged for a physician. Within half a day, the news of Xiao Jinyu's lost cultivation spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves throughout the Xiao family. That night, Xiao Jinyu sat on her bed, attempting to cultivate. Her physique was that of an exceptional fire cloud body, and the cultivation technique she practiced was the highest level fire attribute technique within the Xiao clan. In the past, while she channeled her energy, the surrounding spiritual essence would swiftly converge towards her, coalescing within her body into strands of true essence. However, now, the true essence that formed within her would vanish the moment it materialized, as if devoured by an inexplicable force. This left her in tears of despair. What on earth had happened? Had she truly been cursed by someone? Today, the Xiao family had summoned physicians to examine her. After an exhaustive examination, they found nothing amiss, ultimately attributing her condition to some unseen, intangible curse. In the world of martial arts, the extraordinary was commonplace, while curses seemed enigmatic. They were not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Contemplating this, Xiao Jinyu lowered her head, feeling despondent. Outside the window, on the eaves, Li Xian stood under the moonlight, observing the dejected Xiao Jinyu with a contemplative expression. Beside him, Feng Jiuge curiously inquired, Senior brother, aren't you going to reveal yourself and bring her back? There's no rush. This new junior sister and I are still unfamiliar with one another. It would be prudent to observe her for a while, to understand her character and interests, so that our future interactions may be more harmonious, Li Xian replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Feng Jiuge couldn't help but express her admiration. As expected of you, senior brother, you truly consider everything, and your attentiveness towards our new junior sister makes me feel a twinge of jealousy. Li Xian affectionately ruffled her hair. "You are also my junior sister." For the time that followed, he continued to discreetly observe Xiao Jinyu. The transition from a prodigy to a pariah was a stark contrast, a fall from grace that few could endure. The attitudes of the Xiao family members toward Xiao Jinyu had also notably shifted. No longer did they exhibit the same reverence as before. Instead, they frequently whispered behind her back, mocking her. They claimed that her haughty demeanor had displeased a passing expert, leading to her curse, and some even suggested that she had committed heinous acts deserving of divine retribution. Initially, such comments were made in hushed tones. However, as time passed, and Xiao Jinyu showed no signs of recovery, the derision became overt, lacking any pretense. Each word from these individuals pierced Xiao Jinyu's heart like a dagger. Within a mere month, she had tasted the bitter fruits of human coldness and the treachery of the heart. Yet, Li Xian noticed that this new junior sister did not surrender her spirit. Each night, she persevered in her cultivation, even in the face of futility, never once entertaining the thought of giving up. As for those who mocked her, she paid them no mind. However, should they go too far and provoke her, she would respond in kind. Sometimes, even when battered and bruised, she would defiantly strike out with her fists, returning to her room afterward to tend to her wounds alone. Like a solitary wolf, she silently licked her wounds. What is truly commendable is that even in the face of life's injustices, she never relinquished the goodness within her heart. He had witnessed her, upon encountering a destitute beggar on the street, generously offering half of her lunch money. Resilient, stubborn, and unafraid to challenge injustice. Yet, nestled within her heart, lay a tender softness. Li Xian was quite pleased with this new junior sister. However, Feng Jiuge felt a tinge of jealousy. How could it be that her senior brother was so enamored with this new junior sister? If this continued, might she be supplanted in the future? A sense of urgency welled up within Feng Jiuge. In the Xiao family courtyard, several young members approached the recently returned Xiao Jinyu. "Oh, is this not our brilliant genius, Miss Xiao Jinyu? Why aren't you at the martial arts training ground today? Afraid of making a fool of yourself, perhaps? Haha. How could she, a prodigy, fear embarrassment? Your words are quite amusing," they chimed in mockingly. Xiao Jinyu frowned, choosing to ignore them. Yet, they persisted, even hinting at escalating their harassment. Perched on the eaves, Feng Jiuge, who was covertly observing with Li Xian, could no longer remain still. "Must you bullies choose this moment to strike? My senior brother and I are watching." The more they tormented Xiao Jinyu, the more compassion Li Xian felt for her. Rascals! As she noticed the concern in Li Xian's eyes, Feng Jiuge could hardly contain herself. Channeling her inner energy, she unleashed a few powerful strikes from a distance. Bang! 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 The assailants felt sharp pains in their heads, swelling up immediately. They looked around in terror. Who is it? Who attacked us? Come out, you coward! Yet, there was nothing to be found. From seemingly nowhere, another wave of energy struck them, leaving them with swollen heads. Realizing they were up against a far more formidable opponent, they quickly fled. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinyu was left wondering who had come to her aid. "Thank you, kind friend. Might I know your identity?" She called out, but received no response. "Friend? We are hardly acquaintances." Feng Jiuge scoffed, her eyes glinting with a hint of rivalry. At that moment, Li Xian gently patted her head and said with a smile, "You've learned to defend your own so quickly, junior sister. I am certain you and the third junior sister will get along famously." At his words, Feng Jiuge opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately nodded. "Rest assured, senior brother, I shall take good care of our junior sister." Though a small worry lingered about Xiao Jinyu becoming her rival, she recognized that, after all, she would be her future junior sister. Moreover, she understood that Li Xian yearned for harmony among the disciples of Tianxuan Peak. Li Xian smiled with satisfaction. "It is as if I can envision a future where my two junior sisters coexist harmoniously, progressing together in their cultivation, while I languish, yet my own prowess ascends steadily. How delightful," he mused. At that moment, an elderly man approached Xiao Jinyu, stating flatly, "Xiao Jinyu, there is someone outside seeking you. It is the young master of the Zhao family." "What could the young master of the Zhao family want with me?" she queried. "Oh, what else could he desire? You are betrothed to him, and now you are no longer the genius of yesteryear, but rather a mere waste with not a trace of true essence. What could he possibly want? Naturally, it is to annul the engagement." The old man scoffed. Upon hearing this, Li Xian, perched upon the eaves, twitched his mouth in amusement. What a turn of events. From genius to waste, and now comes another annulment. The elements are all in place. He was utterly convinced that this new junior sister of his was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 48. Do not underestimate the poverty of young Miss Xiao Jinyu. Upon learning that the young master of the Zhao family had come to see her, Xiao Jinyu felt a stirring in her heart. Yet when she realized it was to annul their engagement, she could not help but furrow her brow. In truth, she had never met this young master of the Zhao family and harbored no feelings for him. However, his grand arrival at the Xiao family to annul their engagement was not only a slap in her face, but also a humiliation to her father. Was this not excessive? When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes, Xiao Jinyu murmured. She had come to deeply understand this truth over the recent days. Within the Xiao family hall, a striking young man clad in an ornate purple robe, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, sat elegantly in a grand chair. Holding a fan, the maids and several young ladies of the clan gazed at him with fluttering hearts, whispering among themselves. This man was none other than Zhao Zijing, the young master of the Zhao family. Indeed, I have heard that he is the foremost prodigy of the Zhao family, possessing a royal physique, destined to become a prominent figure in the great Zhou dynasty. I've also caught wind of some rumors. It is said that the Zhao family's influence in the capital is not particularly strong, yet in recent years, they have soared, seemingly on the verge of becoming the fifth great family in the capital, largely due to Zhao Zijing's connection with a certain princess. A princess, how enviable. He has come to annul the engagement, hasn't he? Yes, back when the Zhao family had not yet relocated from which city, our families were close allies, and our patriarchs arranged a betrothal. Alas, times have changed. The Zhao family has risen to prominence and now looks down upon us. In the hall, upon hearing the murmurs, the patriarch of the Xiao family's expression shifted slightly. Silence, he commanded, and the assembly promptly fell quiet. The patriarch, turning to Zhao Zijing, spoke coolly, "Young Master Zhao, the engagement between our families was arranged by me and your father, a matter of parental decree and matchmaking. Is it not somewhat inappropriate for you to seek annulment now?" My father is aware of this as well. He has said that all decisions are to be made by me. Zhao Zijing replied with a light laugh, producing a vial and stating nonchalantly, "Regardless, coming to annul the engagement is our fault. This vial of supreme creation pills shall serve as my compensation." He then presented the vial of elixirs. Upon hearing that it was an exquisite Zhao Yuan Dan, the eyes of the crowd brightened with anticipation. This extraordinary elixir could significantly enhance one's cultivation. Just one could elevate a practitioner from the Spirit Sea realm to the Golden Core stage. A whole vial could elevate a Golden Core cultivator to the Profound realm. This vial of exquisite Zhao Yuan Dan contained at least 12 pills, which meant that the Xiao family could potentially gain 12 Golden Core warriors, or perhaps even one Profound cultivator. The prospect of such an increase in the Xiao family's strength made the elders' breaths grow noticeably heavier, revealing their intense desire for the elixir. Even the head of the Xiao family couldn't help but narrow his eyes in surprise, but he quickly adopted a nonchalant demeanor, remarking, "A vial of Zhao Yuan Dan. Zhao family, what a grand gesture. It seems you have truly risen to prominence, perhaps looking down upon my Xiao family. Uncle Xiao, you should accept this vial of elixir." Zhao Zijin said calmly. Yet, the head of the Xiao family remained unmoved. Accepting the elixir now would mean sacrificing his daughter's dignity, akin to selling her respect. While he hesitated, the other elders were unable to contain their eagerness. The Zhao family is indeed earnest. In that case, we of the Xiao family shall graciously accept this elixir. One elder remarked, "Young Zhao, you are truly remarkable, with a bright future ahead." As one elder rushed to claim the elixir, the head of the Xiao family unleashed a powerful aura, declaring, "Let us see who dares to take this elixir without my consent." He sought to uphold his daughter's dignity. However, the elders furrowed their brows at him. "Head, are you willing to jeopardize the Xiao family's future for Xiao Jinyu? This is our opportunity for ascension. Xiaolong, the Xiao family is not solely yours. We elders possess the authority to make decisions for the family." One elder spoke bluntly, "Xiaolong, you are most aware of Xiao Jinyu's current state. If she still possessed her talent and cultivation, she might be worthy of young Master Zhao, but now, her gifts have all but vanished, leaving her a mere shadow of her former self. What right does she have to be a suitable match for young Master Zhao? It would be better to part ways amicably rather than cling to false hopes. Accept the elixir." Hearing this, Xiaolong's anger intensified. His efforts to defend his daughter's honor were being misconstrued as stubbornness. For the sake of an exquisite Zhao Yuan Dan, these elders dared to openly defy him. The family head, a cold glint crossed his eyes as he unleashed an even greater aura, the oppressive might of the Dongshu realm sweeping over the elders. Have you all forgotten that I am the head of the Xiao family? The elder's expressions shifted as they felt the pressure of his Dongshu aura. The Dongshu realm represented the pinnacle of martial prowess within the Xiao family, the very reason Xiao Long held his position as family head. At that moment, however, an elderly woman standing beside Zhao Zijin stepped forward. A mere first-level Dongshu dares to act arrogantly before me? The elder's aura erupted, revealing her to be a more formidable presence than Xiao Long. Xiao Long's expression darkened. Who are you? Just an old woman, a servant of the princess in the palace. Come at her behest to assist young Master Zhao in terminating the engagement, she replied indifferently. As soon as these words were uttered, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. The palace? It was utterly unexpected that this matter had entangled itself with the royal court. The rumors held true. Zhao Zijing had indeed become entangled with a princess from the palace. No wonder the Zhao family had risen to prominence over the years. How shocking it was that even those from the palace could be so unreasonable. Xiaolong's countenance darkened, tinged with a sense of melancholy. However, upon hearing his words, the old crone's gaze turned icy. Are you seeking death by speaking of the palace? With that, she raised her hand and struck. Xiaolong attempted to block with both hands, yet was still sent staggering back several paces. Just as the old crone was about to strike again, a cold voice rang out from outside. Stop. It was Xiao Jinyu. She entered the hall, gazing at Zhao Zijing, and stated coolly, if you wish to break off the engagement, so be it. From this day forth, I, Xiao Jinyu, have no further ties with you. But let me make this clear. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate a young woman in poverty. Today is not the day you break off the engagement. Rather, it is I who shall not marry. One day, the humiliation of today, I shall repay 100-fold. Each word from Xiao Jinyu resonated powerfully. On the eaves, Li Xian twitched at the corners of his mouth upon hearing her words. Indeed, the protagonist of the wasteful faction had a knack for grandiloquence. Yet beside him, Feng Jioge revealed a hint of admiration in her eyes. Not bad, not bad. Though her talent may be lacking, this spirit deserves commendation. She felt a sense of kinship towards her new junior sister, Xiao Jinyu. Meanwhile, Li Xian observed the old crone and Zhao Zijing within the hall, sensing that it was time for him to make his appearance. Indeed, upon hearing Xiao Jinyu's words, Zhao Zijing's expression turned cold, seething with humiliation and anger. How dare a worthless person like you speak to me in such a manner? Chapter 49. Simply because she is my junior sister. What is the status of the Long Princess? How dare a worthless individual like you speak to me in such a tone? Zhao Zijing, feeling both humiliated and enraged, could hardly contain his fury. He was a man of great charisma, renowned in the royal capital, let alone in this small sorcery city. Yet, to his surprise, a mere Xiao Jinyu, a discarded betrothed, dared to challenge him publicly. What nonsense about 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate a young woman in poverty. I have indeed underestimated her, so what of it? Xiao Jinyu, you have lost all your cultivation and become worthless. Even if given 300 years, you would still not catch up to me. As for me, Zhao Zijing, with the favor of the princess and the esteemed position of the Zhao family, I shall soar to greatness in due time, becoming a pillar of the great Zhou. What qualifications do you possess to speak to me in this manner? If I so wished, I could end your life with a single strike, and I am certain no one would dare to utter a word against it. Zhao Zijing spoke coldly. His words, though domineering, were not without merit. At present, Zhao Zijing was indeed favored by the princess and the Zhao family. Situated in the royal capital, had an influence that far surpassed that of the Xiao family. Without mentioning anything else, that very old crone beside Zhao Zijing possessed the capability to obliterate the entire Xiao family. What could Xiao Jinyu possibly use to contend with them? All present regarded Xiao Jinyu with faint mockery. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West? One ought to reflect upon their current predicament. Does she truly believe herself worthy to utter such grandiose declarations? A genius is often proud, and even a fallen genius retains a semblance of that brilliance, which explains why such words may escape her lips. Alas, today she must bear the consequences of her obstinacy. Does she truly think that by uttering such phrases, Zhao Zijing would grant her clemency? Even if she were to survive, she would surely emerge scarred. The onlookers regarded Xiao Jinyu with a mocking gaze. Though they once shared kinship, there was now not a shred of compassion among them, only a sense of schadenfreude. The human heart is perilous, as one might expect. Meanwhile, Zhao Zijing fixed his gaze upon Xiao Jinyu, his aura surging forth, unmistakably emanating from the golden core realm. He regarded her with a cold stare and uttered indifferently. I shall ask you once more, by what right do you speak to me in such a manner? The oppressive might of the golden core bore down upon Xiao Jinyu, rendering her breathless. This was a realm she had never reached even at her zenith, let alone in her current state of utter depletion. Reduced to a mere shadow of her former self, she clenched her fists, filled with resentment, yet found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. In her present condition, she possessed no leverage. No matter how eloquently she spoke, her words would fall on deaf ears. She is a disciple of the Tianxuan peak of the Duxian sect. She is my junior sister. A voice rang out, followed by the entrance of a figure into the hall, clad in garments as white as snow, untouched by dust. He possessed long hair that cascaded like a waterfall, exuding an aura that transcended the mundane. As he stepped into the hall from the sunlight, he appeared as though he had emerged from a painting, a celestial being in contrast to the ordinary. If Xiao Zijing was already strikingly handsome, he appeared utterly commonplace in the presence of this newcomer, not merely in appearance, but in the vast disparity of their temperaments. One radiated an ethereal quality, while the other was distinctly mortal. There was simply no comparison. The individual was none other than Li Xian. Upon his arrival, all eyes were drawn to him, and upon hearing his lineage, astonishment rippled through the crowd. The Duxian sect? Is that not one of the great sects of the Eastern Continent? Indeed, the Duxian sect is said to rank just below the three sacred lands, rivaling even the grandeur of our great Zhou dynasty. The Eastern Continent is vast, yet the Duxian sect's reputation is formidable. However, these individuals remained unaware of the recent events wherein several sects had ventured to the Duxian sect seeking confrontation, only to return in disgrace. Had they known, their astonishment would have been magnified. What is your name, young master? Xiaolong was the first to regain his composure, inquiring with curiosity. I am Li Xian of the Duxian sect. I have come today primarily to escort Miss Xiao Jinyu to Tianxuan Peak for her apprenticeship. Li Xian replied with a faint smile. Apprenticeship? Yet I have not heard of this arrangement. Moreover, how does the Duxian sect come to know of my Jinyu? Xiaolong asked, intrigued. Not only he, but Li Xian himself was curious as to why Lu Tianxian had chosen to accept Xiao Jinyu as a disciple. Did she possess some prophetic ability, foreseeing Xiao Jinyu's remarkable future and thus inviting her into the fold? Li Xian, without delving too deeply into thought, responded with a smile. This is the will of my master, who possesses profound abilities. He has divined a bond of destiny between Miss Xiao Jinyu and himself, which is why he specifically instructed me and my junior sister to come and escort her back to begin her apprenticeship. Young Master Xuan is Lu Tianxian, the esteemed leader of the Tianxuan Peak at the Duxian sect. The crowd was increasingly astonished. To ascend to the position of Peak Master at Tianxuan Peak, one must possess extraordinary strength. To become her disciple is akin to soaring to great heights. Envious glances were cast towards Xiao Jinyu. How could such a fortune not have fallen upon them? An elder, with a calculating glint in his eyes, maliciously remarked, Your master likely remains unaware that Xiao Jinyu's talent has withered. She has lost all her cultivation and is now rendered a mere shell of her former self. It seems she may never be able to practice again. A hint of despondence flickered in Xiao Jinyu's eyes. Indeed, in such a state, how could the illustrious master of Tianxuan Peak possibly take notice of her? Li Xian replied indifferently, regardless of what Xiao Jinyu has endured. My master has declared her intention to accept her as a disciple, and she would never retract such a promise. Furthermore, Xiao Jinyu is my junior sister, and you have insulted her. Punishment is warranted. With that, he cast a casual glance at the elder. In an instant, the elder felt an overwhelming force crash upon him. As a practitioner of the Tongxian realm, he found himself utterly powerless, hurtling backward until he collided with a pillar, blood spewing forth as his complexion turned ashen. In terror, he gazed at Li Xian, completely bewildered by the turn of events. A mere glance had inflicted such grievous harm upon him. What sort of cultivation? What kind of prowess was this? You have insulted my junior sister. I ought to end your life. However, considering your status as an elder of my junior sister, I shall spare you this time. Should there be a next, I will ensure your utter annihilation. Li Xian proclaimed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His tone bore no trace of murderous intent, yet an icy dread gripped the hearts of those present. Fear flashed in their eyes as they regarded him. After dealing with the elder from the Xiao family, Li Xian turned his attention to Zhao Zijing and the old woman beside him. Now, it is your turn. The old woman's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily stepped forward, saying, Young master, we are affiliated with the Grand Princess of the Great Zhou. I implore you to show her some consideration. At the mention of the Grand Princess, The crowd's expressions transformed in shock. The Grand Princess of the Great Zhou was renowned throughout the entire Eastern Continent, ranking 7th on the Eastern Continent's list of heroes. It was said that her cultivation was not far from that of the Supreme. One could assert that she could easily obliterate the Xiao family with a mere gesture. The revelation that Zhao Zijin was connected to the illustrious Grand Princess spelled disaster for them. If the Grand Princess desired the downfall of the Xiao family, it would be a trivial matter. Hearing the old woman's background, Li Xian, the current leader of the hero list, remained unperturbed. What significance does the Grand Princess hold? Chapter 50, Finding a New Junior Sister. Li Xian spoke calmly, his words plunging the room into an eerie silence. The old woman, particularly incensed, turned pale, trembling with rage. You dare to insult the Grand Princess? Do you not realize that even the Emperor must show deference to her in the Great Zhou? To insult the Grand Princess is to declare enmity with the entirety of the Great Zhou. Even if you belong to the crossing immortal sect, have you considered the consequences? The elderly woman exclaimed with a fierce tone. Yet, Li Xian remained composed, standing still, unfazed by the prospect of opposing the Great Zhou. And what of it? Insulting the Crown Princess? Defying the Great Zhou? To him, these matters seemed trifling. Upon hearing his words, the old woman's pupils constricted, and the aura of her void realm surged forth. Channeling her true essence, she drew a treasured sword, declaring, I care not who you are. For insulting the Crown Princess and openly disrespecting the Great Zhou, you shall pay the price. With a swift motion, the sword sliced through the air, resembling a white rainbow piercing the sun. The force of this strike was such that few within the Xiao family could withstand it. Yet, before the blade could approach Li Xian, it was halted by a protective barrier surrounding him, unable to advance even a fraction. For your disrespect, you too shall bear the consequences, Li Xian stated indifferently. He considered his temperament quite reasonable. Ordinarily, he would not take offense unless provoked. The members of the Crossing Immortal sect often spoke of his humility and courtesy. However, the old woman's actions had irrevocably offended him. The saying goes, the Supreme cannot be insulted. The insulter must perish. His gaze sharpened, and an invisible force of true essence emanated from him, enveloping the old woman as if grasped by an unseen hand. She found herself utterly powerless against the impending might. Boom! The elderly woman barely had time to scream before her body erupted, transforming into a cloud of blood mist, which was repelled by a layer of true essence, leaving Li Xian pristine in his snow-white attire. Meanwhile, Zhao Zijin stood nearby, utterly stunned. He was acutely aware of the old woman's formidable strength, dispatched by the Crown Princess herself. Yet, this expert, who towered above him, had been obliterated by merely a glare from Li Xian. What trickery was this? What level of cultivation? Soul transformation? War monarch? It was utterly terrifying. As the old woman's blood splattered across his face, he had no time to wipe it away. Attempting to flee, he found his legs weakened, collapsing to the ground. TCH, turns out he's just a coward, scoffed Feng Jioga, her expression dripping with disdain. The other elders of the Xiao family were equally mortified. For, even if Li Xian was not targeting them, witnessing his prowess left them trembling as well. Observing the quaking Zhao Zijin with a calm demeanor, Li Xian then turned to Xiao Jinyu, offering a faint smile. Sister Xiao, how would you like to deal with this individual? Whether to kill or to spare, the choice is entirely yours. As for the consequences, I shall bear them for you. The simple phrase, I shall bear them for you, resonated deeply within Xiao Jinyu. During this time, she had transformed from a genius into a pariah, enduring scorn from all but her father. No one had offered her solace. Everything she did now was with utmost caution, for she understood that her current state was a far cry from her former self. Should she err? She lacked the means to rectify the situation and feared implicating her father further. She never anticipated that, in such circumstances, someone would utter the words, I will help you bear this burden. How profoundly moving these words were. A warmth spread through Xiao Jinyu's heart. She glanced at Zhao Zijing, shook her head, and decided to let him go. From this moment forth, she resolved to have no further entanglements with him. To slay Zhao Zijing might provide a fleeting sense of satisfaction. But what would be the repercussions? The Zhao family possessed remarkable lineage, and behind Zhao Zijing stood the formidable Chang Diji. To take his life would undoubtedly incite the wrath of his kin. Although she had never met Chang Diji, the myriad of rumors surrounding her painted a picture of someone not to be trifled with. She did not wish to embroil Li Xian in conflict with such a powerful adversary. Her concern was for Li Xian, fearing that his safety would be jeopardized should she choose to eliminate Zhao Zijing. Li Xian, for his part, was not surprised by her decision. Through days of observation, he had gleaned an understanding of his new junior sister's character, resilient yet kind-hearted. Although Zhao Zijing's actions were excessive, they did not provoke Xiao Jinyu's desire for vengeance. Most crucially, Xiao Jinyu did not want to implicate him in her troubles. She was still too innocent. Had it been Li Xian, he would have effortlessly dispatched Zhao Zijing with a single strike. As for the Zhao family and Chang Diji, he held them in disdain. However, he had stated that Zhao Zijing's fate rested in Xiao Jinyu's hands, and since she had pronounced her decision, he chose not to oppose it. Zhao Zijing's expression brightened momentarily, but he soon mustered himself and hastily left the Xiao family hall, anger simmering in his eyes. Li Xian, Xiao Jinyu, just wait. Once I return to report to Chang Diji, I shall ensure she takes action against you. Within the Xiao family hall, only Li Xian and a few others remained. The elders of the Xiao family exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly complex as they regarded Xiao Jinyu. They had initially thought her brilliance had faded into mediocrity. Her status diminished. Yet, unexpectedly, a sect known as the Du Xian Min sought to take her as a disciple. Truly, this individual was fortunate. Some elders began to entertain new thoughts. If they could establish a connection between Xiao Jinyu and Du Xian Min, it would be advantageous indeed. With this in mind, the elders turned their gazes towards Li Xian and Feng Jioge, their faces alight with smiles. You two must be weary from your long journey, they exclaimed. Indeed. Allow me to prepare guest rooms for you. Head of the family, do not forget to arrange a banquet to honor our esteemed guests. Xiao Long regained his composure and instructed his subordinates to make the necessary arrangements while ensuring that Xiao Jinyu would give proper hospitality to Li Xian and his companion. Looking at Li Xian, Xiao Jinyu performed a respectful bow. Young Master Li, as my senior, you should be addressed as such. Li Xian smiled gently and introduced her to Feng Jioge. This is Feng Jioge. Though she is a year your junior, she entered the sect before you. So you ought to call her second senior sister. Feng Jioge stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her chin slightly raised, clearly eager for Xiao Jinyu to address her as sister. Xiao Jinyu hesitated. Do you truly believe my current talent is sufficient to become a disciple of Tianxuan Peak and to be your juniors? Li Xian could discern her self-doubt. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, rest assured, I maintain my stance. Since our master has declared her intent to take you as a disciple, she will indeed do so. Furthermore, not only does our master recognize your potential, but I also wholeheartedly acknowledge you. Xiao Jinyu, upon receiving a gentle touch on her head, felt no resistance. On the contrary, upon hearing Li Xian's words, a warm sensation enveloped her heart. In that moment, she sensed the presence of a reliable support. She found herself unexpectedly grateful to the heavens, for it is often said that when one door closes, another window opens. Indeed, this proved true. Although she had lost her innate talent, she had gained a remarkable senior brother in Li Xian. Suddenly, she felt that all of this was worth it. Xiao Jinyu, I have met my senior brothers and sisters, she expressed with a bow. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Li Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a new junior sister. Detecting the new junior sister's talents, which meet the criteria of an exceptional prodigy, binding successful. Chapter 51. The two great families come knocking. The Phoenix of Sword Qi reappears. Hearing the system's notification, Li Xian's eyes brightened. Indeed, his new junior sister was a prodigy. Otherwise, the system would not have initiated the binding. With the addition of this new junior sister, his cultivation journey promised to be twice as joyful. Surely his prowess would ascend rapidly. Perfect. He then began to examine the information about his new junior sister. Xiao Jinyu, born into the Xiao family of Wuqing, had developed an arrogant demeanor due to her exceptional talent from a young age. However, following the incident of her talent loss, her character had matured, becoming more composed and resilient than before. Within her, there resided a mysterious bead, a rare celestial treasure imbued with an unparalleled legacy. Furthermore, it appeared that in her previous life, she had some connection with Lu Tianxian. Upon reading the system's introduction, Li Xian felt a flicker of surprise. He understood most of it, yet the last point left him puzzled. What could Xiao Jinyu's previous life possibly have to do with Lu Tianxian? He suddenly recalled Lu Tianxian mentioning the notion of this life when urging him to seek out Xiao Jinyu. He should have realized then that there was indeed a connection. Otherwise, given her character, why would Lu Tianxian go to such lengths to have him take her as a disciple? And that mysterious bead, how could it possibly be a celestial treasure? Indeed, this was a celestial treasure. He was only aware of the supreme weapons, holy artifacts, and emperor-level weapons. Celestial treasures were beyond his knowledge, seemingly even more advanced than emperor-level weapons, and they contained a formidable legacy. This bead was given to him by Lu Tianxian, who must have known its origins. Yet, she seemed utterly indifferent to the fact that it was a celestial treasure, offering it to Xiao Jinyu instead. Or perhaps, in her previous life, Xiao Jinyu was the true owner of this bead? A cascade of thoughts flooded Li Xian's mind. His master was even more enigmatic than he had previously imagined. Meanwhile, Feng Jioge observed Li Xian's affectionate gesture towards Xiao Jinyu with a slight click of her tongue, feeling a twinge of displeasure. However, recalling Xiao Jinyu's past experiences, she internally sighed. Very well, given that you have just become my junior sister. I shall let this go for now. That night, the Xiao family hosted a grand banquet in honor of Li Xian and Feng Jioge. At the banquet, the elders of the Xiao family frequently toasted Li Xian, seemingly eager to curry favor, yet Li Xian remained composed, declining their offers with a mere statement, I do not drink. Beside him, Feng Jioge rolled her eyes. Not drink. She had witnessed him inebriated on several occasions. His refusal was clearly a disdainful rejection of these opportunistic individuals. The corners of the elders' mouths twitched, for they had distinctly noticed a wine gourd hanging from Li Xian's waist. How curious it was, if he did not drink, why adorn himself with a wine gourd? Even when fabricating a lie, one should craft a more convincing narrative. Although the onlookers recognized Li Xian's deceit, none dared to expose it, for preserving a semblance of dignity was paramount. If the lie were to be unveiled, the shame would fall upon them. The banquet continued, though no one dared to offer another toast to Li Xian. He too showed little inclination to engage with these fickle individuals. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from outside. A bloodied disciple of the Xiao family burst into the banquet hall, panic-stricken as he addressed Xiao Long. Master, it's bad. The Wang family and the Li family have come to our door. The Wang and Li families, the two prominent clans in Wu City aside from the Xiao family. Although they had long been rivals, their conflicts had always remained covert. Never had they brazenly assaulted the Xiao family like this. What had emboldened them so? This left Xiao Long perplexed. Suddenly, he realized, they believed our family had been rejected by the Zhao family and had severed ties. This audacity was an attempt to annex the Xiao family, even seeking to curry favor with the Zhao family in Huangdu by striking us down. The marriage alliance between the Xiao and Zhao families was no secret in Wu City. The other two families, though envious of the Xiao family's wealth, had never dared to act recklessly, until today, when news had reached them. Zhao Zijing had come to the Xiao family to annul the engagement, and he had departed with traces of blood on him. Clearly, he had encountered some unpleasantness at the Xiao residence, effectively severing ties with them. This presented an opportunity for the Wang and Li families. Outside the Xiao family gates, the Wang and Li clans joined forces, advancing upon the Xiao family. To ensure the success of this operation, the heads of both families personally led the charge, clad in battle attire, exuding an imposing aura. Their gazes were fervent as they beheld the Xiao family gates. After this night, the Xiao family would belong to us. Haha. We had a deal, half of the Xiao family's assets for each of us. Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word. Neither the Wang family nor the Li family possessed the strength to independently claim the Xiao family, hence their alliance. Soon, within the Xiao family gates, Xiao Long emerged with a group of elders. Upon seeing the united forces of the two clans, their expressions shifted slightly. They had not anticipated that the Wang and Li families would mobilize in full force. My heavens, with the two family heads included, there were a total of 5 in the Void Realm. This time, they have truly invested heavily. Do they genuinely aspire to annex the Xiao family? These scoundrels. The members of the Xiao family wore expressions of profound gloom. In stark contrast, the heads of the two great clans appeared utterly triumphant. Xiao Long, your Xiao family has severed ties with the Zhao family of the royal capital. Without the Zhao family as your support, what do you have to fear? Today marks the downfall of your Xiao family, bellowed the head of the Wang family. He stepped forward and struck at Xiao Long with a blade. Naturally, Xiao Long was not one to back down and countered with a powerful palm strike. The moment their attacks collided, both sides were jolted back. The other clan leader from the Li family let out a hearty laugh and charged in, exclaiming, Wang family head, I shall lend you my strength. Armed with a long staff, he joined forces with the Wang family head to assault Xiao Long, their combined might surging exponentially, overwhelming Xiao Long in a dire predicament. Xiao Jinyu's expression shifted slightly. Father. She yearned to intervene, but found herself powerless due to her lost cultivation. In that moment, An idea struck her as she turned to Li Xian, her eyes pleading for assistance. Sensing the opportunity to elevate his standing in front of his junior sister, Li Xian responded with a calm smile, "Leave everything to your senior brother." Then, he focused his sword, and a surge of sword energy shot skyward, transforming into a resplendent sword chi phoenix. The phoenix's cry echoed, igniting the night sky in a blaze of light, illuminating it as brightly as day. Upon witnessing this sword chi phoenix, the members of the two great families turned pale, trembling in terror. They had encountered this phoenix before. It was this very sword chi phoenix that had obliterated the entire Black Tiger gang. That formidable gang, no less powerful than any great family, had stood no chance against the might of the sword chi phoenix. In the days following the Black Tiger gang's annihilation, the major families of Wu City had been engulfed in fear, apprehensive of the phoenix's return. Yet, over a month had passed without a trace of it. They had assumed the matter was concluded, merely a passing powerful being who had taken issue with the Black Tiger gang and disposed of it. It was none of their concern. But who could have anticipated that on this very night, the sword chi phoenix, which had once instilled dread in the martial artists of Wu City, would re-emerge? Chapter 52, Journey to the Royal Capital. Purple Fire Lotus. The sword chi phoenix reappeared, soaring through the night sky. The torrent of sword energy raged like a wildfire, unstoppable. The members of the Wang and Li families, upon seeing this phoenix, were rendered speechless. Their faces drained of color, unable to believe their eyes. It is this phoenix, again this phoenix. How could this be? Why has the sword chi phoenix returned? Wasn't that powerful being supposed to have left? No, that powerful being remains within the Xiao family. The heads of the Wang and Li families suddenly realized something. Their pupils constricting. Without uttering a word, they turned and fled. In the face of such power, they felt utterly helpless. Confounded. Did the Xiao family not offend the Zhao family? How could such a powerful being be aiding them? The two clan leaders were paralyzed by fear, desperately attempting to escape. Alas, it was a step too late. The sword energy, like a phoenix descending from the heavens, fell upon the two clan leaders and their kin. In an instant, a surging blaze erupted, reminiscent of a fiery phoenix, consuming all in its path. Where the flames and sword energies traveled, everything was reduced to ash, be it golden elixirs, transcendental realms, or void realms. All were rendered equal in the face of this singular strike. All were doomed. The flames illuminated the night sky as if it were day. When the smoke cleared, the members of both great clans had perished, leaving only the lingering warmth in the air, a testament to the veracity of the preceding scene. The members of the Xiao family remained entranced, unable to regain their composure for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, Xiao Long turned to Li Xian, swallowing hard as he inquired, "Was it you, young Master Li, who eradicated the Black Tiger gang over a month ago?" Li Xian pondered for a moment and replied, "Indeed. I did take action against a gang that bullied the weak. It must have been the Black Tiger gang you speak of." A collective gasp of astonishment escaped the crowd. A formidable figure had been among them all along. They marveled in awe. Xiao Jinyu approached Li Xian and offered a respectful bow. "Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance." Ding. Xiao Jinyu's favorability increased by 20. Remarkable. Such a significant increase in favorability in an instant. It seems my efforts were not in vain. A gentle smile graced Li Xian's lips as he replied, "As your senior brother, it is only natural that I assist you. There is no need for such formalities in the future." "Yes, senior brother," Xiao Jinyu felt a warmth in her heart. Subsequently, the Xiao family launched a counterattack against the Wang and Li families. Given that the elite forces of these two clans had been decimated by Li Xian's singular strike, the remaining members were no match for the Xiao family. Soon, nearly all members of the two clans were annihilated. The Xiao family naturally ascended to become the foremost clan in Wuqing. Xiaolong was somewhat bewildered over the past few days. The Xiao family achieving the status of the premier clan in Wuqing had always been his dream, yet the ease with which it was accomplished was astonishing. He understood that the rise of the Xiao family was entirely attributable to Li Xian. That single sword strike had solidified their standing in Wuqing. He contemplated that the Duxian sect was a grand sect in the Eastern Continent, and that it was indeed a blessing for Jinyu to be recognized by young Master Li's master and taken as a disciple. However, her loss of talent posed a significant concern. What if, upon her arrival at the Duxian sect, young Master Li's master saw that Jinyu had lost her talent and chose not to accept her as a disciple? The potential disappointment was more than one could bear. No, I must devise a means to help Jinyu restore her talent. A few days later, Xiao Long received some exhilarating news. He sought out Xiao Jinyu, exclaiming, "Jinyu, I have splendid news. The renowned divine physician Hua Ying has arrived in the Great Zhou dynasty and is currently in the royal capital. He is certain to assist in treating your ailment." Indeed, in Xiao Long's eyes, the disappearance of Xiao Jinyu's talent was perhaps not a curse, but rather a peculiar affliction. The physicians of Wuqing were unable to discern it, simply lacking the requisite skill. Yet, this Hua Ying was no ordinary healer. He was a celebrated divine physician of the Eastern Continent. He would undoubtedly be able to cure Xiao Jinyu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyu's eyes brightened. If she could regain her talent before crossing the immortal gate, it would undoubtedly be a boon. After witnessing Li Xian's prowess, she felt unworthy to be his junior sister. She yearned to catch up with him, to become a peer who matched his abilities. The prerequisite for all this was the restoration of her talent. Soon, she conveyed this news to Li Xian, who, after a moment of contemplation, replied, it would not be unwise to consult the divine healer, Hua Ying. His purpose for visiting the Great Zhou was to escort Xiao Jinyu back to the immortal gate. However, Lu Tianxian had imposed no strict timeline for their return. Thus, it seemed reasonable to spend some time in the Great Zhou, and taking Xiao Jinyu to meet Hua Ying was entirely plausible. He believed that her talent had not vanished but had merely been suppressed due to that orb, with the true source of the issue lying with Lu Tianxian. Nonetheless, it would be worthwhile to meet this legendary healer known for reviving the lifeless and to inquire about remedies for strengthening the body. The following day, Li Xian, Xiao Jinyu, and Feng Zhougao set forth towards the capital of Great Zhou. The distance from Wuqing was not considerable, and now that Li Xian had attained a supreme status, flying with the two women was a trivial matter. They arrived in the capital by the next day. Upon their arrival, they were struck by the vibrant atmosphere. Truly, it was the capital of a nation, bustling far beyond Wuqing, with streets teeming with formidable martial artists. It felt as if a single brick throne could strike numerous golden core and transcendence realm practitioners. After some inquiries, they learned that the divine healer, Hua Ying, resided in the most luxurious inn in the capital, the Bayou Tower. They proceeded there without delay. On their way, a voice called out to Li Xian, "Young Master Li?" He turned to see a monk approaching. It was Hui Kong from the King Kong Temple. During his previous endeavor to eradicate demonic calamities, Li Xian had journeyed alongside him for a time, so it was a surprise to encounter him again in the Great Zhou. "Greetings, Master Hui Kong," Li Xian said respectfully. "No need for such formalities, young Master Li," Hui Kong replied. "By the way, are you in Great Zhou for the Ziluo Tianhua Lotus?" "The Ziluo Tianhua Lotus?" Li Xian asked, puzzled. "What is that?" "Ah, young Master Li, you are unaware? The Ziluo Tianhua Lotus ranks 14th on the list of exotic fires in the Tianxuan Continent. It appears once every 60 years. If one could acquire it, it would be immensely beneficial for martial artists with fire attributes, even for those without such an affinity. Refining this exotic fire could enhance their physique, strengthen their bones and meridians, and elevate their cultivation. Even a supreme being would be tempted by this treasure. Its origin lies within the Zihua Mountain in the capital of Great Zhou, where many experts from the Eastern Continent have gathered, awaiting the emergence of this exotic fire. Hui Kong elaborated. Upon hearing this, Li Xian finally understood. No wonder he sensed such a concentration of experts in the capital. It was all for this reason. To be candid, I did not come here for the but rather to seek the renowned healer, Hua Ying, as Li Xian succinctly conveyed his purpose. Hui Kong, realizing the situation, responded, "How fortuitous. I am currently residing in the Bayou Tower, and my senior brother is also present. Allow me to introduce you." "Very well," Li Xian replied. Chapter 53, A Reunion with Zhao Zijing. Forcing the Zhao clan's ancestor to kneel. Following Hui Kong to the Bayou Tower, they soon beheld a magnificent edifice resembling a structure carved from white jade, with every brick and tile forged from this precious material. It was evident that the owner of this tower possessed remarkable grandeur. Upon entering, they observed that all the guests were formidable cultivators, not a single mundane soul among them. Watching these individuals, Xiao Jinyu felt a twinge of anxiety. Within Bayou Tower, every individual was a master. Even a mere attendant possessed cultivation at the spirit sea level. In stark contrast, she had not an ounce of true energy. A maidservant in the Bayou Tower noticed Xiao Jinyu's presence. Her gaze flickering as she approached and coolly stated, "Bayou Tower welcomes only warriors of Golden Core realm and above. Those below this level are not permitted to enter. Miss, you have overstepped your bounds. Please leave." Xiao Jinyu anxiously looked toward Li Xian. He stepped forward, calmly asserting, "She is my junior sister. I kindly ask for your understanding. And who might you be? The maid inquired. Du Xianmen, Li Xian, he replied. Upon hearing the name Li Xian, the patrons dining and drinking within the Bayou Tower ceased their activities and turned their attention towards him, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. In Wu City, the lesser clans may not have recognized the name Li Xian, but none among those who frequented Bayou Tower were insignificant. They were well informed and had certainly heard of Li Xian's renown. Du Xianmen, Li Xian, the newly crowned champion of the Eastern Continent's heroic rankings. Is he truly Li Xian? The one who has claimed the top spot. My goodness, his demeanor is indeed remarkable. Is he here for the Ziluo Tianhuolian as well? Whispers filled the air, and the attendant, upon hearing their discussions, was taken aback. The champion of the heroic rankings? This was indeed a person of great significance. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to bend the rules for Li Xian, an individual approached and declared, "The rules of Bayou Tower have remained unbroken for centuries. Xiao Jinyu, you should leave at once." The newcomer, clad in a purple robe, was none other than Zhao Zijing. Having returned to the royal capital, he exuded a renewed vigor. Yet, the memories of his experiences in Wu City lingered in his mind. Now, encountering Li Xian and his companion again within Bayou Tower, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He stepped forward and continued, "Li Xian, I recognize your formidable strength, but remember, this is Bayou Tower. The Grand Princess is the one backing this establishment. Should you dare act recklessly here, she will not spare you." Zhao Zijing, buoyed by the support of the Grand Princess, felt no fear towards Li Xian. In response, Li Xian regarded him coolly and inquired, "Have you spoken of me to the Grand Princess?" "Humph. I have yet to report to her about you taking the life of her servant, but since you have come to the royal capital, you are merely walking into a trap," Zhao Zijing retorted, and with that, he shattered a jade slip in his hand. A peculiar wave of energy emanated forth. "Oh, are you summoning your esteemed Long Empress?" "No, you are mistaken. You are not yet worthy of her personal intervention," Zhao Zijing remarked. The shattered piece of jade slip he held was intended to summon the ancestral figure of the Zhao clan. Indeed, not long after, a formidable aura swept in from outside the white jade pavilion, revealing the presence of a battle king, one of considerable rank. An elderly man with white hair burst into the pavilion, his demeanor indifferent as he declared, "Who dares to bully my Zhao clan's Qilin child?" In the eyes of the Zhao clan's ancestor, Zhao Zijing was the individual who facilitated their connection with the Long Empress. He was a treasured gem of the Zhao family. Without him, their rapid advancement would have been inconceivable. Moreover, Zhao Zijing himself possessed a royal physique. Thus, the ancestor held him in immense regard, even granting him a jade slip that could summon him. As long as it was shattered within the capital, he would arrive in haste to provide assistance. With his supreme battle king prowess, he feared no one, as long as he did not encounter a supreme being. And in the Great Zhou, how many supreme beings could there be? Most were concentrated within a handful of sacred sites. As the Zhao clan's ancestor arrived, an overwhelming pressure radiated from him, causing the numerous patrons within the white jade pavilion to feel a shiver of trepidation. Such powerful might. It must be at least the 9th level of Battle King. No, it may have even reached the threshold of a half-step supreme. Remarkable, indeed, the Zhao clan's ancestor is truly extraordinary. The crowd murmured. Some, aware of Li Xian's identity, chose to remain silent, adopting the demeanor of spectators, eager to witness the capabilities of the newly appointed champion of the Eastern Continent. Questioning what merit he possessed to occupy such a position, the Zhao clan's ancestor commanded the atmosphere, his presence intimidating all. Zhao Zijing stepped forward. Addressing the ancestor, "This is the one from the Zhao clan who has insulted my Zhao family and disrespected the Long Empress. I implore you to take action and deliver justice. To insult my Zhao family, you deserve death. To insult the Long Empress, you are beyond redemption." The Zhao clan's ancestor spoke coldly. The Battle King's pressure surged forth, descending upon Li Xian like a mountain. Yet, he stood his ground, exuding an air of calm indifference. At that moment, Huikong could no longer bear witness and stepped forth, gently stating, "Esteemed elder, young Master Li is not one to casually insult others. We can discuss this matter at length without resorting to violence." "And who are you?" "I am Huikong of the Diamond Sect." "Oh, I see you are from the Diamond Sect. If you have no stake in this matter, kindly step aside. Otherwise, if a confrontation ensues, be wary, for I may inadvertently strike you down." The Zhao clan's ancestor scoffed. Although the Diamond Sect held considerable strength, their most formidable members were merely top-tier battle kings. Comparable to him, He held no fear. Furthermore, he had the backing of the Long Empress. While she may not yet be a supreme being, it was only a matter of time, and with her numerous treasures, she could contend against a supreme being if necessary. How can you be so unreasonable? Huikong was somewhat incensed. Nevertheless, the Zhao clan's ancestor retained his arrogant demeanor. Little monk, in the Tianxuan Continent, strength reigns supreme. My power surpasses yours. Do not speak of reason, for I could easily take your life. Once more, I extend to you an opportunity. Withdraw. Huikong wished to engage in further discourse. Yet, Li Xian abruptly placed his hand upon Huikong's shoulder, smiling as he remarked, I appreciate Master Huikong speaking on my behalf, but allow me to handle the remainder. Young Master Li, exercise caution. Very well. Li Xian nodded slightly, then turned his gaze toward the elder of the Zhao family. Upon seeing Li Xian's countenance, the elder chuckled. You possess a strikingly ethereal appearance, yet alas, you have provoked the Zhao family. Kneel. At that moment, Li Xian spoke with an air of indifference. The Zhao elder paused, bewildered. What did you say? Kneel. Li Xian reiterated. In the next instant, a surging and overwhelming aura of supremacy radiated from him, reverberating throughout the entirety of the Baiyu Tower. The force of his presence spread, even affecting the entire royal capital. The heavens above churned with tempestuous winds, and spiritual energy surged. The wrath of the Supreme stirred the very foundations of the land. Inside Baiyu Tower, the Zhao elder, engulfed by an unprecedented terror, collapsed to his knees before Li Xian with a thud. In that moment, he had shed all semblance of his previous arrogance. His forehead glistened with sweat, and his eyes betrayed abject fear. He had unwittingly provoked a being of supreme power. Chapter 54. The Slaying of the Zhao Elder. The Long Princess's covetous gaze. Within the confines of Baiyu Tower, the overwhelming aura of supremacy enveloped the scene. The once haughty Zhao Elder, upon sensing this formidable presence, fell to the ground. Drenched in perspiration, he had indeed roused the ire of a supreme being. And he was not alone. The others were equally stunned. Li Xian was, astonishingly, a supreme being? Good heavens! He appeared to be so young. I finally comprehend why he can claim the top spot on the young talents ranking. A supreme being at such a tender age is exceedingly rare, not merely in the Eastern Continent, but throughout the entirety of the Tianxuan Continent. This is an extraordinary existence. The Zhao family is doomed. Even the Long Princess cannot safeguard them. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Behind Li Xian, Xiao Jinyu also wore a look of disbelief. She was aware of her senior's formidable prowess, capable of annihilating the Black Tiger gang with a mere finger and dispatching 2 major clans with a single strike. However, she had never considered the possibility of him being a supreme being. After all, in the entire Great Zhou, no one had been acknowledged as such. The reigning emperor and the Long Princess were merely half-step supremes. Li Xian's supremacy was sufficient to sweep through the Great Zhou, and she had inadvertently become the junior disciple of a supreme. Good heavens, this fortune arrives with such swiftness, akin to a whirlwind, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Zhao Zijing had turned pale with fright, crumpled on the ground, with liquid escaping from his trousers, creating an unpleasant odor. He had been so terrified that he had lost control. My dear friend, please temper your wrath. At that moment, a melodious feminine voice floated from nearby. Accompanied by a cascade of petals descending from the sky, a graceful figure stepped through the air. Upon seeing the newcomer, the crowd's eyes shimmered with intrigue. It was the Long Princess. The Long Princess of the Great Zhou, ranked 7th on the Young Talents ranking of the Eastern Continent. Li Xian cast a glance at the Long Princess. She was exceptionally beautiful, her every gesture imbued with an enchanting allure. It seems as though she is perpetually enticing the male warriors, a manifestation of innate allure. Feng Jioga cast a glance at the Long Empress, her brow slightly furrowed. This innate charm is a hallmark of a sacred physique. Such a constitution not only imbues its possessor with an enchanting demeanor in every gesture, but also confers exceptional talent in the dual cultivation path. Warriors endowed with this charm typically pursue the path of absorption and replenishment. Women absorb yang to replenish yin, while men absorb yin to replenish yang. Ah, the Long Empress, this is my first encounter with her. It is said that her court boasts 3,000 paramours. I wonder if this is true. They say it's better to die under a peony flower, for even as a ghost, one remains dashing. If only I could savor her fragrance, I would willingly offer myself to be drained. The crowd murmured. Upon her arrival, the Long Empress, at first glance of Li Xian, could not help but be captivated, for she recognized his physique, a pure yang sacred body. The the fabled furnace physique. Should she be able to absorb such a constitution, not only would she break through to supremacy, but in a mere few years, she might ascend to sainthood. With this thought, her gaze upon Li Xian burned with fervor. However, Li Xian, sensing the covetous glint in her eyes, remained calm, for he had encountered such gazes countless times before. Yet, behind him, Feng Jioge and Xiao Jinyu were less than pleased. How brazenly this woman gazes at my senior brother. How infuriating. If only my cultivation were restored, I would slap this seductive vixen into oblivion. Both disciples harbored animosity towards the Long Empress. Yet she remained utterly unfazed, looking at Li Xian with a smile. She said, "Esteemed sir, I am the Long Empress of the Great Zhou, and I extend my greetings." She performed a modest curtsy, exuding the grace of a refined lady. Zhao Zijing, who stood behind, was taken aback. Having accompanied the Long Empress for several years, he was accustomed to her commanding demeanor, never having witnessed such courtesy before. Others envied him, believing he had captured the Long Empress's favor, yet only he knew he was merely one among her 3,000 paramours, albeit a distinguished one among them due to his royal physique. Nevertheless, he remained but a trinket, a mere plaything. Yet now, the Long Empress regarded Li Xian not as a mere toy, but with the reverence reserved for a rare treasure. This stirred a twinge of jealousy within Zhao Zijing. However, Li Xian remained indifferent to the Long Empress's attention. "You dare to offend me, Long Empress. How shall we resolve this?" he stated calmly. The Long Empress glanced at the Zhao family patriarch and Zhao Zijing, then waved her sleeve. Slap. Instantly, both men bore the marks of her hand upon their faces. The Long Empress smiled lightly, asking, "Are you satisfied with this, esteemed sir?" Zhao Zijing and his companion felt humiliated, yet dared not utter a word. One was the Long Empress, the architect of their family's ascent, while the other was a being of supreme power. Neither was someone they could afford to provoke. "I am far from satisfied," Li Xian replied coldly, his aura of supremacy intensifying. Upon hearing this, the Grand Princess was taken aback. Was there still dissatisfaction? What more could the other party desire? "I wonder how the young master intends to handle this." Li Xian replied indifferently. He raised his palm and pressed it downward slightly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, transforming into a colossal hand that descended upon the ancestral figure of the Zhao family, who exerted all his strength to resist. Yet it was futile. The immense force caused him to spew blood, his bones creaking as if they were about to shatter. He shouted towards the Grand Princess, "Grand Princess, save me." A flicker of hesitation crossed her face. The Zhao family was a power she had painstakingly supported. To stand idly by while they faced annihilation would render her years of effort in vain. However, to intervene meant opposing Li Xian, this exalted being. Weighing the pros and cons, she chose to remain a bystander. Seeing this, the ancestral figure of the Zhao family fell into despair, shouting, "Grand Princess, you wretched woman." No sooner had he uttered those words than Li Xian's palm shattered him into fragments. His final words ignited the Grand Princess's ire, casting a cold glance at Zhao Zijing. She declared, "Those who offend my esteemed guest are deserving of death. Zhao Zijing, you shall perish." With a single finger, she pointed. No, please," Zhao Zijing cried out. But it was of no avail. A blood hole appeared on his forehead, and he fell dead on the spot. The Grand Princess, who had just slain her own paramour with a mere gesture, turned to Li Xian with a faint smile, saying, "Unbeknownst to me, my esteemed guest has graced us with his presence. I regret not welcoming you properly. This evening, I shall host a banquet at the Water Cloud Pavilion. I hope my esteemed guest will honor us with his presence." "No need," Li Xian replied coolly. "I have matters to attend to. I appreciate your kind invitation, Grand Princess." The Grand Princess was momentarily stunned. After so many years, it was the first time someone had outright declined her. Moreover, the refusal was so decisive. Reflecting on his formidable display of power in dispatching the ancestral figure of the Zhao family, she felt her heart flutter. He was indeed a man of great charisma. Only such a man was worthy of the Grand Princess. Her gaze towards Li Xian grew increasingly fervent. "I must have you," she vowed silently to herself. Chapter 55. The Clever Feng Jioge. The Melancholic Xiao Jinyu. The Grand Princess, unperturbed by Li Xian's rejection, smiled serenely. "Since young Master Li has expressed his thoughts, I shall not press further. However, I believe the day will come when you will seek me out yourself." Her tone was imbued with unwavering confidence as she turned to leave. Her graceful figure lingered in the minds of many men, leaving them with a sense of longing as they watched her depart. In contrast, Li Xian remained indifferent. What's so exalted about her? Just another woman lusting after my body. His sister disciple was far better, thoughtful, and caring towards him. Meanwhile, Feng Jioge, watching the grand princess's retreating figure, felt a surge of coldness. How dare that shameless woman covet my senior brother? And she carries herself as if she is destined to have him. Infuriating. Senior brother, you belong to me. Those who dare to covet the empress, if it were not for her strength being yet unfulfilled, would not only find themselves facing the mere long imperial princess, but the entirety of the great Zhou would face annihilation. She could discern the difference. Unlike Lu Tianxian and Xiao Jinyu, the long imperial princess merely lusted after her senior brother's physique, viewing him as a mere tool for cultivation, devoid of any genuine feelings, merely a carnal desire. Casting another glance at Li Xian, Feng Jioge could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Alas, her senior brother was truly extraordinary, attracting the attention of so many. Yet, as his junior sister, she felt inadequate, unable to safeguard him. How vexing. Ding. The third comparison is about to commence, and the focus will be on martial arts. At this moment, Feng Jioge received a message from the Yinyang celestial ruler. Martial arts? Her eyes narrowed. As the former empress, she had amassed a considerable collection of martial arts manuals, including various styles of boxing. Yet, the question remained, could she rival her senior brother in martial arts? She stepped forward and tugged at Li Xian's sleeve, inquiring with a blink, Senior brother, do you practice martial arts? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Martial arts? Why would his junior sister ask such a thing? Did she wish to learn martial arts? With a hint of distress, he replied, to be honest, I have never practiced any martial arts. I have no expertise in this area. If you wish to learn, I can inquire with our master when we return to Tianxuan Peak in a few days. Feng Jioge's eyes brightened. Her senior brother had no knowledge of martial arts? Perfect. This time, she was certain to emerge victorious. Meanwhile, Huikong stepped forward, saying, by the way, my Golden Buddha sect possesses a set of Golden Buddha subduing fist techniques. If the lady is interested, I can teach it to you. Ah, would that be appropriate? Li Xian interjected, as this was the technique of another sect. Oh, the Golden Buddha subduing fist is not considered profound within my sect. If the lady desires, I can certainly impart it, Huikong cheerfully replied. What a jest. Using a martial art to befriend a supreme being was an incredibly advantageous deal. With Huikong's endorsement, Li Xian had no choice but to graciously accept. He then turned to the innkeeper, smiling gently. Please arrange for 3 superior rooms. This time, it should pose no issue, correct? Absolutely, no problem at all. The innkeeper nodded vigorously. Who would dare refuse a supreme being? Had they not seen how the long imperial princess, the owner of Baiyu Tower, treated Li Xian with utmost respect? The once impudent ancestor of the Zhao family now lay in complete ruin. With that thought, the innkeeper promptly arranged accommodations for Li Xian and his companions. Simultaneously, Li Xian inquired about the whereabouts of Hua Ying, discovering that he indeed resided in Baiyu Tower, but rarely returned, spending most of his time tending to the ailments of the nobility. After all, he was a renowned divine physician in Dongzhou, and now that he had made a rare appearance in the capital of Great Zhou, the local elite were eager to court his favor, regardless of their health, frequently inviting him for consultations. Understanding this, Li Xian decided to stay at Baiyu Tower for a few days. Firstly, I await the return of the illustrious Hua Ying. Secondly, I anticipate the emergence of the purple flame lotus, eager to join in the festivities. As night fell, Huikong introduced me to his senior brother, the foremost prodigy of the Vajra sect, Huixin. Upon laying eyes on him, I immediately sensed his extraordinary nature, though still in his youth. He radiated an aura of Buddhist light, akin to a celestial being descending into our realm. His cultivation had astonishingly reached the level of a battle king, placing him among the elite of the younger generation in the Eastern Continent. Huixin, upon meeting me, was equally astonished. Having encountered numerous prodigies, he had never before seen someone of my caliber. My transcendent and otherworldly demeanor could easily lead one to believe I was a divine immortal. The accolades of the prodigy rankings were indeed well-deserved. Huixin remarked with a tone of admiration. Ah, Master Huixin, you are too kind. The two of us forged a connection, conversing as if we were comrades sharing tales over wine, though regrettably, Huixin, being a monk, abstained from drinking. Meanwhile, within the confines of her room, Feng Jioge perused the Vajra demonic fist that Huikong had provided. After a brief examination, she cast it aside with a disdainful curl of her lip, exclaiming, such rudimentary martial arts are beneath my notice. With her vast knowledge, she deemed only supreme techniques worthy of her attention. However, hastily introducing a new supreme technique might arouse suspicion, complicating her response should her senior brother inquire about it. Eureka! I could use this 1hr demonic fist as a foundation, melding it with several other fist techniques to create a supreme fist technique of my own. When my senior brother asks, I shall claim it as my own enlightenment. How clever of me! A spark of inspiration lit up in Feng Zhuge's mind. She began to sift through her mental repository of desired fist techniques, swiftly identifying a few supreme styles to deconstruct and integrate into the 1hr demonic fist. Given her prowess at the Empress level, accomplishing this was not particularly challenging. She chuckled. To think that this modest 1hr demonic fist could amalgamate with several supreme techniques. It is indeed an honor for you. After a night's work, what was once an ordinary martial technique had ascended several tiers, transforming into a rare supreme fist technique. Feng Zhuge was eager to commence her training. This time, I must surpass my senior brother and claim the most bountiful rewards. She mused determinedly. With her fists dancing, she unleashed a series of fist shadows. As if a 1hr Arhut loomed behind her, faint yet formidable. Meanwhile, in another room, Xiao Jinyu was diligently cultivating, striving to absorb and refine the spiritual energy around her. Yet, after some time, her internal true qi remained utterly depleted. The energy she had transformed had all been siphoned away by some unknown force within her. What on earth is the situation within me? Can that divine physician Huaying truly heal me? Doubt clouded Xiao Jinyu's thoughts. Just then, a resounding thud echoed from downstairs, accompanied by the sound of a fist breaking through the air. There stood Feng Zhuge, her punch striking forth, shaking the void with a domineering force. Clearly a sign that she had embarked on the path of mastering an advanced fist technique. Xiao Jinyu felt a pang of envy. Her senior sister was truly remarkable. However, the more exceptional Feng Zhuge became, the more despondent she felt. With every accomplishment of her senior brother and sister, she, as a mere novice, appeared increasingly out of place. Meanwhile, on another front, Li Xian, who had spent the entire night conversing with Huixin, was fast asleep. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Ding! After a morning of cultivation, Feng Zhuge has successfully grasped the fundamentals of the supreme 1hr demon subduing fist. Cultivation feedback in progress. Congratulations to the host for mastering the supreme 1hr demon subduing fist. Ding! Xiao Jinyu has spent the morning in vain. Her cultivated vital energy has been entirely absorbed by the Tianxuan pearl within her body. She is currently trapped in a state of mental exhaustion. The host is advised to find a way to motivate her junior sister. Chapter 56. Discovering a new system function. Inspecting junior sister's condition. Li Xian groggily opened his eyes. Upon hearing the system notification, he was momentarily perplexed. What was going on? Wasn't he the 1hr demon subduing fist just an ordinary martial art? How had it transformed into a supreme technique? Could it be that his junior sister possessed extraordinary talent and exceptional comprehension, elevating this common fist technique to the level of a supreme art? His breath caught in astonishment. Indeed, what a prodigy! He understood that there existed individuals in the world endowed with the power to transmute the mundane into the extraordinary, capable of unleashing unparalleled might from any ordinary martial art, even elevating it to several tiers. To his surprise, his junior sister was such a gifted genius. Junior sister. Truly impressive. Li Xian gave Feng Zhuge a thumbs up. Then, he pondered Xiao Jinyu's predicament and felt compelled to intervene. How could she be consumed by mental exhaustion? Ultimately, the root of the issue lay with the pearl bestowed by their master, the Tianxuan pearl. What exactly was that artifact? Li Xian stroked his chin. System. Do you have any insights? Yes. Li Xian paused, taken aback. He had merely asked casually, not expecting the system to actually have an answer. Why didn't you mention it sooner? You did not inquire. Enough of the banter. What is the Tianxuan pearl? The Tianxuan pearl is a celestial treasure, containing the legacy of an ancient celestial emperor, with the ability to absorb all fires in the world for its own use. However, currently, the Tianxuan pearl is dormant within Xiao Jinyu's body, and to activate itself, it will automatically absorb her vital energy. But how much energy will it consume? Based on Xiao Jinyu's innate qualities, it will require at least a decade. A decade? By then, it will be too late. Is there any way to expedite the activation of the Tianxuan pearl? Li Xian inquired. Yes, absorbing a type of can trigger the Tianxuan pearl early. Li Xian's eyes lit up. Was there not one about to emerge, the Ziluo Tianxuan lotus? By the way, since you know so much, do you happen to know who Xiao Jinyu's past life was? Li Xian asked curiously. He surmised that the previous owner of the Tianhua Pearl must be closely linked to Xiao Jinyu's past life, perhaps unveiling some truths about their master. Ding. Insufficient heavenly Dao permissions. Unable to ascertain. Heavenly Dao permissions? Indeed. The system's extensive knowledge is derived from the theft of celestial authority, yet the extent of such theft is contingent upon the host's cultivation level. In simpler terms, the higher the host's cultivation, the more knowledge is accessible. Very well. Then I shall inquire about my master, he said. Ding. Insufficient celestial authority. Unable to ascertain. Li Xian's lips twitched. Indeed, it was as he suspected. After some contemplation, he posed another question. Where is Hua Ying? Their purpose for this journey was to locate Hua Ying, yet the individual had not made an appearance for several days. He surmised that Xiao Jinyu might be troubled by this absence. Hua Ying is at the residence of the Long Princess. The Long Princess? Not this individual again. Li Xian snorted lightly, dismissing the matter. Now that he knew how to resolve his junior sister's predicament, Hua Ying had become somewhat irrelevant. How long until the Ziluo Tianlian fire manifests? The day after tomorrow morning. Ah, that is soon, Li Xian murmured, then commenced a series of inquiries. He discovered that the system was akin to an omniscient tome, providing answers to many of his questions. It was an exhilarating revelation. How had he not discovered this functionality sooner? Ding. The system is fatigued, unable to extract further celestial authority. Please refrain from incessant questioning and allow me to rest. The system replied, its tone tinged with a hint of complaint. You can become tired? Li Xian exclaimed in surprise. The system retorted, am I to be treated as mere livestock? Even livestock can become weary. Li Xian chose not to press further. He rose, refreshed himself, and exited his chamber, spotting Feng Jioga diligently practicing in the courtyard. He nodded in approval. Junior sister, your diligence is commendable. Feng Jioga approached, saying, with such a formidable senior brother, I, as your junior sister, cannot lag behind. By the way, senior brother, do you truly lack proficiency in martial arts? She still harbored concerns that if she were to falter in comparison, she would incur significant losses. Li Xian chuckled. Indeed, I previously had no understanding of martial arts. Previously? Yes, I did not comprehend it, but after observing your practice, I found it intriguing and intend to study the King Kong Fumo Fist thoroughly. He sought to justify his future use of martial arts. Upon hearing this, Feng Jioga exhaled in relief. I see. She was no longer concerned that Li Xian's martial arts would surpass her own. It was crucial to note that her training incorporated several supreme martial arts. The latest version of the King Kong Fumo Fist, the text Li Xian reviewed, was merely the standard version of the King Kong Fumo Fist. No matter how proficiently he practiced, he could not hope to rival her. Moreover, within such a brief span, how proficient could Li Xian truly become in any martial art? In any case, this comparison was assuredly in her favor. After observing Feng Jioga's practice, Li Xian sought out Xiao Jinyu. She was tirelessly cultivating within her room. Upon noticing Li Xian's arrival, she welcomed him inside, offering tea and water, embodying the role of a dutiful junior sister, albeit appearing somewhat anxious. Surely, my senior brother does not disdain me for having practiced for so long without any discernible progress? In a moment of despair, Xiao Jinyu felt as though tears were about to spill from her eyes. Yet, she managed to maintain an outward facade of composure. Crying? What purpose would that serve? It would only lead her senior brother to regard her with greater disdain. Li Xian, after sipping a glass of water, remarked with a smile, Jinyu, I noticed the bloodshot in your eyes. It seems you haven't had a good night's rest, and perhaps you've been secretly cultivating all night long. Xiao Jinyu was taken aback. Her senior brother was evidently aware of everything. Li Xian affectionately ruffled her hair and said, you are working very hard, and your efforts have not gone unnoticed. However, there is no need to be overly anxious. If you don't mind, may I examine your body? Of course, I don't mind, she replied, affirmatively. Li Xian took hold of Xiao Jinyu's hand and channeled a stream of true essence into her. She felt a warm current coursing through her body. Was this truly her senior brother's essence? It was soothing, gentle, and pure, akin to being enveloped in a warm spring. Li Xian manipulated the essence as it circulated through her system, conducting an ostensibly thorough examination. He discovered nothing amiss, which did not surprise him. After all, a celestial treasure was hidden within Xiao Jinyu, not something that could be easily detected. Not even the most esteemed could accomplish that. Yet, he had no intention of uncovering anything. He had come merely to console Xiao Jinyu, to alleviate her mental burdens. Junior sister, I believe I have identified the root of your troubles, he declared. What is the cause? Xiao Jinyu asked, slightly astonished. How could her senior brother discern what so many physicians could not with just a single inspection? Do you trust me? He inquired. I do, she affirmed without hesitation. For at this moment, belief was all she could offer. Very well, in that case, take these next 2 days to rest well and refrain from any cultivation. On the day after tomorrow, I shall resolve your physical concerns. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Xiao Jinyu's eyes sparkled with hope. She chose to trust him, feeling a flicker of anticipation for the coming days. Later that afternoon, a servant approached with an invitation. Li Xian glanced at it and recognized it as an invitation from the Long Princess. It stated that the renowned healer, Huaying, was a guest at the Long Princess's residence and that if he wished to treat Xiao Jinyu, he should visit her there. Li Xian suddenly realized the Long Princess's intentions. She was still keen on him and had learned that he had come to the capital specifically for Huaying, inviting him to her abode. Previously, he might have considered attending, but now he had already devised a solution for his junior sister's predicament. The Long Princess? Not worth his time. With a dismissive snort, he ignited the pure yang fire in his palm. In an instant, the invitation was reduced to ashes. The servant, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes in disbelief. What is this? You are rejecting the Long Princess's invitation outright, he exclaimed. You refuse, yet you choose to burn it? Are you not blatantly provoking the Long Princess? The servant looked at Li Xian, still wanting to protest further. Yet, Li Xian cast a fleeting glance at him and nonchalantly inquired, Is there a problem? The other party immediately shook his head, insisting, No problem. It then dawned on Li Xian that this individual was no ordinary warrior, but a supreme being capable of traversing the vast expanse of the Great Zhou. What significance did it hold if he burned the invitation? In fact, it mattered little to him. With this thought, he swallowed hard and hastily departed. At the residence of the Long Empress, she reclined upon a plush couch, attended by several handsome men, envisioning them in the likeness of Li Xian. Yet, no matter how she fantasized, it remained but a fabrication. None of these individuals possessed the extraordinary aura that Li Xian exuded. Contemplating this, the Long Empress felt a wave of ennui wash over her. She waved her hand, dismissing her attendants. At that moment, a servant returned, and the Long Empress's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Well, did he receive the invitation? The servant nodded affirmatively. Before the Long Empress could express her joy, the servant continued. However, after he received it, he burned it. Burned it. The Long Empress was taken aback. Indeed, a terrifying pressure emanated from her, her expression darkening ominously, as if it could drip with tension. She exclaimed in fury, What audacious act have you committed? Replying to the Long Empress, I did nothing. Then how could he possibly burn my invitation? He clearly does not wish to attend, and thus, he disdains you. The onlookers thought to themselves, but dared not voice it aloud. Perhaps he has matters that render his attendance inconvenient? Suggested the servant. Upon hearing this, the Long Empress's countenance grew even more grim. Ah, Li Xian, how dare you insult me so? No one has ever had the audacity to treat me in such a manner. You truly leave me in a state of irresistible longing. Her tone shifted, imbued with a touch of melancholy. The crowd exchanged glances, their mouths twitching in disbelief. Is the Long Empress unwell? Just a moment ago, she was furious enough to kill, and now she seems to be in a state of infatuation. It is often said that what one cannot possess is the most alluring. They mused in silence. Once the Long Empress regained her composure, she commanded, Summon Huaying and instruct him to accompany me to the Bayou Tower. Since he declines to come, I shall pay him a personal visit. The crowd murmured in astonishment. It was unprecedented for any man to elicit such devotion from the Long Empress. Li Xian is truly remarkable. Some expressed their discontent. Long Empress, why are you so enamored with a mere Li Xian who clearly lacks discernment? Surely there are countless other suitors to choose from. Indeed, the world is brimming with fine talents, they echoed. Long Empress, you already have us. Is that not enough? As the words of the handsome men surrounded her, the Long Empress chuckled. If only you possessed the pure yang sacred body, your disdain would not bother me. Alas, you do not. Li Xian alone eclipses you 1,000-fold. The crowd internally scoffed. If we possessed the pure yang sacred body, would we still be here as your attendants? We would have long sought out a holy land to join and rise above all. Though they grumbled internally, none dared to voice their thoughts. To do so would be courting disaster. Within the Bayou Tower, Li Xian had just finished dining with his 2 junior sisters. Suddenly, A fragrant breeze swept through the air. The Grand Princess reappeared, accompanied by an extraordinary elder clad in a flowing azure robe. This elder, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom, was none other than the esteemed physician of the Eastern Continent, 1hr, whom Li Xian and his companions had been seeking. The Grand Princess regarded Li Xian with a hint of resentment, expressing her surprise at his apparent disregard for her invitation. She had intended to introduce him to the renowned physician to assist with his junior sister's predicament, yet he remained cold and unresponsive. One might presume that Li Xian had wronged her in some manner. Li Xian met her gaze calmly, dismissing her theatrics. I have no interest in you. Oh. If you are disinterested in me, then perhaps you lack interest in Huashini as well? He possesses the ability to save your junior sister, she retorted. I have already devised a solution for my junior sister's issue, Li Xian replied coolly. At this, the Grand Princess gestured subtly to 1hr, who understood her cue. He then turned to Xiao Jinyu and remarked, My dear young lady, if I am not mistaken, your recent endeavors in cultivation have proven futile. The vital energy within you has been inexplicably siphoned away, am I correct? Xiao Jinyu was taken aback by his insight. Indeed, the physician's acuity is remarkable. 1hr continued, If I am correct, you have fallen victim to a curse. Someone has placed a toxin within your body. This particular poison is known as the dissipation worm, aptly named for its ability to disperse your entire cultivation. Furthermore, if left untreated, it will gradually devour your life force, leading to your untimely demise. Most individuals would have turned pale at such grim news, perhaps even kneeling to implore 1hr for salvation. Xiao Jinyu, however, appeared merely intrigued. She glanced at Li Xian with curiosity. Brother, is this true? Utter nonsense. Li Xian interjected, his tone devoid of warmth. He gently ruffled Xiao Jinyu's hair. Trust in your brother. What you are experiencing is a blessing in disguise. Huh. This is the first time I've heard that losing one's cultivation is a good thing. Young Master Li, while your intentions to comfort your junior sister are commendable, one must consider the gravity of the situation. If treatment is not sought promptly, your junior sister may very well perish, 1hr remarked with a knowing smile. He then addressed Xiao Jinyu. Young lady, if you place your faith in me, I can prepare a remedy to temporarily halt the poison within you. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Jinyu replied, There is no need. I trust my brother. He has always aided me in times of crisis. 1hr paused, astonished. Young lady, I am a physician of great renown in the Eastern Continent, yet you choose to believe your brother over me? Is there a problem with that? To others, you may be a celebrated physician, but to me, you are a stranger. My brother, however, has repeatedly saved me from peril. Naturally, I place my faith in him. Xiao Jinyu stated matter-of-factly. 1hr shook his head in disbelief. Foolish, foolish. Chapter 58, The Slaying of 1hr. The Grand Princess's Resentment. Foolishness indeed, he thought, as he regarded Xiao Jinyu with incredulity. How could she dismiss the expertise of a renowned physician in favor of a mere novice like Li Xian, who possessed no medical knowledge whatsoever? It was utterly absurd. As Li Xian gazed at the proud 1hr before him, a deep contemplation crossed his face. You claim my junior sister is afflicted by a dispelling curse. How did you discern such a thing? 1hr, with an air of arrogance, declared, I am an esteemed physician. I can discern it at a mere glance. Is that so? Then I comprehend your true nature, Li Xian retorted. You are nothing but a charlatan. With a dismissive scoff, he continued, My junior sister is in perfect health, yet you absurdly assert she is under some curse. Such nonsense is utterly outrageous. He cast a glance at the Grand Princess, realizing that 1hr's actions were likely orchestrated by her, intended to coerce him into submission. Should he succumb to her words, the Grand Princess could leverage this situation to claim him, compelling him into a dual cultivation partnership. How despicable! Of course, this was merely conjecture on his part, lacking substantial evidence. Yet, he felt a strong conviction that he was onto something. The Grand Princess, sensing his scrutiny, faltered slightly, exclaiming, Hua, the esteemed physician, is renowned far and wide. How could he be mistaken? He foretold that my junior sister would soon perish. Yet if she were to recover and flourish in strength after tomorrow, what then? The Grand Princess glanced at 1hr, who coolly responded, May I examine the young lady in detail? Very well, she replied. 1hr approached Xiao Jinyu, taking her pulse. In the next moment, Xiao Jinyu felt a sharp pain in her wrist, as if something had penetrated her very being. Ding! Your junior sister, Xiao Jinyu, is being secretly plotted against. Having been afflicted by a dispelling curse, the system's alert echoed in Li Xian's ears, igniting a furious rage within him. "You dare to seek death?" He stepped forward, seizing Hua Ying's hand, while simultaneously channeling a stream of pure yang energy into Xiao Jinyu's body. Swiftly, owing to the curse's recent entry into Xiao Jinyu's body, it had yet to embed itself deeply and was expelled by his purifying energy. What emerged was a creature resembling a ladybug, ensnared in the purifying flames, desperately attempting to escape, but failing miserably. Li Xian's gaze hardened, while Hua Ying's face paled to an ashen hue upon being exposed. Li Xian was astounded. He had never anticipated that this renowned physician from the East would stoop to such treachery, employing such vile methods against his junior sister. It became evident that he had prepared the curse in advance, intending to fabricate authenticity. Once the curse was implanted within Xiao Jinyu, Hua Ying's assertions would become reality. The thought only fueled Li Xian's indignation. What a disgrace to the noble profession of healing. Is the benevolence of a physician reduced to naught? Li Xian's voice rang coldly, his supreme aura radiating around him. Hua Ying, trembling, cast a desperate glance at the Grand Princess. "Your Highness, save me." With a sweeping motion of her sleeve, the Grand Princess retorted angrily, "You despicable Hua Ying. I once believed you to be a great physician, but your methods are utterly vile. To perform such malevolent acts within the borders of my great Zhou." Turning to Li Xian, she implored, "Please, entrust him to me. I shall ensure he faces severe punishment." Li Xian raised his hand, unleashing a formidable force. Boom! Hua Ying was utterly overwhelmed, reduced to mere fragments before their eyes. Li Xian, with a dispassionate tone, remarked, "What purpose does such a quack serve?" With a single strike, a legendary healer was vanquished, leaving the onlookers in a state of palpable trepidation. Such decisiveness is truly astonishing. The eldest princess of the Chang dynasty couldn't help but twitch her lips, stating, "Young Master Li, this is a healer of the Eastern Continent, well connected with many influential figures. Within the Great Zhou alone, he has ties to no fewer than 10 nobles. Have you truly no fear of retribution for this act?" Li Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor cold and unyielding. "For harming my junior sister. His life is worth less than the dirt beneath my feet." The others gasped in astonishment. What a fervent protector of his sister. The eldest princess took a deep breath, once again witnessing Li Xian's overwhelming dominance, realizing that her continued presence would yield no benefit. Thus, she turned to depart. Yet at that moment, Li Xian's voice echoed, "Have I granted you permission to leave?" "What do you mean, young Master Li? Hua Ying was brought by you, and yet he sought to harm my junior sister. Regardless of whether you were the instigator, you must face the consequences." The eldest princess's expression shifted as she felt anger rise within her. "Li Xian, I am the eldest princess of the Great Zhou. Are you truly willing to oppose me for the sake of an utterly powerless waste? To insult my junior sister is to incur a greater sin." Li Xian raised his hand, summoning pure yang fire, and unleashed it with a single palm strike. The eldest princess let out a low cry, channeling her true essence as she thrust both hands forward, summoning a torrent of yin energy that formed a swirling vortex before her. The vortex gradually dissipated the pure yang fire, yet the force of the impact sent her staggering back several steps. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Li Xian's eyes. The opponent had managed to withstand his strike, indicating a measure of skill. He raised his hand once more, delivering another punch, this time amplifying its power several-fold. The pure yang fire transformed into a radiant sun, hurtling forth. The eldest princess's complexion paled dramatically as she pushed her true essence to its limits. Profound yin vortex palm. She unleashed a strike, the power of yin morphing into a colossal vortex. However, the moment it enveloped the pure yang fire, an explosive burst erupted, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the eldest princess reeling, blood spattering as she was thrown backward. In a desperate bid, she tore a talisman, its light enveloping her as she vanished in the blink of an eye. Li Xian snorted softly. The eldest princess of the Great Zhou possesses remarkable skills in fleeing. He made no attempt to pursue her, for in a few hours, the Ziluo Heavenly Fire Lotus would emerge, and he needed to conserve his energy to secure it for Xiao Jinyu. Approaching Xiao Jinyu, he examined her thoroughly and found no trace of the poison, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "This time, my senior brother was careless. I never anticipated that this Hua Ying would stoop so low," Li Xian confessed, a hint of self-reproach evident in his tone. Xiao Jinyu shook her head repeatedly. "Senior brother, this is not your fault." She had gained a deeper understanding of the treachery that lurked in human hearts. She had no prior acquaintance with this Hua Ying, yet he had sought to harm her. Truly, in this world, few could be trusted, save for her senior brother. It is through the contrast of such vile individuals that her senior brother appeared so noble and righteous. Ding. Favorability from Xiao Jinyu increased by 5. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Was this child in her right mind? She had nearly suffered grave harm. Yet instead of expressing resentment, she had increased her fondness for him. Alas, what a truly kind-hearted junior sister she was. It is precisely for this reason that Li Xian has become even more resolute in his determination to successfully acquire the Violet Fire Lotus tomorrow, to aid his junior sister in regaining her cultivation and talent. No one shall contest this with him, not even the Supreme. Meanwhile, the Long Princess, having been driven away, returned to her residence, increasingly infuriated. How despicable, how utterly wretched. For the sake of a worthless individual devoid of any cultivation, such indignities were inflicted upon me. Li Xian, you ungrateful wretch. This grudge shall be avenged. Yet, the thought of Li Xian's formidable strength unsettled her. She realized she could not possibly overcome him, not even with the aid of her father. An idea struck her. She retrieved a jade slip. It was time to summon her master. He is the ancient ancestor of the sacred land and will undoubtedly assist me. Chapter 59. The Supreme takes action. I shall defeat you within 3 moves. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Long Princess, apart from being the Long Princess of the Great Zhou, harbors another hidden identity. She is the direct disciple of the ancient ancestor of the ethereal sacred land. The ethereal sacred land is one of the 3 great sacred lands of the Eastern Continent, and its ancient ancestor is an existence of the sacred realm, rendering the Supreme utterly powerless before him, let alone Li Xian. Even the entire crossing immortal sect would be extinguished with a mere flick of the finger in the presence of a sacred being. Once I summon my master, a mere Li Xian shall be effortlessly subdued. A slight smile crept upon the Long Princess's lips as she envisioned Li Xian's mortified countenance beneath her feet. With this thought, her face flushed with excitement. Li Xian, just you wait. She crushed the jade slip, invoking her master, the sacred being. Meanwhile, Li Xian was in meditation, preparing for the contest for the Violet Fire Lotus. The next day, in a certain direction of the imperial capital, a surge of violet flames erupted into the sky. The scorching aura spread, enveloping the surroundings. Figures soared from the royal city, racing towards the source of the flames. They arrived at the mouth of a volcano. There, molten lava churned, and amidst it, a violet fire lotus danced gracefully, emanating waves of searing spiritual energy. Numerous warriors with fire attributes gazed at the lotus, their eyes gleaming with desire. They could not help but swallow hard, revealing their longing. This is the Violet Fire Lotus, ranked 17th on the list of exotic fires. If I can refine it, my fire attribute spiritual body will surely gain immense power, and my potential will soar. Given time, I shall ascend to the Supreme. Even for those without fire attributes, this treasure possesses remarkable benefits for cultivation. None shall contest this with me. It is mine. Huh, you are merely dreaming. This treasure belongs to me alone. All of you, step aside. How dare you, mere spiritual bodies, challenge me? At that moment, a burst of red flames illuminated the area as a robust man clad in crimson armor strode forward, exuding an incomparably scorching aura. Flames swirled around him, faintly intertwining to form a dragon shape, resembling a colossal beast of fire. His presence sent shivers through even the fiercest fire attribute warriors. This is the fire attribute king body, the fire dragon king body, one of the most powerful fire attribute king bodies. Moreover, the fluctuations of his cultivation are at least at the soul formation stage. Who is this person? If I am not mistaken, this individual must be the 3rd prince of the Great Zhou, the most exceptional prodigy of the realm. Astonishingly, it is indeed him. To compete with him for the purple lotus of heavenly fire within Great Zhou's territory seems utterly implausible. Victory is beyond my grasp. Yet, how can one ascertain without a trial? Some gazed at the purple lotus, unwilling to relinquish their ambitions. Whoosh, whoosh. Several martial artists at the soul realm surged forward, lunging toward the purple lotus. Upon witnessing this, the 3rd prince let out a cold snort, exclaiming, "Ignorant fools." With a commanding presence, he unleashed his might, every move accompanied by a fervent blaze, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. However, the other 2 individuals, daring to engage, were no ordinary foes. Their unique physiques erupted with energy, unleashing violet and azure flames, emblematic of 2 other supreme fire attributes. One of them wielded a sword, its blade radiating a scorching, piercing aura, intermingled with glimmers of icy stars, conjuring the formidable duality of fire and ice. Momentarily, the third prince found himself at an impasse against these two, irritation brewing within him. Suddenly, he bellowed, and flames surged around him, coalescing into a roaring fire dragon that swept forth. The dragon, fierce and earth-shattering, overwhelmed the two opponents, sending them reeling backward, one even spitting blood. Yet, amidst their skirmish, another took the opportunity to dash forth, eager to seize the purple lotus. In that instant, a chaotic melee erupted around it. At that moment, a figure approached slowly. He moved toward the purple lotus, exuding no overwhelming aura, yet the surrounding molten lava instinctively parted before him. His presence captured the attention of all, impossible to overlook. First, his demeanor was transcendently ethereal, akin to an immortal descended from the heavens. Secondly, they recognized him. He had recently stirred quite a commotion in the capital, having decisively vanquished the Zhao family's elder and the renowned healer, Xuan, from the Eastern Continent. Lastly, he was none other than the foremost figure on the wind and cloud ranking. Each of these aspects rendered him the focal point of attention. The newcomer was indeed Li Xian. Li Xian gazed at the purple lotus of heavenly fire, floating in the volcanic crater, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It had finally manifested. He strode toward the volcano, intent on claiming this treasure for Xiao Jinyu. However, abruptly, the third prince shouted, unleashing a torrent of blazing true essence, his fist hurtling toward Li Xian. If you wish to claim this extraordinary fire, you must first seek my permission. Yet, as the searing force approached, Li Xian remained unfazed, not even casting a glance, nonchalantly raising his hand to deflect the blow. The fist's energy shattered. He continued his steady advance toward the fire lotus. Observing this, the third prince's pupils constricted slightly. Was this the prowess of the top-ranked prodigy of the Eastern Continent? Truly astonishing. But the encounter was far from over. He roared, channeling his true essence to its zenith. A fireball materialized in his palm, radiating immense power capable of inflicting severe damage upon even a top-tier warlord. Yet Li Xian remained undeterred. He extended his hand, grasping the fireball with a slight exertion, shattering it into ashes. Dare to obstruct me again, and I shall take your life. Li Xian cast a dispassionate glance at the third prince. Is that so? I refuse to believe it. The third prince sneered, clapping his hands, summoning the four great kings. Suddenly, four men clad in golden battle armor appeared behind him, each possessing the prowess of a battle king. Undeniably the pinnacle of the Daizhou dynasty's military strength. Subdue him, the third prince commanded coldly, aware that he was no match for Li Xian. He pinned his hopes on the four great kings. These four were meticulously selected from thousands of warriors in Daizhou. Together, they could contend even with a supreme being. The four great kings charged forth, encircling Li Xian from all directions. If you seek your own demise, do not blame me, Li Xian remarked, his finger pointing decisively. He did not even draw the flawless sword. The pure yang fire erupted, transforming into a sword-like phoenix that slashed forth. The pure sword intent combined with the intense flames reduced everything in its path to ash. Before the four great kings could even reach Li Xian, they were engulfed in flames, wailing in agony. Their golden armor melted into molten metal, and their flesh was turned to cinders. With a single stroke, Li Xian vanquished the four battle kings, showcasing his overwhelming might. Next, Li Xian directed a sword point towards the third prince, the sword energy akin to flowing fire, capable of piercing through the prince's skull in an instant. At that moment, a whisk was brandished, intercepting Li Xian's sword energy. An elder with white hair appeared beside the third prince, stating calmly, "Young Master Li, your murderous intent is rather excessive. I warned him that should he act again, his life would be forfeit. While heaven's transgressions may be forgiven, self-inflicted calamities cannot be endured." Li Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, regarding the elder. He could discern that this man was also a supreme being. Indeed, the extraordinary value of the purple lotus of heavenly fire had drawn these supreme beings into the fray. The white-haired elder smiled faintly at Li Xian. "Since it has come to this, as the mentor of the third prince, I shall take his place and duel you." Upon hearing this, Li Xian unsheathed his flawless sword. "Within 3 moves, I shall defeat you." Chapter 60, The Golden Lotus of the Earth. The sage descends. "Within 3 moves, I shall defeat you," Li Xian declared, his scorching, domineering sword intent surging forth. The pure yang fire blazed behind him, morphing into a phantom of a phoenix. Embodying the phoenix sword technique, elevated to its zenith. The elder with the whisk let out a soft snort, amused. In all my years traversing the Eastern Continent, I have never encountered a younger generation as arrogant as you. To claim you will defeat me in 3 moves is sheer folly. Though he recognized that Li Xian was also a supreme being, there existed a hierarchy among them: ordinary supreme, grand supreme, mystic supreme, earth supreme, heavenly supreme, and the unmatched heavenly supreme. The elder was not far from the grand supreme realm, while Li Xian, at best, had only recently ascended to the supreme level. What could he possibly compare to this seasoned supreme being? With this thought, he resolved to teach Li Xian a lesson. The elder swept his whisk, unleashing a beam of white light infused with formidable power. Such strength was typically insurmountable for those newly ascended to the supreme level, yet Li Xian neither dodged nor evaded. Cleaving forward with his sword, the sword energy transformed into a torrent of pure yang fire, as if incinerating all in its path. The white light was scattered by the flames. The old man's whisk, held firmly in his grasp, was singed to a bare state. He inhaled sharply, retreating several paces, his gaze heavy upon Li Xian. Remarkable. Such sword energy, such flames. This fellow's pure yang body is truly formidable. He surmised that Li Xian had recently ascended to the supreme rank. Yet, he overlooked the fact that his opponent possessed the pure yang sacred body. Following the first strike, Li Xian's pure yang body unleashed its might once more, synergizing with the power of the flawless sword in his hand. He executed another strike. This time, the old man dared not underestimate him. He formed an intricate hand seal, and before him, the energies of yin and yang intertwined, manifesting as a Tai Chi diagram. However, with a thunderous roar, the Tai Chi diagram shattered. The old man spat blood and was thrown back several steps. Good heavens! Is this truly just a newly ascended supreme being? The old man's complexion paled slightly with fear. The intensity of Li Xian's sword intent and the dominance of his true essence were far beyond that of an ordinary supreme being. Li Xian raised his flawless sword once more, stating calmly, "The third strike." The pure yang flames surged skyward, transforming into a phoenix of sword energy. It was identical to the first and second strikes. It seemed as if Li Xian knew no other sword techniques. Upon witnessing this, the old man took a deep breath. The energies of yin and yang erupted again as he produced a compass, positioning it before him, and conjured another Tai Chi diagram. "I was careless just now. This time, I will certainly withstand it. Will you?" Li Xian replied nonchalantly, as the phoenix of sword energy above his head emitted a piercing cry, and the surrounding flames converged toward it. The old man's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. This was the volcanic crater where was born, saturated with copious amounts of fire attribute spiritual energy. This individual's pure yang flames could absorb the power of the volcano, converting it for his own use. In martial confrontations, beyond cultivation levels, one must also consider attributes. Li Xian's pure yang sacred body embodies the essence of supreme yang. Fire attributes, in some respects, are merely an offshoot of supreme yang. Naturally, he could harness the fire attribute spiritual energy of this place for his own gain. The phoenix of sword energy, now endowed with enhanced attributes, became increasingly radiant and dazzling, surging toward the white-haired old man. The old man cried out and braced himself with all his might. Boom! The Tai Chi diagram exploded into fragments. The terrifyingly potent fiery sword energy crashed against his body, almost instantaneously leaving him scorched and battered. The searing sword energy rampaged within him, wreaking havoc on his meridians, bones, flesh, and organs, all suffering devastating damage in an instant. He coughed up blood. Flames mingled within it. After the third strike, he was utterly devoid of any capability to continue fighting. "I said I would defeat you in 3 moves. And so it is, not a single strike more," Li Xian remarked coolly. He then turned his gaze toward the third prince, who was rendered speechless with shock. It must be noted that this white-haired old man was his revered mentor, a seemingly invincible figure in his eyes. Yet now, he had been effortlessly vanquished by Li Xian. How could this be? How could he be so formidable? Faced with Li Xian's gaze, the third prince staggered back several steps, turning to flee. But a streak of sword energy had already erupted forth. "Stop!" A voice thundered, but it proved futile. The sword energy descended unreservedly upon the head of the third prince. Bang! His head exploded, leaving him utterly lifeless. A figure approached the corpse of the third prince, overwhelmed with grief. "My son." The newcomer, clad in a dragon robe, exuded an imposing aura. Li Xian regarded him thoughtfully. "The Emperor of Zhou." "Scoundrel! Li Xian, How dare you slay my son? Do you truly believe that there is no one in Great Zhou to restrain you? The Emperor of Zhou roared in fury. With that, he drew a golden sword, radiating an extraordinary presence. Indeed, it was a supreme artifact. Brandishing the sword, he charged at Li Xian. You shall pay for my son's life. Your Majesty, no? The white-haired elder's expression changed dramatically. The Emperor of Zhou had not yet attained the supreme realm. Even wielding a supreme artifact, how could he possibly contend with Li Xian? However, consumed by rage, he disregarded all else. As expected, Li Xian struck out with a single palm, sending the emperor flying. A ruler of a nation. Yet you cannot even discern friend from foe. You are truly a dismal failure as an emperor, Li Xian remarked. The royal family of Great Zhou, first the Grand Princess, then the third prince, and now this emperor, each one left him feeling disenchanted. You. The Emperor of Zhou trembled with rage, pointing at Li Xian, nearly unable to steady his sword. Father, quell your anger. Allow me to handle this man. At that moment, a voice resonated from the heavens. Following this, a surge of mysterious, dark power descended upon Li Xian. Li Xian remained unfazed, igniting the pure yang fire to incinerate the dark energy. The Grand Princess descended gracefully, her cold gaze fixed on Li Xian. Li Xian, do you think that with your supreme cultivation, you can act wantonly within Great Zhou? Today, I shall show you that there are always greater beings beyond the heavens. Li Xian looked at her with amusement. Is it you then? Of course not. It is my master. The Grand Princess proclaimed proudly. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Although the Grand Princess had a less than favorable reputation, her innate talent was indisputable. She possessed a sacred physique and was half a step into the supreme realm. Such a remarkable figure. Who could possibly be her master? They had never heard of her having a master. The master of the Grand Princess? Who could it be? One can only speculate that it must be a being of unparalleled stature. The anticipation and curiosity among the onlookers grew. Just as they pondered, the heavens roiled. Auspicious signs descended, and spiritual energy surged from all directions, coalescing into golden lotuses upon the ground. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. This is the phenomenon of earthly golden lotuses. The arrival was none other than a sage. Heavens, the Grand Princess's master is actually a sage. Sages are exceedingly rare in the Eastern Continent. The emergence of a sage could allow one to roam the Eastern Continent with impunity. Chapter 61. A magnificent sage. Reduced to a lackey. The sudden turn of events left everyone present astonished and speechless. A sage is more than capable of traversing the Eastern Continent without restraint. The multitude speculated that the master of the Long Princess was an extraordinary individual, yet they were astounded to discover that he was, in fact, a saint. However, considering the presence of a sacred body, it was not entirely surprising that he might aspire to the realm of saints. Who would dare to bully my disciple? A voice, resonating with the might of the heavens, echoed through the void. Soon after, a figure gracefully descended, clad in a flowing white robe with white hair and brows. Exuding an ethereal aura, he commanded authority. At the mere sight of him, those with insufficient cultivation involuntarily knelt, exclaiming, "We greet the saint." The Long Princess stood with her hands clasped behind her, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. This was her master, a saint, a figure of unparalleled renown throughout the Eastern Continent. Even the supreme celestial sovereign would bow before him. How could one compare Li Xian, merely an ordinary sovereign, to such greatness? The disparity between the immortal crossing sect he belonged to and the sacred grounds was akin to that between a sparrow and a hawk. There was simply no basis for comparison. Meanwhile, Li Xian felt a twinge of surprise at the arrival of a saint, sensing that trouble was afoot. After all, dealing with a being of such caliber was no trifling matter. The ethereal ancestor gazed down upon Li Xian, his demeanor aloof, and inquired, "Are you the one who bullied my disciple? Boy, state your name." Before Li Xian could respond, the Long Princess interjected, reporting to Master. "This person is Li Xian of the Immortal Crossing sect. He relies on his pure yang sacred body and sovereign cultivation to wreak havoc in our Great Zhou. Please, Master, capture him so I may deal with him as I see fit." Just as her words concluded, she sensed something amiss. Why had her master suddenly fallen silent? She observed the ethereal ancestor's expression stiffen, his gaze turning mechanically towards her. You say he is named Li Xian?" "Indeed, Master, what troubles you?" the Long Princess queried, puzzled. Certainly, Li Xian's strength was formidable, even ranking first on the talents list, yet it should not have elicited such astonishment from her master. No, it was more than mere surprise. Was it merely her imagination, or did she perceive a hint of fear in her master's countenance? No, 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 it could not be. Her master was a saint. How could anyone instill fear in him, let alone a mere Li Xian? What on earth was happening? The Long Princess's mind was in disarray, filled with questions. Meanwhile, the ethereal ancestor regarded Li Xian, memories of Lu Tianxuan's face and the spear in his hand surfacing in his mind. That individual had pierced a sacred artifact with a single thrust. That same individual had nearly struck him down. Li Xian was not fearsome, however. His master was a tremendous terror. This was dire. Only recently had he received a warning from the ethereal sacred grounds to refrain from targeting Li Xian's disciple. And now, in the blink of an eye, his own disciple had provoked the other. Were it not for the fact that the Long Princess possessed a sacred body, he might have entertained thoughts of throttling her. You have placed me in a perilous position. As Li Xian gazed upon the ethereal ancestor, he pondered how to confront his opponent. Yet, no matter how he assessed the situation, the chasm between himself and the saint was insurmountable. Victory seemed a distant dream. Thus, he resolved to fight with all his might, for it was preferable to surrender without a struggle. Drawing a deep breath, wielding the flawless sword, he declared, I am Li Xian of the lower crossing immortal gate. Today, I shall battle a saint. Please, bestow your guidance. With that, he lunged forward, sword poised to strike. However, the ethereal ancestor called out, Hold, young master. Li Xian paused, bewildered. Young master? Just moments ago, he was referring to me as a mere lad. Why such courtesy now? What words do you have, saint? Li Gongzi, I have reflected upon the events and have come to realize that this matter is indeed my disciple's fault. The ethereal ancestor stated with a serious demeanor. You, young master, are without any error. Li Xian was even more perplexed. Why had his adversary suddenly become so amiable? Beside him, the Long Empress was taken aback. Master, this person is guilty. Silence. The ethereal ancestor retorted sharply. Look at you. Relying on your status as a sacred body to act recklessly. I am almost ashamed to call you my disciple. Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered Li Gongzi. His reprimand serves to instill wisdom within you. It is meant to temper your resolve. Instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to seek my aid? You are living in a fantasy. Apologize to Li Gongzi at once. Then, return with me to the ethereal Holy Land for 10 years of reflection, during which you shall not descend the mountain. The ethereal ancestor's proclamation left everyone in utter bewilderment. This saint possessed such profound understanding. Truly, he was a saint of great virtue. Who could rival such magnanimity? It dawned on them that this was a true saint, and they were compelled to submit to his wisdom. Yet, only a few discerned the underlying truth. A saint who is accommodating, a saint who embodies righteousness. While such saints may exist, this individual could not possibly be the ethereal ancestor. As the adage goes, a crooked beam will yield a crooked frame. If the Long Empress exhibited such behavior, how virtuous could her master be? Moreover, the ethereal ancestor had made a grand entrance, exuding dominance. His demeanor shifted only upon hearing Li Xian's name. In other words, Li Xian instilled fear within this saint. There must be some undisclosed, terrifying background associated with him. Realizing this, the onlookers' gazes towards Li Xian transformed. This individual was far more than the mere top contender on the celestial rankings. What formidable background did he possess to invoke such trepidation in a saint? The crowd was engulfed in confusion, their hearts laden with fear. Particularly, Emperor Zhou appeared pale as a ghost. The Long Empress, not one to be easily deceived, quickly inferred from her master's conduct that Li Xian's background was far from ordinary. Bowing her head, she dared not oppose the ethereal ancestor. She approached Li Xian respectfully and said, I sincerely apologize. It was my momentary folly that led to this misdeed. Li Xian was indifferent to her apology, truly bewildered by the turn of events. What had transpired? When had he become so formidable that even a saint feared him? Could it be that I am the illegitimate child of a terrifying force, unbeknownst to myself? Wait a moment. Could it possibly be my revered master? Li Xian recalled Lu Tianxian. If he possessed any background, it could only be attributed to the Immortal Crossing sect, particularly to his enigmatic and beautiful master. He cast a glance at the mysterious ancestor, pondering whether the latter had suffered losses at the hands of his master. He was uncertain about the extent of the ancestor's apprehension towards her. If he were to slay her disciple, would she confront him openly? Li Xian was reluctant to take such risks. Since it is so, I have no qualms about killing the third prince. He deserves it, the mysterious ancestor declared. The Emperor of Zhou remained speechless, unable to counter her statement. As for this purple fire lotus, if it is what young Master Li desires, I shall retrieve it for you, the mysterious ancestor proclaimed, raising her hand to grasp the purple fire lotus, which was instantly drawn into her palm without anyone daring to contest her. She then approached Li Xian, presenting the extraordinary flame as though it were a precious treasure. Li Xian observed the purple fire lotus she offered, momentarily silent, realizing the depth of her fear towards his master. He accepted the lotus and replied nonchalantly, I shall graciously accept your good intentions, Saint. However, I have pressing matters to attend to. Farewell. With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. The onlookers were left in awe at his retreating figure, marveling at the emergence of such a prodigious talent from the Eastern Continent, who had ascended to supremacy at such a tender age. The terror of his background was so formidable that even saints held a degree of trepidation towards him. They could hardly fathom the heights he might attain in the future, as if they were witnessing the rise of a giant. Once Li Xian had left, the Grand Princess turned to the mysterious ancestor with a sense of grievance. Master, what should I do next? Return with me to the mysterious sacred ground for seclusion. With your talents, even without dual cultivation methods, given time, you shall achieve the status of a saint, the mysterious ancestor advised. As for Li Xian, do not concern yourself with him. He is not someone you can provoke. Did you not see how I appeared like a subordinate before him just now? She exclaimed indignantly, nearly unable to restrain herself from striking the Grand Princess in frustration, attributing her embarrassment to her foolish disciple. The Grand Princess, aware of her lack of foresight in provoking such a formidable individual, could not help but inquire, who exactly is behind Li Xian? He is someone capable of effortlessly annihilating the mysterious sacred ground, the mysterious ancestor replied solemnly. Hearing this, the Grand Princess gasped, unable to fathom the sheer terror of such a being. Meanwhile, Li Xian returned to the Baiyu Tower with the purple fire lotus, where Xiao Jinyu and Feng Jioge had eagerly awaited his arrival. Due to the multitude of powerful individuals vying for the extraordinary flame atop the purple fire mountain, even Supremes might take action, prompting Li Xian to advise his two junior sisters to remain behind in the Baiyu Tower for his news. They had been anxiously waiting for his return all afternoon. Could you bring back the purple fire lotus? In their hearts, it mattered little. The crucial point was that Li Xian must return safely. Upon seeing Li Xian return unscathed, they felt a wave of relief wash over them, and they hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, Senior brother, are you all right? The two girls began to touch him, seemingly checking for any injuries. When their hands unexpectedly brushed against each other while touching Li Xian's chest, they exchanged a glance, and an invisible spark seemed to ignite between them. Sister, could it be that you are coveting senior brother? Li Xian, feeling helpless, brushed aside their hands, saying, I'm perfectly fine, no need for concern. He then raised his hand, and a purple fire lotus flowed forth from his palm, the greatest treasure he had obtained on this journey, the purple fire lotus. With a slight smile, he addressed Xiao Jinyu, Junior sister, I once promised to resolve the issue troubling you today, and the key lies in this extraordinary fire. Is it related to this extraordinary fire? Xiao Jinyu blinked, curiosity piqued. Li Xian nodded gently. Do you trust me, senior brother? Of course, she replied. Then please close your eyes. Without hesitation, Xiao Jinyu complied. While she trusted Li Xian, her heart fluttered with apprehension. Soon, she felt a warm hand resting on her, followed by a torrent of heat surging into her body, coursing through her limbs and bones. It was scorching and swelling, as if her body were about to burst from the intensity. Yet, in the next moment, an immense suction erupted within her, drawing in all that heat without leaving a trace. Meanwhile, as Xiao Jinyu kept her eyes closed, Feng Jioge observed as Li Xian pressed the coveted extraordinary fire against Xiao Jinyu's chest, forcefully infusing it into her. Feng Jioge was taken aback. That was an inherently domineering fire, challenging even the most seasoned cultivators. Not to mention, Xiao Jinyu possessed no cultivation whatsoever. How could he have so boldly infused it? Would she not be overwhelmed? Yet, to her astonishment, once the extraordinary fire made contact with Xiao Jinyu, it was entirely absorbed without a trace. This fire, which could potentially explode even the strongest of cultivators, was completely consumed by this untrained girl. Xiao Jinyu was indeed unfathomable. Feng Jioge marveled inwardly. It was evident that senior brother would not harm junior sister, but perhaps there was something hidden within her that eluded even my perception. She felt a surge of anticipation. What could it be that even the empress of her generation could not discern? Just then, after absorbing the purple fire lotus, Xiao Jinyu fainted. Li Xian quickly caught her, checking her condition before finally relaxing. However, upon seeing Xiao Jinyu in his arms, Feng Jiuge gritted her teeth, covering her head. Senior brother, I think I might be feeling a bit faint too. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Wait, why are you feeling faint as well? What's wrong? Perhaps the power of the extraordinary fire was too overwhelming, and I was affected a little. Feng Jiuge replied weakly, before her legs gave way, leaning against Li Xian's chest. Li Xian swiftly supported her, urging, Junior sister, hold on. He cradled both of his junior sisters and carried them back to their room. Some onlookers could not help but mutter under their breath, Beast. Xiao Jinyu's consciousness drifted through a haze. Where am I? Where are my senior brothers and sisters? She floated aimlessly until a bright light appeared before her. As she approached, she discovered a sea of flames. Within this fiery expanse danced flames of various hues, red, blue, yellow, gold, and black. Xiao Jinyu had never imagined that fire could manifest in such diverse colors. Soon, she noticed a woman seated in the midst of the inferno, surrounded by a myriad of flames that could not harm her in the slightest. Instead, it was as if the flames were subjects revering a sovereign. The mere presence of this woman exuded a terrifying aura that seemed to solidify the very void around her. A single glance from Xiao Jinyu sent a tremor through her spirit. Yet, amidst the shock, she felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as though she were gazing upon herself. Is this woman me? A thought, absurd yet vivid, suddenly flashed in Xiao Jinyu's mind. No. It was evident that this woman was an extraordinary figure. How could she possibly be me? She shook her head in disbelief. Suddenly, the woman seated amidst the endless flames seemed to sense something, turning her gaze toward Xiao Jinyu. Their eyes locked, transcending time and space, past and present. Boom. In the wake of their connection, the boundless sea of flames shattered violently. The terrifying flames began to contract, ultimately coalescing into a single orb before Xiao Jinyu. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she placed her hand upon it. In that instant, a torrent of information surged into her mind, including an enigmatic technique known as the 10,000 Flames Devouring Heaven Art, awakening abruptly upon her bed. Xiao Jinyu's eyes fluttered open, revealing a glimmer of realization. So this is how it is. Chapter 63, Xiao Jinyu's Talent Restored. Ascension to Great Venerable. Pure Yang illuminates the sun. Xiao Jinyu awoke, her gaze reflecting a newfound clarity. She now comprehended fully why her talent had vanished so abruptly and why her cultivation had dissipated. This was not a nightmare or a curse. Rather, it was an extraordinary opportunity. Within her, unbeknownst to her until now, resided a treasure called the Heavenly Fire Pearl, forged from the essence of countless flames, possessing immense power capable of controlling all fires. Furthermore, it contained profound martial techniques. However, despite recognizing her as its master, the Heavenly Fire Pearl had expended too much energy previously, rendering it dormant and only able to absorb her true essence. This was the reason for her lost cultivation. Unless she could find a rare fire to activate the Heavenly Fire Pearl, and Li Xian did just that. Xiao Jinyu felt a surge of gratitude. Her senior brother had previously spoken of her miraculous fortune and knew how to awaken the Heavenly Fire Pearl. Clearly, he was aware of its existence. Yet, in the face of such a precious treasure, her senior brother remained unperturbed. Not only did my precious treasure remain untouched, but it was also activated through immense effort on my behalf. This fortuitous transformation was not solely bestowed by the Heavenly Fire Pearl. It was also a gift from my esteemed senior brother. Without him, the person I am today would not exist. His integrity and gentleness are unparalleled. At this moment, her fondness for Li Xian was nearly at its zenith. Meanwhile, Li Xian received a system notification. Ding! A fondness level of 10 from Xiao Jinyu. He blinked in surprise. Upon checking Xiao Jinyu's fondness level towards him, he was astonished to find it at 98. How remarkable! This was nearly at full capacity. Even one's biological parents would scarcely be so affectionate. It seems that the third junior sister has awakened. She must be fine now, Li Xian mused. He scanned Xiao Jinyu's room with his spiritual sense. She was seated in meditation, seemingly practicing a certain technique. She can cultivate now? It appears the Heavenly Fire Pearl has indeed been successfully activated. A satisfied smile emerged on Li Xian's face. Excellent. As long as she can cultivate, I shall contribute my share to my senior brother. He felt a surge of anticipation. With the assistance of my two junior sisters, to what heights might I ascend? In the room, Xiao Jinyu sat cross-legged, channeling her vital energy according to the technique known as the 10,000 fires burning heaven that resided in her mind. Within her, The remnants of the heavenly fire pearl released traces of the lingering power of the purple lotus of heavenly fire, coursing through her limbs and bones. Although most of the power had been utilized to activate the heavenly fire pearl, the remaining essence was still sufficient to restore her previous cultivation. From chi refinement to true essence, to the spirit sea. The spirit sea contracted. She advanced into the golden core realm. Not only did she restore her strength, but she also surpassed her former self. Xiao Jinyu opened her eyes, exclaiming in awe at the formidable 10,000 fires burning heaven technique and the extraordinary heavenly fire pearl. This technique is profoundly intricate. The more one captures, the stronger one's cultivation and combat prowess become. It seems I must pay greater attention to the whereabouts of in the future. With her cultivation restored and exceeding her past limits, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Clenching her fists, she thought, now, I am worthy of being my senior brother's junior sister. Given time, I may even stand shoulder to shoulder with him. He is currently at the supreme realm. I must advance to that level within 10 years. No, perhaps merely attaining the supreme realm won't suffice. I wish to transcend it, to become the one who can protect my senior brother. With the heavenly fire pearl and the 10,000 fires burning heaven technique, an unprecedented confidence blossomed within Xiao Jinyu. In another room, Li Xian was yawning, preparing to doze off again. Suddenly, an unparalleled surge of vital energy erupted within him. Ding! Your junior sister Xiao Jinyu has refined the residual power of and advanced to the golden core realm. Congratulations on your promotion to the great respect realm. Ding! Your junior sister Xiao Jinyu has successfully practiced the 10,000 fires burning heaven technique. A new generation of the king of 10,000 fires is rising. Random reward. The host gains the pure yang conduit divine ability. Great respect. The second tier of the supreme realm. Generally speaking, an average supreme requires decades, if not centuries, of arduous cultivation to ascend to the great respect realm. Yet here Li Xian was, having done nothing, and he had ascended to the great respect realm. He was even rewarded with a remarkable ability, which left him quite gratified. Subsequently, he delved into the newly acquired physical ability. Such abilities are categorized into inferior, medium, superior, top tier, and unparalleled. Generally, only those of supreme status can derive physical abilities based on their innate constitution, although some prodigies manage to uncover them prior to attaining supremacy, such as Jun Han from the Crossing Immortal Gate. Even without ascending to supreme status, he had independently developed an ability. Now that Li Xian had achieved supreme status, he too could likely cultivate a physical ability, yet regrettably, his laziness held him back. He was too indolent to undertake any training, let alone research any abilities. Thus, the system directly bestowed upon him a pinnacle ability, Pure Yang Piercing Sun. This supreme ability, harmoniously aligned with the Pure Yang sacred body, concentrates the Pure Yang fire into a singular point before unleashing it, with the might to shatter rivers and pierce the sun and moon. Li Xian found himself rather satisfied with this ability. Indeed, it was quite commendable. With such a skill, coupled with his elevated status, he felt he possessed a formidable trump card. In the afternoon, Li Xian emerged from his chamber, stretching his limbs and instructing the waiter to prepare lunch. His two junior sisters gradually followed suit, and upon encountering the radiant Xiao Jinyu, Feng Jioge was momentarily taken aback, then inhaled sharply. Golden Core. His junior sister had actually ascended to the Golden Core realm. What had transpired? Feng Jioge regarded Xiao Jinyu with a peculiar expression. She acknowledged that the power of the purple lotus of heavenly fire was formidable. It was entirely plausible for it to elevate someone to the Golden Core realm, or even to the War King realm. However, the prerequisite was that the individual must withstand the might of the. Previously, Xiao Jinyu had possessed no cultivation whatsoever, making it implausible for her to endure the force of the. Yet she had now directly ascended to the Golden Core. Was it due to her mysterious constitution? Or did she, like herself, possess some extraordinary treasure? Feng Jioge leaned towards the latter, feeling a surge of unease at the thought of underestimating Xiao Jinyu any further. The higher her rival's cultivation soared, the more attention her senior brother would bestow upon her, rendering her own position on Tianxuan Peak increasingly precarious. I must hasten my own cultivation, she resolved silently. Xiao Jinyu inclined her head respectfully towards Feng Jioge, greeting her, "Good afternoon, senior sister." Simultaneously, she sensed the competitive spirit in her eyes, igniting a flicker of rivalry within her own heart. I will not be defeated. Despite their mutual resolve to view each other as competitors, the two maintained a facade of camaraderie and sisterly affection in front of Li Xian, who could not help but feel a sense of contentment, given that both junior sisters were of similar ages and extraordinary martial talents. It was only natural for them to forge a close bond. How wonderful! After finishing lunch, Li Xian remarked, "Jinyu, your issues have been resolved, and today we shall set forth to Tianxuan Peak to meet our master." The thought of the master, whom she had yet to encounter, stirred a sense of unease within Xiao Jinyu. What kind of person would they be? Chapter 64. Feng Zhouge's comparison and subsequent failure. Brother, I am sorry. Having resolved Xiao Jinyu's predicament, Li Xian prepared to depart from the Great Zhou. In this place, nothing particularly captivated him. His presence here was solely for the purpose of the purple fire lotus, and now that his objective had been accomplished, there was no reason to linger. He bid farewell to Huikong and Huixin. During this time, they had gotten along quite well, forming one of the few friendships Li Xian had outside of the disciples of the Crossing Immortal Sect. Before returning to the Crossing Immortal Sect, Li Xian took Xiao Jinyu to which city for her to bid farewell to her father. Upon learning that his daughter's talents had been restored, Xiao Long was naturally overjoyed, especially upon realizing that she was about to embark on her journey to the Crossing Immortal Sect for cultivation. He earnestly reminded her of various things and even purchased numerous items for her to take along, all specialties from which city. He feared that she might miss home, and these local delicacies would help her maintain good relations with the disciples of the Crossing Immortal Sect while also serving her own needs. The trio departed from which city, heading straight for the Crossing Immortal Sect. Along the way, they enjoyed the scenic beauty, finding it quite leisurely. One day, as they passed through a city, they sought refuge in an inn to rest. In the room, Feng Zhouge took a deep breath. It was time for the comparison. During this period, she had been diligently practicing her boxing techniques, and she confidently believed she had mastered the supreme level Vajra subduing demon's fist to its pinnacle. It was even slightly stronger than the Phoenix sword technique. She had even vaguely grasped the essence of this martial art. The reason for her rigorous training was to secure victory in this comparison and obtain the martial resources offered. "Let us begin," Feng Zhouge whispered. In the next moment, her consciousness was transported to the realm of the yin-yang heavenly measure. Before her loomed the enormous, distinctly black and white measuring tool. She stood at the black end while Li Xian's ethereal form occupied the white end. Ding! The content of this comparison is boxing techniques. Both parties' cultivation levels are suppressed to the golden core realm. Neither party may employ any martial arts or divine abilities beyond boxing techniques. The reward for this comparison is 1 drop of Heavenly Spirit Jade Essence. Feng Zhouge's eyes sparkled at the mention of Heavenly Spirit Jade Essence. This was a sacred level treasure. A single drop of Heavenly Spirit Jade Essence could revive the dead and mend bones, possessing unparalleled healing properties. Furthermore, this essence could cleanse and strengthen the physique, enabling a martial artist's cultivation to progress exponentially in a short time. Splendid. The energy of the Heavenly Spirit Jade Essence is gentle, unlike other sacred-level treasures that pose a risk of explosion if consumed recklessly. Even at my current cultivation level, taking it poses no danger. Rather, its power will reside within me, aiding my cultivation and propelling me forward. With this, I could achieve the status of a war king in 3 years and attain the supreme level in 5. Wait. That phrase sounds somewhat familiar. Feng Zhouge furrowed her brows. She recalled that she had thought the same last time. Humph, but last time is in the past. This time, I will surely win. My senior brother has never practiced boxing. How could he possibly compare to me? Senior brother, forgive me. Feng Zhouge saluted Li Xian at the other end with a respectful gesture, then swiftly charged towards him. Her exquisite punches were unleashed. Appearing delicate, yet harboring the formidable destructive power capable of splitting mountains and shattering the earth, this punch was fierce and domineering. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary golden core would have succumbed to such a punch instantaneously. Yet, before Feng Zhouge, the figure of Li Xian retreated a step, evading the blow, and then clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, assuming a combat stance. As the stance emerged, Feng Zhouge was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming aura of pressure. Behind Li Xian, she seemed to perceive the imposing form of a Buddhist Vajra, exuding majesty and an aura of grandeur, as if it were subduing demons and vanquishing evil. With a single punch, Li Xian unleashed a formidable force that resonated through the void. Feng Zhouge was sent flying, momentarily dazed. How could this Vajra subduing fist resemble mine so closely? Moreover, this essence of the punch surpasses my own. What is happening? Didn't my senior brother claim he was unskilled in martial arts? Has he deceived me? Feng Jiugao narrowly evaded several of Li Xian's blows. But his onslaught was relentless and fierce, akin to a celestial being descending to subdue demons. In that moment, it felt as though any malevolent entity before Li Xian would be utterly obliterated. Unfortunately, Feng Jiugao found herself in the role of that very entity. She braced herself against a few strikes, but those were merely a handful. After just a few exchanges, her stance and the essence of her punches crumbled under the pressure. One punch after another rained down upon her, propelling her from the yin-yang celestial measuring, marking her third defeat against Li Xian. Lying on her bed, she opened her eyes, and although it was merely her consciousness enduring blows within the yin-yang celestial measuring, she still felt a twinge of soreness in her waist and back. Yet, more than this physical discomfort, her tender heart felt wounded. My senior brother has deceived me. He is clearly proficient in martial arts, and yet he chose to mislead me. How could he betray my trust? Feng Jiugao felt a surge of tears welling up. What has become of trust between individuals? But upon reflection, she sensed something amiss. There was no reason for her senior brother to deceive her. Moreover, the martial arts he executed mirrored her own precisely. Surely, there lies some hidden truth behind this. Ding. Comparison failed. Current punishment task. Prepare breakfast for Li Xian. Upon completion, return of the supreme level celestial jade essence. Though it may not rival the sacred level, the supreme level celestial jade essence is still quite rare and holds significant value for Feng Jiugao at this stage. This punishment task is not overly difficult. After all, cooking breakfast is not an unfamiliar endeavor for her. Last time, her senior brother had relished the noodles she made. However, before embarking on this task, she must first unravel the mystery behind her senior brother's martial arts. Feng Jiugao pondered quietly as she exited her room. She approached Li Xian's door and knocked. "Come in," came the response. Feng Jiugao pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Junior sister, what brings you here?" Li Xian inquired. "Senior brother, do you know martial arts?" Feng Jiugao wasted no time with subtlety and posed the question directly. Upon hearing this query once more, Li Xian paused momentarily, contemplating how to respond. As this situation was different from the last, Feng Jiugao had not trained in martial arts. He had not mastered it. Yet, after his own practice, he had grown immensely powerful. Ultimately, the truth of his martial prowess would be revealed sooner or later, so there was no point in concealment. He nodded slightly. "I do. But senior brother, didn't you say last time that you couldn't?" Feng Jiugao fixed her gaze intently on Li Xian. Li Xian met her gaze without the slightest hint of guilt. "Yes, when you asked last time, I was still unable to do it, but over these past few days, I have been diligently studying the diamond devil-subduing fist bestowed upon me by Master Huikong and have made some progress." Feng Jiugao regarded Li Xian's eyes. For it is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. A person's eyes cannot lie. From Li Xian's gaze, Feng Jiugao discerned only sincerity and tenderness. Suddenly, she felt a pang of guilt for doubting him. Yet, she remained somewhat perplexed. Was he solely focused on the diamond devil-subduing fist? That technique was merely an ordinary martial skill. However, her version of the diamond devil-subduing fist was an epic enhanced variant, amalgamating several supreme techniques. How could it possibly be outdone by the original? Li Xian suddenly clasped his hands together. "Junior sister, I owe you an apology." "What is it?" "I had secretly observed you practicing this technique before and felt it diverged slightly from the original, so I took the liberty of learning it." Chapter 65. The Porridge Cooked by Feng Jiugao. "Senior brother, spare me. You spied on my practice and then learned it?" Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Feng Jiugao was momentarily taken aback. "What? Merely by watching me practice without comprehending the intricate flow of true essence or the key to exerting force? You've perfected this epic enhanced version of the diamond devil-subduing fist and effortlessly defeated me, its creator? What on earth? What in the world?" Feng Jiugao internally screamed several times, having never encountered such an unreasonable genius. No, this was not genius. This was a prodigy. As she gazed at the ethereal and otherworldly Li Xian, an audacious thought surfaced in her mind. Could it be that senior brother is the reincarnation of an immortal? Otherwise, how could he possess such extraordinary talent? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and the more she considered her chances of defeating Li Xian, the more unrealistic it appeared. Would she continue to lose in comparison? Surely not. Would she, a dignified empress, truly sacrifice her pride? Feng Jiugao felt like weeping without tears. Well, at least there was still a punishment task. If she could not obtain the best reward, a lesser one would suffice. Anything was better than nothing. She murmured to herself. Li Xian strained to hear. Junior sister, what are you saying? Oh, nothing. I was just contemplating what you would like for breakfast, senior brother. Breakfast? Yes, I wish to personally prepare it for you. Li Xian gasped in surprise. Junior sister, you wouldn't be plotting revenge for my spying on you, would you? Not at all. I am genuinely sincere. Feng Zhouge blinked, puzzled as to why he would think such a thing. Meanwhile, Li Xian swallowed hard. Can we skip this? No way. Quickly tell me, what would you like for breakfast? Seeing the earnestness in Feng Zhouge's expression, Li Xian realized he could not escape this meal. He replied, perhaps you could cook me a bowl of porridge? Cooking porridge is the simplest of tasks, right? It shouldn't cause any trouble. Feng Zhouge nodded slightly. Porridge it is. Then, just wait to see my culinary skills tomorrow. Observing the jubilant departure of Feng Zhouge, Li Xian offered a wry smile, suddenly beset by an ominous premonition. It was merely porridge, surely it couldn't be that dire. The following day, in the inn's kitchen, Feng Zhouge arrived, tossing a few pieces of silver to dismiss the cooks, for she intended to prepare a bowl of porridge for her senior brother herself. As she gazed at the bubbling rice porridge in the clay pot, she felt it appeared excessively bland and devoid of nutrition. Perhaps some meat would enhance it. She glanced at the pork nearby, swiftly chopping it into minced pieces before adding it to the white porridge, yet she sensed it still lacked something. Her attention then shifted to a crab, which, having attempted to escape from its cage, seemed to freeze in place upon sensing her gaze, feigning to be a mere stone. With a light scoff, Feng Zhouge seized it. The crab, brandishing its pincers, clamped down on her finger. You impudent girl, do you recognize the might of this crab? She retaliated, unleashing a burst of phoenix fire from her fingertip. The crab instantly turned crimson, emitting steam as it succumbed to the flames. She tossed the crab into the porridge and stirred. It seems salt was also necessary. Feng Zhouge retrieved the salt jar, scooping a spoonful into the pot, pondering whether it would suffice among the myriad ingredients. Perhaps another spoonful would be prudent. Oh dear, might that be too much? She mused. No matter, if it's too salty. I shall simply add water. Suddenly realizing the water level was perilously low, she resolved to add more. Li Xian awoke early, stretching as he exited his room. Suddenly catching a peculiar scent wafting from downstairs, something fishy and salty, reminiscent of the seaside. Peering down, he spotted Feng Zhouge, her face beaming with delight. Brother, you're awake. Come and taste the porridge. Following her gaze, he beheld the clay pot beside her. The contents, which could generously be termed porridge, had thickened to the point where not a drop of liquid remained, resembling a mass of clay. Most concerning was the sight of several crabs, some fish still intact with their entrails, and a handful of cabbage speckled with spring mud. Li Xian felt an overwhelming urge to retreat to his room. Yet Feng Zhouge's eager gaze held him captive. With a forced smile, he descended the stairs. Good morning, junior sister. Brother, come and have some porridge. What is the specialty of this porridge? This is a creation especially for you. I have bestowed upon it a magnificent name, a pot of porridge from heaven and earth. Oh, pray tell why. Behold, this porridge contains pork, pigeon meat, fish, and crab. Everything from the skies, the earth, and the waters is encompassed within. Isn't that splendidly formidable? Li Xian swallowed hard, glancing at the cabbage. A harmonious blend of meat and vegetables ensures complete nutrition, hence I added a handful of cabbage before serving. It is vibrantly green and tender, quite fresh indeed. Indeed, it was fresh, as evidenced by the spring mud clinging to it. Junior sister, must I truly partake? Absolutely. You wouldn't want to squander my good intentions, would you? Such goodwill, perhaps it would be better left unclaimed, Li Xian thought, his lips twitching in apprehension. As he gazed at the porridge, uncertain of how to begin, he caught sight of the curious innkeeper not far off. A spark ignited within him, and he exclaimed, Dear friends, have you yet had your breakfast? Why not partake in my junior sister's culinary skills? The others were taken aback. Young man, with such fine looks, how can your heart be so wicked? They hastily replied, shaking their heads. We have already dined. Indeed, we have eaten, so we shall not partake further. This is the porridge brewed specially for you by my junior sister. You should enjoy it yourself. Feng Zhouge looked at Li Xian with anticipation. Brother, do try it. He picked up a crab from the pot, cracked its shell, and began to savor the flesh. The merits of crabs are now evident. As long as they are alive, fresh, and well cooked, they will seldom disappoint, making it a tolerable addition to this pot of porridge. Brother, don't just eat the crab. There are many other delights in the porridge, and you must drink it too. How can one skip the staple food? Feng Zhouge kindly served him a bowl. Oh, brother and sister, you've begun eating. At that moment, Xiao Jinyu descended the stairs. Upon seeing the pot of porridge on the table, she turned to leave. Apologies. I suddenly remembered that I have yet to wash up. I must return. Third junior sister, no need to rush. Your senior sister has made this with great care. Come, let us share a drink. Li Xian smiled as he caught Xiao Jinyu. She looked at him with a tearful expression. Brother, are you certain this is safe to drink? I've just regained my abilities. I do not wish to be poisoned. Come, allow me to serve you. Li Xian ladled her a generous bowl. As she accepted it, her hands trembled. Watching her struggle to finish the pot of porridge, Xiao Jinyu, alongside Feng Zhouge, wore a satisfied smile. I shall prepare more for you tomorrow. No. Senior sister, spare us. Chapter 66. The competitive spirit of two junior sisters. Encountering a demon cultivator. Senior sister, your culinary skills are truly extraordinary. Such delicacies should only be enjoyed occasionally. Indulging too often can spoil one's palate, making everything else taste bland. Xiao Jinyu spoke earnestly. Indeed, if one consumes too much, their sense of taste may very well be ruined. Yes, third junior sister is right. Second junior sister, you must refrain from further cooking. Focus on your cultivation. It is the foremost duty of a martial artist. How can one waste time on such trivial matters? Li Xian responded gravely. After their earnest persuasion, Feng Zhouge abandoned the thought of continuing to cook, for she did not particularly relish the act either. After all, the reward had already been secured. Night fell. Feng Zhouge retrieved the supreme grade heavenly spirit jade, eagerly preparing to refine it. Her cultivation began to ascend rapidly, reaching the second, third, and fourth levels of the golden core in a single breath, ultimately soaring to the ninth level, just one step away from transcending. Moreover, Feng Zhouge sensed that the energy of the heavenly spirit jade had not yet been fully refined. Much remained hidden within her limbs and bones. This latent energy would significantly enhance her future cultivation efficiency. Coupled with her already rare physique, she was confident, within a year, I shall surely break through to the soul origin stage. Meanwhile, in another room, Li Xian found himself restless and unable to sleep. The porridge had inflicted a profound harm upon him. Despite his cultivation level, which would render even arsenic harmless, the taste of that porridge lingered hauntingly in his mind. The mere thought of it made him feel nauseous, truly dreadful. He would rather consume arsenic. Ding! Feng Zhouge's cultivation has broken through to the ninth level of the golden core. A significant advancement. Random reward. Host receives supreme bone of the holy physique. The supreme bone. Li Xian's eyes lit up at this revelation, for it had appeared in numerous novels. Moreover, there were legends regarding the supreme bone in the Tianxuan Continent. It was called the supreme bone because possessing this unique physique meant one had an extraordinary bone, enabling its bearer to ascend to the level of supreme. Some could even achieve this at an astonishing speed, while other holy physiques might take a decade to reach supreme. Those with supreme bone could potentially do so in just a year. However, upon reaching the supreme level, their growth rate would slow and align with that of other holy physiques. Additionally, the supreme bone came with inherent supernatural abilities. It was precisely these two characteristics that positioned the supreme bone among the elite of holy physiques, making it incredibly formidable. Receiving such a physique unexpectedly left Li Xian pleasantly surprised. He smiled faintly, reflecting on how his senior sister had advanced to the ninth level of the golden core so swiftly. Had she consumed some miraculous elixir? He did not wish to pry further, as everyone harbored their own secrets, much like the system he possessed. The thought that Feng Zhouge had granted him the supreme bone made him dismiss the porridge incident entirely. He would even gladly consume several bowls more. Who could refuse such a monumental fortune as trading a bowl of porridge for a supreme bone? Next, Li Xian began to delve into the nature of the supreme bone within himself. His consciousness sank inward, gradually revealing a shimmering golden bone in his chest, inscribed with intricate and profound runes. Streams of spiritual energy flowed through it. Even without actively cultivating, this bone would naturally absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, gradually converting it into true essence. Li Xian couldn't help but marvel. No wonder practitioners with supreme bone cultivated at an extraordinary pace. Having a supreme bone was akin to having a 24-hour automatic upgrade. How could their progress not surpass others? Upon closer examination of the arcane runes, he found them as perplexing as tadpoles, leaving him momentarily dizzy. He understood that these runes contained powerful supernatural abilities. Yet his comprehension was insufficient to grasp their intricacies at this moment. He was too disinterested to pursue it further. After all, he possessed his own supernatural skills. The pure young radiant sun was more than sufficient for his current needs. Ding! After a night of cultivation, Xiao Jinyu's cultivation has risen to the second level of the Golden Core. Cultivation feedback. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the mid-stage of the Great Venerable. Li Xian felt a significant enhancement in his own cultivation. A slight smile graced his lips. Indeed, having two junior sisters was quite beneficial. With two competitive junior sisters, the situation was even more delightful. Lying in bed, a hint of pride adorned his face. I, the king of indulgence, am experiencing a meteoric rise in cultivation. Upon leaving the inn, the trio continued their journey back to the crossing celestial gate. Along the way, Xiao Jinyu cast a glance at Feng Jioge, her keen perception revealing that her senior sister had made remarkable strides in her cultivation. It was not merely a breakthrough of 1 or 2 levels. She had ascended to the pinnacle of a realm, 9 golden cores. Astonishing. In just a single night, her senior's prowess had surged to such an extraordinary extent. It was almost superhuman. How had she accomplished this? Moreover, her senior brother, despite his youth, had already attained the status of a supreme. Were all the prodigies on Tianxuan Peak such monstrous talents? Xiao Jinyu mused. She had believed that with the restoration of her own talents and the possession of the extraordinary heavenly fire pearl, it would not be long before she surpassed Feng Jioge and caught up with Li Xian. However, it now seemed she had been overly naïve. She was a genius, but so were others. Furthermore, in terms of physical constitution, her counterpart was far superior. Xiao Jinyu, you must not become complacent. She internally motivated herself. Meanwhile, Feng Jioge glanced at Xiao Jinyu, who had progressed from the first golden core to the second in a single day, and felt a subtle tremor within her heart. Her own cultivation had indeed advanced swiftly. With the assistance of the celestial spirit Jade Marrow, she had undergone a transformation overnight. Yet what had Xiao Jinyu utilized? This new junior sister should not be underestimated. Feng Jioge reminded herself, despite her previous life as an empress and possessing the yin-yang celestial measure, she must not belittle the world around her. Suddenly, as the three traversed a mountain range, a powerful surge of true essence erupted in the distance. Intermingled with a hint of repugnant, demonic energy, Li Xian momentarily froze. Was it from the demonic clan? Yet, something felt amiss. Just as he pondered, a majestic golden body of a Vajra appeared, delivering a punch that shattered the demonic aura. But in the next moment, the demonic energy coalesced into a fierce and domineering beast, which swiftly knocked the golden body to the ground. The clash of Buddhist and demonic energies intertwined, causing small mountains in the vicinity to erupt and shatter. Upon sensing the Buddhist energy, Li Xian felt an inexplicable familiarity and hurried towards a small temple. Inside, a fierce battle raged. On one side stood two monks, Huikong and Huixin, whom Li Xian recognized. Opposite them was a bald elder wielding a dark, ominous flag, from which demonic energy surged forth. Those foul monks from the Golden Buddha sect are interrupting my affairs. Seeking death, the bald elder scoffed. Huixin, with hands clasped together, replied coldly, to concoct the 10,000 souls banner. You dare to impersonate the Buddhist sect and deceive the populace. This is utterly vile. Today, I shall rid the world of your menace. Chapter 67. The Destruction of the Old Yin Demon Cultivator. A mere rabbit, the bald elder waved the dark flag, and from it, countless souls erupted, clawing and gnashing their teeth as they surged towards Huixin and Huikong. A hint of compassion flickered across their faces as they recited Buddhist scriptures, their fists flying, while the golden body of the Vajra rotated behind them, shattering the souls and simultaneously launching an offensive against the bald elder. Yet the elder, wielding the wand of souls, emanated a far more potent aura than before. Huixin and Huikong were simply no match for him. They found themselves at a disadvantage, retreating step by step. Ha ha, foul monk, perish! The bald elder bellowed with laughter. Huikong and Huixin exerted all their strength to resist, yet peril loomed at every turn. Were they truly destined to lose their lives here today? Must this fiend continue to wreak havoc upon the innocent? Just as despair began to creep in, a figure clad in white approached from behind them. The air around this newcomer shimmered with an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Merely standing there, he exuded an aura so sacred and solemn that the wandering souls dared not approach. The familiar silhouette caused Huikong and Huixin to pause in surprise. It was young Master Li. He had arrived. What splendid news! The eyes of Huikong and Huixin sparkled with hope. However, The bald elder narrowed his eyes at the sudden appearance of Li Xian, feeling an unprecedented threat. The strength of this newcomer was undoubtedly far superior to that of Huikong and Huixin. Realizing this, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted from the elder, a manifestation of the supreme level. Huikong and Huixin gasped in astonishment. This villain had concealed his true power. What a cunning demon! The bald elder laughed heartily, exclaiming, "For many years, I have roamed the Eastern Continent, relying on this very skill of hidden strength. As a practitioner of dark arts, he was malevolent, ruthless, and merciless in his killings. Yet, his most treacherous trait lay in his cunning. He was acutely aware that, while his supreme level was among the elite in the Eastern Continent, there were still individuals he dared not provoke, such as the elders and leaders of the three sacred grounds. Therefore, he typically presented himself at the warrior level, only resorting to his supreme might in dire circumstances. Thus, most who sought to confront him were merely warriors, and he dismissed the supremes as unworthy of his attention. Even if a supreme were to arrive to eradicate him, upon witnessing his warrior level, they would likely underestimate him. At that moment, he would strike unexpectedly, unleashing his supreme prowess. He relished the incredulous expressions of those supremes in their final moments. It was precisely this treachery that rendered him virtually invincible. Li Xian regarded the bald elder with mild astonishment, impressed by his adept concealment of power, so much so that even he had momentarily overlooked it. The first demon he encountered was indeed a sly old fox. "Perish, wretch!" The elder roared as he brandished the Wand of Souls, summoning a torrent of spectral energy that coalesced into a massive, pitch-black blade, empowered by his demonic essence. Its might was colossal and irresistible. Observing this, Li Xian gently raised his hand, fingers coalescing into a fist. In that fleeting moment of clenched resolve, the winds surged and spiritual energy swelled. An unparalleled Vajra manifestation materialized behind him, exuding a solemn majesty and a fierce gaze, as if intent on vanquishing all malevolent beings. With a single punch, an overwhelming force of intent surged forth, shaking the heavens and the earth. The dark blade, crashing against this astonishing will, shattered with a resounding explosion, and the fist of the manifestation struck the bald elder directly. The elder let out a piercing scream of anguish. "No, no, how could one possess such strength?" the elder exclaimed in disbelief. After a lifetime of cunning and scheming, he never anticipated being vanquished by a mere boy who seemed to have appeared from nowhere with a single blow. Huixin and Huikong were equally perplexed, staring at Li Xian in astonishment, struggling to accept the reality before them. Upon recognizing the martial art he employed, their disbelief deepened. "Li Gongzi, is that the King Kong subduing demon fist you were using?" Huikong managed to stammer after swallowing hard. Li Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, it was the King Kong subduing demon fist. The two gasped in shock. What sorcery was this? They were acquainted with the technique, but when had it evolved into such a formidable force? Why was it that in Li Gongzi's hands, the King Kong subduing demon fist could unleash such power? Huixin could not restrain her curiosity. Li Xian smiled gently. "If you wish to learn, I shall teach you." Hope flickered in their eyes, yet Huixin interjected. "Let us first free the people within this temple." They entered the temple, which appeared unremarkable, adorned with various Buddha statues. However, when Huixin struck the floor of the main hall, it exploded, revealing a subterranean dungeon. Inside the prison, numerous citizens, men, women, and children, were shackled, each bearing wounds. Upon witnessing the floor being torn asunder, terror washed over their faces, and some fell to their knees, begging for mercy. "Please, do not torment us," Huixin reassured them. "Fear not, I am here to rescue you. Save us, please," they pleaded. "Yes, the demon has been slain, you are safe now." Huixin liberated the captives. In that moment of regained freedom, overwhelming joy caused many to weep openly. Li Xian inquired, "What transpired here?" Sighing, one of the rescued explained, "It is a long story. After parting ways with you, we intended to return to the King Kong sect, but on our journey, we learned of a temple nearby where many had gone missing. We came to investigate, only to discover that the abbot was a demon cultivator in disguise. He deceived the populace into offering incense, and worse still, he captured many citizens, torturing them. After their demise, he ensnared their vengeful spirits within the soul-collecting banner." Huixin recounted. Li Xian glanced at the soul-collecting banner on the ground, now shattered under his might, releasing a torrent of souls. Meanwhile, Huikong recited scriptures, guiding the spirits to peace. "Demon cultivators truly deserve their fate," Li Xian remarked coolly. Demon cultivators differ from the demon race. Their essence is still human, yet they idolize the power of demons, adopting their methods. Their cruelty and cunning can sometimes surpass that of the demon race. In the Eastern Continent, there are several sects of demon cultivators. One such sect, known as the Soul-Controlling Sect, specializes in crafting the soul-collecting banner. This bald elder possessed considerable strength and may be a high-ranking member of that sect. Nevertheless, Li Xian was unconcerned, for the man had already met his end. Seeking vengeance was of no fear to him. After releasing the people, they approached Huikong and Hui-Xin to express their gratitude. To vanquish the malevolent practitioner was not the achievement of the two of us, but rather that of the esteemed Li Xian. Let us extend our gratitude solely to him. Hui-Xin humbly refrained from claiming any credit. Without Li Xian, it is likely that his fellow disciples would have perished here. The assembly approached Li Xian and knelt before him, gazing in awe at his ethereal presence. Moved by the realization that he was indeed a celestial being, Li Xian helped them rise, saying, "Esteemed guests, it is thanks to the arduous efforts of the two masters that we have arrived here. I alone could not have defeated that dark practitioner. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the three gallant heroes. Upon our return, we shall surely erect an everlasting tablet in honor of your deeds." The crowd expressed their profound gratitude. Once the common folk had departed, Li Xian unleashed a pure yang fire, incinerating the temple. At that moment, Feng Jiuge seemed to notice something, pointing toward a patch of grass beside the temple, exclaiming, "There appears to be something there." As they approached, they discovered a rabbit, its tail ablaze, rolling frantically on the ground. Xiao Jinyu remarked with a peculiar expression, "It seems this rabbit bolted from the temple. Yet it has survived the pure yang fire?" Chapter 68, The Celestial Moon Rabbit. Capture the rabbit. The might of pure yang fire is formidable. Even a mere spark could fell a ferocious tiger, yet this rabbit emerged from the flaming temple, its tail ignited, rolling about yet unharmed. This was no ordinary rabbit. Li Xian stepped forward, capturing the creature and extinguishing the flames on its tail, though it had been singed bare. Upon closer inspection, the rabbit had fainted, revealing internal injuries not inflicted by the pure yang fire, indicating it had been wounded prior. Curiously, how had such a rabbit found its way into the temple? Huikong and the others observed the rabbit with intrigue, while a nearby villager recalled, "Once, when that dark practitioner tormented us, he appeared grim and seemed to chant something about a mad rabbit, a dead rabbit, all while his garments were stained with blood. Could this rabbit be the adversary of that dark practitioner?" The group grew increasingly curious. That practitioner was a supreme being. Could this little rabbit truly contend with him? "Li Gongzi, how do you intend to proceed?" Hui-Xin inquired. "Let us take it with us for now. I sense no foul stench of blood or corruption emanating from this rabbit. It likely does not belong to the category of malevolent beasts that harm the populace." Li Xian replied calmly, "Just as there exists a spectrum of humanity, so too does it apply to beasts. Some creatures merely absorb the essence of sun and moon, cultivating righteous paths, while others feast upon human life, drawing vitality and blood. Such beasts often carry a miasma of blood and corruption, easily discerned by those of higher cultivation." With Li Xian's words, the others expressed their agreement. "Then we shall heed your counsel, Li Gongzi. We have already lingered long enough and should make our way back now. Farewell for the time being," Hui-Xin stated. Indeed, Li Xian nodded slightly, parting ways with the two once more. As Huixin and Huikong ventured a short distance away, Huixin suddenly smacked her forehead in frustration. Alas, she lamented, forgetting to learn the formidable Vajra demon-subduing fist from young Master Li. Sighing, she hoped that when they next crossed paths, he would graciously offer his guidance once more. A glimmer of anticipation shone in their eyes. Li Xian's Vajra demon-subduing fist was indeed a powerful technique, its force seemingly capable of vanquishing all malevolent beings, invoking their sincere admiration. Li Xian continued on his journey with his two junior sisters, accompanied this time by a slumbering rabbit. The rabbit bore significant internal injuries and remained in a deep sleep. Along the way, Li Xian utilized his own vital energy to nurture it back to health. During this process, he was astonished to discover that the rabbit was no ordinary creature. Its physique was remarkably robust, surpassing that of some battle kings. However, it lacked sufficient demonic energy within. The demonic core was damaged, leaving it with strength that now only equated to the golden core stage, and it bore remnants of malevolent energy in its meridians, likely inflicted by a dark cultivator. What misfortune had led this poor rabbit to confront such a dark being? Li Xian pondered, cradling the rabbit on his lap and carefully infusing it with vital energy. Suddenly, The rabbit trembled and opened its eyes, revealing iridescent orbs akin to rubies. Li Xian smiled gently. Ah, you are awake. Yet, in the next breath, the rabbit shut its eyes once more, drifting back into slumber. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. It must have sustained grave injuries and was merely roused for a fleeting moment. Clearly, further nurturing was necessary. At that moment, the rabbit was filled with confusion. Who was this person? Why had he captured me? Did he, like that dark cultivator, intend to consume me? Indeed, the rabbit had already awakened but feigned sleep. After all, she was uncertain of Li Xian's intentions, not knowing whether he was friend or foe. Thus, she opted to remain in her guise, seeking to ascertain the truth. Suddenly, she sensed a thread of vital energy coursing into her body. Instinctively, she yearned to resist with her demonic energy, but quickly suppressed the impulse. After all, she was feigning sleep. Should she activate her demonic energy, it would reveal her awareness. Subsequently, she felt the vital energy traversing within her, gradually mending the damaged meridians inflicted by the dark cultivator. Her injuries began to mend. This person is helping me heal? What motive could he possibly have? The rabbit was no longer the naive creature she had been upon descending the mountain. She understood that in human society, no one would extend help without a reason. Humans were often duplicitous, cunning, and treacherous. One misstep could lead to betrayal, just like that dark cultivator, who, masquerading as a benevolent monk, had lured her into the temple only to strike her down, seeking to consume her flesh and blood for his own cultivation. Had she not possessed some strength and managed to escape the confines of the barrier he set, she might have perished. It is often said that the most perilous places are, in fact, the safest. That old monk would never have anticipated that, despite her grievous injuries. She would not seek to flee but instead remain hidden within his temple to recuperate. She silently praised her own wit. Yet, she could not comprehend why. While she was hiding in the temple to recuperate, a sudden inferno descended from the heavens, reducing the temple to ashes. She had never witnessed such a terrifying blaze. Her very flesh nearly turned to cinders, and the fur on her tail was completely scorched away. The thought of her bare tail brought forth tears. Among her kin, she was the most beautiful rabbit, and countless male rabbits had lined up to bid her farewell, even some female rabbits. But now, her tail was devoid of fur, and she had instantly transformed into the ugliest in her clan. Heartbroken and despondent, she pondered whether this was the doing of the human. Indeed, there was not a single good human. He tended to her wounds and expelled the demonic energy. Surely, he harbored ulterior motives, perhaps intending to roast her after purging his own demonic essence. After all, ordinary warriors despise the taint of demonic energy. It must be so. The mere thought of her fate plunged the rabbit into sorrow. She resolved to resist and seek an opportunity to escape. However, for several consecutive days, she found no chance, as Li Xian kept her by his side, periodically healing her. The demonic energy within her had long been eradicated, yet he showed no inclination to harm her. Could she have misjudged him? The rabbit mused as she cautiously opened her eyes to a narrow slit, glancing at Li Xian, who was meditating nearby. He was undeniably handsome. She could not help but acknowledge that he was the most attractive human she had ever encountered. Not only was his appearance striking, but he also possessed an ethereal quality that evoked a flicker of affection within her. Ding! Favorability from the lunar jade rabbit. 5. Li Xian slightly opened his eyes and caught a glimpse of the rabbit, who promptly shut her eyes again. This rabbit was, astonishingly, the fabled lunar jade rabbit. The jade rabbit clan was a renowned lineage within the beast realm. The lunar jade rabbit, in particular, was the most exalted among them, said to achieve sainthood as long as they did not perish prematurely. He never anticipated that burning a temple would lead him to such a remarkable beast. What extraordinary fortune! Observing the seemingly slumbering jade rabbit, Li Xian smiled faintly, opting not to expose her ruse, instead increasing the frequency of his healing efforts. Furthermore, he delighted in cradling the rabbit in his hands, relishing the delightful softness of her fur, akin to the pleasure of petting a cat. Chapter 69. I will not be outdone by other rabbits. Senior brother, do you truly adore rabbits? Feng Zhouge inquired, observing Li Xian, who perpetually cradled the rabbit in his arms, a hint of curiosity in her voice. If he cherished them, should she procure a whole bunch for him at Tianxuan Peak? This way, whenever he stroked a rabbit, he would think of her, thereby elevating her status in his heart. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Jinyu interjected, if you truly like them, senior brother, I can fetch a few from the city for you. Feng Zhouge, What a precocious little sister. Li Xian smiled faintly, stating that there was no need for concern, for heaven possessed a heart of compassion. Observing the rabbit's pure constitution, imbued with a delicate spirit devoid of any taint or bloodshed, he surmised it must be a rabbit that had diligently honed its craft. Such arduous cultivation should not end in untimely demise. Thus, he resolved to administer aid to it. Upon hearing his words, the tiny jade rabbit, feigning slumber, felt a pang of guilt. Could it be that he was indeed a good person? How had she misjudged him? Yet, she hesitated, pondering that perhaps he was merely putting on a facade before his two junior sisters. People often wore masks, presenting one face openly while concealing another in shadows. More observation was warranted. Nightfall descended. The group found a tavern to rest, mere miles from the Duxian gate. If they wished to return swiftly, Li Xian could have easily taken his two junior sisters to soar through the skies, reaching their destination in less than half an hour. Yet, they opted for a leisurely pace, for there was no pressing matter at hand. Within the tavern room, Li Xian opened the window, placing the still feigning rabbit at its edge to bask in the moonlight. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Your injuries have fully healed, and you may depart at any time." The tiny jade rabbit was taken aback. How could he have known she was merely pretending to be asleep? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Who remained in slumber if their wounds had healed? Li Xian tenderly stroked the rabbit's ears, cautioning, "In this tumultuous world, you must be wary, dear rabbit, and avoid further harm." With that, he returned to his bed to rest. Before long, the sound of his deep breathing filled the room. He had truly let his guard down and succumbed to slumber. A notification chimed, indicating an increase in the tiny jade rabbit's favorability by 10. Li Xian, nestled in his covers, made a victorious gesture. Meanwhile, the rabbit, her eyes fluttering open with a complex expression as she glanced at him, leapt gracefully out the window, vanishing into the vast night. Once she departed, Li Xian opened his eyes and sighed deeply. Was there truly such a divide between humans and demons? Regrettably, it seemed he had lost the companionship of the rabbit. However, the thought of her favorability rating, now at 60, brought him solace, as it signified a stroke of good fortune. He had indeed contemplated keeping the rabbit close, for a tiny jade rabbit was no small matter, promising great potential for the future. Yet, he ultimately relinquished that desire. After all, a forcibly retained fruit is seldom sweet, and a cornered rabbit may bite. Keeping her against her will would not foster genuine friendship. It would be wiser to let her go freely, ensuring that future encounters would be amicable. Of course, this was not the crux of the matter. The true concern lay in the formidable nature of the Jade Rabbit clan, renowned within the beast realm. The Jade Rabbit lineage ranked among the most elite forces throughout the Tianxuan Continent, boasting at least 5 or 6 sages in their ranks. Compared to the revered sacred grounds of Dongzhou, they were far more intimidating. To offend the tiny Jade Rabbit was to provoke the entire clan. Even the sages tread carefully in such matters. The following day, as Li Xian rose, Feng Jioga noticed the absence of the rabbit in his hands, her surprise evident. "Senior brother, where is your rabbit? I have set it free. May we meet again in the future," Li Xian remarked with a smile. "Oh, I thought you were reluctant to part with that rabbit, considering how fond you seemed of it lately," Xiao Jinyu replied. "Indeed, it is said that it is no ordinary rabbit. Even if I were to cherish it, I must respect its wishes, do I not?" Li Xian stated. Xiao Jinyu nodded, filled with admiration. "Truly, you are worthy of the title senior brother. Your character is noble and pure. If I were in your position, my affection would compel me to keep the other party close at hand." The group continued their journey. However, as they passed through a town, Li Xian paused momentarily, captivated by a stall selling rabbits. I have grown accustomed to stroking those rabbits these days. It feels quite strange not having one in my hands," he mused. During their midday meal, Xiao Jinyu and Feng Jioga stepped away for a brief moment. Upon their return, they stood with their hands behind their backs, seemingly concealing something. Li Xian, curious, inquired, "What have you been up to?" "Senior brother, this is a gift for you," they exclaimed almost in unison, revealing 2 rabbits, one white and one gray. They exchanged glances, a playful competition evident in their eyes. Who would have thought? Senior sister, annoying younger sister, is quite adept at winning senior brother's favor. Truly impressive. Li Xian, momentarily taken aback, reached out to pat their heads, expressing his gratitude. Is this what it feels like to be cared for by younger sisters? How delightful. He felt his affection for them was well placed. With one rabbit in each hand, he smiled and remarked, "One for braising, and the other for roasting. What do you think? Younger sisters?" Feng Jioge and Xiao Jinyu gasped in surprise. Huh. After a moment of thought, Feng Jioge replied, if senior brother likes it, then I am fine with anything. Yes, I too prefer a bit of spice, Xiao Jinyu chimed in. Li Xian chuckled, I was merely jesting. How could you take me so seriously? This is the first gift from my younger sisters, and I shall treasure it dearly. With the two rabbits in tow, they continued their way. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley behind them, a rabbit peered out, watching the departing group with a complex gaze. With a fist, she struck the adjacent wall, causing it to collapse with a resounding crash. I am utterly furious. How long have I been gone? So swiftly has another rabbit taken my place. Men are indeed fickle-minded creatures. Fuming, she stamped her foot in frustration, contemplating her departure. But then she hesitated, turning back to stealthily follow Li Xian and his companions. I refuse to be outdone by any other rabbit. Before long, Li Xian returned to the Duxian sect with his two younger sisters. Upon entering the gate, several disciples greeted him with bright eyes and enthusiastic welcomes. Senior brother, welcome back. Senior brother, I heard that during your journey to the Great Zhou, you defeated a supreme being and forced a sage to bow before you. Is that true? Senior brother, it has been too long. I have missed you greatly. Senior brother, the senior sister of my divine sword Peak wishes to engage you in a night-long sword discussion. Would you be interested? A sword discussion? For an entire night? What you propose is hardly a discussion. I am almost embarrassed to say it outright. The crowd scoffed. A female disciple noticed the two rabbits nestled in Li Xian's arms, her eyes sparkling with delight. Oh, how adorable these rabbits are. The hidden Tianjade rabbit, overhearing this, felt a surge of anger, her eyes reddening further, though they were already crimson. Adorable? This ignorant woman. She scoffed inwardly. Those two rabbits are not even a fraction as charming as I am. Chapter 70. The Unruly Master. The Disillusionment of Xiao Jinyu. How cute these rabbits are, exclaimed a disciple. I never imagined my senior brother possessed such a tender heart. Oh, how I admire him even more now. I must get myself some rabbits too. Senior brother, I have several lovely ones, soft and white. Come over and play with them sometime. Li Xian smiled gently, parting the crowd. I have brought back a new junior sister and must take her to meet the master. I bid you farewell. With that, he departed with Feng Jioge and Xiao Jinyu. Many cast envious glances at Xiao Jinyu's retreating figure. Another female disciple has joined Tianxuan Peak. One remarked, indeed, I wish to join Tianxuan Peak as well. Alas, the Peak Master is quite capricious in selecting disciples. Who knows what her criteria are? While they debated, a flash of white darted past them, trailing behind Li Xian and the others as they ascended Tianxuan Peak. The crowd rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? They wondered, searching in vain for the source of the apparition. Meanwhile, the Tianjade rabbit followed closely, her petite form displaying remarkable agility. For a moment, no one detected the presence of this extraordinary rabbit infiltrating the Immortal Crossing sect. Internally, the Tianjade rabbit chuckled. Though her cultivation had been severely diminished, her physical prowess remained intact. With her agile movements, even a supreme being would struggle to notice her. Truth be told, had it not been for that insufferable old monk's magical barriers, her pursuers would never have stood a chance. As Li Xian made his way to Tianxuan Peak, he sensed something amiss and murmured, I feel as though someone is following me. He extended his spiritual awareness, scanning the surroundings, and caught a fleeting glimpse of white. It was the Tianjade rabbit. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Xian's gaze. So, she has managed to follow me here. Is she reluctant to part with me? Or does she harbor ulterior motives? Contemplating this, he chose to remain still, escorting his two junior sisters back to Tianxuan Peak. Throughout the journey, Xiao Jinyu scrutinized the Immortal Crossing sect, finding it much as she had envisioned, grand and ethereal, with pavilions and towers rising majestically, some nestled against mountains, others beside flowing waters. However, upon reaching Tianxuan Peak, she fell into silence. Compared to the other magnificent peaks, Tianxuan Peak appeared rather shabby. The trees were sparse, only a few streams meandered through, and wildlife was almost non-existent, as if even the animals shunned this desolate place. Clearly, the peak had been neglected for some time. No one could have imagined that such a peak could nurture a prodigious talent like Li Xian. Could it be? Is this the attitude that the Immortal Crossing sect holds towards a supreme being? To allocate such a peak? Li Xian noticed the subtle change in Xiao Jinyu's expression and cleared his throat. In truth, Tianxuan Peak was not always in this state. It used to be a place of picturesque beauty, teeming with spiritual herbs and fruits, but an unfortunate incident occurred later. What incident? Your master lacked spirit stones and resorted to selling the herbs from the mountain. Li Xian hesitated to voice this directly and replied, "That is of little consequence. Rest assured, junior sister, I shall tend to it well in due time." Indeed, there was a time when only he and Lu Tianxian resided there, so there was no need for excessive concern. However, circumstances had changed. He now had 2 junior sisters to care for, which would likely require a considerable amount of spirit stones. He wondered if his master would grant him the necessary resources. Li Xian then released the rabbits onto the ground, allowing them to frolic freely, and led Xiao Jinyu to Lu Tianxuan's cave dwelling to pay their respects. Xiao Jinyu felt a tinge of apprehension, pondering what her master might be like, cold and stern, kind and gentle, or amiable. In her mind, an image of an elderly figure with white hair and eyebrows materialized, holding a fly whisk, whose expression shifted between benevolence and severity. Noticing her unease, Li Xian smiled. "Junior sister, there is no need for excessive worry. Master is quite approachable." Indeed, Lu Tianxian was rather easygoing, as she often remained in her cave, indulging in sleep and rarely ventured out. It was difficult to truly interact with her. A prime example was Feng Jioge, who, after becoming Lu Tianxuan's disciple, had very few encounters with her. Hearing Li Xian's reassurance, Xiao Jinyu felt a slight release of her tension, though she remained somewhat on edge. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, Li Xian clasped his hands and announced, "Master, your disciple has returned with junior sister Xiao." "Who is junior sister?" came Lu Tianxuan's languid voice. Xiao Jinyu was taken aback, realizing that her master did not even know her name. Li Xian quickly corrected himself. "She is your newly accepted 3rd disciple." "Oh, bring her in," Lu Tianxian said, suddenly enlightened. As Li Xian led Xiao Jinyu into the cave, they were greeted by the sight of a tall woman with white hair and red eyes, reclining on a large bed, engrossed in a book. As she read, her long, fair legs occasionally swayed playfully. Xiao Jinyu's preconceived notion of her imposing master crumbled in an instant. She could never have anticipated that her master would be like this. Could such a person truly meant her appear as extraordinary as her brother? It seemed somewhat frivolous. Having met her master, Li Xian and Xiao Jinyu bowed respectfully. Lu Tianxian glanced at them, and upon noticing something amusing, she leapt off the bed barefoot and hurried over to Li Xian. Under the astonished gaze of Xiao Jinyu, Lu Tianxian's hands roamed over Li Xian's body, her lips chanting softly, "Oh, quite the transformation. Your cultivation has progressed rapidly. Have you engaged in dual cultivation with someone else?" "No, the Yuan Yang remains." TSK, your chest has grown sturdier. It seems there is a peculiar bone within." "How intriguing." Lu Tianxuan's eyes sparkled as she regarded Li Xian, her ministrations resembling those of a lecherous woman. Beside them, Xiao Jinyu felt her face flush, increasingly convinced that her master was far from proper. "Master, junior sister is still here." Li Xian hastily grasped Lu Tianxuan's misbehaving hand, exclaiming helplessly. Lu Tianxian was far too carefree. One might even say she acted with reckless abandon, indifferent to the presence of others or the appropriateness of the situation. As long as she felt no embarrassment, it was others who would feel awkward. "Oh, I see." Lu Tianxian turned to Xiao Jinyu, lifting her chin with a finger to examine her closely, murmuring, "There is indeed quite a difference from the last life." Xiao Jinyu failed to catch her words, startled by the frivolity of her actions. Could it be that her master was not only a lecher, but also one who indulged in both genders? "Oh, the Heavenly Fire Pearl has been activated. Fascinating. It seems you have encountered quite a number of interesting events on this journey," Lu Tianxian remarked with a faint smile. Chapter 71. Li Xian Spanking. Lu Tianxian immediately discerned that the Heavenly Fire Pearl within Xiao Jinyu was in an activated state, causing her pupils to constrict slightly. The fact that Lu Tianxian was aware of the Heavenly Fire Pearl's existence was unsettling. "Wait, senior brother helped me activate the Heavenly Fire Pearl using. He is also aware of it. Thus, it is not surprising that Lu Tianxian, as Li Xian's master, knows of this matter." Recalling her senior brother's noble character, capable of resisting the temptations of the Heavenly Fire Pearl, she surmised that Lu Tianxian, as her senior brother's teacher, must not fall short either. Yet, observing Lu Tianxian continuing her playful antics upon her senior brother, Xiao Jinyu began to doubt her previous judgments. "Please step outside. I have important matters to discuss with your senior brother," Lu Tianxian stated. Xiao Jinyu glanced at Li Xian, who nodded slightly in affirmation. "You may go and find your senior sister." "Very well," Xiao Jinyu replied, turning to leave. Within the cave dwelling, only Lu Tianxian and Li Xian remained. Lu Tianxian eagerly anticipated unveiling Li Xian's garments, exclaiming, "Come, allow your master to thoroughly investigate this newly emerged supreme bone of yours. Master, please. There is no need to rush. I can manage myself," Li Xian lamented, caught in a tumult of emotions. Grief intertwined with helplessness, and reluctance mingled with reluctant enjoyment. Slowly, he peeled away his clothing, revealing his chest. Lu Tianxuan's fingers pressed against him, and as a glimmer of spiritual light flickered, she began to examine the newly formed supreme bone within Li Xian, a smile tugging at her lips. "Ah, this supreme bone possesses some intrigue. Is this a divine transformation? How fascinating." With a gentle smile, Lu Tianxian suddenly thrust her finger with force, penetrating Li Xian's chest. Li Xian's eyes widened in shock. "Master, are you attempting to take my life?" Yet, curiously, although Lu Tianxuan's fingers have penetrated my being, I feel not a hint of pain. Instead, a delightful tingling sensation courses through me, akin to a gentle electric current. I cannot help but emit a soft moan of pleasure. In the next moment, a myriad of enigmatic characters materializes in my mind, revealing an extraordinary divine ability known as One Thought Blossoms. In an instant, I comprehend that this is a skill innate to the supreme bone within me. With my level of understanding, I would have originally been uncertain of how long it would take to grasp such profundities. However, with but a gentle prod from Lu Tianxian, I have attained this enlightenment. "Master, how formidable you are." I cannot suppress my inner exclamations. Lu Tianxian withdraws her finger, and as I gaze upon the hole she has created in my chest, I witness the supreme bone emanating a radiant light. To my astonishment, the wound heals at an observable pace, vanishing entirely within a breath's time, leaving my chest smooth and unblemished. Who could have imagined that a wound had just been inflicted here? Divine abilities, akin to physical attributes, are not only varied in strength but also differ in nature, encompassing dualities such as yin and yang, the five elements, light and darkness, and curses. The divine ability associated with your supreme bone is of an exceedingly high caliber, embodying the essence of creation and a trace of the mystery of life, which is quite commendable. Practice diligently. It shall serve you well in the future. Lu Tianxian, resting her chin on her hand, regards me with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. First, the pure yang sacred body, and now the supreme bone. What further surprises might your mysterious constitution reveal? It has been many years since she encountered anything so intriguing. My presence has added a touch of novelty to her otherwise monotonous existence. Exploring my constitution has become a newfound passion for her. I perceive the playful glint in her gaze, feeling somewhat like a lab rat. My heart brims with indignation. Good master, you may revel in this moment, but when I rise to power, I shall surely take my revenge. I cast a glance at Lu Tianxuan's pert form. With a light tap on my forehead, she admonishes, "Little Xuanzi, do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. You are still quite naive." Rubbing the spot where she tapped me, I clasp my hands in salute and say, "Master, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Go on, go on." Lu Tianxian waves her hand dismissively. Suddenly, a thought strikes me, and I inquire, "Master, have you ever visited the mysterious sacred land?" Upon hearing my question, her expression stiffens, and a hint of guilt colors her response. What would I do in the mysterious sacred land? It holds no allure. For my sake, she had indeed traversed the mysterious sacred land, rendering the entire upper echelon utterly subdued. To others, this would be a source of pride, yet for the haughty Lu Tianxian, the effort expended for the sake of someone as insignificant as me diminishes her lofty image. Furthermore, this impudent boy often harbors thoughts of her, desiring to usurp her authority. Should he discover how much she truly cares for him, it would only embolden him further. In summary, this matter must remain confidential. Some time ago, I encountered the venerable ancestor of the ethereal sanctuary, and he sought to take my life, Li Xian recounted. Lu Tianxian raised her delicate brows, her anger flaring. How dare he? It seems he has yet to learn his lesson. I shall dismantle him. Wait, that is not right. If he truly intends to kill you, how could you possibly be unscathed? Lu Tianxian suddenly grasped the situation, her gaze shifting to Li Xian, who wore a hint of amusement on his face. She realized he was deceiving her. Very well. How audacious for a mere junior to toy with his master. This is intolerable. I shall not endure it. A chill ran down Li Xian's spine as he beheld Lu Tianxuan's icy countenance, and he swallowed hard, sensing the gravity of his miscalculation. Master, please rest well. I shall take my leave. He turned to depart, but suddenly, An overwhelming force pulled him back. Li Xian found himself involuntarily retreating, rendered powerless by the might of the Grandmaster. Lu Tianxian, with a stern expression, pressed him down onto the bed. "Master, what do you intend to do?" he stammered. "To discipline my wayward disciple." With a resounding slap, Lu Tianxian struck Li Xian's posterior. Slap, slap, slap. Several more blows followed. Li Xian was bewildered. He had yet to fulfill his ultimate goal of striking his master's backside, only to find himself now at her mercy. Tears of despair welled in his eyes. "Master, I was wrong." Slap. "Master, take it easy." Slap. In Feng Jioge's abode, Xiao Jinyu returned and bowed to Feng Jioge. "Having met the master, how do you feel?" "She is quite unconventional." "Indeed, unconventional," Feng Jioge mused with a cold smile. What unconventionality? It was clearly a lack of propriety. She noticed Li Xian was absent and inquired, "Where is my senior brother?" "He remains in the cave dwelling. The master mentioned she has important matters to discuss with him." Crack. Xiao Jinyu's cup shattered in her grip. With a frosty expression, she incinerated the fragments with phoenix fire, her frustration boiling over. "What important matters?" "Leaving my senior brother in the cave dwelling without regard for propriety between the sexes? That wretched master." "While in the cave, did the master do anything to my senior brother?" Feng Jioge questioned. Xiao Jinyu's face flushed at the thought of Lu Tianxuan's liberties with Li Xian, though envy flickered in her eyes. Their close relationship was enviable. How wonderful it would be if she could be as unrestrained with her senior brother as the master was. Noticing her expression, Feng Jioge's heart sank further. How dare they behave so openly in front of the newly arrived junior sister? She conceded that she had underestimated her master's audacity. Chapter 72. The effect of a single thought on the blooming flower. Xiao Jinyu's calculations. As Li Xian exited Lu Tianxuan's cave, he wore a despondent expression, rubbing his backside as he walked. "What a predicament! I shall never again provoke my master's ire so lightly. One must consider the master's dignity. Otherwise, one may find oneself on the receiving end of repercussions." Through this incident, he came to understand why the elusive ancestor held such fear of him. Indeed, it was due to Lu Tianxian. The latter had ventured to the Miao Miao sacred land on his behalf. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced his lips. With a caring junior sister by his side and a protective master supporting him, Li Xian felt that his life was improving remarkably. Upon returning to his residence, he found Feng Jioge and Xiao Jinyu awaiting him, rushing to greet him. They looked at Li Xian with a hint of surprise. "Senior brother, why do you walk so unsteadily? Are you injured?" "Ahem, it's nothing. I merely twisted my ankle by accident." The esteemed one, twisting an ankle while walking? This fib is hardly believable. Not even a 3-year-old would be convinced. However, they chose not to expose his untruth, but instead led him into the wooden cabin and began to remove his boots. "Senior brother, which foot shall I massage for you?" Upon hearing Xiao Jinyu's words, Feng Jioge's eyes narrowed slightly. "Third junior sister, as you are new here, how can you trouble yourself with such small matters? Allow me to assist instead." "It is no trouble. This is my duty as a junior sister," Xiao Jinyu replied. "Ah, third junior sister. Since you have yet to find accommodation on Tianxuan Peak, I suggest you gather some wood and construct a small dwelling first. This matter can wait. Helping senior brother with his foot is more pressing," Li Xian interjected. Observing the two junior sisters so eager to attend to him, he felt a swell of emotion. Though he was also somewhat puzzled. Was it truly necessary to fuss over such a trivial matter? It felt inappropriate to burden them with such a minor issue. More importantly, his injury was to his backside and not his foot. Would he dare request them to massage that instead? He chuckled at the thought. Surely, they would find it distasteful. "It's merely a small matter. I can handle it myself," Li Xian said lightly. "By the way, third junior sister, you should prioritize building your wooden house, lest you find yourself without shelter tonight." Having said this, Xiao Jinyu ceased her insistence on massaging his foot. Feng Jioge smiled faintly. Just as she was about to offer assistance, Li Xian said, "Second junior sister, why don't you lend a hand to third junior sister?" "Oh, I believe she can manage on her own," she replied. "The hour grows late. Having an extra pair of hands will expedite the process. My foot is truly fine, so there is no need for concern," Li Xian assured them. Feng Jioge cast a reluctant glance at his foot. Yet to avoid giving the impression of neglecting her junior sister, she followed Xiao Jinyu outside to help build the house, albeit without great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, within the cabin, Li Xian began to ponder the wondrous power of creation. With a thought, he closed his eyes, gradually grasping the profound intricacies of this divine ability. In the next moment, He raised his hand, and a flower began to materialize within his palm, resembling a lotus, swaying gracefully and emanating a vibrant life force. A thought. A flower blooms. This is the power of creation. He marveled. It contained a trace of the essence of life, capable of swiftly healing various injuries and nurturing the essence of plants. What a remarkable ability. This thought of blooming had transcended the pinnacle of divine powers, reaching an unparalleled realm. Such an extraordinary divine ability. Even among the saints, few could master such a level of power. The supreme bone within him was indeed extraordinary. To heal various injuries, should it not also be capable of mending my posterior? Li Xian's gaze flickered as he lay prone on the bed. With a mere thought, a lotus flower blossomed from his rear. Astonishing. His posterior had indeed flourished. The lotus swayed gently, releasing waves of vital energy. And under the nurturing embrace of this life force, his wounds healed at an astonishing rate. The swollen and inflamed area diminished almost instantaneously. Ah, this effect is rather remarkable. Li Xian mused, his spirits lifted. No wonder the master was so relentless. It seems he had already anticipated my latent ability to bloom in such a manner, rendering any punishment inconsequential. Truly, the master cares for me. While Li Xian tended to his injuries indoors, outside, Xiao Jinyu and Feng Jioge were laboriously constructing a wooden cabin. However, the process was far from smooth. Although Feng Jioge lacked diligence, she found herself exasperated by the clumsiness of her third junior sister. To erect a simple cabin, either the wood was cut too short or too long, or the pit was too shallow, the foundation weak, necessitating a complete redo. How could anyone be so inept? She mused, perplexed by the apparent lack of skill in someone who did not seem so foolish. As night gradually enveloped the sky, the cabin remained unfinished, and Xiao Jinyu's spirits waned. Feng Jioge, observing from the sidelines, smirked inwardly, pondering where her companion would sleep tonight. Surely, the grass would have to suffice. Meanwhile, Li Xian emerged, his eyes widening at the sight of the scattered timber. Haven't you finished yet? He inquired. No, senior brother, I am so clumsy, Xiao Jinyu lamented. Li Xian approached and ruffled her hair gently. It's all right. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Just take your time. But I have nowhere to sleep tonight. Perhaps, senior brother, I could stay with you for a night? Xiao Jinyu suggested, blinking innocently. Feng Jioge, who had been anticipating some amusement, widened her eyes in realization. She understood now. All this talk of clumsiness was merely a ruse. This was indeed the ulterior motive of that wretched younger sister. With the cabin incomplete, Li Xian, true to his character, would surely not allow her to sleep outside. Xiao Jinyu was cleverly leveraging the situation to coerce him into sharing a space, perhaps to engage in some intimate bonding. Li Xian would likely acquiesce. This wretched sister had some cunning. Just as Feng Jioge had surmised, Li Xian hesitated, and Xiao Jinyu's eyes sparkled with hope. She was about to press her advantage when Feng Jioge interjected, Junior sister, why don't you stay with me instead? Xiao Jinyu's expression stiffened. Senior sister, you really don't need to be so generous at this moment. Feng Jioge smiled warmly at her. After all, senior brother is a man, and propriety dictates that we should maintain some distance. It would be better for you to stay with me. I don't mind. Xiao Jinyu was still inclined to resist. But Li Xian nodded slightly, affirming, Junior sister makes a valid point. It would indeed be inappropriate for you to stay with me. Why don't you spend the night with her instead? Xiao Jinyu's face revealed a trace of disappointment. Very well. Junior sister, come. I shall take you to my room for a look, Feng Jioge smiled. To engage in such petty schemes under my very nose. Dream on. Observing the two junior sisters entering the room, Li Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was truly wonderful to see the two junior sisters growing ever closer. He retreated indoors, continuing his study of the blossoming thought. After a while, he succumbed to slumber, for he was not one given to diligent practice. Chapter 73, Transforming Tianxuan Peak. A pot of orchids to alleviate the crisis. The following day, Li Xian awoke, rubbing the sleep from his bleary eyes. Stepping outside, a brand new wooden cabin greeted him, exquisitely crafted with a harmonious layout, comprising a bedroom and a living area, complete with an outdoor washstand, a latrine, and even an open-air kitchen. Li Xian rubbed his eyes again, questioning whether he was mistaken. Wasn't he that merely a pile of timber yesterday? How could it have so swiftly metamorphosed into such a refined abode? No, wait. Your craftsmanship is impressive. Noticing Li Xian's awakening, Xiao Jinyu, busy with her tasks, smiled. Brother, you're awake. I've prepared some noodles for you. Wash up and have a bite. All right. Li Xian replied with a slight nod. Before him lay a bowl of egg noodles adorned with chopped scallions, which he devoured in just a few swift bites. While not exquisite, it was certainly a far cry from the culinary creations of Feng Jioge, which were indeed a taste of paradise. Feng Jioge observed from the side. Is it truly that delicious? Next time, I shall prepare something for you. Please don't. Junior sister, let us focus on our cultivation. Xiao Jinyu, curious, inquired, sister. Do you not taste your own cooking? Feng Jioge's gaze faltered momentarily. Is that so wrong? I simply do not relish my own creations. Li Xian and Xiao Jinyu exchanged glances, realizing that she was aware of her culinary shortcomings. Li Xian's lips twitched as he considered saying something. But seeing Feng Jioge's pitiful demeanor, he held his tongue. Very well, just be mindful in the future. Feng Jioge offered a faint smile. In truth, since her first attempt at cooking for Li Xian, she had recognized her lack of culinary skill. Yet, on one hand, she sought to fulfill her punitive tasks to acquire martial resources. On the other, she found joy in witnessing Li Xian's reluctance to eat, only to finish the meal because it was her handiwork. It signified his affection for her, and this affection filled her heart with delight. By the way, I plan to descend the mountain to procure some plants to cultivate. After all, Tianxuan Peak appears rather barren and unappealing. Do you have any suggestions? Li Xian inquired after finishing his noodles. Let us plant willows. Bamboo would be splendid. Its character is as noble as that of my brother, Xiao Jinyu suggested. Feng Jioge retorted, Oh, how eloquent you are, adept at flattery. She silently gritted her teeth. Previously, as an empress, she had always been the one receiving compliments. In this regard, she found herself outmatched by Xiao Jinyu. Indeed, upon hearing Xiao Jinyu's words, a slight smile curled on Li Xian's lips. The third junior sister has a truly sweet tongue. Brother, why not sample it yourself? Xiao Jinyu secretly rejoiced within herself. However, she dared not voice such sentiments, fearing it would render her too unreserved and frivolous. Willow trees and bamboo are quite delightful. Let us procure them and plant them together, she mused. Yet, these were insufficient. She intended to visit Xuantiang Peak to seek the master's guidance on obtaining seeds for spiritual herbs. After all, being one of the 7 peaks of the Crossing Immortals sect, it seemed rather unseemly to lack a personal medicinal garden. Li Xian smiled gently, having made up his mind. He began his endeavors. Descending the mountain, he purchased numerous saplings and bamboo shoots. Upon returning to Tianxuan Peak, he commenced planting, filling the entire mountainside. These saplings were still quite small, and it would take several years, if not a decade, for them to mature. Thus, Li Xian resolved to take a shortcut. Standing atop the mountain, he invoked the miraculous power of blooming flowers. A torrent of true essence radiated outward, and wherever it spread, lotus flowers blossomed in the void, swaying gracefully. In the next moment, under the influence of the vital energy, countless saplings began to flourish, rapidly ascending from less than a meter to several meters in height, their branches lush and verdant. In just a few breaths, the entire Tianxuan Peak underwent a remarkable transformation. This scene could only be described as a miracle of life. Even Feng Jioge, the erudite empress, could not help but be astonished. This was a manifestation of divine transformation, imbued with a hint of the essence of life. To achieve such a feat was an unparalleled divine ability. My dear senior brother, how many secrets do you truly possess? Feng Jioge gazed at Li Xian, standing proudly in the breeze, her lips curling into a slight smile, her eyes shimmering with intense desire. She longed to unveil her senior brother's mysteries completely. Meanwhile, Lu Tianxian sensed the changes occurring at Tianxuan Peak from within her cave abode. Her divine sense spread forth, encompassing the transformed peak. She murmured, that lazy little Xuanzi, who shares my penchant for idleness, has suddenly taken it upon himself to revamp the mountain. Why now, when he previously did not? Is it because of those 2 young girls? It seems he truly cares for them. A peculiar feeling blossomed within her. A sense of jealousy, perhaps? I certainly shan't feel jealous. This must be a mere illusion. With a soft huff, Lu Tianxian regarded the willows and bamboos with a hint of irritation. An impulsive desire to sweep them away washing over her. At that moment, Li Xian entered the cave, cradling a pot of vibrant orchids. Master, I have arrived, he announced as he stepped inside. Lu Tianxian glanced at him. What brings you here? Li Xian blinked innocently, wondering how he might have provoked his master. He placed the orchids on the table and smiled. Master, I've recently been enhancing our Tianxuan Peak. I noticed that while your cave is lovely, It lacks a touch of vitality. Thus, I brought you this pot of orchids, which I carefully selected, as I believe they suit you splendidly. Additionally, what would you like to plant at the entrance of your cave? Bamboo? Willow trees? Or perhaps something else? I can procure it for you. As Li Xian's face radiated with joy, Lu Tianxuan's previously agitated heart suddenly eased. Gazing at the orchid, a subtle smile graced her lips. Yet she maintained her composure and remarked coldly, "Humph, such ostentation is unnecessary for me." Li Xian blinked, having spent considerable time with Lu Tianxian. He had learned to read her expressions. When his master said she did not want something, it invariably meant she desired it. How about bamboo? It possesses an admirable character that complements your own, master. However, ordinary bamboo fails to fully embody your refined aura. Perhaps we should plant some purple bamboo. Its hue symbolizes nobility and would beautifully accentuate your virtuous nature and noble temperament, Li Xian suggested. His words brought great delight to Lu Tianxuan's heart. Though her face remained inscrutable, "Do as you see fit," she replied. Despite her calm facade, Li Xian detected the elevation in her tone, indicating her improved mood. He congratulated himself on skillfully averting a potential crisis. That was close. I almost got myself into trouble again. Very well, master, I shall attend to it now, he said with a smile. After his departure, Lu Tianxian gazed at the vibrant orchid, her lips curling into a smile as she hummed a little tune. Raising her hand, she crafted a spell, summoning a small rain cloud to hover above the orchid, releasing gentle showers of rain. Under the nourishing droplets, the orchid blossomed even more beautifully. Lu Tianxuan's spirits soared alongside its splendor. Looking at the sprawling willows and bamboo, her earlier impulse to destroy them dissipated. This clever lad was quite perceptive, showing consideration for his master. Chapter 74, The Great Demon in the Purple Bamboo Grove. Upon exiting the cavern, Li Xian exhaled in relief. Although he was unaware of the initial cause of Lu Tianxuan's anger, it was clear he had successfully diffused a potential crisis. A slight smile emerged on his lips. Excellent. I, Li Xian, have managed to grasp my master's temperament. Beyond his strength, he mused as he surveyed the barren ground outside the cave, contemplating the prospect of cultivating a patch of purple bamboo. Whistling cheerfully, he began his descent to search for seedlings. Suddenly, a white shadow darted past him, the Tianxuan rabbit, which seemed to be evading him. A smirk played on his lips, but he chose not to expose her, allowing her to indulge in their game of hide and seek. He understood that Lu Tianxian had likely noticed the Tianxuan rabbit as well, yet she remained silent, indicating that the rabbit posed no threat to Tianxian Peak. I'll go find the purple bamboo seedlings, Li Xian thought as he continued down the mountain. Meanwhile, the Tianxuan rabbit trailed behind him, contemplating his figure. How does this fellow aspire to attain supremacy when he spends his days either lounging in bed, drinking, or planting trees and bamboo? For the past few days, the Tianxuan rabbit had been observing Li Xian from the shadows. She believed that to truly understand a person, one must not focus on their actions in plain sight, but rather on what they do when they think no one is watching. This was also the reason for her elusive presence. As for why she wished to understand Li Xian, she could not articulate it clearly. Perhaps it was due to his act of saving her, or perhaps it was because he was so young, yet remarkably skilled with extraordinary talent. It might also be attributed to his striking appearance. In any case, Li Xian was the first individual she felt compelled to learn more about since descending the mountain, prompting her to stealthily follow him for several days. What purpose did he have in descending this time? The Tianxuan rabbit discreetly trailed behind him. At the foot of the mountain, Li Xian traversed numerous towns, feeling somewhat distressed. He could not locate the desired purple bamboo. This particular bamboo was not rare, yet none matched his true intention. Most of the purple bamboo was indeed purple, but bore a hue that was almost black, resembling sugarcane. Moreover, the leaves of this bamboo were indistinguishable from ordinary bamboo leaves. Rather than purchase such bamboo, it would be more prudent to buy a quantity of sugarcane, which he could cultivate and enjoy in his leisure time. Why not acquire some sugarcane to plant? Li Xian mused, subsequently procuring a batch of sugarcane seedlings to store within his storage ring. Thus, the flora of Tianxuan Peak had increased by one more species, sugarcane. However, Li Xian did not abandon his quest for purple bamboo, as he had promised Lu Tianxian. Failure to fulfill this promise would surely lead to some discomfort. Young sir, we do not have the purple bamboo you seek, but I have heard of a grove of purple bamboo 200 miles away, where the bamboo appears as if carved from purple jade, and the leaves are also a beautiful shade of purple. However, It is said that within that grove resides a formidable beast. It is a forbidden area where ordinary folks dare not tread, a shopkeeper remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes brightened. Thank you for the information. You don't truly intend to go there, do you? I merely mentioned it in passing. It is indeed very dangerous. The shopkeeper expressed with a hint of regret. Would his words lead to the endangerment of a life? Ah, yes, indeed, you have sealed my fate. The formidable beast might have chimed in. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. Li Xian replied with a gentle smile as he set forth towards the grove of purple bamboo, as described by the shopkeeper. He soared through the air on his sword, swiftly covering the distance of over 200 miles until he beheld the expanse of purple bamboo below. He descended eagerly. The grove of purple bamboo lay desolate, shrouded in an eerie aura of demonic energy that lingered in the air. Upon closer inspection, the purple bamboo indeed resembled that which the shopkeeper had described, appearing as if it were sculpted from purple jade, gleaming and translucent, with leaves that were also purple and imbued with a faint spiritual essence. This was no ordinary bamboo. It was a spiritual bamboo. At last, this is precisely the bamboo I sought. Li Xian exclaimed with delight, finally having found what he was looking for. He ventured deeper into the grove, eager to explore for even finer specimens. Shortly after entering, a white figure dashed towards him, panting heavily as it collapsed to the ground. It was none other than the Tianxuan rabbit. Curse it! If it weren't for the fact that I have lost half of my cultivation and cannot traverse the skies, I wouldn't have had to run all the way here. The Tianxuan rabbit gasped, recounting the arduous journey she had undertaken, covering 200 miles on foot in pursuit of him. For the sake of a few bamboo stalks, is it truly worth it? The Tianxuan rabbit murmured, then sniffed the air around. Her ears perked up. A foul, bloody stench permeated the atmosphere. Within this purple bamboo grove, a formidable beast, known for its insatiable hunger for human flesh, must surely be lurking. However, being a supreme, he should possess some means to deal with it, though she still harbored a tinge of unease. Thus, she too ventured into the purple bamboo forest. As Li Xian traversed the grove, he encountered numerous exquisite purple bamboos. Longing to excavate them, yet he refrained from immediate action, intending first to ascertain the presence of the local demon. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon a pavilion. Inside, a refined gentleman clad in a black robe noticed Li Xian's arrival and offered a faint smile. Friend, what brings you to my purple bamboo grove? I seek to procure some purple bamboo, Li Xian replied. Seeking purple bamboo is no arduous task. With so many available here, you may harvest as you please. However, since our paths have crossed, why not come in and share a cup of tea with me? Then I shall not be rude. Li Xian entered the pavilion. The black-robed gentleman, adorned with an elegant smile, poured a cup of tea for Li Xian. The tea was crystal clear, exuding an invigorating aroma. Li Xian glanced at it but refrained from drinking, offering a faint smile as he remarked, I have heard tales of a bloodthirsty demon dwelling within the purple bamboo grove. It would not happen to be you, would it? Indeed, there was a great demon in the grove before, but I have already vanquished it. You need not worry. My friend, the man replied with a smile. Is that so? Then why does this tea seem to be poisoned? Li Xian inquired with a smile. The expression of the black-robed man shifted. Friend, what nonsense are you speaking? How can you claim it is poison without tasting it? If it is indeed harmless, why do you not pour a cup for yourself? The black-robed man fell silent for a moment, then snarled, Boy, by trespassing into the purple bamboo grove. Today marks your demise. With that, he struck out fiercely, unleashing a torrent of malevolent, demonic energy. Li Xian barely managed to block the attack, staggering back a few steps, only to feel his true essence within him sluggish, as if hindered by some unseen force. The black-robed man laughed maniacally. You only discern the poison in the tea, yet remain oblivious to the real poison within the censer of the pavilion. Even a single sip would impede your true essence's flow. This poison is not easily dispelled, even by a supreme. Prepare to perish. With that, he lunged at Li Xian, exuding an aura of malevolence. Suddenly, a white figure darted forth from the nearby bamboo grove. It was the Tianxuan rabbit, who delivered a powerful kick to the black-robed man's face, sending him flying. Li Xian blinked at the Tianxuan rabbit, who stood protectively before him, and praised, What a splendid kick. Chapter 75. A single strike to vanquish the black bear demon. Miss Rabbit, you're in danger. Such marvelous legwork, Li Xian exclaimed, gazing at the suddenly appeared Tianxuan rabbit. The rabbit lifted her leg and patted it, casting a proud glance at him. as if to boast of her exceptional light techniques. It was the first time Li Xian heard her voice, melodious and clear, akin to the chime of silver bells, reminiscent of a young girl about 11 or 12 years of age. Meanwhile, the black-robed middle-aged man, having been sent sprawling, rose with a furious roar, his garments abruptly torn apart, revealing his true form. Yet, it was a fearsome black bear spirit, its eyes fixated on the jade rabbit. Astonished to find a foolhardy rabbit daring to stand in its path, unable to transform, it still had the audacity to obstruct me. The tiny jade rabbit was incensed. In the realm of demons, transformation comes with conditions. The stronger and nobler the bloodline, the more challenging the transformation becomes. However, once the prerequisites for transformation are met, the resulting humanoid form is more exquisite and harder to discern. The tiny jade rabbit was but a step away from achieving transformation. Due to the previous encounter with that demonic cultivator, her cultivation had faltered, leaving her uncertain of how long it would take to transform, a thorn in her heart. Now, invoked by the black bear spirit, her eyes blazed with fury. Even if I cannot transform, I can still overpower you. With that, she charged at the black bear spirit, unleashing a flurry of powerful kicks. The bear spirit endured several strikes before retaliating with a massive paw, sending the tiny jade rabbit flying. Li Xian caught the airborne rabbit. Are you all right? I am fine. It's just that the strength of this black bear spirit exceeds expectations. By the way, why are you still here? Aren't you going to flee? Why should I run? Were you not poisoned? It was precisely due to hearing of Li Xian's poisoning that the tiny jade rabbit had rushed out. Li Xian smiled lightly. Merely a touch of poison is inconsequential. At that moment, the black bear spirit charged at them again. Yet, Li Xian stood firm, raising his hand as pure yang fire swirled in his palm, emanating an unparalleled aura. The black bear spirit felt a chill run down its spine, its hair standing on end, as if locked onto by a legendary beast. In the next instant, the pure yang fire erupted into a golden-red beam that tore through the air. Struck by the beam, the black bear spirit let out a wretched scream as it was pierced through the chest, the beam continuing its relentless path to obliterate a distant mountain peak. The mountain erupted with a thunderous roar, reduced to dust. The black bear spirit looked down at its chest, incredulous. Then, with a thud, it collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. The tiny jade rabbit stared in disbelief at the scene. Did you just annihilate a spirit as formidable as the black bear in an instant? Were you not poisoned? I said, it is but a trifling poison, hardly worth mentioning, Li Xian chuckled. As a pure yang sacred body, he was impervious to common poisons, and with his cultivation having reached the level of a great master, poison posed no threat to him. Even if, for argument's sake, the black bear spirit's poison were to take effect, he possessed the blooming thought, a divine ability containing the essence of life, capable of rapidly healing various injuries and effectively countering and expelling toxins. After dispatching the black bear spirit, he ventured into the purple bamboo forest, collecting several superior quality purple bamboos, carefully uprooting them and placing them into his storage ring. He then turned to the tiny jade rabbit and said, I am returning now. Would you care to accompany me? He understood that even without his invitation, the tiny jade rabbit might stealthily follow him back. However, he felt it was not ideal to always be sneaky. Should the Celestial Gate members discover her, they might mistake her for an invading beast. Are you inviting me to your place as a guest? Inquired the tiny jade rabbit. Li Xian slightly nodded and said, Indeed, I invite you to my abode. I wonder if Miss Yutu would be gracious enough to accept? Ahem. I am not just any ordinary rabbit, she replied. Typically, I would not accept invitations from just anyone. However, since you have previously saved me and your sincerity is evident, I shall reluctantly agree. Though the words of the tiny Yutu were thus, she could hardly contain her eagerness as she leapt into Li Xian's arms. Let us go? Back to Tianxuan Peak. Li Xian blinked in surprise. How did you know my residence is called Tianxuan Peak? Oops, I've been exposed. The tiny Yutu exclaimed. Li Xian chuckled heartily, choosing not to tease her further, and flew back to Tianxuan Peak on his sword, gently rubbing the rabbit's head along the way, his spirits high. How delightful. Another rabbit to pet. Truly, the tiny Yutu is exceptional. The texture is far superior to that of an ordinary rabbit. Meanwhile, the tiny Yutu nestled comfortably in his embrace, her eyes narrowing in bliss. Does this fellow possess some sort of magic? Why does it feel so delightful when he pets me? How infuriating. I am the tiny Yutu. Must I forfeit my dignity? Yet, it feels so incredibly pleasant. Upon their return to Tianxuan Peak, Li Xian was greeted by Feng Jioge and Xiao Jinyu, who eyed the rabbit in his arms with curiosity. Did you go out to acquire another rabbit, senior brother? Is your fondness for them that profound? Wait, this rabbit seems familiar. Is this not the one from before? The expressions of the two women turned somewhat peculiar. Senior brother, did you not release it? Have you captured it again? With a faint smile, Li Xian replied. Allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Tian Yutu, who will be residing with us at Tianxuan Peak for a while. Miss Yutu? A female? Surely not. Am I to be on guard not only against my junior sister and master, but also against a rabbit? This is absurd. However, observing the untransformed Tian Yutu, they felt a wave of relief. After all, it was merely a rabbit in its current form. By the way, Miss Yutu, what is your name? Li Xian inquired with curiosity. I am called by Qingqing. Then I shall call you Qingqing from now on. Suit yourself, the Tian Yutu replied, for apart from her mother, few had ever addressed her in such a manner. Most referred to her as Tian Yutu, young lady, or young master. Qingqing, feel free to explore here for a while. I must tend to the purple bamboo, Li Xian said as he set the rabbit down. Once he departed, the two women scrutinized the Tian Yutu with narrowed eyes. Their gazes somewhat unfriendly. Miss Yutu, is it comfortable being in senior brother's embrace? He, who would have thought, amidst all precautions, to overlook a rabbit such as you? Truly careless. Various tales of human and demon romances flitted through their minds, stories of scholars and foxes, of the white snake repaying a debt with her life. Such tales were not uncommon. Thus they pondered, though the Tian Yutu appeared as a mere rabbit now, what if she transformed later? Caution was warranted. Feeling the intensity of their gaze, the Tian Yutu began to feel apprehensive. What do you intend to do? I am just a rabbit. Miss Yutu, do you prefer braised dishes or barbecue? Feng Jioge asked with a smile. Senior sister, add more chili. Very well, junior sister. The two women exchanged a glance. And for the first time, they seemed to reach a consensus. Meanwhile, Li Xian remained oblivious to the plight of Miss Yutu. He arrived at the entrance of Lu Tianxuan's cave, diligently planting the purple bamboo he had gathered. After a while, he invited Lu Tianxian to admire his work. She expressed her satisfaction with the bamboo and casually tossed him a jade pendant. What could this be? Li Xian pondered, but Lu Tianxian offered no further explanation. He simply hung it at his waist. Chapter 76, The Blooming of a Powerful Thought. The Alchemical Legacy of Xiao Jinyu. Li Xian secured the jade pendant at his waist and departed, idly toying with it. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar sensation, as if his master were right there beside him. He gazed at the pendant, lost in contemplation. System, does this jade pendant harbor any secrets? He directly inquired of the seemingly omniscient system. Ding. The pendant contains a fragment of Lu Tianxuan's consciousness and a portion of her power, which can be activated to safeguard the host in times of peril. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes brightened. Excellent. With this pendant, his safety was further assured. Delighted, he tucked the pendant away and set out to find Feng Jioge and Xiao Jinyu, intending to take them down the mountain to procure some ingredients for a meal. He realized that Xiao Jinyu had been at Tianxuan Peak for several days, and he had yet to prepare a proper welcome for her. A neglect of his responsibilities as the senior brother. Upon his return, he found Yutu Jingjing despondently sprawled on the ground, her fur disheveled, as if she had been mistreated. Startled, he exclaimed, Jingjing, what happened to you? Jingjing looked at Li Xian with a sense of grievance and leapt towards him, but just then, Feng Jioge passed by. Holding a tuft of fur, she carelessly tossed the tuft onto the ground, glancing at Yutu Jingjing, who flinched in response. Monsters, these two female fiends. Jingjing thought. I'm fine. I just accidentally fell into the bushes earlier. Li Xian paused, incredulous. You, a formidable beast, fell into the bushes? Who would believe that? He glanced at his two junior sisters, his expression turning serious. Junior sister 2, junior sister 3, although Jingjing is a beast, she possesses a pure nature. You must not bully her simply because of this, understand? The two girls lowered their heads, acknowledging his words. Pure nature? Brother, she harbors ill intentions towards you. It is you who possesses the pure nature. The two sisters felt helpless but had no evidence to counter him, so they could only concede. Humph. After all, she is merely a rabbit and poses no significant threat. Very well, I understand that you both are still young and prone to mischief. That is only natural. Just be mindful in the future. I am heading down the mountain to buy ingredients for a welcome ceremony for junior sister 3. What would you like to eat? Li Xian smiled. Braised rabbit. A whole roasted rabbit. Yutu Jingjing trembled at the thought. These two dreadful women. Had it not been for their connection to Li Xian, I would have long since shown them who they were messing with. Do they truly think I am easy to bully? Li Xian's demeanor turned serious. Act appropriately. Brother will prepare whatever you desire. I will gladly enjoy it. Xiao Jinyu replied. I feel the same. Feng Zhug echoed softly, then sighed. Third junior sister is truly fortunate. The last time I visited, senior brother did not hold a welcoming ceremony for me. Li Xian offered an awkward smile and suggested they remedy that. He descended the mountain to procure a plethora of ingredients. Upon his return, he prepared an exquisite feast and opened 2 jars of fine wine. He went to invite Lu Tianxian, but she was asleep. She only accepted a jar of wine and did not attend. Li Xian worried that Xiao Jinyu might think Lu Tianxian held grievances against them, so he quickly explained. In truth, Master also welcomes you. She is just one who is proud yet tender-hearted and does not wish to show it, which is why she refrains from joining us for dinner. See, she accepted the wine, which is indeed a gesture of welcome towards you. Xiao Jinyu nodded slightly, acknowledging his words. In reality, she did not particularly care for Lu Tianxuan's opinions of her. In the Xiao family, it was Li Xian who supported her, who saved her father, who sought out to restore her talents, and who brought her to Tianxuan Peak, providing care throughout the journey. As long as Li Xian welcomed and accepted her, that was sufficient for her. As for Feng Zhug, there was no need to elaborate. That scoundrel of a master, always taking advantage of senior brother, was better off absent. Yutu Jingjing observed quietly, feeling a sense of melancholy. Without Li Xian, the Tianxuan Peak would inevitably fall apart. The following day, Li Xian departed from Tianxuan Peak and made his way to Xintian Peak, where he sought out the master of Duxian Gate. Upon seeing him, the master's eyes lit up. Ah, is this not my esteemed nephew, Li Xian? What wisdom do you bring today? Wisdom? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. He felt undeserving of such a title. Nephew, you are too modest. You are now a supreme, while I am merely a half-step supreme. It is only fitting for you to impart wisdom to me. Master, please do not jest. There is a generational gap between us. Haha, you truly are a spirited one. The Duxian Gate master laughed heartily, becoming increasingly fond of Li Xian. This young man had achieved the status of supreme at such a tender age. Yet he bore no hint of arrogance, remaining humble and polite. This thought deepened the master's envy for Lu Tianxian. How fortunate was that insufferable junior sister to have such a remarkable disciple. Master, I have come primarily to request some medicinal herb seeds to plant at Tianxuan Peak. Li Xian stated with a smile. Are you not concerned that your master might pilfer them for profit? I will keep a close watch on her. Well, there is no need for worry. She recently seized a considerable sum of spirit stones from the mysterious Holy Land, so she should not be lacking in resources. What? So master has suddenly become quite wealthy? I was completely unaware. Li Xian was taken aback. Had he known, he would have asked Lu Tianxian for spirit stones instead of shamelessly approaching the Duxian Gate master. The master, however, remained unconcerned and generously provided Li Xian with a variety of medicinal herb seeds, including ginseng, lingzhi, and zhugua. Li Xian cultivated a section of land at Tianxuan Peak specifically for these herbs and employed the wondrous technique of blossoming thoughts. In an instant, the entire herb garden was filled with fragrant blossoms, and a powerful aura of life surged forth as the zhugua and ginseng rapidly grew, soon reaching the maturity of nearly 100 years. The efficacy has increased manifold. Li Xian, observing from the side, could not help but exclaim in wonder. What a remarkable phenomenon, akin to a flower blooming at the mere thought. This talent is inherently designed for cultivating medicinal herbs. Spiritual herbs are a vital resource in martial arts, and every sect places immense importance on them. With Li Xian's ability to manifest the blooming of a thought, a sect could nearly possess an inexhaustible supply of spiritual herbs. For any sect, or even a holy land, such a talent is invaluable, holding a significance comparable to that of a saint. No, as Li Xian's cultivation ascends further and the potency of his ability enhances, even a saint would find it challenging to keep pace. Gazing at the abundant spiritual herbs surrounding him, Li Xian inhaled the fragrant aroma, feeling a surge of joy. However, he sighed, lamenting his lack of alchemical knowledge. If only he understood the art of alchemy, the potential of this ability would be magnified. Nevertheless, he was content with how far he had come. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinyu sat cross-legged, immersed in her training. Yet her unique cultivation method required foreign flames to expedite her progress. Without such flames, her advancement was not significantly rapid, let alone comparable to Feng Zhioga. Foreign flames do not simply manifest at will. I must seek alternative methods to hasten my regular practice. Suddenly, an idea struck her, the heavenly fire pearl. The profound heritage contained within the heavenly fire pearl might offer a solution. With a focused thought, she delved into the essence of the pearl. Soon, she discovered a legacy of alchemical knowledge. Chapter 77. Instantly ascending to alchemical mastery. Xiao Jinyu's eyes sparkled as she gazed upon the alchemical secrets within the heavenly fire pearl. Medicinal pills are a crucial component of a martial artist's cultivation resources. With superior pills to assist her, would her cultivation efficiency not soar? Excited by this realization, Xiao Jinyu thought, how could I have overlooked this vital aspect? This is splendid. As for the medicinal materials, she felt little concern. After all, her senior brother had cultivated an abundance of spiritual herbs. Even if there were some deficiencies, she could undertake a few tasks to earn spirit stones for purchases. Moreover, the profession of an alchemist is highly sought after. Once she succeeds in alchemy, selling a few pills could yield substantial spirit stones with relative ease. With these thoughts igniting her spirit, Xiao Jinyu devoted herself wholeheartedly to the study of alchemy. Time passed swiftly. A night had elapsed. Having immersed herself in alchemical research, Xiao Jinyu did not sleep, and according to the records within the heavenly fire pearl, the path of alchemy is categorized into several stages: apprentice, third-tier alchemist, second-tier alchemist, first-tier alchemist, alchemical master, and alchemical grandmaster. Presently, I can only be regarded as an apprentice. However, with the 10,000 flames burning the heavens technique, I can master the control of flames, an essential element in alchemy. I shall soon ascend to become a true alchemist. Given time, achieving the status of an alchemical master is not beyond reach. As for becoming an alchemical grandmaster, it is a lofty aspiration, yet this realm is exceedingly formidable. In the entire Tianxuan Continent, few grandmasters have been heard of. Such individuals can concoct saint-level pills. Each one is a distinguished guest among the great powers. Xiao Jinyu believed it prudent not to set her ambitions too high. She resolved to first aim for the title of alchemy master before contemplating the status of grandmaster. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Your junior sister Xiao Jinyu has diligently studied alchemy throughout the night and has officially become an alchemy apprentice. The results of her cultivation are being randomly processed. Congratulations, host, on becoming an alchemy grandmaster. In a state of bewilderment, Li Xian heard the system's announcement. What is this? Alchemy apprentice? Alchemy grandmaster? Moments later, a plethora of alchemical knowledge flooded his mind, and his fingers began to twitch as if undergoing a miraculous transformation. His drowsy eyes gradually brightened. An alchemy grandmaster? Is this a joke? There are scarcely any alchemy grandmasters across the entire Tianxuan Continent, and I have become one instantaneously? He sprang upright, scratched his head, refreshed himself, and stepped outside to the herbal field, gazing at the various spiritual herbs. Countless methods of concocting potions and diverse formulas surged through his thoughts. Incredible! I truly am an alchemy grandmaster. Li Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Junior sister, I adore you. However, reflecting on the matter, he mused that after only one night of study, his junior sister had ascended to the rank of alchemy apprentice. Given time, she would undoubtedly evolve into a remarkable grandmaster herself. As he contemplated this, Xiao Jinyu emerged from her dwelling, making her way to the herbal field to explore what potions could be crafted from the herbs. Coincidentally spotting Li Xian, she greeted him with a respectful bow. Good morning, senior brother. Good morning, junior sister. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Xiao Jinyu sensed that Li Xian's gaze upon her was softer and more amiable than the previous day. Were one unaware, they might think she had assisted him in some way. Yet, considering their acquaintance, she had not caused him any trouble, let alone offered him help. She attributed this warmth to his inherent kindness towards his junior sister. With this thought, her heart soared, and she felt immensely fortunate to have encountered such a commendable senior brother as Li Xian and to have joined the Tianxuan Peak. Ding! Xiao Jinyu's favorability has increased by 2. Li Xian was taken aback. A favorability increased this early in the morning? Dear junior sister, if your favorability continues to rise like this, it may well reach its peak. He inquired, Junior sister, what spiritual herbs are you hoping to examine this morning? Actually, I merely came to take a look, Xiao Jinyu replied, stepping into the herbal field to identify various herbs and solidify her knowledge of alchemy. Watching her, Li Xian, though already knowing the answer, playfully asked, Junior sister, do you wish to learn alchemy? Xiao Jinyu nodded slightly, yes. Indeed. The path of martial arts is long and fraught with challenges, Possessing an additional skill is undoubtedly advantageous. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I possess some knowledge of alchemical arts myself, Li Xian offered with a smile. Oh, you understand alchemy as well? Indeed, Li Xian affirmed with a nod. Then may I ask, how does one concoct earth dragon root? Xiao Jinyu inquired, pointing to a particular herb. Li Xian cast a glance. Recognizing that this item was suitable for refining Yuan Ling pills, and could also be combined with Huang Lian grass to concoct some healing elixirs. He spoke eloquently about the subject. Xiao Jinyu discreetly compared his knowledge with the alchemical teachings recorded in the Tianxuan, and was astonished to find them perfectly aligned. Her elder brother was indeed well-versed in the art of alchemy. Yet, she remained curious about his specific level of proficiency. As she observed Li Xian, admiration flickered more prominently in her gaze. Meanwhile, Feng Jioge also stirred, her eyes narrowing as she noticed Xiao Jinyu, who was using the pretext of inquiring about various spiritual herbs to cozy up to her elder brother. Feng Jioge felt a surge of indignation. Such moments of negligence could easily lead to an encroachment on her territory. She approached the herb field, positioning herself between Li Xian and Xiao Jinyu. Good morning, elder brother. And to you, junior sister, you're up quite early as well. Feng Jioge squinted, implying that Xiao Jinyu might have deliberately risen early to grow closer to Li Xian in her absence. Good morning, elder sister. Xiao Jinyu seemed unperturbed by such thoughts. What are you two discussing? We're talking about the path of alchemy. Elder sister, would you like to listen? Xiao Jinyu inquired. Absolutely, Feng Jioge nodded in agreement. In truth, although she had once been an empress in her past life, she had no knowledge of alchemy. After all, one's energy is finite. And there was little time to learn everything. Yet, to prevent Xiao Jinyu from seizing any opportunity, she deemed it necessary to eavesdrop. Gradually, the conversation became increasingly perplexing to her. In contrast, Xiao Jinyu appeared to be illuminated by newfound understanding, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Li Xian, for his part, wore a look of paternal satisfaction, as if he were witnessing a promising student. Suddenly, Feng Jioge felt a wall separating her from the two of them. Darn, this sensation is quite irksome. She resolved to find a common topic with her elder brother. Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed a white rabbit emerging from Li Xian's room. Xiao Jinyu also took note of it. The two women widened their eyes in unison, pointing at the rabbit and exclaiming, "Elder brother, how did she come out of your room?" Xiao Jinyu was taken aback. Just days ago, she had painstakingly feigned ignorance of constructing a wooden house to try and stay in her elder brother's room, only to have a rabbit beat her to it. Feng Jioge glared at the creature, her eyes nearly ablaze. Well, I managed to ward off one Xiao Jinyu, but I overlooked a rabbit. Images of various rabbit dishes, braised rabbit, roasted whole rabbit, spicy rabbit heads, flooded the minds of both Xiao Jinyu and Feng Jioge. Chapter 78. The challenge of competing for elder brother is more difficult than becoming an emperor. The martial arts tea gathering. Elder brother, how could she be in your room? The two women turned their gaze to Li Xian. He was momentarily taken aback by their intense reactions. Scratching his head, he replied, Qingqing said she wanted to sleep in my room. I thought it would be windy outside at night, so I let her stay with me. Did she share your bed? Feng Jioge pressed. Li Xian found the situation increasingly strange, sensing that his junior sisters seemed to be acting as if they were catching him in a scandal. He playfully tapped one of their heads and said, Junior sister, Qingqing is just a rabbit. Even if she did share the bed, what's the harm? He had raised cats in his previous life. The cat often frequents his bed. Observing Li Xian treating the jade rabbit, Jingjing, as a mere pet, Feng Jioge felt an urge to intervene. Senior brother, demon beasts can transform. If one day Jingjing becomes a woman, would you still have her share your bed? Feng Jioge asserted. That is not entirely out of the question, Li Xian coughed, though he would never voice such thoughts aloud. After a moment of contemplation, he conceded. You do possess a point, junior sister. I may have overlooked that. However, transformation is a future matter, and Jingjing has yet to transform, does she not? I cannot possibly take advantage of her. Do you think I am perverse? Li Xian found himself perplexed by such so-called interspecies romances. How could a human and a demon reproduce? Isn't there reproductive isolation? Feng Jioge sighed. Senior brother, who is worried about you taking advantage of her? I am concerned you might be the one at risk. We must cultivate habits from now on. If Jingjing transforms and becomes accustomed to sleeping with you, it could become problematic. Moreover, do not forget, you are a pure yang body, possessing great allure to the opposite sex, not just to humans, but also to demon cultivators and dark practitioners. What if one day Jingjing loses control? A vivid image of a rabbit perched atop him flashed through Li Xian's mind, sending a shiver of fear through him. He nodded. I understand. In that case, let us build a small house for Jingjing. Allow us to handle it, said Xiao Jinyu. This matter must be resolved swiftly. Thus, the two women set to work, rapidly constructing a quaint wooden cottage. Li Xian smiled with satisfaction, appreciating his two enthusiastic junior sisters who, concerned for Jingjing's accommodation, took the initiative to build her a home. Jingjing rolled her eyes. Is this enthusiasm? It is clearly hindering my plans. Soon, with the combined efforts of Feng Jioge and her companion, a modest wooden cottage took shape, simple and small, yet sufficient to shield a rabbit from the elements. Upon glancing at the cottage, Jingjing felt an unsettling familiarity with its design. What the? This resembles a doghouse from the mortal realm, she thought, exasperated by the two women's apparent mockery, especially as they placed a bowl in front of the cottage. It seemed even more like a doghouse. Dear Miss Rabbit, though it may be small, it will suffice for your stay. For now, you must endure this. Feng Jioge smiled warmly at Jingjing. In response, Jingjing approached, kicking the bowl aside, and then effortlessly lifted the entire cottage, relocating it beside Li Xian's residence. This arrangement made her dwelling appear to be part of Li Xian's abode. With a proud tilt of her head, she reveled in her small victory, enjoying the freedom to move her house at will. She could even place it within Li Xian's room, but considering the cleverness of Feng Jioge and her friend, Jingjing decided to hold back for now and avoid provoking them. Regardless, her cottage was now in close proximity to Li Xian's, effectively allowing her to share his space. In this instance, she felt triumphant. Meanwhile, Feng Jioge and her companion wore cold expressions, their appetite for rabbit meat intensifying that night. However, to avoid making Li Xian feel that they were overly petty and unfriendly to guests, they decided to endure this moment. After all, they had yet to take form. And strictly speaking, the threat was not as grave. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure approached on a flying sword from a distance, clad in white. The newcomer was strikingly graceful. It was Jian Piaomiao, the senior sister of 1hr Peak, renowned as one of the most exceptional prodigies of the Duxian sect. Upon noticing her, Li Xian stepped forward to pay his respects, addressing her as Sister Piaomiao. His expression was somewhat peculiar, as Jian Piaomiao's name evoked the name of the Piaomiao sacred land, one of the three great sanctuaries of the eastern continent. It was unclear whether she had any connection to this sacred land, especially since she was rumored to be an orphan. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. Li Xian chose not to dwell on it. Meanwhile, Jian Piaomiao gazed at the newly transformed Piaomiao Peak and couldn't help but exclaim, in such a short time, Tianxuan Peak has changed so remarkably. I searched the skies for quite a while and couldn't find it. Was this your doing, brotherly? Oh, I must apologize for causing you amusement, Sister Piaomiao, Li Xian replied, not denying her observation. Jian Piaomiao's marvel only grew as she regarded Li Xian, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. What other surprises did this senior brother possess that they were unaware of? Noticing Jian Piaomiao's gaze, Feng Jioge and Xiao Jinyu felt a twinge of unease. They looked at Li Xian, somewhat helpless. Their senior brother's charm was simply too overwhelming. Wherever he went, every gesture and action drew attention and admiration. They felt both pride and exasperation. Pride because he was their brother, radiating brilliance, and exasperation because his immense allure would surely attract countless rivals. They sensed that competing for his affection would be even more challenging than ascending to the throne. Feng Jioge couldn't help but murmur to herself. Jian Piaomiao continued, brotherly, I have come to invite you to a martial arts tea gathering we are about to hold. The martial arts tea gathering, as the name suggests, was an occasion to discuss martial arts. Such gatherings were periodically organized among the disciples of the Duxian sect, typically attended by its most gifted individuals. As the foremost among the younger generation of the Duxian sect, Li Xian was naturally extended an invitation. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed, reasoning that there was no harm in attending. I shall await your esteemed presence at Wenjian Peak, Jian Piaomiao said with a gentle smile. After preparing lunch, Li Xian engaged in a discussion about alchemy with Xiao Jinyu and practiced swordsmanship with Feng Jioge before making his way to Wenjian Peak. As for his two junior sisters, they had little interest in attending and chose to remain at Tianxuan Peak to cultivate. They understood that to vie for their brother's affection, beyond his favor, they must possess strength. Only the strong deserve to be by his side. They affirmed in their hearts, prompting them to dedicate themselves even more fervently to their cultivation. If their strength were sufficiently formidable, Then perhaps, even if their brother were reluctant, they could still keep him close. The two sisters contemplated this quietly, knowing that strength was the key to attaining everything they desired. Thus, their cultivation progressed steadily and methodically. Li Xian, en route to the martial arts tea gathering, felt a notable enhancement in his cultivation and was quite pleased with the diligence exhibited by his two junior sisters. Soon, he arrived at the Sword Inquiry Peak. As the name suggests, this peak resembled a sword, soaring high into the clouds. At its summit, the prodigies of the Duxian sect, including Jian Piaomiao, Jun Han, and Luo Tian, gathered. Upon noticing Li Xian's arrival, they all rose to bow in respect. Greetings, Senior Brotherly. Chapter 79, The Emergence of the Secret Realm. The Chief of Duxian Sect. Greetings, Senior Brotherly. The assembly rose and greeted him. Observing them, some individuals exhibited a flicker of fervor in their gazes. After all, the person before them was not only the foremost among the younger generation of the Duxian sect, but also the greatest prodigy in all of Eastern Continent. At such a tender age, he had already ascended to supremacy, radiating brilliance akin to the sun. They felt a sense of pride to be part of the same sect as him. With a gentle smile, Li Xian addressed his fellow disciples, "Please, take a seat." The martial arts tea gathering commenced. The gathering soon transitioned into spirited exchanges of martial arts. Given Li Xian's prowess, it was effortless for him to guide the others. With just a few words, he illuminated their understanding, earning their admiration. Indeed, he is the esteemed Senior Brotherly. Once the martial discussions concluded, the group began sharing recent anecdotes. Jun Han remarked, "Are you all aware that not long ago, a significant event transpired at the Piaomiao Sacred Land? An extraordinary being stormed their mountain gate, and it is said that even the elders knelt before him. The prestige of the Piaomiao Sacred Land in Eastern Continent has plummeted dramatically. I have heard of this as well. But I am curious about the identity of this formidable being," Luo Tian added, unable to suppress his astonishment. They found pleasure in this news, as the past arrogance of the Piaomiao Sacred Land when confronting the Duxian sect had left a bitter taste, despite their defeat at the hands of Lu Tianxian. Thus, hearing of the decline of the Piaomiao Sacred Land was a source of delight for them. Li Xian merely smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. He could easily surmise that the extraordinary being in question was Lu Tianxian. However, out of respect, the Piaomiao Sacred Land refrained from disclosing the truth. Lu Tianxian was not one to boast and had little interest in publicizing her exploits. "Jian Piaomiao, you need not fear any troubles from the Piaomiao Sacred Land in the future. They certainly dare not confront you now," Jun Han remarked with a slight smile directed at Jian Piaomiao. Li Xian expressed surprise. "Has Jian Piaomiao encountered trouble from the Sacred Land's members?" "Indeed," Jun Han replied. Due to her name, she faced numerous challenges from the disciples of the Piaomiao Sacred Land during her travels. Her stubborn nature made her resistant to change. Eventually, an elder from the Piaomiao Sacred Land approached her, inviting her to join, but she declined. "My name derives from my unique constitution, the Piaomiao Sword King body, and bears no connection to the Piaomiao Sacred Land," Jian Piaomiao stated calmly. It was not uncommon for individuals with various physiques to share names with a particular sacred land. Li Xian had previously assumed a connection between Jian Piaomiao and the Piaomiao Sacred Land, but it seemed he had overthought the matter. As the group continued their leisurely conversation, a brilliant light suddenly surged from the distance, ascending into the heavens. Waves of spiritual energy, akin to the radiant sun, emanated outward, and all present felt the overwhelming power contained within. Jun Han gazed into the distance, an unusual glimmer evident in his eyes. The aura emanating from that direction was overwhelmingly powerful. Could it be that a treasure had revealed itself? It was imperative to dispatch someone to investigate. The manifestation of this anomaly had captured the attention of a significant portion of the Eastern Continent, prompting numerous factions to send emissaries for exploration. Naturally, the Duxian sect was no exception. Ultimately, the news that reached them was that a martial arts secret realm had emerged in the Eastern Continent. When Li Xian learned of this revelation, a spark of interest ignited within him. In the Tianxuan Continent, or rather within the martial arts realm, secret realms were not particularly rare. In fact, there were over a dozen scattered throughout the Eastern Continent, with individuals embarking on explorations daily. However, these realms had been extensively explored and their value diminished. Yet, this particular secret realm was newly surfaced, untouched by human hands. Such realms often harbored immense treasures. Even the most ordinary core treasures of a secret realm could entice supreme beings, or even the highest-tier supremes. The Eastern Continent was on the verge of upheaval once more. Li Xian mused. Faced with the allure of the secret realm, the Duxian sect could not remain indifferent. The pressing question arose: who should be sent? It was indeed a challenging dilemma. Li Xian regarded the smiling leader of the Duxian sect, feeling no surprise. Who was the strongest within the sect? Aside from Lu Tianxian, it was undoubtedly Li Xian himself. To say he represented the Duxian sect would not be an exaggeration. Nephew, I am counting on you. Oh, Li Xian responded, his lips twitching slightly. Leader, perhaps you should consider relinquishing your position to someone more deserving. Alas, that secret realm is of utmost importance. After much contemplation, I believe it is most fitting for you, my nephew, to undertake this mission. I feel a sense of shame, as the leader of the Duxian sect, for being unable to contribute during several critical junctures. Therefore, I propose that you take my position as leader, the Duxian sect leader declared. Li Xian blinked in disbelief. Did the leader possess some form of mind-reading ability? In truth, this position was originally intended for your master. However, as you know, your master held no interest in such titles and had no desire to manage the affairs, which is why I was entrusted with the role. Now that I have encountered you, I realize that the future of the Duxian sect lies in your hands. Your ascension to the role of leader is the collective wish of all. The Duxian sect leader continued. Li Xian shook his head. The responsibilities associated with the leader's position were substantial. He felt unworthy of such honor and wished to dismiss the topic entirely. Come now, I was merely contemplating. He thought to himself, to truly assume the role of leader? The burdens would be overwhelming. How could he then enjoy a carefree existence? Presently, he relished his time within the Duxian sect, sharing leisurely days with his junior sister and master, stepping in to assist only when necessary, basking in the admiration of the sect's members. This was far more appealing than the responsibilities of leadership. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be the chief senior brother of the Duxian sect. Your status shall be equal to that of the leader. What say you? Oh, I had not heard of any chief senior brother within our Duxian sect, Li Xian replied. Indeed, I have just established the title, the Duxian sect leader chuckled. Li Xian smiled helplessly. Very well. After the master of the Crossing Immortals sect departed, Li Xian prepared to delve into matters concerning the secret realm. In truth, his motivations were not solely for the sect. He himself longed to explore this uncharted territory. An undeveloped secret realm is of immense value, undoubtedly harboring numerous treasures within. The myriad of spiritual herbs it contains is beyond counting. If he were to scour its depths, combined with his mastery as an alchemist, he would surely be able to concoct precious elixirs, which he could then provide to his junior sisters to enhance their cultivation. With their growth, his own strength would naturally increase. Li Xian couldn't help but let out a chuckle. What a splendid plan. He hoped that this time, the secret realm would not disappoint him. He contemplated inquiring whether Feng Jiuge and Xiao Jinyu wished to accompany him, but after a moment's reflection, he realized that the elite members heading to the secret realm would be formidable. Bringing along 2 junior sisters might expose them to danger. It would be safer for them to remain at Tianxian Peak. Junior sisters, you should stay here and cultivate while I venture forth to secure resources and spirit stones for you, Li Xian murmured. He felt akin to a caring father. This thought brought a gentle smile to his face. Xiao Jinyu and Feng Jiuge exchanged glances, sensing something unusual in each other's smiles, yet they refrained from commenting further, merely advising him to exercise caution. Brother, resources are of little consequence. What matters most is your safe return. I will diligently cultivate at Tianxian Peak, striving to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle as soon as possible, Feng Jiuge declared, her fist clenched resolutely. I feel the same, brother. Please take care of yourself. Xiao Jinyu added. Chapter 80, Entering the Secret Realm. The Supreme Treasure, the Green Spirit Fruit. As the secret realm unveiled itself, a tempest swept across the Eastern Continent, prompting various factions to send emissaries to investigate, including the 3 great sanctuaries. However, lurking beneath this tumultuous surface was an insidious undercurrent, unknown to most. In a foreboding valley shrouded in darkness, perpetually deprived of sunlight, lay the most dreaded locale within the Eastern Continent, known as the Valley of Lost Souls. As the name suggests, those who enter this valley are destined to become wraiths. Within this valley resides a terrifying sect that instills fear in the hearts of many martial artists across the Eastern Continent, known as the Soul-Severing Sect. The Soul-Severing Sect and the Spirit-Controlling Sect stand as the two prominent demonic cultivation sects within the Eastern Continent. It is said that their founders were once united, but subsequent generations, divided by ideological differences, led to their schism. Presently, the upper echelons of both the soul-severing sect and the spirit-controlling sect have gathered in the Valley of Lost Souls. In addition, other demonic sects have congregated, such as the Joyful Union sect and the corpse-refining sect. The assembly of these factions would give even the sanctuaries pause. With the secret realms opening, their plans have commenced. Splendid. This will surely allow those self-proclaimed righteous sects to take a severe blow. If our scheme succeeds, the righteous sects will find themselves in a precarious situation, and in a few decades or centuries, the Eastern Continent will belong to demonic forces. Let this greedy bunch savor their fate. It is regrettable, however, that we shall not acquire the resources of that secret realm. As long as the plan can be fulfilled, the abandonment of certain resources is inevitable. If the secret realm were not complete, it would not attract so many people. I can hardly contain my anticipation to witness the sight of the senior figures from the righteous path bowing in reverence. What a delightful spectacle that would be. Within the Valley of Lost Souls, a cacophony of sinister laughter echoed. The secret realm had opened, and various sects dispatched individuals to explore its depths. Li Xian, having exerted himself for an entire day and night, finally arrived at this mystical domain. Nestled within a mountainous region, the secret realm possessed the unique characteristic that any warrior entering these peaks would be transported to another dimension, detached from the known world. However, it does not imply that once one enters the secret realm, escape becomes impossible. Except for a few rare secret realms, most have exits. Moreover, even if no exit is available, a warrior with sufficient cultivation can forcibly tear through the spatial barrier of the secret realm, though such mastery requires an exceptionally high level of skill. The higher the grade of the secret realm, the more resilient its spatial barriers, making them increasingly difficult to breach. Typically, one would need to possess the cultivation of a celestial sovereign to achieve such a feat. Upon arriving at the mountain range, Li Xian sensed the abundant spiritual energy within. Such vitality and spatial intensity indicated that it was a lower-grade secret realm. Secret realms are classified into 5 tiers: lower, middle, upper, extreme, and transcendent. The rarer the realm, the higher its grade. In the Eastern Continent, there is only one known upper-grade secret realm, named the Mountain Dragon Secret Realm, which has been nearly fully explored. It is said that one of the 3 great sanctuaries, the Mountain Dragon Sanctuary, owes its prominence to the treasures derived from the Mountain Dragon Secret Realm. A single upper-grade secret realm can forge a sanctuary. One can only imagine the extravagance of extreme and transcendent secret realms. Although this secret realm is of lower grade, it remains a new discovery yet to be fully explored, undoubtedly harboring numerous treasures. While it may not have the potential to establish a sanctuary, it could certainly yield several sovereigns. With a faint smile, Li Xian's figure flickered as he stepped into the mountains. Not long after he entered, the air shimmered, and Li Xian felt as though he had traversed through a layer of froth. Before his eyes lay a pristine and untouched forest. This forest was vast and boundless, with each tree towering magnificently. The smallest among them was still large enough for several people to encircle. He gazed into the distance and beheld an immense ancient tree that soared into the clouds, larger than the entire Tianxuan peak. Indeed, the secret realm was extraordinary. As Li Xian ventured deeper into this realm for the first time, he marveled at its wonders. After taking only a few steps, he discovered a palm-sized spirit fungus beneath a tree. In the mundane world, such a fungus would be an invaluable treasure. Even within the martial realm, it was a coveted item. Li Xian carefully collected the spirit fungus, and with such a promising start to his journey, his anticipation for further exploration grew exponentially. After traversing 10 more miles, Li Xian encountered additional spirit herbs, such as ginseng, each possessing a value no less than that of the first treasure he had found. One can only say that this unexplored secret realm is truly extraordinary. It is teeming with treasures. No wonder individuals in the martial arts world are drawn to secret realms like moths to a flame. Even a low-grade secret realm can stir the entire Eastern Continent into a frenzy. These are merely the commonplace treasures within this realm. Yet it is said that each secret realm harbors a core treasure. That is the most precious possession of the realm. It could be an elixir of immortality, an unparalleled divine weapon, or a wondrous object imbued with innate supernatural abilities. I wonder if fortune will favor me, thought Li Xian to himself. The secret realm is vast. and he is in no rush, leisurely searching. Upon a mountain wall, a green vine stretches, measuring about 3 feet in length, suffused with immense life essence. Surrounding the vine, a massive python is watching intently, poised to strike at any moment. In addition to the giant serpent, a hawk circles above, equally fixated on the vine. Suddenly, the life essence within the vine begins to converge towards its tip, giving rise to a green fruit. This is the most coveted treasure of the vine. Upon sighting the green fruit, both the python and the hawk are filled with envy. They launch themselves at it in an instant. Roar! The python opens its gaping maw, intent on devouring the fruit. The hawk, talons gripping the python's head, intercepts its advance. The eagle and the serpent engage in a fierce struggle upon the mountain wall. As the fruit ripens further, its fragrance wafts through the air, attracting nearby warriors, their gazes ablaze with desire. This is the supreme elixir, the green spirit fruit. It is said that a single green spirit fruit can forge a supreme being. Truly, this unexplored secret realm is capable of yielding such treasures. How splendid! This elixir is mine. The crowd springs into action. The hawk and the serpent, upon noticing the surrounding warriors, cease their battle and turn to confront these intruders, emitting a series of furious roars. Humans, this elixir was discovered by us first. It matters not who found it first. Whoever seizes it shall claim it. Indeed, treasures belong to the capable. The crowd pays no heed to such matters. The hawk and the python engage in combat with the surrounding warriors. For the sake of a single green spirit fruit, a chaotic battle ensues. At that moment, Xuan arrives. He glances at the green spirit fruit, a faint smile gracing his lips. What a remarkable find! In a flash, he moves with a speed imperceptible to the others, plucking the green spirit fruit and swiftly departing. When the crowd turns back to the vine, their eyes widen in disbelief. Where's the green spirit fruit? Which cunning rogue snatched it away while we were distracted? Chapter 81. The Resolute Lingyun. The pursued maiden in a pink skirt. Everyone was initially embroiled in combat, vying for dominance. The victor would claim the green spirit fruit, while the vanquished would naturally fight for survival. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, the green spirit fruit has vanished. The crowd finds themselves momentarily dazed, scanning their surroundings but finding no trace of anyone, as if the one who seized the fruit were a phantom. This is to be expected with their cultivation levels. They are incapable of detecting the presence of the esteemed Xuan. But suddenly a beam of sword light sliced through the air, obstructing Xuan's path. Xuan paused momentarily, astonished that someone had detected his presence, despite not having made any deliberate effort to conceal himself. It would require a being close to the pinnacle of power to achieve such a feat. A young man in white, with striking sword-like eyebrows, leisurely stepped forward. He regarded Xuan with an indifferent gaze, leaving behind the green spirit fruit. Xuan shook his head slightly, refusing to accept it. "Do not blame me for being ruthless with my sword," the young man in white stated coldly. Someone recognized him. He was Lingyun, the son of the mysterious Holy Land. Lingyun was undoubtedly a prominent figure in the Eastern Continent, ranked third on the celestial talents list. As the son of the mysterious Holy Land, he was among the few in the younger generation closest to the supreme realm. Upon hearing Lingyun's name, Xuan smiled faintly, realizing he was in the presence of someone from the mysterious Holy Land. "Do you know who I am?" he inquired. I care not who you are. Do not even think of snatching the green spirit fruit from me," Lingyun replied coldly. He was but a small step away from the supreme realm, and possessing this green spirit fruit would surely enable his breakthrough. Even if the person before him were a supreme being, he was determined to fight for it. With sword in hand, he exuded an imposing aura, his true essence swirling around him. As he thrust his sword forward, Xuan calmly introduced himself. "I am Xuan." Clang! The sword abruptly halted in midair. Lingyun's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly losing his grip on the sword, which almost fell to the ground. He stared intently at Xuan, a hint of terror in his gaze. Xuan, this was indeed Xuan. Upon closer inspection, he found Xuan to be more handsome than himself, exuding an ethereal charm with every gesture. Moreover, the ability to silently take away the green spirit fruit indicated that he was likely a supreme being. If this were before Lu Tianxuan's assault on the mysterious Holy Land, Lingyun would have dared to battle Xuan, having previously issued a challenge to him. However, after Lu Tianxuan's arrival at the mysterious Holy Land, the idea of confronting Xuan seemed ludicrous. Even considering whether the mysterious Holy Land would permit such a confrontation was questionable. Provoking Lu Tianxian could lead to dire consequences for the Holy Land itself. Ling Yun's expression shifted, and he sheathed his sword, offering a respectful bow to Li Xian. I take my leave. Without further ado, he turned and departed. This scene left many in astonishment. Wait, you are the son of the mysterious Holy Land, the third ranked on the celestial talents list. How can you simply flee without a fight? The crowd was bewildered. They were in shock. Some, however, were inexplicably fixated on Li Xian. Ling Yun may have retreated, but we shall not. The green spirit fruit is crucial for our ascension to the supreme realm. We cannot let it slip away. Even if he is the number one on the talents list, we must contend for it. In the realm of martial arts, one must either advance or regress. Among warriors, there are many willing to take risks. Let us attack together. We shall not let a single Li Xian thwart us. The crowd surged forward, charging at Li Xian from all directions, their momentum akin to a raging torrent. Behind him, in his heart, chest, abdomen, and thighs, Li Xian suddenly sensed dozens of distinctly different lethal attacks whistling towards him. He shook his head, realizing that he had brought this upon himself. He had merely intended to seize the green spirit fruit and depart, for he was not one to revel in bloodshed. Yet, when others sought their own demise, what could he do? Naturally, he would unleash the pure yang fire. The surging flames of pure yang erupted from him, radiating outward with the force of his grandmaster-level spiritual power, shattering and disbanding the myriad lethal strikes aimed at him. Warriors were sent flying like kites cut from their strings. Those fortunate enough merely spat blood, while those less fortunate were reduced to ashes on the spot. With a single strike, just one, the multitude of warriors stood in stunned silence. Some grievously injured, others fallen. None dared to approach him for the green spirit fruit any longer. They gazed at Li Xian, who resembled an elegant young master. And in that moment, they felt a profound chill and an unprecedented fear enveloping them. After vanquishing his opponents with a single move, Li Xian offered a slight smile to the crowd before turning to depart. This time, no one dared to impede him. The onlookers swallowed hard, astonished that he had smiled at them. Was it mockery? Perhaps not. He might simply be more courteous than they imagined. Yet, the fact that he could smile while slaying so many was even more terrifying. A monster, the top of the celestial talents list, truly not to be underestimated. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, on a nearby peak, a woman clad in a flowing pink gown observed Li Xian's retreat, her gaze tinged with intrigue. What a pure yang sacred body he possesses. What an impressive figure atop the celestial talents list. Is this the reason you personally came to this secret realm, sect master? A young girl spoke from behind her. The woman nodded slightly. Indeed, this is the pure yang sacred body, which female cultivator wouldn't covet him. If paired with our Huan sect's secret techniques, I am confident I could attain sainthood within a year. But, sect master, how will you acquire him? Will you resort to force? How dull that would be. The woman in pink replied with a soft smile. After obtaining the green spirit fruit, Li Xian continued his exploration within the secret realm, gradually acquiring more spiritual herbs. Coupled with those he had cultivated on Tianxuan Peak, he would have ample resources to concoct numerous potent elixirs, even those capable of enabling breakthroughs to the supreme level. Yet, he pondered, where might the core treasure of this secret realm be? System, do you know? Li Xian inquired directly. Beep. Unknown. Why don't you know? Surely, with your celestial authority, you can discern the location of this core treasure? It is merely a low-grade secret realm. The system must clarify that the information it possesses is closely tied to the host. The more intimately related the matter is to the host, the more detailed the information, provided the celestial authority is sufficient. However, the treasures of the secret realm bear no relation to the host, thus the system cannot speculate upon their whereabouts. Li Xian, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of disappointment and muttered, how could it not be related to me? If I were to acquire it, then it would belong to me. What a logical genius. The system could only respond in silence. The system proved unreliable, so Li Xian decided to search on his own. After all, he had ample time. At that moment, a cry for help echoed not far away. Help! Help! A woman in a pink dress was sprinting towards him, pursued by a transformed beast that had taken on a humanoid form, cackling ominously as it chased her, eager to showcase its villainy. You can't escape, little beauty. Chapter 82. The Scheme of the Huan Sect Leader. Mingyue Xin. Cackling, little beauty, you cannot escape. Observing the beast pursuing the woman, Li Xian frowned. What nonsense is this? In a realm brimming with treasures, why would one waste time chasing a woman? especially a human one? Such a lack of ambition. In Li Xian's eyes, this beast had no future. As for the woman in the pink dress, she was indeed strikingly beautiful. Yet one could only ask, could she not make her escape seem a tad more genuine? Her hair was impeccably styled, her clothes appeared freshly ironed, and her shoes were spotless, devoid of even a speck of dirt. She was overly pristine. The makeup on her face remained flawless, and her expression of panic seemed somewhat exaggerated. Her cries lacked any real emotion. What poor acting! Li Xian quickly discerned that this was a ruse, but the reason for its performance in front of him remained unclear. At that moment, he thought of the system. System, can you provide an explanation now? Investigation in progress. Query results. This woman is the current leader of the 1hr sect. She has set her sights on the host's pure yang sacred body and wishes to possess you. However, feeling that overt methods would lack subtlety, she orchestrated this scene to elicit a hero's rescue, after which she plans to linger by your side and gradually seduce you. Upon hearing this, Li Xian experienced a sudden realization. Gazing at the approaching woman, he scoffed softly. Another woman after his body, and from the demonic cultivation sect, the 1hr sect, no less. He had heard of the 1hr sect. This sect comprised both men and women, all practitioners of the art of supplementation. Their methods were notoriously ruthless. Any warrior subjected to their practices was typically drained of their essence. If she came to him, she should not blame him for what might follow. Li Xian activated the pure yang fire in his palm, preparing to retaliate when the 1hr sect leader drew near. Warning, the 1hr sect leader's cultivation level is at the celestial venerable realm. Why did you not mention this sooner? Li Xian's mouth twitched. Ordinary venerable, great venerable, profound venerable, earth venerable, celestial venerable. She was 3 realms above him. What was he to do? As the 1hr sect leader continued her act of terror, sensing Li Xian's presence nearby, she turned and called out, "Young master, save." Before she could finish her plea, she saw Li Xian vanish in an instant, leaving her utterly bewildered. What just happened? This was completely different from the script she had envisioned. These disciples of the righteous path are not all fond of the classic hero saving the beauty, are they? Why did you flee? The beast pursuing the master of the Harmony sect is still performing, cackling. Oh, lovely maiden, why have you stopped running? The master of the Harmony sect coldly snorted. The people have fled. There is no need to pursue any further. The beast paused for a moment, then transformed into a charming young girl, asking, Master, what shall we do next? What a remarkable individual Li Xian is, defying all expectations. Master, is it possible that we have been exposed? Impossible. My acting skills are so exquisite that he could never discern the truth. The girl remained silent, fully aware that questioning would only lead to dire consequences. If the hero saving the beauty fails, then let us have the beauty save the hero. The master of the Harmony sect, undeterred by one failure, concocted another plan. A beauty saving a hero? Indeed, while the hero rescuing the beauty is a classic trope, the reverse is equally compelling. You should seek out some formidable demon cultivators to deal with him, and then I shall intervene to save him. This way, he will surely be enchanted and become my devoted subordinate. The master of the Harmony sect chuckled with glee. But, master, which demon cultivators should I approach? Well, the Soul Separation sect and the Spirit Control sect have dispatched several elders for protection, so you may seek them. Ah, will they listen to me? That depends on your skills. After all, this is our specialty, is it not? Rest assured, once I grow weary of this young man and have sufficiently drained him, I will certainly leave you a portion. The girl's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Even a nearly depleted pure yang sacred body would be a tremendous boon for someone of her cultivation level. What a stroke of misfortune to have caught the attention of a female demon. Li Xian shook his head. Do not be deceived into thinking that the Harmony sect is a frivolous sect. Being labeled as demon cultivators is not without reason, as countless men and women have fallen victim to their harvesting, with scarcely a survivor among them. The one who ascended to the position of master has likely absorbed the life essence of countless individuals, if not 10,000, then certainly 8,000. Compared to the imperial princess of the Great Zhou, she is but a fledgling. He hoped fervently not to encounter her again. As he continued to explore the secret realm, a cacophony of combat suddenly erupted before him. Approaching the source of the sound, he beheld a white-clad woman wielding a long sword, fiercely battling a gigantic serpent with 2 heads, measuring nearly 100 meters in length. Li Xian did not recognize the woman, but he was familiar with the serpent. It was the formidable twin-headed water and fire python, a pinnacle beast of the Eastern Continent. The variety among demon clans is vast. Common beasts that cultivate often possess limited potential and achieve modest accomplishments, akin to the ordinary human physique. Conversely, certain demon clans are endowed with inherently powerful bloodlines, allowing them to cultivate far more effectively than their ordinary counterparts, such as the Jade Rabbit clan. The Eastern Continent boasts many such demon clans. The twin-headed water and fire python before him is one such lineage, and from the thick, bloody aura surrounding it, it is evident that it has consumed ample human essence. Turning his attention back to the white-clad woman, her swordsmanship was fierce and imposing, her cultivation evidently reaching the pinnacle of a battle king. She might even surpass Ling Yun in strength. Li Xian recalled that on the Eastern Continent's list of prodigies, besides himself, who held the top position, the third-ranked individual was Ling Yun. Above Ling Yun, in the second position, was Ming Yuexin. She was the saintess of one of the three great sanctuaries of the Eastern Continent, the Sanctuary of the Bright Moon. Her sword technique, the Bright Moon sword art, was renowned throughout the Eastern Continent. Yet, Li Xian merely observed from the sidelines, refraining from intervening. Who could ascertain whether this person was merely a disguise of the Huan sect's leader? Suddenly, the woman clad in white soared into the air, her sword aura erupting, transforming into a resplendent moon in the sky. From within that moon, sword energy surged forth. The two-headed waterfire python was instantly ravaged by the onslaught of sword chi. Li Xian's eyes flickered. Indeed, it was the Bright Moon sword technique. It seemed that Ming Yuexin was genuine, not a mere impersonation of the Huan sect's leader. He felt a sense of relief. He still had no intention of rendering assistance. Ming Yuexin held the upper hand and did not require his intervention. At that moment, however, the waterfire python seemed to sense its inferiority, letting out a furious roar, with one head spewing water and the other fire. The confluence of water and fire exhibited tremendous force. Ming Yuexin's sword chi intertwined to repel it. Yet, the two-headed waterfire python seized this opportunity to flee, and its escape route fortuitously led it straight towards Li Xian, who was merely an observer. Li Xian thought to himself, surely not. Am I to be caught up in this? Chapter 83. Collaborating with Ming Yuexin. The two-headed waterfire python seeks revenge. Li Xian stared in astonishment at the charging two-headed waterfire python. What on earth? I was merely a bystander, and now I am embroiled in this chaos? Is this some kind of mistake? However, the two-headed waterfire python advanced with ferocity, its murderous intent palpable, and it too had noticed Li Xian. With a roar, it shouted, "You little brat, do not obstruct my path." With that, it opened its massive maw, containing both water and fire energies, and unleashed a violent torrent. The might of the combined elements was overwhelming, akin to a realm of ice and fire. For warriors beneath the rank of War King, it was nearly impossible to withstand such an assault. Even a War King could easily find themselves drowned or burned if they were not cautious. Alas, Li Xian was no mere War King. He was a great master. Confronted by the oncoming water and fire assault, he calmly declared, releasing pure yang fire that consumed the flames and evaporated the water. The two heads of the enraged water-fire python simultaneously displayed expressions of terror. This was pure yang fire. No, how could he possess such power? To be besieged on both sides by two prodigies from the list of prodigies. Was such cruelty necessary? Under the incineration of the pure yang fire, the two-headed water-fire python was utterly reduced to ashes, leaving not a single scale or bone behind. Not far away, Ming Yuexin observed this scene with a hint of astonishment in her eyes and calmly remarked, "You are Li Xian of the Crossing Immortals sect?" Though phrased as a question, it carried a note of certainty. After all, in the entire Tianxuan Continent, it was likely that Li Xian was the only one possessing the pure yang sacred body. Li Xian smiled slightly and replied, "Indeed, that is I? Very well, let us engage in battle," Ming Yuexin declared, drawing her long sword with a fierce battle spirit. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. "My lady, do we have any enmity?" "None at all," she affirmed. "Then why must you fight me? Strong warriors draw their swords against even stronger opponents. I stand as the second on the Tianxuan ranking, while you hold the esteemed first position. Is it not only natural that I challenge you?" "Ah, is that truly the reason?" "Indeed." Ming Yue's heart nodded slightly, her eyes brimming with fervent determination. Li Xian could only offer a wry smile, pondering whether the young lady was genuinely intent on engaging in combat. "What? Are you hesitant to fight?" "Not at all. It's merely that I do not partake in battles devoid of significance. Devoid of significance? Mingyue furrowed her brow, suddenly enlightened as she exclaimed, I understand now. You believe there is no incentive, do you? She raised her hand and retrieved a vibrant ginseng from her storage ring. Instantly, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs permeated the air. Li Xian's eyes widened in surprise. This was the seven-colored ginseng. The seven-colored ginseng is an exceedingly rare and supreme treasure, capable of serving as a vital ingredient in concocting certain sacred elixirs. This ginseng is a treasure I acquired moments ago, and it was the cause of my altercation with the twin-headed firewater python. If you can defeat me, this ginseng shall belong to you, Mingyue declared. Very well. Li Xian nodded in agreement. This seven-colored ginseng is indeed a remarkable find. With it, he could potentially forge several supreme elixirs. Then let us begin. A flicker of excitement crossed Mingyue's face. Without further ado, she raised her sword, unleashing her vital energy, which transformed in the void into a resplendent full moon. The luminous moon hung high, its sword energy swirling around. This was the pinnacle of the Mingyue sword technique. The bright moon shines down, its sword energy sweeping away the demons. Go! A torrent of sword energy cascaded from the radiant moon, overwhelming in its might. Li Xian, however, concentrated his sword finger. The Phoenix sword technique was invoked. Sword energy surged skyward, morphing into a magnificent phoenix, imbued with unparalleled sword intent, evoking a wondrous spectacle of countless birds bowing in reverence. In an instant, the phoenix soared forth, shattering the multitude of sword energies. The luminous moon, too, was violently shattered beneath this powerful strike. The moon has shattered. Mingyue was also impacted, sent flying backward. In the next moment, she felt a searing heat emanating from her neck, as Li Xian's sword finger halted just before her throat, radiating pure yang fire. With but a thought, that pure yang fire could transform into the most piercing and ferocious sword energy, penetrating her neck. Mingyue swallowed hard, a look of astonishment flickering in her eyes. I have been defeated. To fall so swiftly is truly astonishing. In truth, she had anticipated her loss, for she was up against the foremost figure on the Eastern Continent's Tianxuan ranking. However, to be vanquished in a single strike seemed excessively outrageous. Even against a supreme opponent, she ought not to be so easily overcome. There exists but one possibility. You are no ordinary supreme. You are a grand master. Mingyue inhaled deeply and proclaimed, only with the cultivation of a grand master combined with a pure yang sacred body could one defeat her in a single move. Li Xian smiled faintly, offering no response, retracting his sword finger and extending his palm. Mingyue recognized his intention to claim the seven-colored ginseng. She showed no signs of reluctance, handing the ginseng to Li Xian. Upon receiving the seven-colored ginseng, his smile deepened. Another supreme treasure secured. Perfect. This expedition into the secret realm has proven to be immensely rewarding. Brotherly, shall we embark on an exploration of the secret realm together? Suddenly proposed Mingyue Xian. Li Xian hesitated. The idea of jointly exploring the secret realm raised concerns about what would happen if they stumbled upon treasures. Would they split them evenly? That would leave him at a disadvantage. Sensing his apprehension, Mingyue Xian smiled lightly. I possess a unique technique for locating medicinal herbs, capable of guiding us to precious elixirs. However, some of these treasures are guarded by formidable beasts or natural barriers, making it difficult for me to acquire them alone. Therefore, if we join forces, how about we share the spoils 50-50? Li Xian's eyes brightened at her words. A technique for locating medicinal herbs. What an extraordinary capability. Indeed, the world is full of wonders. If what Mingyue Xian claimed were true, his efficiency in finding these precious herbs would be significantly enhanced. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed. Very well, let us cooperate. Mingyue Xian nodded slightly. Then she sheathed her sword and began to invoke her technique. Her vital energy surged as she performed her spell, her eyes gleaming with intensity. She surveyed the surroundings with a piercing gaze and suddenly exclaimed, 30 miles to the south lies a 1,000-year-old blood spirit mushroom. With a flash, she darted off in that direction, and Li Xian followed closely behind. Indeed, beneath a towering tree, they discovered a blood-red mushroom. What an incredible technique! He marveled. Mingyue Xian employed her skill once more, revealing that a 3,000-year-old Heeshou Wu, even more precious than the blood spirit mushroom, lay 100 miles to the east. The pair set off towards it, only to encounter a ferocious tiger demon nearby. The beast's cultivation was formidable, nearing the level of supremacy. If 1hr Cultivation had ventured alone, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. However, with Li Xian by her side, there was no cause for concern. With a mere thought, Li Xian directed his sword, unleashing a roaring sword chi that transformed into a magnificent phoenix. With a thunderous crash, the tiger was reduced to nothingness. The 3,000-year-old He Shou Wu was theirs. Thus, Li Xian accompanied 1hr Cultivation as they traversed the secret realm, gathering various medicinal treasures with remarkable efficiency. Just as they fixed their sights on a 10,000-year-old snow lotus, a surge of overwhelming demonic energy erupted nearby. A gigantic two-headed python soared into the air, its eyes filled with malice as it fixated on 1hr Cultivation and Li Xian. "You will pay with your lives for my son." Li Xian glanced at 1hr Cultivation. Realizing that this creature was indeed seeking vengeance for the two-headed water-fire python she had slain. "It seems to be coming for you," he noted. 1hr Cultivation replied coolly, "Indeed. It is you who brought about its demise." Not far off, several demonic cultivators were also approaching Li Xian. Chapter 84. The master of the Xuan sect takes action. How can you be so shameless? Within the secret realm, Li Xian observed the advancing two-headed water-fire python as it transformed before them into a white-haired elder clad in a blue and red robe, radiating an imposing aura. Nearby, waves of demonic energy surged forth, blotting out the sun. Li Xian was slightly taken aback, wondering why more demonic forces had arrived. 1hr Cultivation, unable to contain her frown, looked at Li Xian, seemingly questioning whether this malevolent energy was indeed targeting him. Li Xian sighed, acknowledging the truth of her inquiry. The malevolent aura is likely directed at him, possibly orchestrated by the leader of the Xuan sect. "System, what is the situation?" Li Xian inquired of the all-knowing system. The leader of the Xuan sect, having failed in one scheme, has devised another, intending to summon several demon cultivators to besiege the host, after which she will intervene to assist. Li Xian's eyes flickered with realization. So, when the hero cannot save the damsel comes to the hero's aid. Does she? The leader of the Xuan sect is quite the strategist. He glanced at the elder of the dual-headed water-fire python, then contemplated the leader of the Xuan sect, and suddenly conceived a plan. "Miss Ming, rest assured, we shall be fine," he assured 1hr Cultivation with a confident smile. However, 1hr Cultivation was not as optimistic. The elder of the water-fire python was likely a formidable opponent, akin to a great venerable, coupled with several demon cultivators, all of whom were supreme beings. How could they possibly remain unscathed? Have faith in me, it will be all right. Li Xian maintained his air of confidence, as though he had the situation firmly in hand. This intrigued 1hr Cultivation, and, feeling somewhat reassured by his demeanor, she found solace amidst the turmoil. At that moment, the demon cultivators arrived, 3 in total, each a supreme being. Upon spotting Li Xian, their eyes glinted with intrigue. This was the renowned Li Xian, a pure yang sacred body. No wonder the leader of the Xuan sect wished for their cooperation in this charade. Then, noticing the elder of the water-fire python nearby, their brows furrowed slightly. Why was this esteemed creature present? Had the leader of the Xuan sect enlisted others to partake in this ruse without prior notice? How were they to proceed? The elder of the water-fire python glared at the demon cultivators, his voice cold and commanding. "Are you the accomplices of these two?" The leading demon cultivator shook his head. "We are not. We seek to avenge my grandson. If you are not allied with them, leave at once." The elder's voice grew frigid. As he spoke, he could no longer restrain himself and charged towards Li Xian and 1hr Cultivation. Li Xian stepped forward, placing 1hr Cultivation behind him. Pure yang fire erupted, and the flawless sword was drawn. The sword energy, intertwined with fierce flames, clashed with the elder of the water-fire python. The two engaged in a fierce battle, neither yielding ground. The collision of their true essence reverberated through the mountains and rivers. The demon cultivators gasped in astonishment. What a formidable Li Xian, capable of contending with a great venerable. If it were them, they wondered, could they even survive under his onslaught, let alone perform in this farce? They silently grumbled about the leader of the Xuan sect, questioning why she informed them of such a powerful adversary in advance. Meanwhile, the leader of the Xuan sect seethed with frustration, her silver teeth clenched as she fixed her gaze on 1hr Cultivation. Who is this woman? Why does Li Xian protect her? Does he harbor feelings for her? How infuriating! Li Xian must belong to me. The girl beside her inwardly scoffed, recognizing the jealousy that twisted one's nature. Glancing at 1hr Cultivation, she pondered, She seems to be the second-ranked prodigy on the Eastern Continent's list of celestial talents. Ming Yuexin. In the East Continent's prestigious rankings, one stands first while the other holds the second position, both embodying the pinnacle of the righteous youth. Their presence together undeniably evokes the image of a perfect match. However, this realization only deepens the jealousy of the leader of the 1hr sect. How dare a mere Ming Yuexin, a being not even of the supreme realm, vie for a man with me, the sect master? Such folly. Sect master. What shall we do next? Let us observe for now. The water-fire python has appeared at just the right moment, and the few demonic cultivators you summoned do not pose enough pressure on Li Xian. Coupling this with the water-fire python should suffice. When he finds himself in dire straits, I shall intervene to save the hero, and in that moment, he will be utterly devoted to me, the sect master of 1hr declared. And what of Ming Yuexin? Find an opportune moment to eliminate her. The sect master replied coldly. Wouldn't that be a waste? Why not bring her back to the 1hr sect for the other male disciples to cultivate? A young girl suggested. That is indeed a commendable proposal. We could make her life a living hell, teaching her the consequences of competing with me for a man. On the battlefield, Li Xian was engaged in a fierce clash with the elder of the water-fire python. Naturally, Ming Yuexin could not remain idle. Drawing her sword, she stepped forward to assist. Yet, she had yet to reach the supreme realm, and the sword she unleashed could not even breach the protective true essence of the water-fire python elder. Her efforts were negligible. The other demonic cultivators exchanged glances. Boss, shall we intervene? One of them inquired. The leading demonic cultivator pondered for a moment. After all, this was a task commissioned by the sect master of 1hr, so it was prudent to act decisively. Let us make our move, he decided, aware that the sect master was likely observing from the shadows. If they merely stood by and did nothing, it would surely provoke discontent. With a swift motion, the three surrounded Li Xian, assisting the elder of the water-fire python. The elder, who had struggled to subdue Li Xian, suddenly brightened at the sight. Excellent. Since you are aiding me, I shall not treat you poorly. After we eliminate this man, I will treat you to a feast. With the water-fire python and three demonic cultivators joining forces, they finally managed to suppress Li Xian. For a time, he found himself in perilous straits, seemingly on the verge of severe injury. Ming Yuexin, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of anxiety. How infuriating! If only my strength were greater, I could intervene. Yet, did Li Xian not assure me he would be fine? Was he merely comforting me? Sighing, she thought, even in such dire circumstances, he is still concerned about soothing me. He is excessively gentle. Her heart was torn between gratitude and urgency. Just as Li Xian appeared on the brink of collapse, a fragrant scent wafted through the air. Followed by a flurry of petals, a graceful figure glided in, treading upon the petals. With a single palm strike, the water-fire python was sent staggering back several steps. Foul demonic cultivators! As long as I am here, you shall not harm this gentleman. The sect master of 1hr made a powerful entrance, shielding Li Xian. She felt immense satisfaction with her appearance, petals swirling around her as she repelled the demonic elder. With her unparalleled beauty and figure, which man could resist her allure? Li Xian, witnessing her silhouette, must surely be captivated. She turned to offer him words of comfort. Li Xian, unbeknownst to anyone, had swiftly taken Ming Yuexin away, leaving her, the very person who had come to his aid, abandoned and disheveled in the wind. Witnessing their disappearing figures, the leader of the 1hr sect was utterly bewildered. What is happening? Why is he not adhering to my script? I saved you, and you repay my kindness by abandoning me. Li Xian, you are the foremost genius on the rankings. How could you be so shameless? Chapter 85. The core treasures of the secret realm emerge. The shadow of the past lingers. The 1hr sect leader gazed at the retreating Li Xian and Ming Yuexin, her mind in disarray. She had never anticipated the situation would unfold this way. The last time, he had fled instead of heroically rescuing her. This time, she had saved the hero. Yet he showed no concern for her and ran off with another woman right before her eyes. How could he be so devoid of shame? She touched her own face, beginning to doubt her allure. Could it be that her charm was insufficient, rendering her unappealing to him? No, this is not merely a question of allure. Who among the rational would act as Li Xian did? She could not comprehend Li Xian's thought process. Meanwhile, the enraged elder of the water and fire python bellowed, "Rascal! How dare you obstruct my vengeance? Regardless of who you are, perish." He unleashed a powerful strike towards the 1hr sect leader. Yet, Her eyes, now cold and filled with fury, found in his aggression a perfect outlet for her wrath. With her fingers curled into claws, she retaliated with a forceful blow, accompanied by a flurry of fallen petals and the resonance of spiritual energy. Her terrifying strike seemed to shatter the heavens. In an instant, the elder's full-force strike collapsed. She seized him by the throat. Disbelief etched on his face as he stammered, This power, are you? A celestial? Die? Without uttering another word, the 1hr sect leader tightened her grip. With a resounding crack, the elder's neck was crushed. Blood splattered onto her hands, which she disdainfully wiped clean, discarding his lifeless body as several demonic cultivators approached. 1hr sect leader, the performance you requested has been executed, though its effects seem rather unsatisfactory. One remarked. Who would have imagined that Li Xian could be so shameless as to abandon his savior? What a mockery of righteousness. Another demonic cultivator casually suggested. Is it possible that he has discerned your true identity, 1hr sect leader? Her expression shifted slightly. How could that be? With my impeccable acting skills, how could he have spotted a flaw? The other cultivators fell into a contemplative silence, unaware of how she defined impeccable. Enough, 1hr sect leader, if you wish to play. It is permissible, but do not forget our true objective. One of them stated. The heavenly demon blood transformation array is about to commence. 1hr sect leader. If I were you, I would make haste to leave. With that, the trio departed. The 1hr sect leader pondered momentarily when a young girl beside her inquired, Leader, the heavenly demon blood transformation array is extraordinary. Should we not depart? Departing is indeed imperative, but we must capture Li Xian first. The 1hr sect leader replied. Her gaze icy. Capture? Indeed. The master of the Joyous Union sect was utterly bewitched to engage in such heroic rescue antics. Speaking of romance and allure. Ultimately, she was merely a tool to aid my cultivation. If soft approaches fail, then I shall resort to more forceful measures. The master of the Joyous Union sect snorted coldly. Meanwhile, Li Xian swiftly departed the battlefield with Ming Yuexin. After running several hundred miles, he finally halted. Ming Yuexin regarded him peculiarly. Young masterly. I truly did not anticipate you would act in such a manner. To abandon your savior? Li Xian was taken aback, realizing she had misunderstood him. After pondering for a moment, he clarified, Miss Ming, do you know who it was that saved us? Who? The master of the Joyous Union sect. Gasping, Ming Yuexin inhaled sharply. The Joyous Union sect was a formidable demonic faction in the Eastern Continent, and its master possessed at least the cultivation of a celestial sovereign. But why would she save us? Because she is pursuing me. Ming Yuexin was momentarily stunned. Wait, let me sort this out. You abandoned your suitor who came to rescue you? Li Xian felt a tinge of discomfort at her words, as if it painted him in a rather unflattering light. The other party is the master of the Joyous Union sect, and I am the pure Yang sacred body. Miss Ming, what do you think would happen if she succeeded in pursuing me? Ming Yuexin suddenly comprehended. You would be drained dry. No wonder you fled. Moreover, those demonic cultivators were likely summoned by her to stage a play, a classic tale of beauty saving the hero, all to gain my trust. But why would she go to such lengths? As a celestial sovereign, you are no match for her. Why the elaborate charade? Because she believes that a direct approach lacks charm. The thought processes of demonic cultivators are indeed extraordinary. Ming Yuexin fully grasped the situation. What shall we do next? Let us continue to explore the secret realm and avoid her as much as possible. As long as she does not resort to force, we should be in no peril. But what if she does? Then I possess something even more formidable. Li Xian's lips curled into a slight smile as he caressed the jade pendant hanging at his waist. Celestial Sovereign? What of it? Is she more formidable than my master? Lu Tianxian has brought an entire holy ground to its knees. He and Ming Yuexin resumed their exploration of the secret realm. 2 days passed, during which they acquired numerous precious herbs. On this day, a mountain peak within the secret realm suddenly began to tremble, gradually splitting apart, as a radiant red light flowed forth. An unparalleled surge of spiritual energy radiated outward. Subsequently, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth surged wildly towards the mountain peak, forming a colossal vortex around it. The spiritual energy grew increasingly dense, and the red light became ever more resplendent. More and more people took notice of this brilliant glow, their eyes lighting up with excitement. They hurriedly made their way towards the source of the red light. Li Xian and Ming Yuexin were no exceptions. Observing the mountain peak as it continued to crack open, the crowd faintly discerned a treasure deep within, a sword. a magnificent sword seemingly carved from red jade. That was the core treasure of the secret realm, an innate divine weapon. Someone could not help but exclaim in awe, gazing at the sword within the mountain. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation. The innate divine weapons, as the name suggests, are divine armaments birthed from the very essence of heaven and earth. This sword, in particular, is the most treasured creation of this secret realm, its very heart. This artifact belongs to me. An eager warrior could no longer restrain himself and charged towards the sword. Yet, before he could even approach the peak, a fierce wave of sword energy sent him flying. The aloof son of the sacred land, Lingyun, arrived and coldly declared, "This is mine." His gaze then fell upon Li Xian among the crowd, momentarily stiffening. However, the immense value of this core treasure was undeniable. As a fellow swordsman, his heart could not help but stir with desire. Li Xian merely observed, showing no intention to seize it. As long as he refrained, there was hope for Lingyun. Others soon sprang into action, rushing towards the precious sword, including several beings of supreme status. At that moment, the heavens shifted, the wind and clouds swirled, and an ethereal shower of petals descended as a graceful figure floated down. With every gesture, she emanated an enchanting aura. The male cultivators present found themselves at a loss for words, parched with awe. Only a few resolute souls managed to maintain their composure. She was a sorceress. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Xian's lips twitched in exasperation. Her presence was an unwelcome specter. The newcomer was none other than the leader of the 1hr sect. Chapter 86. The Power of the Jade Pendant. Just a mere celestial monarch. A sorceress? Huh, you speak the truth. I am indeed a sorceress. The leader of the 1hr sect chuckled, turning her gaze toward the warrior who had labeled her as such. Raising her hand, she pointed, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. And before the warrior could react, a force pierced through his neck. Clutching his throat, blood gushed forth uncontrollably. He could hardly believe that as a supreme being, he had not even seen how she struck. What a terrifying sorceress. As the warrior collapsed, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. Those who had been entranced by her beauty snapped back to reality, their eyes now filled with trepidation and fear towards the 1hr sect leader. She seemed to revel in their fear, her smile growing ever more captivating as her gaze drifted towards Li Xian. Young Master Li, this marks our third encounter. Does it not? Indeed, it appears so, Li Xian replied with a slight nod. Surely, you recognize me from our previous meetings. May I inquire where I might have faltered? The 1hr sect leader asked. Your acting leaves much to be desired. Ah, young Master Li perceives everything with clarity. Even my exquisite performance could not deceive you. Since subtlety has failed, I shall resort to force. The leader's eyes turned increasingly frigid. Li Xian felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. It seemed the opponent would never admit to her poor acting skills. As she prepared to escalate the confrontation, he took a deep breath, summoning the pure yang fire within him, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The onlookers regarded Li Xian with growing pity. Trouble loomed ahead. This woman, the leader of the 1hr sect, was a celestial monarch. Surely, Li Xian could not stand against her. Alas, a prodigious talent was on the verge of falling. Who claimed the 1hr sect sought to kill him? As far as I know, Li Xian possesses the pure yang sacred body. Can the leader of the 1hr sect truly let him go? TSK, it seems that to die beneath the peony is to remain a dashing ghost. Some male cultivators gazed at Li Xian, feeling a tinge of envy. After all, despite the 1hr sect leader's capriciousness and cruelty, her beauty is undeniable. She is ample where she should be, slender where appropriate, and alluringly curvaceous in all the right places. A mere glance from the crowd invoked thoughts of two words, soul-stirring. Li Xian, will you voluntarily accompany me, or must I compel you? The 1hr sect leader chuckled enticingly. Were it not for the terrifying aura she emanated, many would likely choose to follow her merely for her striking appearance. Li Xian shook his head, declaring, I have no desire to become a mere puppet. He raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike, the pure yang flames transforming into a magnificent phoenix, sword energy. However, the 1hr sect leader merely waved her hand, and with a resounding crash, the enchanting phoenix sword energy shattered, failing to disturb her in the slightest. Li Xian sheathed his sword and unleashed a punch, the Vajra subduing demon fist. Boom! A majestic and sacred Vajra manifestation appeared in the void, striking towards the 1hr sect leader. The force of his punch was as overwhelming as a mountain collapsing into the sea. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. What an overwhelming fist! They had not anticipated that besides his swordsmanship, Li Xian possessed such formidable boxing techniques. Particularly, Ling Yun felt a surge of trepidation. Goodness! With this punch, he felt that even 10 of himself would meet their demise. All of them were prodigies on the heroic rankings. Yet the disparity felt as vast as if he were ranked first and Li Xian 300th. At this moment, he comprehended the truth. Li Xian and the other prodigies on the rankings existed on entirely different planes, an insurmountable chasm. Yet, despite the astonishment evoked by this punch, the Xuan sect leader remained nonchalant, raising her hand as countless petals danced in the air, transforming into a sword of flowers that pierced forth. Bang! In an instant, the overwhelming fist force was shattered. The crowd was taken aback, astonished that such a powerful punch could be so effortlessly neutralized. However, this was only to be expected, for the Xuan sect leader was a celestial sovereign, an existence second only to the supreme celestial sovereign within the realm of supremacy. Compared to Li Xian's grandmaster realm, she was 3 tiers above. It would be remarkable if Li Xian could emerge victorious. After his punch was thwarted, Li Xian showed no sign of surprise. Instead, he raised his hand to condense a crimson beam of light, directing it towards the Xuan sect leader. It was the peak divine ability, pure yang piercing the sun. The power of pure yang surged forth like a radiant beam. This maneuver caused the Xuan sect leader to narrow her eyes slightly, taking him more seriously as she struck out with her palm, sweeping forth a multitude of petals. Bang! The petals shattered, and the Xuan sect leader was forced to retreat a few steps. She looked at Li Xian in astonishment, realizing, "To think you could compel me to retreat 2 steps, quite impressive indeed. However, regretfully, I have lost interest in continuing this play." The Xuan sect leader's aura erupted. The power of the celestial sovereign howling forth, an overwhelming pressure descending upon Li Xian like the weight of 1,000 mountains. Faced with the unleashed might of a true celestial sovereign, even someone as formidable as Li Xian felt considerable pressure. In a genuine confrontation, he indeed would not be the Xuan sect leader's match. Yet, he was not without his trump cards. He produced a jade pendant. The leader of the Xuan sect cast a glance at the pendant. It appeared unremarkable. She scanned it with her divine sense, but uncovered no extraordinary attributes. Clearly, this was mere trickery, and it seemed necessary to capture you for further instruction. With that, she reached out towards Li Xian with her 5 fingers. A formidable force completely locked onto him. Under the celestial sovereign, resistance was utterly futile. At that moment, the jade pendant in Li Xian's hand emanated a brilliant radiance, and an overwhelming pressure surged forth from it. Boom! In an instant, everyone present was forced to the ground by this formidable aura, save for Li Xian, who wielded the pendant. At that moment, he resembled an official in the realm of mortals bearing a sacred edict, while others appeared as mere commoners. The pendant was akin to the edict. Once it was issued, all were compelled to kneel. Even the celestial sovereign, the leader of the Xuan sect, was no exception. She gazed at Li Xian and the pendant in his grasp with terror, wondering what kind of monstrous object it was. Humph! A soft huff reverberated from the pendant. Following that, a slender, fair hand suddenly emerged from the radiant light, wielding the power of heaven and earth, and struck towards the leader of the Xuan sect. Even someone as formidable as a celestial sovereign found no means of resistance in that moment of sheer terror. Struck by that delicate hand, the Xuan sect leader's body exploded in a thunderous sound, her soul scattering into ashes. Everyone stood dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. What sorcery was this? A dignified celestial sovereign was so easily vanquished. Who, or what, was behind Li Xian? Whoever it was, they must possess the prowess of a saint. Only Ling Yun harbored some suspicions, concluding that it must be Li Xian's master, that terrifying woman who had previously crushed the Miao Liao sacred land. He did not know if Lu Tianxian was indeed a saint. He only comprehended that she was far more fearsome than an ordinary saint. After the annihilation of the Xuan sect leader, the oppressive aura from the pendant quickly dissipated, and all anomalies returned to tranquility as Li Xian reattached the pendant to his waist. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, "My master is truly formidable." Far away on Tianxian Peak, within her cave abode, Lu Tianxian sensed something amiss, opened her eyes, and curled her lips in disdain. How dare a mere celestial sovereign covet my disciple? Such folly. Chapter 87. The Noble Youth. The demon path opposes the saint. As Li Xian stowed the pendant away, Minghua, who had accompanied him throughout, swallowed hard, finally understanding the source of his confidence. Goodness! With such a background, she too would be fearless. Truly overwhelming. A dignified celestial sovereign was obliterated with a single slap. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. The others gazed at Li Xian, their eyes betraying a mix of apprehension and dread. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the mountain, causing it to explode violently. An endless tide of demonic energy gushing forth. This unexpected turn of events startled everyone. Some were caught off guard, engulfed by the demonic energy. They had no strength to resist, reduced to mere pools of blood by the corrosive force. Such terrifying demonic energy. What on earth is happening? This demonic energy is utterly horrifying. Why is there such a malevolent aura emanating from the core treasures of the secret realm? The crowd felt perplexed. Yet they dared not act recklessly, quickly retreating from the dark energy. However, the sinister aura only intensified. As they sought to escape the secret realm, they beheld countless arcane runes materializing in the void, forming an unparalleled array of barriers that completely sealed them in. This sight sent a wave of panic through the crowd. With the moonlight sword technique, 1hr Cultivation wielded her long sword, executing her sword art, causing sword energy to swirl and transform into a radiant full moon, from which boundless sword chi erupted. Boom! The array was struck by the sword energy, yet remained utterly unscathed. Ling Yun acted decisively as well, delivering a punch infused with formidable force. Still, the barrier withstood his assault without yielding an inch. Everyone attacked together. A voice rang out, prompting others to channel their true essence toward the barrier. One after another, they unleashed their might. Punches, sword chi, and blades of light converged upon the barrier, which stood resolute, suffering their onslaught, yet emerging entirely unblemished. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Damn it, what kind of array is this? Among us are numerous supreme beings. Yet, even combined, we cannot breach this formation even slightly. How absurd. Could this possibly be a holy level array? Curse it, the dark energy is surging. It must be the work of the demonic path. Is there anyone among you proficient in the art of formations? Someone shouted, and a cultivator clad in a black robe stepped forward, declaring, if I am not mistaken, this is one of the 3 great arrays of the demonic path, the celestial demon blood transformation array. Once this formation is activated, even heavenly sovereigns would find it difficult to escape. The crowd's faces paled. Heavenly sovereigns cannot escape? None among us are even heavenly sovereigns. Are we doomed? Do not despair. With such a formation, the saints will surely intervene. They cannot possibly allow us to perish here, someone said, clinging to a glimmer of hope. It is important to note that this expedition into the secret realm included not only disciples from the major sects of the Eastern Continent, but also the saintly sons and daughters from sacred lands, such as Ling Yun and 1hr Cultivation. Surely, the ancestors from their sacred lands would not stand idly by as they perished here. Yet, it may not be so simple. 1hr Cultivation remarked coolly. The demonic path dares to establish such a formation to ensnare us. They likely possess means to contend with the saints. Ling Yun held a jade slip, continuously infusing it with his true essence, then furrowed his brow and said, I can no longer establish contact with the sacred land. This celestial demon blood transformation array has severed our connection to the outside world. The array expert added, It seems we must rely on ourselves for salvation, 1hr Cultivation stated. How can we achieve that? This formation is terrifying. The crowd turned to the array expert. He gazed toward the heart of the celestial demon blood transformation array and replied, I have only seen this formation in texts. However, when it activates, the dark energy emanates from the core treasures of the secret realm. That core treasure may very well be the focal point of this array. If we can refine it or destroy it, we might be able to break the formation. Upon hearing these words, the crowd gazed at the surging demonic aura, swallowing hard and retreating several paces. What a jest! The core treasure of the secret realm lies at the heart of this demonic energy, rendering it utterly inaccessible. Indeed, the malevolent aura was terrifying. A mere touch would reduce one to mere blood. Even the supreme beings would find themselves helpless against it. It is over, it is over. We are truly doomed this time. Despair began to envelop the crowd. 1hr Cultivation turned to Li Xian, asking, Do you have any solutions, brotherly? Let me give it a try, Li Xian replied. Flames of pure yang ignited around him as he stepped into the midst of the demonic energy. The sizzling sound of the pure yang fire meeting the demonic aura echoed, reminiscent of meat being roasted. under the protection of the pure yang flames. The demonic energy was kept at bay. A flicker of hope ignited within the onlookers. The pure yang fire, being the epitome of yang and resilience, is a bane to all evil. Perhaps, just perhaps, young Master Li could penetrate the demonic energy and destroy the core of the formation. Yet the formation master could not help but shake his head. Although the pure yang fire is indeed formidable, the demonic energy is not to be trifled with. The deeper one delves, the more intimidating the aura becomes. To venture into the heart of the demonic energy and dismantle the core would require the wielder of the pure yang fire to possess the cultivation of a Xianzun. Xianzun, the third realm of supremacy. Yet Li Xian was merely a great Zun at this moment. Among the great Zuns, he was not particularly strong, lacking a full tier to reach the Xianzun level. Li Xian touched the jade pendant at his waist, having just used it once. If he were to encounter danger again, surely his master would not abandon him. In any case, there was no other option available now. He resolved to give it a try. With that, Li Xian advanced towards the depths of the demonic energy. The crowd watched his retreating figure, their expressions solemn, and instinctively bowed in respect. The young master is truly noble. As Li Xian walked deeper into the demonic energy, enveloped by the pure yang flames, he gradually disappeared from sight, swallowed by the ominous aura. The hopes of the crowd rested entirely upon him. Even Ling Yun, who had once sought to challenge Li Xian, felt a surge of admiration, reflecting, "I cannot compare to him." "Young Master Li, may you return safely," Ming Yuexin whispered. Elsewhere, as the great blood transformation array of the celestial demons was activated, a pair of eyes suddenly opened wide, gazing towards the secret realm. The ancestor of the mysterious void let out a cold snort. What a bold move by the demonic path. To dare play such tricks before me is tantamount to courting death. His figure soared into the air, racing towards the secret realm. He was not alone. Two other holy beings from different sacred grounds also sprang into action. After all, within that secret realm lay the talents of their younger generation, the very pillars of the righteous path in the Eastern Continent. Should they perish within the realm, the entire Eastern Continent would find itself in dire straits. The rise of the demonic path would be unimaginable. However, as they moved, forces from the demonic path also responded swiftly. With a torrent of demonic energy erupting from the Valley of Lost Souls in the Eastern Continent, two demonic holy beings and two demonic celestial lords surged forth from three directions, intent on obstructing the holy beings from the sacred grounds to rescue their own. This time, we shall annihilate the future of the righteous path in one fell swoop. The future of the Eastern Continent belongs to us, the demonic path. Chapter 88. You have committed a foolish act. I shall learn from my senior. The future of Dongzhou belongs to our demon path. Such were the thoughts of the practitioners of the demon path. The two saints of the demon path departed in opposite directions to thwart the saints of the Mountain Dragon Sacred Land and the Bright Moon Sacred Land, accompanied by two heavenly sovereigns bearing a sacred artifact of the demon path, aiming to confront the ethereal patriarch. In an instant, the entire Dongzhou trembled. The might of the saints clashed. The forces of righteousness and evil collided. The heavens and earth changed color, and mountains and rivers shuddered. Clad in white and adorned with a hairpin, enveloped in moonlit power, the bright moon saint, with eyes like lightning, gazed at the elder before her, who emanated a chilling demonic aura and indifferently pointed a finger. The finger, akin to a sword, contained immense moonlight power, intertwined with the might of the cosmos. Yet, the elder was not to be underestimated. With a sinister smile, he allowed the demonic energy to swirl around him, a flash of bloodthirst igniting in his eyes. He struck out with a palm, as if a vast sea of blood surged forth. Boom! The energies of the finger and palm collided. A nearby mountain peak was reduced to mere dust. The most astonishing and exceptional maiden of the Bright Moon Sacred Land from a millennium ago. Now the sole saint of the Bright Moon Sacred Land, the venerable patriarch, truly lived up to her reputation. The demonic elder staggered back a few steps, laughing sinisterly. The Bright Moon Saint regarded him indifferently and remarked, "Elder of the Sea of Blood, one of the dual saints of the demon path in Dongzhou, your strength is commendable." Upon finishing her words, she clenched her 5 fingers in the void, conjuring a sword. "It is a pity that you have provoked my ire. If anything were to happen to my disciple, Ming Yuexin, I shall ensure your demon path runs red with blood, and your bones shall form mountains." That remains to be seen. The Sea of Blood elder laughed heartily, unfazed. The two sides clashed in battle. Meanwhile, on another front, a swordsman wielding the twin swords of Sun and Moon confronted the mountain dragon saint. The dual swords not only contain the essence of the Sun and Moon, but also an unending surge of demonic energy. With swords in hand, the sword intent soared into the skies. Even the mountain dragon saint dared not be careless. It is said that the mountain dragon saint's body embodies the power of vast landscapes, capable of shaking the very sun and moon with each strike. Today, I have come to seek your guidance. The swordsman declared indifferently. After 3 centuries, 1hr sword demon, your sword intent has indeed ascended to new heights. The mountain dragon saint did not underestimate him. The 1hr sword demon, one of the dual saints of the demon path in Dongzhou, had, a millennium prior, traversed Dongzhou with his twin swords of sun and moon, vanquishing countless righteous elites. He could even be regarded as the foremost demon in the sword path of Dongzhou. The mountain dragon saint was acutely aware of the dire intentions behind the dual saint's actions, determined to obliterate the talented youths within the secret realm. Using a secret realm as bait, they aimed to bury our righteous youth. A clever scheme, a bold resolve, the mountain dragon saint murmured, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent as he engaged in battle with the 1hr sword demon. In yet another direction, the ethereal patriarch encountered the 2 heavenly sovereigns. He raised an eyebrow. Just 2 heavenly sovereigns dare to obstruct me? Is there no one left in the demon path? His anger surged. Why should he be hindered by mere heavenly sovereigns when the mountain dragon saint and the bright moon saint were revered saints? Even the supreme celestial master pales in comparison. What does this imply? Is it a sign of disdain? Do they consider him inferior to the other 2 holy beings? At that moment, the 2 demonic celestial masters exchanged faint smiles, subsequently producing a colossal flag. This banner, as black as ink, radiated a terrifying demonic aura, within which could be faintly discerned the wails of tormented souls. In the next instant, the 2 celestial masters infused it with their demonic energy. Instantly, a surge of black light erupted, obscuring the heavens and eclipsing the sun. Within a 100-mile radius, light was extinguished, and countless specters surged forth from the banner, their thick, vengeful energy causing even the ethereal ancestor to shudder. This was the sole banner of holy artifact caliber. Goodness, to forge such a banner. You must have slaughtered no less than 1,000,000 souls. You are truly deranged. The ancestor of ethereal disdainfully snorted, wielding his great blade to cleave through swathes of souls. Yet, the souls were inexhaustible, myriad in number. For every wave that fell, another surged forth, and even though the ancestor was a holy being, he could not extricate himself in such a short time. He fixed his gaze on the celestial masters before him and asked, I ask you this, is the foremost prodigy of the Fengyun rankings, Li Xian, within the secret realm? The 2 were taken aback. They were unconcerned about their own holy land Sion. How could they care for Li Xian? One of the celestial masters replied nonchalantly, Li Xian is the leader of the righteous young generation. Naturally, he is among our targets, and he is indeed within the secret realm. Suddenly, the ancestor of ethereal laughed. Do you comprehend the folly of your actions? If anything befalls Li Xian, your entire demonic faction shall pay the price. Amusing, a mere Li Xian. How could he bring down our demonic sect? Just because of the immortal crossing sect behind him? Another demonic celestial master scoffed. The ancestor of ethereal offered no explanation, merely casting a pitying glance at the 2. They remained oblivious to the terror of that woman. He believed that if Li Xian encountered misfortune, she would undoubtedly come wielding her weapon, mercilessly cutting through the entire Eastern Continent's demonic faction. No, it wouldn't stop there. The entire Tianxuan Continent's demonic realm would suffer as well. Do you think I ventured into the secret realm to rescue anyone? I am here not only to save the righteous, but also to protect you, fools. The ancestor of ethereal mused inwardly, feeling a sense of enlightenment amidst a world of ignorance. The 2 celestial masters furrowed their brows, sensing the ancestor's odd demeanor, but at this juncture, there was no turning back. They continued to channel their demonic energy, commanding the myriad souls to surround and annihilate their foe. From 3 directions, the forces of righteousness and evil clashed, their might shaking the sun and moon. This incident would undoubtedly be inscribed in the annals of Eastern Continent history. At the immortal crossing sect, Tianxian Peak, Lu Tianxian opened her eyes, glancing towards the battlefield of the holy beings, curling her lip. Was it truly necessary to create such a commotion over a mere skirmish? It was becoming quite bothersome. She refrained from intervening. In her eyes, As long as Li Xian was not in mortal peril, the chaos outside was of no concern to her. Moreover, with the jade pendant she had given him, no matter how tumultuous the battle outside grew, he would remain unscathed. She possessed that confidence. In another 2 wooden cabins on Tianxian Peak, Xiao Jinyu and Feng Jioge observed the direction of the holy being's conflict. A person stood in astonishment, pondering whether this was the might of a sage. How formidable! Even from thousands of miles away, one could feel its overwhelming power. Another individual remained calm, yet somewhat resigned, reflecting that these were merely a few ordinary sages. Had he been at the zenith of his strength, he could have effortlessly dispatched them with a single strike. How infuriating! I must strive diligently in my cultivation. Subsequently, she returned to her wooden cabin to continue her training. Xiao Jinyu cast a glance and couldn't help but admire her senior sister's composure. Witnessing such a battle, yet remaining unperturbed, she resolutely continued her own pursuits. I shall learn from my senior sister, striving to remain unflinching even when faced with the most daunting challenges. She encouraged herself before retreating to her wooden cabin to practice. Within the secret realm, the heavenly demon blood formation continued to operate relentlessly, an unending tide of demonic energy surging forth to engulf everyone within the realm, leaving death in its wake. As the malevolent energy approached, Ming Yuexin summoned her sword Qi, which, in concert with the rising moon, transformed into a protective sword Qi barrier shielding all present. Yet, under the relentless assault of the demonic energy, the barrier began to falter. In this dire moment, Ling Yun intervened, channeling his true essence into Ming Yuexin. Not only he, but other martial artists also joined forces, infusing their true essence into her to sustain the sword Qi barrier. At this juncture, they were all in the same boat. Despite previous skirmishes over treasures, the emergence of a common adversary united them in their cause, igniting a shared resolve. Ming Yuexin gazed into the depths of the demonic energy and murmured, "Li Gongzi, it is now your turn." Chapter 89. The Junior Sisters Assist from Afar. Li Xian breaks the formation. The heavenly demon blood formation, one of the 3 great formations of the demonic path, once activated, leads to the decay of all things and the transformation of life into blood, leaving no survivor outside the control of its master. Yet amidst this astonishing array of dark sorcery, a figure shrouded in pure yang fire advanced deeper into the formation, the flames hissing as they clashed with the encroaching demonic energy. This individual was none other than Li Xian. As he ventured further into the formation, he became increasingly aware of its formidable power. The demonic energy was overwhelming. Although his pure yang fire was a bane to evil, it struggled against the relentless tide of malevolent force. Had he possessed only the pure yang sacred body, he likely would not have made it deep into the formation. However, in addition to the pure yang sacred body, he wielded the supreme bone. The supreme bone granted him a wellspring of true essence that continuously fueled the flames of pure yang. Now, he had caught sight of the core of the formation. It was a sword emanating a crimson glow. This sword was the heart of this secret realm, a treasure born of the heavens and the earth. Yet it had been harnessed by the demonic path to serve as the focal point of the heavenly demon blood formation. Surrounding the sword were chains of demonic energy binding it in place. Upon seeing this, Li Xian's eyes sparkled with insight. Instead of destroying the sword, he merely needed to shatter the chains. With this thought, he drew the immaculate sword, ready to sever the chains of demonic energy. However, at that moment, the surrounding malevolent energy surged violently, transforming into palm strikes and blades that hurtled toward him. Li Xian reacted swiftly, evading just in time. Looking around, he noticed 3 additional figures had appeared, each possessing supreme cultivation. He recognized these individuals. It was indeed the demonic cultivators summoned by the leader of the Xuan sect to accompany her in the performance. If it were only these few demonic cultivators, he would not have been afraid. However, he found himself ensnared within the great array of demonic transformation and blood. With most of his true essence consumed in resisting the demonic aura, his strength was significantly diminished, placing him in a precarious situation. One of the demonic cultivators, noticing Li Xian's condition, revealed a chilling smile. "I never expected you, Li Xian, to be so self-sacrificing, daring to venture alone into the great array of demonic transformation. The champion of the young hero's ranking is destined to perish at our hands." The 3 demonic cultivators wore cruel smiles, exchanging glances before attacking Li Xian from 3 directions. Li Xian, wielding his sword, remained unperturbed as he unleashed the Phoenix sword technique. The resplendent sword chi spiraled around him, attempting to fend off the three demonic cultivators. However, within the confines of the array, the potency of his sword chi was considerably diminished. Shortly after its manifestation, the sword chi was shattered. He then executed the Vajra subduing demon fist, unleashing a torrent of fist energy, formidable and overwhelming. With sword in his right hand and fist in his left, he contended against the three demonic cultivators, who were momentarily taken aback. Truly worthy of being the foremost of the young heroes ranking in the Eastern Continent. His prowess is indeed exceptional. To possess such strength amidst this demonic aura, if this individual is not eliminated, he will surely become a great threat in the future. The three cultivators' eyes glinted with icy resolve. It is worth noting that even a celestial lord would find it arduous to arrive here. Yet Li Xian not only ventured forth, but also managed to engage them in combat. While the existence of his pure yang sacred body cannot be disregarded, should they allow him to continue his ascent, how could they demons survive in the Eastern Continent thereafter? They feared they would be unable to endure. Thus, Li Xian must perish. With a chorus of kill, 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 the three demonic cultivators continuously activated various martial techniques and abilities, fully unleashing their physical prowess. One summoned a chilling sword chi, another conjured numerous wraiths, while the third wielded a pitch-black, demonic flame. Each displayed their extraordinary skills, overwhelming Li Xian momentarily. Suddenly, a system prompt resonated in his mind. Ding! Xiao Jinyu has cultivated for a day, ascending to the 4th level of the Golden Core. Random feedback of cultivation achievements. Congratulations to the host for reaching the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. Ding! Feng Jiugong has cultivated for a day, advancing to the profound enlightenment realm. Random feedback of cultivation achievements. Congratulations to the host for attaining the Xianzun realm. Boom. The true essence within Li Xian surged dramatically. Sword chi soared into the heavens, and sword intent erupted forth, transforming into a magnificent fire phoenix. As the phoenix flapped its wings, the pure yang flames incinerated the demonic aura, clearing the area within several miles of the oppressive darkness. The terrifying might left the three demonic cultivators utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? How could his cultivation level suddenly ascend so dramatically? What has transpired? Bewilderment and disbelief washed over them. They had witnessed warriors break through unexpectedly during battle, but that typically occurred under normal circumstances. How could Li Xian, trapped within the great array of demonic transformation, constantly suppressed by the demonic aura, achieve such a breakthrough? Moreover, the sheer magnitude of his advancement was astonishing. He had leaped directly to the Xianzun realm. Would there be no opportunity left for others to compete? Li Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. My dear junior sisters, I truly adore you. The sudden surge in his cultivation imbued him with newfound confidence. He gazed coldly at the three demonic cultivators before him. You three shall meet your demise. With a swift motion, his sword danced, and a magnificent phoenix dove down. The first demonic cultivator bore the brunt of it, engulfed in flames and reduced to ashes. As another demonic cultivator charged at Li Xian during his attack, his fists clenched tightly, black flames flickering around his knuckles. Li Xian retaliated with a punch of his own. The manifestation of the Diamond Dharma appeared, and with a single strike, he shattered the body of that demonic foe. The final demonic cultivator, witnessing the tragic fate of his companions, turned pale with fear and fled in terror. Yet, Li Xian would not let him escape. He raised his hand, summoning the pure yang fire. Pure yang pierces the sun. A blazing column of fire erupted forth, piercing through the demonic cultivator's body, extinguishing his life. What had initially seemed like three demonic cultivators capable of challenging Li Xian had, in an instant, been reduced to lifeless corpses, leaving onlookers astounded. Li Xian couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, the disparity between each level within the Supreme Realm is immense. Upon ascending from Grand Master to Profound Master, I feel more than tenfold stronger than before. He then turned his attention to the red sword bound by chains of demonic energy. With a decisive swing, he severed the chains with a resounding clang. The red sword broke free and soared towards Li Xian, who caught it deftly in his grasp. A faint smile graced his lips as he caressed the sword. Not bad. Not bad. Although it may not be a sacred artifact, it is quite close. He stowed the sword away and, with a focused gesture, infused his flawless sword with sword energy, aiming it skyward. An endless stream of sword energy transformed into a fire phoenix, soaring into the heavens. The boundless pure yang fire rained down upon the formation's barrier. The heavenly demon blood transformation array, now devoid of its core, could not withstand the might of this strike and shattered with a deafening roar. The demonic energy quickly dissipated under the purifying flames. In the distance, Ming Yuexin and her companions were on the brink of exhaustion, their faces ashen. Suddenly, the pure yang fire illuminated the world, causing the pervasive demonic energy to vanish inch by inch. Everyone's eyes brightened with elation as they exclaimed, "It worked! Ha ha ha! It is young Master Li's pure yang fire. He succeeded. Splendid. Truly worthy of being the top of the talents ranking. We are saved." Outside the secret realm, the saints sensed the collapse of the formation within. The dual saints of the demonic path narrowed their eyes, disbelief etched on their faces. Who could have possibly shattered the heavenly demon blood transformation array? Chapter 90. Conversing light-heartedly with the saints. Returning to Tianxuan Peak. Who is it? Who could have breached the heavenly demon blood transformation array? The saints' expressions shifted dramatically as they fixed their gaze upon the distant secret realm, astonishment flickering in their eyes. The dual saints of the demonic path were acutely aware of the array's formidable power. To break it indicated a strength that could not be underestimated. However, they had not heard of anyone among those venturing into the secret realm possessing such prowess. Wait, this aura. It is the pure yang fire. Could it be Li Xian? It is inconceivable that Li Xian, despite his extraordinary talent, could possibly breach the formidable heavenly demonic blood formation. It appears that unforeseen variables have emerged. The practitioners of the demonic path, unwilling to linger in battle, began to withdraw. Within the secret realm, the demonic energy was nearly eradicated by the pure yang fire, ensuring the safety of all. The crowd, witnessing the return of Li Xian, was filled with exhilaration. Bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Li. Thank you, young Master Li." Some gazed at him with admiration, while others looked on with reverence. When the Moonlight Sage and his companions arrived and beheld Li Xian, their eyes glimmered with realization. At that moment, Li Xian had undeniably ascended to the pinnacle of the younger generation in 1hr Continent, a position even they, the sages, could scarcely challenge. What a remarkable individual Li Xian is. I had only heard tales of his renown, but witnessing him in person is truly awe-inspiring, remarked the Moonlight Sage. A hint of wistfulness in her expression. Alas, I am no longer in my youth. Had I been a few centuries younger, I would undoubtedly pursue him. The Mountain Dragon Sage chuckled softly. The beauty of fairy moonlight remains as enchanting as ever. If I were in your position, I would seize such a fortunate suitor. Alas, I am but a man. This pure yang sacred body is beyond my reach. The ethereal ancestor rolled his eyes at their banter. Goodness! If Lu Tianxian were to overhear your words, she might come knocking at your door. With that thought, he distanced himself from the two. Ethereal ancestor, why distance yourself so? It has been ages since we last met. We must find time to spar, the Mountain Dragon Sage laughed. Let us first escort everyone back, the ethereal ancestor replied. He approached the secret realm and found Ling Yun, who was observing Li Xian with a complex expression. Previously, Ling Yun had regarded Li Xian as a rival. Yet now he found himself saved by that same rival, realizing the vast chasm that lay between them. Individuals of your caliber are seldom seen in a generation. However, do not belittle yourself. With diligent practice, you may yet catch up in the future, the ethereal ancestor consoled Ling Yun. Li Xian, noticing the arrival of the ethereal ancestor, smiled lightly. Ethereal Senior, it has been a long time. He conversed with the sages in a light-hearted manner, leaving the others in awe of the interaction. Young Master Li, it has indeed been a while. Your presence shines even brighter than before. I am most impressed, the ethereal ancestor acknowledged, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. How remarkable it was that a sage of his caliber would express such reverence towards Li Xian. The onlookers regarded Li Xian with increasing respect. Truly, he was deserving of such admiration. As the Moonlight Sage and Mountain Dragon Sage arrived and perceived the ethereal ancestor's demeanor towards Li Xian, curiosity flickered in their eyes. Could it be that this young man possessed a background unknown to them? They dared not underestimate him and bowed in greeting. Li Xian, recognizing their esteemed identities, smiled gently. It is a pleasure to meet both sages. He engaged in light-hearted banter with them, while the others regarded the sages with a mixture of reverence and trepidation, the disparity in status evident to all. As the ominous blood array dissipated, the crowd departed from the secret realm, intending to recuperate thoroughly. The sage of Mountain Dragon observed those leaving and proclaimed, "This time, the demonic faction has struck against our righteous path. We shall not let this transgression go unpunished." In due time, the three great holy lands shall unite to initiate a campaign against the demons. I hope all of you will join us. At these words, a shiver ran through the assembly. Some individuals displayed expressions of indignation, for the demonic forces had indeed overstepped their bounds. They had the audacity to use the secret realm as bait, aiming to ensnare us all. This grievance shall not be easily forgotten. We are resolute in our commitment to the campaign against the demons. Indeed, count us in. The 7 heroes of Tianxuan Mountain shall not let them escape. With the intervention of a sage, they were confident that this band of demons could be eradicated. The crowd was engulfed in righteous fury, clearly indicating that the demonic faction had thoroughly provoked them. The forthcoming campaign against the demons promised to be unprecedented in its scale. Although Li Xian was not particularly enthusiastic about the campaign, the recent actions of the demonic faction undeniably sparked outrage. He too felt the repercussions. Should he refrain from acting, they might perceive him as an easy target. Nonetheless, the initiative was to be led by the three great holy lands, as only they possessed sages capable of contending with the dual saints of the demonic faction. Li Xian refrained from voicing any opinions. His journey through the secret realm had already yielded considerable benefits. After bidding farewell to several sages, he prepared to return to the immortal crossing gate. However, someone lingered behind. Unable to avert her gaze from his departing figure, it was 1hr Xuan, who had accompanied him throughout their journey. Observing her, the sage of 1hr understood her thoughts and gently smiled. "I can assist you in proposing to the immortal crossing gate." 1hr Xuan's face flushed. "Master, what are you implying?" "What? Are you unwilling?" 1hr Xuan sighed. "How could a figure like young Master Li possibly look upon me? At least, I am not worthy of him yet. My disciple is also exceptional. I shall continue to strive for improvement, aiming to reach the supreme realm." 1hr Xuan silently encouraged herself. "Very well. Once you ascend to the supreme realm, I shall take you to propose to the immortal crossing gate." The sage of 1hr chuckled. This time, 1hr Xuan did not object. Perhaps she harbored some quiet anticipation within her heart. The sage of Mountain Dragon, witnessing this exchange, couldn't help but lament, "Alas, if only our Mountain Dragon Holy Land had a saintess, I too would seek to propose to the immortal crossing gate." Li Xian's talent and strength were evident to all. Should nothing unforeseen occur, he was destined to become another sage. An alliance through marriage with such a prodigy would certainly be fortuitous. The elder of Miao Miao pondered nearby. An alliance through marriage might indeed be an opportune way to establish connections with Li Xian and Lu Tianxian. The Miao Miao Holy Land also possessed a saintess, the Long Empress. However, recalling the Long Empress's character and her past grievances with Li Xian, he grimaced and dismissed the thought. It would be enough if others did not bring trouble upon them. The notion of an alliance through marriage was better left unconsidered. At the immortal crossing gate, upon Li Xian's return, he was greeted by many who acknowledged him with respect. "Greetings, Chief. Greetings, Chief. Chief." Li Xian was momentarily taken aback before realizing that he had now ascended to the esteemed position of the chief senior brother of the Crossing Immortals sect. On par with the sectmaster, the elders were obliged to treat him with utmost respect. Amidst the chorus of accolades directed towards him, Li Xian felt momentarily lost, only to return to Tianxian Peak, where he found that his 2 junior sisters had yet to arrive. However, he was greeted first by the lively Jade Rabbit, Jingjing, who, with a sparkle in her eyes, hopped joyfully towards him and leapt straight into his embrace. As the door creaked open, Xiao Jinyu and Feng Jioga sensed Li Xian's presence and emerged simultaneously, witnessing the heartwarming scene of the rabbit nestled in Li Xian's arms. Chapter 91. She is unworthy to be compared with the master. It was yet another day filled with thoughts of roasted rabbit. The 2 women gazed at the creature in Li Xian's arms, their minds wandering. At times, they found themselves envious of Jingjing, the audacious rabbit, who, due to her nature, could freely snuggle with their senior brother without a hint of reservation. It made them wish they could transform into rabbits themselves. They inhaled deeply, reminding themselves that since Li Xian had just returned, they would refrain from any jealousy in his presence and approached him to offer their respects. "Senior brother, welcome back. How was your journey into the secret realm?" Cradling the rabbit, Li Xian smiled gently. "I shall recount everything once we are inside." Upon entering the room, He began to narrate the events that transpired during his expedition into the secret realm. Upon hearing about the awakening of the celestial demon blood formation, the two women couldn't help but feel a wave of concern. However, upon witnessing Li Xian's unharmed state, they sighed in relief. After he concluded his tale, both women were filled with righteous indignation. It was no wonder the recent conflict among the saints had unfolded. It was all due to this audacity of the demonic sect. How brazen they are! Feng Jioge exclaimed, her eyes flashing with cold determination. If anything had happened to you, I would have ensured that not a single one of the Eastern Continent's demon cultivators remained unscathed. Xiao Jinyu shared her fury. To her, Li Xian was not merely a senior brother, but someone of profound significance. She mused that had he truly faced peril, she would have surely lost her sanity. She would stop at nothing to reduce those demonic cultivators to ashes. The Tian Jade Rabbit was equally incensed, her eyes aflame with rage. Should anything befall Li Xian, she would return to her clan and implore her matriarch to unleash the full might of the Jade Rabbit clan upon the entire Eastern Continent's demon cultivators in a sweeping purge. Li Xian watched the two women and the rabbit, touched by their concern for him. Fear not, for I have returned safely, and I even bring gifts. In a few days, I shall concoct some elixirs for you, he said with a smile. Xiao Jinyu's eyes brightened. She was aware of her brother's alchemical skills, but had yet to ascertain the extent of his mastery. Perhaps this opportunity would reveal some insights into his abilities. She thought to herself. Feng Jioge, too, felt a surge of curiosity, yet she recalled that Li Xian had seldom practiced alchemy or studied its texts. She doubted his skills would be particularly exceptional. However, as this thought crossed her mind, she reflected on her previous misjudgments regarding his capabilities, which had often resulted in her embarrassment. Would this time, too, prove to be a similar lesson in humility? No. Alchemy and martial arts are entirely different matters. My senior possesses extraordinary talent in martial arts, yet this is alchemy. It is implausible that one could be equally gifted in both. In this world, it is improbable for anyone to be a polymath, I thought to myself. Ding! The fourth comparison is about to commence, and the focus of this comparison is qi refining. Suddenly, I heard the voice of the Yin-Yang heavenly measuring ruler. I paused slightly. Qi refining? What manner of comparison is this? Qi refining refers to the speed of assimilating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, my eyes sparkled with excitement. Victory is assured. This time,